Little Aishu, the nurse is going to treat your hand now. It might hurt a little, so try to be brave, all right? Sunlight streamed through the clinic, filling the room with warmth. The nurse smiled gently at the young boy in front of her. Okay, nurse. Aishu replied obediently, offering his bandaged right hand without hesitation. With careful hands, the nurse began to unwrap the bandages, revealing a small palm covered in tiny cuts and scrapes. For a moment, a trace of sorrow flickered in her eyes. She cleaned Aishu's wounds with antiseptic, then placed her hands over his. A gentle green chakra began to flow, enveloping his little hand in a soft, healing light. The treatment lasted for about 5 minutes. When she withdrew her hands, most of Aishu's wounds had already closed and begun to heal. Ordinarily, these minor injuries would vanish entirely after a single session of chakra healing. But because Aishu was so young, too much chakra at once could harm his body. The treatment had been divided into 3 sessions, and this was the second. Now it's time for medicine. It might sting a bit, so hold on just a little longer, the nurse reminded him. All right, nurse, Aishu answered as calm and well-behaved as ever, as if pain meant nothing to him. The truth was he had long since grown used to pain. Sometimes he even wanted to say, creation and destruction both come at a price. Just as light and darkness are always intertwined, to gain something, one must bear a little suffering, but these thoughts remained unspoken. He knew it was best to keep a low profile. All done. You were very brave. Aishu, come back in 3 days to change your dressing, and if it starts to itch, don't take the bandage off by yourself, okay? The nurse playfully ruffled his hair. Children like him, so considerate and mature, always found a place in people's hearts. Thank you, nurse, he said softly. A few minutes later, Aishu's right hand was neatly wrapped in fresh bandages, tied with a perfect little bow by the same nurse as he walked home, weaving through the familiar streets and glancing at the buildings he passed every day. A sense of unreality washed over him. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Though he had only just arrived in this world, it already felt as if he'd lived here for ages. The truth was, Aishu was a transmigrator. It had been exactly 100 days since he arrived in this world. In his previous life, he'd been a liberal arts student at a university in Shanghai. Now he found himself in the body of a 5-year-old boy. He still struggled to adapt to everything around him. What unsettled him most was the lurking danger in this world and the uncertainty of the timeline. Events left unmentioned in the original story weighed heavily on his mind. It was now February of Konoha year 40, and the Ninja Academy had only just opened its doors for the new term. The Third Great Ninja War had just begun, and it would be another 20 years before the events of Shippuden unfolded. During this period, he only remembered the rough outline of what was to come. Specific details eluded him. Shu lowered his head and let out a quiet sigh. As a child from an ordinary family, even with knowledge from his previous life and glimpses of the future, surviving safely in this perilous world would be no easy feat. Of course, here is a polished and modernized adaptation of the novel excerpt you provided, crafted for clarity and ease of English narration. I hope my right hand can endure chakra this time. Shu shoved both hands into his pockets, hiding the butterfly-shaped knot on the bandage wrapped around his right hand. He quickened his pace, slipping into a shadowy alley at the end of Konoha's bustling street. He wasn't tempted by the savory aroma of takoyaki wafting from stall by the road, nor did he linger at the bookstore display, where the bestseller Makeout Paradise was drawing a crowd. Shu's home was nestled in a quiet grove on the outskirts of Konoha. Though the area was remote, its peace and solitude meant there were no unwelcome visitors. Nearby, a small river offered a good spot for fishing, perfect for supplementing his diet with a bit of extra protein. As Shu reached his cottage door, he saw a boy with wild, spiky hair waiting for him. He'd clearly been there for a while, so what did the doctor say? The boy asked, his tone serious. The doctor said I need to switch the bandages again, but honestly, it's nothing serious. Don't worry about it, Shu replied curtly. Well, if you say so. The boy hesitated, but ultimately accepted Shu's words. Tomorrow, when we run into those guys, we'll be counting on your new trick. He rolled up his sleeves and adjusted his goggles, looking ready for action. Together, the two pressed forward, their steps steady and purposeful, soon arriving at the banks of a clear, flowing river. The trees here grew thick and lush, and the water moved gently, with fat fish sometimes leaping in the shallows. But neither of them was distracted by the tranquil scene. Instead, they locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. The spiky-haired boy quietly pulled out a lighter and a bundle of oil-soaked cotton swabs after last time's failure. I kept thinking it over and realized the problem was the oil. This time, I borrowed some of my grandma's kerosene. There shouldn't be any mishaps now, he whispered. You're clever, Abito. Shu nodded approvingly. But it'd be even better if you could hurry up and master the fireball jutsu. That's just a matter of time. Obito laughed. Unconcerned, that's right. The boy before him was none other than Uchiha Obito, who would one day become the third great villain of the ninja world. As for how the two had become friends, that story began on Shu's very first day in this world, the body's original owner had been a timid boy. When Shu first arrived, he'd found himself surrounded by a gang of children, taking a beating. Those kids showed no restraint, even slamming Shu's head against a brick. Even after he lost consciousness, their assault didn't stop. It was at that moment that Dato, unable to stand by in the face of injustice, appeared. Fired up with righteous passion, he plunged into the fray, taking the blows alongside Shu. From that day onward, these two unlucky brothers forged a deep and lasting friendship. Now they're preparing for tomorrow's rematch, hoping to reclaim their dignity. As for why someone with the soul of a man in his 20s would get involved in something like this, some things have nothing to do with age. In every man's heart, there's always a trace of youthful spirit. I'm starting now, Dato, Shu said, taking a deep breath, his expression turning solemn. Dato nodded, signaling that he was readying. Shu closed his eyes, focusing intently on the flow of chakra within him. He followed the instructions from the ninjutsu scrolls his parents had left behind. Though he'd never met them, those scrolls had become his soul guide. His hand seals were executed at impressive speed, the result of years spent honing the dexterity of his fingers. Even with bandages wrapped around his hands, his movements were unaffected. At last, the sequence was complete, and chakra gathered as required. In a low voice, he intoned, "Water style, water sphere technique." He drew in a deep breath, plunged one hand into the river, and with a swift motion, pulled up a small, crystal-clear sphere of water cupped in his palm. This was a D-rank ninjutsu, water style, water sphere technique. The jutsu could purify river water, extracting relatively pure water molecules. While it wasn't recommended for direct drinking, it was perfectly suited for bathing or washing clothes as a basic water-style technique. It lacked offensive power, but brought immense convenience to daily life. Now a fist-sized water sphere hovered steadily atop Shu's hand as if it had fused seamlessly with his skin. After 2 months of hard training, he could now control the size and position of the sphere with ease. The real challenge comes next, Shu murmured to himself. Dato, standing nearby, watched him with nervous anticipation. The last time they'd tried this, they'd come close to success, but a slip in coordination had nearly injured Shu's right hand. Carefully, Dato lit a cotton swab, its tiny flame flickering in preparation for the next step. Shu's left hand remained almost still, his fingers nimbly shifting through the sequence of hand seals with a smooth, rhythmic grace. His right hand, in contrast, moved with more force, clearly demanding greater control. Maintaining the water sphere while forming seals was still a challenge, but after over a month of repeated practice, he was finally getting the hang of it. At last the moment arrived, lightning style. Thunderflash, Shu called out, his voice ringing with determination. In an instant, his right hand was enveloped in brilliant blue lightning. The very power of a lightning style. Dato watched, utterly transfixed, his eyes brimming with envy, even though this was merely the most basic level of ninjutsu compared to his own repeated failure to unleash the great fireball technique. After 3 months of effort, Shu's performance was already astonishing. Now his left hand commanded the power of water release, while his right gathered the crackling force of lightning release. Although both were elementary techniques, wielding 2 elemental releases at once was a rare talent for someone his age. But more importantly, Shu was not content with just casting both techniques simultaneously. His ambitions reached far beyond that. Carefully, he shifted the water sphere from the back of his hand to his palm, beads of sweat breaking out on his brow. Though these were only 2 D-rank jutsu, achieving this at his current age was no small feat, especially considering how limited his chakra reserves still were. He couldn't help but think, if only I could master the 8 inner gates and creation rebirth, surviving here without a bloodline ability is truly difficult. The thought came to him suddenly. The 8 inner gates could push the body's potential far beyond its limits. Releasing chakra in Torrent's creation rebirth, on the other hand, could continuously heal the body from injury. In theory, combining the two would create an endless cycle of energy, like a perpetual motion machine. But Shu swiftly dismissed the idea. The cost of such power would be self-destruction, no matter how tempting it seemed. For now, he had to focus on the task before him. Any distraction could be fatal. He drew a deep breath, bringing his hands steadily closer together. Lightning flickered and danced in his right hand as he plunged it straight into the water sphere balanced on his left. Instead of being snuffed out, the lightning sent a stream of bubbles racing up through the water's core. With unwavering concentration, Ingshu finally controlled the birth of every single bubble. Gradually, the sphere in his left hand separated into distinct layers, gas gathering above, liquids settling below. Drawing upon knowledge from his school days, he realized that these gases were hydrogen and oxygen, split from water molecules by the electric current. A volatile mixture, highly explosive. The lower layer remained as impure water, 2 molecules of water, electrolyzed, become hydrogen and oxygen. Suddenly, an image flashed in his mind of his chemistry teacher in junior high, his shiny bald head gleaming. As he explained this very reaction, Obito, "Are you ready?" he asked quietly, when the last sparks of lightning finally faded from his right hand. Shu used precise chakra control to expel the unreacted water and impurities, leaving behind nothing but a pristine bubble of gas. He crouched slightly, one hand raised high, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. Now it was Obito's turn to ignite the trap. "Ingshu," Obito called out loudly. "Let's do it." Ingshu replied, 3 2 1, run. Obito finished his countdown, then hurled the lit cotton swab right at the center of the shimmering bubble. Almost in the same instant, Ingshu had already turned and sprinted away. A second later, boom! The explosion thundered through the air, many times louder than firecrackers. Even though Ingshu had escaped ahead of time and shielded his head with his hands, his ears were still left ringing from the shockwave. Yet despite this, he couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. It worked. It really worked. "Obito," he shouted, his voice trembling with excitement. "That was amazing, Ingshu. Absolutely incredible," Obito called back just as loudly. The two boys cheered, their voices full of exhilaration. In that moment, they were certain that in tomorrow's contest there was no way they could lose. That night, Ingshu returned home and took a well-deserved rest. Once his chakra had mostly recovered, he ate a hearty meal to restore his energy for the next day. At dawn, Ingshu woke early and began refining his chakra. As noon approached and the appointed time drew near, he repeated the experiment from the day before. Only this time, a small bottle of juice sat beside him. If you have more content, feel free to provide it. I'll continue adapting and translating in the same style. Of course, here is the revised and polished novel excerpt. Hydrogen-oxygen explosions require an open flame, and the reaction works best when sealed in a confined space. 400 milliliters should be enough, Ingshu calculated to himself. Although he'd always leaned toward the humanities, his chemistry grades back in middle school had been at least above average. Today he was determined to win this fight. Frankly, the whole situation was rather pitiful. In this world of ninja, everyone seemed physically tougher than the kids from his previous life, even though Ingshu had transmigrated. Here, he still wasn't sure he could measure up against those rough-and-tumble bullies. Still, he wasn't especially worried about the consequences. After all, his predecessor had already been beaten so badly that Ingshu himself had ended up inheriting this body. What more did he have to lose? Besides, the amount of hydrogen he'd prepared was minuscule, probably not even as powerful as a beginner's fire-style jutsu. If Obito had applied himself more and finally mastered the grand fireball technique after all that practice, the two of them wouldn't have had to resort to such desperate tactics. But in truth, Ingshu's experiments weren't just about winning a scuffle. He was thinking bigger. He wanted to create a brand new type of jutsu by using lightning style to electrolyze water style and generate hydrogen, then igniting it with fire style. He was essentially inventing a complex multi-element technique, water plus lightning, then fire, and if he layered in wind style, he could even control the flow of hydrogen. Combining 2 chakra natures created a Kekkei Genkai, and 3 resulted in a Kekkei Toda. So what would happen if you combined 4? Ingshu wondered. He wasn't just a kid playing with homemade fireworks. He was on the brink of a breakthrough. This could be the birth of hydrogen-style ninjutsu. Ingshu liked to think of himself as reasonably gifted. His parents had left him a small wooden house and 2 beginner-level jutsu. His affinity for both lightning and water chakra likely came from them. But everything he was attempting now was the result of his own painstaking research and experimentation, not anyone else's guidance. Maybe it was because his soul was stronger than most, allowing him to control chakra with unusual precision. The only real problem was his meager chakra reserves. If he'd been born into the Senju clan, he would have put on a much grander show for those bullies. Certainly more than just a small plastic bottle of hydrogen. Well, this will have to do, he muttered, carefully pouring the precious hydrogen he'd worked so hard to produce into a plastic bottle. He sealed it tightly, creating the hydrogen was already difficult. Storing it without leaks or accidental ignition was even trickier. He had to be extremely careful, lest a single spark ruin Everything before he even got started. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door. Moments later, Obito's voice called out, "Shu, are you ready? Those guys have already left. I'm coming." Shu quickly tucked the bottle in his jacket, slipped on his shoes, and dashed out the door. "Did you bring the stuff?" he asked. "Of course," Obito replied, pulling a bottle cap out of his pocket. It matched Shu's bottle perfectly, except this one had a small hole in the center. Don't underestimate this small hole. This is where everything hinges. It stands for the meticulous planning and careful preparation of two students from the liberal arts, and it's also a token of stubborn defiance from two boys who are often bullied. A spark of resistance before they turn the tables. Obito pulled another firecracker about the size of a thumb out of his pocket. It was just the right size to fit perfectly into the hole. "Should we put it in now, or wait a bit?" Obito asked in a low voice. "Let's wait. We don't want the gunpowder to leak out too soon," Aisha replied. The two exchanged a knowing smile, then hurried off toward the agreed-upon spot for their showdown. Their destination was a small park. At midday, the park was rarely crowded. It only came alive in the evenings. Sometimes, after dark, muffled sounds would drift from the corners, as if someone was trying to keep their secrets hidden. Aisha remembered that for 3 generations in a row, the 7th squad of Konoha had always fought over bells in parks, just like this one. He couldn't be sure if it was always the same place. They weren't the first to arrive. The other side had already gathered, outnumbering them several times over. A gang of rowdy kids, their confidence inflated by sheer numbers. Their clothes were similar, not because of any uniform, but because they all belonged to the same clan, the Uchiha of Konoha. The boy leading them looked to be about 10 tall for his age, sporting a spiky hairstyle like Obito's, only with longer hair. As Obito and Aishu approached, one of the kids kept his hand hidden inside his shirt, fidgeting restlessly. The Uchiha children burst out laughing, taunting them. "Well, you actually dared to show up, Obito. I thought a loser like you would bring your grandma along. Guess you're bolder than I thought." Obito's childhood had never been a happy one. He lived with his aging grandmother, ranked at the bottom in school, and was barely acknowledged within his own clan. None of this had really mattered, until a few months ago when he'd gotten beaten up protecting Aishu. From that day on, the other kids gave him a new label to go with: loser, the shame of the Uchiha, and that name had been invented by none other than the boy standing before him. Uchiha Hokage, old grudges flared bright when enemies met face to face. Yet, Obito was unusually calm. He quietly pressed the firecracker into Aishu's hand. After a moment, Aishu handed Obito the small bottle, now stuffed with a firecracker. "Obito, let's finish this once and for all." Aisha whispered. "Get down," Obito shouted. "How am I supposed to explain this to Kushina when I see her later?" Warm sunlight bathed the land, and a gentle spring breeze made the midday air feel just right. Minato walked the streets, looking troubled. He had promised Kushina that after finishing his mission he would take her out for a proper day together. But just as he returned to the Hidden Leaf Village, a new mission suddenly arrived. Urgent and pressing, he had only 3 hours left to gather his equipment. Leaving without a word was definitely out of the question. Kushina would be furious if he disappeared like that. Yet, even if he explained everything to her, 3 hours probably still wouldn't be enough. What should I do? Minato wondered to himself, when suddenly he caught sight of a rather amusing scene at the street corner. 2 groups of young boys stood, locked in a tense standoff, the air between them crackling with hostility, as if a fight could break out at any moment. One side held a clear advantage both in numbers and stature. In contrast, the other side had only 2 boys, both younger, both slight and slender, with hardly a chance of winning. Yet, these 2 wore remarkably calm expressions, as if they had victory in the palm of their hands. Fighting is never a good thing. Minato sighed inwardly. He remembered Kushina as a child. She too had always taught the other kids lessons with her fists, but the current situation left him torn. He didn't want to see the strong bully the weak, nor could he bear to watch the weak being trampled. After all, the little son of the leaf wasn't just known for his smile. As Minato pondered what to do, one of the 2 boys, the one with wild spiky hair, suddenly pulled out a lighter. Minato was a little surprised. The boy then produced a small bottle and lit an unknown object sticking out from its cap with a lighter. What is he up to? Minato didn't quite understand the boy's intent, but he knew one thing for sure. Playing with fire was dangerous. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure flickered. He instantly appeared at the boy's side. In the leaf, Minato's speed had always been legendary. Even without the flying Raijin technique, his body flicker was second to none. All the humiliation of the past today will settle at once and for all. Obito was just about to hurl his secret weapon when he suddenly felt an inexplicable force restraining his hand. "Little 1 inch, you shouldn't play with fire," Minato gently chided him. Obito looked up. only to see a handsome face wreathed in a radiant smile, sunlight casting a halo around him like something out of legend. But before he could react, the boy next to him, Aishu, suddenly shouted, "Get down!" Obito's mind was in a whirl. Should he drop down, or should he duck? But before he could decide, Aishu had already shoved him to the ground, and both boys sprawled flat at that very moment. Boom! 10 seconds later, Aishu finally recovered from the ringing in his ears. He lifted his head, eyes wide in shock at what he saw. Before him, in the distance, the little Uchiha kids stood frozen, mouths and eyes wide open, as if they'd stumbled upon some adult secret in the woods. Following their gaze, Aishu swallowed hard and slowly looked up. He saw a figure who looked utterly disheveled. The once flowing golden hair was now mostly singed, the remainder curled and frizzy. Sooty black marks covered much of his face, though. Thankfully, he had escaped serious injury, otherwise he might have been left with permanent scars. What moved Aishu most was that in that moment of crisis just now, the man had instinctively bent down and spread his arms wide, shielding the two of them beneath his body. It was only because of this that they had escaped direct harm. Was this an accident? Aishu stood frozen, unable to react for a moment. Just then, the man suddenly collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. The nearby Uchiha children saw everything. Clearly, the young Uchiha child, frightened and on the verge of tears, cried out, "Run! Dato and Aishu have killed someone." His voice was trembling, betraying just how terrified he was. If Dato's wild throw earlier hadn't missed them, one of them might have been the one lying motionless on the ground. The children were so frightened by the scene that they burst into tears and fled in panic. Although this meant Dato avoided being blamed, he himself was in no better state. Dato stared at the unmoving man in panic, stammering to Aishu, I didn't mean to. Aishu, you saw it too. He just rushed over out of nowhere." "Calm down." Aishu cut Dato off in a low, steady voice. In this critical moment, his maturity and sense of responsibility came to the fore, helping Dato gradually regain his composure. Immediately, Aishu turned the man over and carefully checked his breathing and pulse. Confirming that he was still alive, Aisha let out a breath of relief. "He's alive, but we need to get him to the hospital right away." Aisha tried to recall the first aid training he'd received at university, but faced with this situation, he still felt helpless. Yet he knew one thing for certain. He couldn't run from his responsibility. He had been taught from a young age that when unexpected events happen, one must have the courage to face the consequences. Dato quickly gathered himself as well and nodded repeatedly, saying, "Yes, yes, let's get him to the hospital." Dato had always been a kind-hearted boy at least before he grew cold and distant. He never tried to shirk responsibility. Even now that something had gone wrong, he chose not to run away, which made him braver than those Uchiha children who had just fled. Together, the two boys struggled to lift the man, preparing to carry him towards the hospital. Konoha Hospital was still some distance away, and whether their strength would last the journey remained to be seen. Fortunately, they hadn't gone far when a kind-hearted passerby noticed their predicament. The man was burly and bald, with a prominent scar across his face, yet his expression was warm and gentle. He stepped forward and said, "Kids, leave him to me." With that, he effortlessly hoisted the man onto his shoulder and dashed off toward the hospital. Only then did Shu and Dato breathe a sigh of relief. They exchanged glances, both shivering involuntarily. The accident just now had been far too dangerous. "He'll be okay, right?" Dato asked nervously. Shu pondered for a moment, trying his best to remain calm. "It seems like just burns and a mild concussion. He should be all right. If you need any part of the scene or dialogue expanded further, just let me know." Shu hesitated, then asked, "So, what should we do now?" Dato replied with determination. "Let's follow them and check how things turn out." "Yeah." Shu nodded. Without a second thought, the two boys hurried, after showing a sense of responsibility beyond their years. When they arrived at the hospital, the injured man had already been rushed into the emergency room. The bald strong man was speaking with a nurse, and upon seeing Shu and Dato, he immediately pointed them out. It was these two kids who found him first. They carried him over one at each end. I just gave them a hand. Hearing this, everyone in the lobby turned to look at Shu and Dato. Words like brave and remarkable could be heard whispered around them. Who would have guessed that these two children were actually the ones responsible for the accident? The boys' faces flushed deep red. "Don't worry, children. He only has minor burns. Nothing serious," a nurse said, approaching them. Shu recognized her as the nurse who had helped change his bandages the day before. She gently ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. "Little Shu, you really are a good kid." With concern, she looked at Shu's hand. "Let me see your hand, sweetheart. It hasn't healed completely yet, so you need to be careful." Her words only made the praise from those around them even louder, and Shu's cheeks grew even more crimson. After examining the patient, the doctor said just some minor burns and a mild concussion. You're in good shape. Rest for a day and you'll be fine. Thank you, doctor, but I... Before he could finish, the doctor reassured him, don't worry. Your face isn't scathed. It's just a pity about your hair, but it'll grow back soon, and it won't stop you making friends. With a smile, the doctor left the room, pausing to remind Minato, be sure to thank those two children. If they hadn't found you in time, you might have been left with a scar on your face. As soon as the words left his mouth, both Aishu and Obito, who were standing by the door, couldn't help but tense up. While they were still at a loss, a figure came rushing down the hallway. It was a woman with striking red hair, her face etched with worry. As she passed the doorway, she cast a glance in the hospital room, but clearly didn't recognize Minato with his hair now shorn short. Without slowing down, she continued searching down the corridor. Before long, she vanished at the far end of the hallway. The doctor let out a sigh, shaking his head. She's in such a hurry. The family must be suffering terribly inside. With that, he turned and walked away. Obito echoed the sentiment, breathing a deep sigh. Yeah? But Aishu was struck by a sudden thought. His heart skipped a beat, and he murmured under his breath, red hair, blonde hair. Could it really be such a coincidence? Just as this idea flashed through his mind, the red-haired woman turned back and returned, this time instead of searching. On instinct, she carefully checked the room numbers one by one. When she confirmed Minato's room, she poked her head in to have a look. Kushina, it's me. Minato's voice was tinged with hesitation. Aishu felt his heart clench. So it really was Kushina. No wonder. That explained how she'd been able to stop Obito in the blink of an eye. That kind of speed didn't come from nowhere. Obito grew nervous as well. Oh no, Minato's family is here. After the way we panicked just now, we're definitely in for scolding. And yet, a gentle laugh drifted out from the room. Kushina walked up to the bedside, her eyes full of concern, softened by an amused smile. Your hair. Where did your hair go? Minato coughed awkwardly, forcing a smile. It was just an accident. You're all right, aren't you? After her laughter subsided, Kushina remembered the reason for her rush and hurriedly asked. Minato's smile grew even more rueful. I'm fine, thanks to these two kids. If it weren't for them. As he spoke, he glanced at the two boys, peeking nervously around the door. Is that so? Kushina turned to them as well, beckoning with a wave. Come on in. Let me have a look at you. I heard about it downstairs just now. You two were a huge help. I really have to thank you. Properly, it's decided. When Minato gets discharged, I'll treat you both to a big meal. How about it? Aishu and Obito exchanged a glance. Momentarily at a loss for words, they've been the ones to blow Minato into the hospital. How could they possibly be rewarded with dinner? If they caused a little more trouble, would they get another free meal? What are your names? Minato spoke up from the side, his eyes a mix of emotions, though he quickly managed a gentle smile. My name is Obito Uchiha. Obito replied, his voice a touch hesitant. I'm Aishu. Just Aishu, said Aisha calmly. Having only a given name and no family name is not uncommon in Konoha. Some clans choose to conceal their surnames, Tsunade for instance. But Aishu truly has no family name. He's simply a child from an ordinary civilian family. Obito, Aishu. Minato quietly repeated their names, committing them to memory. Then as Obito's nerves became more obvious, and Aisha's gaze grew increasingly complex, Minato suddenly broke into a brilliant smile. Really, thank you. Both of you, even now with his hair cropped to just an inch in length. Minato's smile was every bit as warm and radiant, impossible to ignore. Obito froze for a moment. Then his eyes reddened with emotion. At first, Aishu didn't have much of a reaction. After all, he'd already confirmed that the person before him was truly Teacher Minato, which set his mind at ease. Still, when he glanced at Obito beside him, he deliberately pouted, feigning a touch of annoyance. All right, it's decided then. Kushina clapped her hands in a lively attempt to dispel the awkwardness. In the air, since this guy can't leave the hospital just yet, how about I take you two out for a good meal? How about Ichiraka ramen? Minato didn't reply right away. He simply paused and thought. While Kushina led Aishu and Obito off for some ramen, Minato made the most of the time to complete his discharge papers and hurried to the Hokage's office. But since he'd been unconscious for 4 or 5 hours, night had already fallen by the time he arrived. It's fine. I already had the Umbu finish the mission in your place. Hiruzen Futobi waved a hand dismissively, then asked with concern, Are you all right, Minato? A look of guilt appeared on Minato's face as he replied, I'm all right. I was just too careless. I never expected something like this to happen. Hiruzen gazed at his somewhat downcast protege and couldn't help but chuckle. He'd already pieced together what had happened. Minato wounded and hospitalized in the village. A serious matter under normal circumstances, yet the investigation had revealed a rather absurd truth. It turned out that Minato, a Jonin, had been caught in the crossfire when 2 groups of children got into a fight. Are the kids these days really that formidable? Before long, Hiruzen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he turned to Minato. Minato, do you know what the Umbu found at the scene? Minato was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grew serious. Without waiting for his answer, Hiruzen gave it himself. The traces at the scene looked like explosive tags, but they weren't, not really. You understand what I mean, don't you? Minato nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. That's right, that wasn't an ordinary explosive tag. If it had been, my injuries would be far worse than this. This might actually be some kind of jutsu. As he spoke, Minato's expression grew somewhat complicated. The real question was, what kind of technique could be sealed inside a bottle and then triggered by striking a match? I'm not certain about that either, Hiruzen Sarutobi replied. There were faint traces of chakra at the scene, but nothing particularly obvious. Since someone else has already completed your mission for the time being, you might as well use this opportunity to investigate the matter. Perhaps it could even help with your recent research into hand-seal-less ninjutsu. Hearing this, Minato immediately composed himself and answered earnestly, Understood. Night fell. After polishing off a generous bowl of ramen, I should bid farewell to Obito, who seemed lost in his own troubled thoughts, and walked home alone. He rarely skipped chakra training, but tonight he chose to rest, staying true to his belief that the early bird catches the worm. Kushina's warmth had made dinner feel especially lively, and both Aishu and Obito had eaten more than their fill. Later, Aishu lay alone on the rooftop, gazing up at the scattered stars and the solitary moon. He wasn't lost in thoughts of his distant homeland, nor did he feel like sharing the night's tranquility with his friends. At that moment, his mind was set on the future. The power of the hydrogen release. It's truly formidable, isn't it? He reflected quietly. Today's events with Minato had already demonstrated as much, if released on a larger scale. Not even explosive tags would compare. The real issue was all about timing, when to unleash it, and for how long. These challenges could be overcome with practice and mastery. Someday, he would find the answers. What truly troubled him were two questions of scale. One was about the quantity that determined the upper limit of the hydrogen release. The other was about the quality that set its maximum power. The quantity depended on his chakra reserves, something that couldn't be increased through ordinary training. It was largely a matter of bloodline and innate talent. There were ways around this, such as combining the 8 gates, creation, rebirth, and Ein Seal to theoretically create a chakra perpetual motion machine, but the toll it would take on his body was enormous. Then there was the problem of water as a source. He had tried using chakra to create water-style techniques, but that was just another form of energy, not something he could use for electrolysis. Relying solely on natural water in the environment would only leave him as limited as any ordinary water-style ninja. Easily hindered by terrain, Aisha pondered a possible solution. Yang release. Yang release endows chakra with the power of creation. Take Hashirama's wood release, for example. Even after the jutsu is undone, the wood remains thanks to the strength of yang release. In theory, if you infuse yang release into water release, the water created by chakra should also become real water, actual liquid you could use for electrolysis. And learning yang release isn't especially difficult either. Techniques like the 8 gates and certain medical ninjutsu are both manifestations of yang release. So, does this mean I need to pay a visit to Might Guy next? Aishu murmured to himself. Meanwhile, the classroom was abuzz with talk about him. Did you hear? Aishu and Obito actually got into a fight yesterday. Such troublemakers. Mr. Kotai can't stand students like that, Aishu. He never struck me as the type to get into fights. And it wasn't just any fight. I heard someone wound up in the hospital. What? Isn't that a bit much? It's true. Someone from the Uchiha clan said so themselves. Even A and B showed up at their house to investigate. Pleasant weekends always seem to pass in the blink of an eye. On Monday morning, Aishu walked into the classroom with his backpack slung over one shoulder, only to notice the other students casting him strange glances. The girls, at least, didn't seem too bothered. After all, Aisha looked like a character straight out of an anime, and good looks always had their own advantages. The boys, however, were a different story. Their eyes now held a hint of wariness and distance whenever they looked at him. Everyone's gaze seemed to dart away the moment I met their eyes. Some didn't even dare look in my direction, the Uchiha in particular, when I glanced their way. They tensed up, almost shivering, rendered speechless by their nerves. It was then that Aishu suddenly realized his carefully crafted persona. The quiet, brilliant student was starting to crack. Aishu, I think what we did. People have found out about it. When I got to my seat, I was surprised to see Obito had arrived even earlier than I had. The Uchiha compound was already out of the way, and Obito's house was at the very edge of it. Coming to school every day was almost like running a short marathon for him. Usually he was late, but today he looked both excited and a little nervous. Maybe someone from the north side told their parents about what happened. But don't worry, The main people involved have already forgiven us. It shouldn't turn into anything too serious. Aishu kept his tone calm, thinking to himself, if anything does go wrong, I'll just let my lawyer handle it, I see. Obito seemed to let out a sigh of relief, but after a moment's hesitation, a trace of worry lingered on his face. At last, he said solemnly, don't worry. If anything really happens, I'll take full responsibility. Then could you share half of your lunch with me? I woke up late today and didn't have time to make anything. No problem. Obito agreed without hesitation. Just then, Aisha noticed someone in the front row of the class glancing his way. It was a silver-haired boy seated in the very first row, a spot perfect for hearing the teacher clearly and for making a quick exit when class ended. That was none other than the top student of their first-year Ninja Academy class, the son of white fan Kakashi Hitaki. Aishu offered him a polite smile, but Kakashi didn't seem interested. His brows drew together slightly, a touch of disdain flickering in his eyes. And then he turned away, refusing to look at Aishu again. Aishu could only shrug helplessly. In the end, his close friendship with Obito might mean that when the class eventually split into teams, there wouldn't be a third member willing to join them. Between Kakashi and Rin, which one would choose to leave? He glanced at Obito, who was already on the verge of dozing off beside him. Today's lesson was the virtues of a ninja, starting with the 3 prohibitions. Becoming a qualified shinobi, it was widely known to be one of the most sleep-inducing classes, second only to the history of the ninja world. Truthfully, Aisha didn't want to see Obito's tragic fate play out. Obito's ending was just too heartbreaking. He gave everything only to gain nothing in return and spent years deceived and used. If it was within his power, Aisha wished he could change Obito's destiny. He already had a plan in mind. First, he would start studying Yang release chakra. At the same time, he'd try to approach Guy and see if there was a chance to learn the 8 gates technique. That way, he could come into contact with and even obtain Yang release chakra, but to truly master and wield it, other steps were necessary. The method he thought of was the mystical palm technique. His plan was simple. Win over Might Guy, improve his Yang release abilities, then learn the mystical palm technique, and thus truly master Yang release. His ultimate goal was to achieve efficient chakra circulation and self-sufficient training. Most importantly, he could even take Rin's place and become the new medical ninja of the team. On paper, the plan was nearly flawless. Every step had been carefully considered. Aishu had already decided. After school, he would head to the ninja hospital and sign up. Given his relationship with that nurse, there shouldn't be any obstacles. The class bell finally rang out sharp and clear. Obito jolted as if waking from a dream and, out of habit, turned to Aishu. Is it lunchtime already? Not yet. We still have one more practical training period. Aisha replied calmly, glancing around the nearly empty classroom. Oh, well, call me when it's time to eat. I didn't sleep well last night, so Practical training. In an instant, Obito perked up. He straightened in his seat, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Practical training. This was the perfect chance to show off his skills. How could Obito possibly miss it? He rolled up his sleeves, adjusted his goggles, and strode toward the door, brimming with fighting spirit. Aisha let out a helpless sigh. After all, they were still kids. The moment gym class started, all fatigue and worries were left behind. At the Ninja Academy, practical training was far more intense than any ordinary gym class. The course included kunai and shuriken, throwing, practicing transformation techniques, and even sparring matches between students. Nothing like the basketball games, singing, or dancing in regular schools. Aisha shook his head, pushing aside irrelevant thoughts. He packed up his bag and followed the others out, heading for the training field. Just as he reached the doorway, a voice rang out, calm, yet edged, with a hint of hostility, using explosive tags in a fight. Even if you win, it's hardly honorable. You and Obito broke the rules, Aishu, in the past. Accusations like this, delivered with such a superior tone, usually came from students of the Uchiha clan, but today, the one speaking was none other than the always proud Kakashi. Aisha's expression shifted, becoming subtly complex, explosive tags. In truth, they were hardly a sophisticated trick. Had cleaner, more efficient methods, though there was no need to reveal them. In fact, being misunderstood might not be such a bad thing. He had no intention of making his new ninjutsu public. After all, the development of technology in the ninja world was already rather peculiar. If a little kid like him could manage certain things, there was no reason stronger shinobi couldn't do the same. Even if his chakra control was unusually precise, was one of the rare gifted types. Ninjas skilled in water and lightning techniques could, in theory, develop similar jutsu if they worked together. At this thought, Aishu glanced sideways at Kakashi. Wasn't Kakashi famous for his mastery of lightning style? If in the future they could form a team, Aishu handling water style, Kakashi converting energy with lightning style, and Obito providing the spark. That would be an incredible combination. At that point, forget the legendary Canopy Bridge battle. Even if a Wagakure tried to bring down a mountain and stop Obito, they'd have to contend with their hydrogen release. First, at this thought, Aishu turned his head to look at Kakashi. Kakashi's lifeless eyes were fixed on him, brimming with the same undisguised contempt he always showed during their classes, the moment their gazes met. Aishu abandoned his previous idea. This guy was just too unpleasant to rely on. He'd be better off depending on himself. Once he mastered chakra nature transformation, he wouldn't even need to bother with the steps. Could ignite a flame on his own. He could even manipulate hydrogen with wind release. Whether it was compression or long-range attacks, he'd have no use for Kakashi at all. By then, what purpose would this guy serve? Obito, standing by with a box of matches in his hand, looked aggrieved and asked, "Then what about me? In any case, I hope you'll all keep a low profile during the upcoming combat practice, and don't cause any more trouble," Kakashi added, his tone strangely out of character. Aisha couldn't help but wonder if he'd missed some major event in the Hidden Leaf Village lately. Impatient, he waved his hand dismissively and replied, "Fine. Fine, whatever you say." With that, he strode off, leaving Kakashi alone in the classroom, brow furrowed and expression stormy. This guy? During combat class, Aishu traded his Rasengan for that technique with Kakashi. In the end, the instructor declared the winner is Hatake Kakashi. As tradition demanded, both sides formed the reconciliation seal when Obito was pinned to the ground by Kakashi's face streaked with dust. Aisha couldn't help but marvel at the unpredictability of fate. Obito fought with everything he had yet. Kakashi always seemed to win without breaking a sweat. Sometimes, Aishu could only sigh and accept reality. Darn it, I was so close. Obito grumbled as he left the field, unable to hide his frustration. It turned out to be a clone. Kakashi is so unreasonable. Aisha curled his lip, a hint of disdain in his eyes. In his view, the gap between them was far wider than a simple clone. Technique, Obito always gave his all, nearly to the point of desperation, while Kakashi didn't even seem to exert himself. But he had to admit, Kakashi was truly strong. He had entered the academy at 5, graduated at 5, became a Chunin the next year, and by the time Obito finally caught up, Kakashi had already reached Jonin. It was as if he were living out the hero's script. Aishu had no intention of going head-to-head with Kakashi. He'd chosen the path of an elite, the road of the scholar. His weapon was the pen, not the kunai, for combat class. Just showing up was more than enough. The morning lesson soon drew to a close. Ingshu and Obito walked together to the small park beside the campus, each settling onto a swing. Obito pulled out rice balls his grandmother had made. There were 4 in total. They split them evenly and ate with great relish. "When will we finally become real ninjas?" Obito sighed, tossing his empty wrapper into the trash and dusting off his hands after finishing his meal. "What's wrong?" Ingshu ate more slowly and had just swallowed his last bite. He looked up, curiosity in his eyes. "It's nothing," Obito replied with a wry smile. "I just suddenly felt a little envious of those who are true ninjas. Take that guy from yesterday, for example. Honestly, he was really impressive. This way the narrative flows smoothly, making it easier for English readers to follow. The relationships, emotions, and context have all been preserved, and I've added brief clarifications where helpful. Here's a modernized, logic and language-polished version of your novel excerpt, ready for audiobook adaptation. It's really not a big deal to tough it out a little, and to be honest, I didn't even see when he got behind me. Or that girl, Kushina. What about Kushina?" Ingshu raised his eyebrows, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Could Obito have noticed something unusual about her? It seemed unlikely. After all, Kushina belonged to the Uzumaki clan, and not only did she inherit a powerful bloodline, but she was also well-versed in the 8 trigram seal. As for the Nine-Tails presence, there was no way Obito could sense that, didn't you? "Notice, Ingshu?" Obito suddenly turned to him, his expression serious. "Yesterday, when she paid for the meal, she was totally unfazed." Ingshu looked puzzled. Obito went on, "We're talking about 3 big bowls of ramen, with extra pork and those special fish cakes. Each bowl costs more than 100 ryo. 3 bowls." Ingshu whistled, amazed. Ninjas really do make good money. His expression shifted from surprise to disbelief. Obito's train of thought was as unpredictable as ever. Whether before or after his darker days, he was always full of surprises. "Looks like Kushina really took good care of you too yesterday." At that moment, a clear male voice called out from behind them. Both boys started and turned around, only to see a handsome young man with cropped blonde hair smiling warmly at them. Ingshu's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this Minato? For a moment, the resemblance was so striking. It was as if he were looking at an older Naruto. Sir. Do you need something?" Obito asked nervously. "Just call me Minato," he replied, his smile gentle as he ruffled Obito's hair. "I just wanted to ask you both a bit about what happened yesterday afternoon." His voice was friendly in the warmth. of his smile put them at ease. But what came next made both of them tense up inside. I've been developing a new jutsu recently, and it's almost finished. The technique you two used yesterday was very powerful. Could you tell me how you managed it? Minato's words were sincere and bright, but the two young boys interpreted them in completely different ways. So this is Minato, always so sharp. He must be here to investigate, thought Aishu. The jutsu Minato mentioned must be the Rasengan, but Aisha didn't believe for a second that Minato really needed help from two kids. The reason Minato had come here was most likely because he'd noticed the explosion yesterday that had nothing to do with explosive tags. No wonder he's a jonin. He's here to settle accounts, thought Obito, his heart pounding faster. As expected, what had to come had finally come. The two boys exchanged a glance. In Aisha's eyes, Obito saw a flicker of thought, while Aisha caught a flash of resolve shining in Obito's gaze. After a brief 2 seconds, Obito suddenly shoved Aisha aside and dashed straight toward Minato. Aisha, run! I'll hold him off! Obito shouted at Minato, his expression that of a warrior charging bravely into battle. Yet Minato, moving purely on instinct, sidestepped with ease, dodging Obito's heroic sacrifice without breaking a sweat, unable to stop himself in time. Obito plunged headfirst into a nearby trash bin. For a couple of seconds, the air was absolutely still. Aishu and Minato stared at each other in disbelief, as if neither could quite process what had just happened. Is he always like this? Minato asked, his smile a little awkward as he scratched his head in confusion. Aisha buried his face in his hands, mortified, and mumbled, "Not usually. Maybe he just ate too much today." As he spoke, he wished he could dig a hole in the ground and disappear. Honestly, he really wanted to pretend he didn't know Obito at all. Right now, still, Aisha walked over and pulled Obito out of the trash bin. With his freedom regained, Obito kept his head down, his face red, enough to drip blood. Seeing Obito's embarrassment, Minato's eyes softened with understanding. The reason he hadn't confronted the two of them last night was because he was worried they might feel guilty. But now, it seemed he'd been overthinking things. Children's hearts are always so simple and direct. It was he himself who had made it complicated. Actually, I ought to thank you both, Minato said with a gentle smile. He opened his palm, and chakra began to gather, visibly swirling and pulsing in his hand. In a moment, a pale blue chakra sphere appeared, energy spinning violently within its core. Though its surface looked somewhat chaotic, it was astonishingly stable. Obito and Aishu stared wide-eyed in amazement. Aishu knew all too well the power of this technique. It was the signature jutsu of the Hokage. Although Obito didn't fully grasp the situation, even from appearances alone, he could tell this was something extraordinary. This is a new jutsu I've just developed. It's called the Rasengan. As you can see, it doesn't require any hand signs, Minato explained with a gentle smile. Then he turned to the two boys, his eyes clear and sincere. I'd like to propose a trade. I can teach you this technique, as long as you tell me exactly what happened yesterday afternoon. Would that be all right? Aisha was momentarily taken aback. To be honest, he was tempted. Minato's words certainly held some falsehoods, but not regarding the trade. Rather, it was his motivation that was in question. Aisha didn't believe that the Rasengan was created because of their explosion, but he did believe Minato was willing to teach them the technique. That's just the kind of man he was, like Konoha's little son, always warm and trustworthy. Am I really about to learn the Rasengan before even mastering the 8 gates? Aisha wondered silently. Looking at it from every angle, this was a deal too good to pass up, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Trading a half-finished hydrogen release jutsu for a Rasengan, a technique that could be passed down for generations. This was like swapping a beginner's wooden stick for a legendary golden weapon. Besides, his so-called hydrogen release wasn't some rare Kekii Genkai. Since it would inevitably come to light sooner or later, there was no sense in hiding it. Better to be open about it. Who knows? If Senior Minato took an interest, he might even help refine the technique. After all, this was the genius who mastered the flying Raijin, the little son of Konoha. Just thinking about it made Aishu's heart race. He glanced at Obito, only to find Obito looking right back at him. In Obito's eyes, he could see a burning desire to learn the technique. But Obito wasn't the type to betray a friend for personal gain. Without Aishu's approval, he'd never reveal the secret on his own. With that in mind, Aishu's hesitation melted away. To be honest, it's nothing all that amazing, Senior Minato, Aishu said, taking a deep breath and beginning to explain. I just borrowed some inspiration from nature and added a few of my own ideas. Ninjutsu is rooted in daily life, yet it transcends the ordinary. The principle behind this technique is actually quite simple. Obito listened intently as Aishu spoke with calm conviction. In that moment, Aishu seemed to radiate light. Scene change, Hokage-sama. It's indeed a new jutsu, and it's a composite technique unlike anything seen before, Minato said gravely. Oh, Sarutobi, Hiruzen asked with keen interest. Tell me more. Minato hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke slowly. His expression complicated. This is a combination of lightning release and water release, according to that child. He stumbled upon it by accident while fishing by the river. This is a story brimming with inspiration. That child was an orphan who scraped by on the meager relief money from the Hidden Leaf village. Life for him was a constant struggle. He had to count every coin, just to keep himself fed. When he was truly out of options, he would go down to the riverbank to fish, hoping for a stroke of luck. Yet even then, he never gave up his dream of becoming a ninja. His parents had left him with only 2 basic jutsu before they passed away, and he practiced them relentlessly day after day, hoping that one day he would achieve a breakthrough. Then, one day, as he tried to use lightning release to stun fish in the river, he accidentally witnessed a strange phenomenon. His lightning release was rudimentary and weak, not even enough to shock the fish unconscious, but it stirred up a flurry of bubbles in the clear river water. In short, the birth of this jutsu was entirely accidental. It's not some kind of Kekiite Genkai, Minato concluded, letting out a quiet sigh. He hadn't expected that the 2 children, who always seemed so mischievous, were actually living such harsh lives. Still, he apparently hadn't touched on the most important point. After listening, Hiruzen Sarutobi fell silent for a while and sighed as well before asking Minato, what do you think of the power and potential of this technique? That was the real question at hand. Minato's face grew more complicated, and a hint of hesitation flickered in his eyes. It's hard to say. The entire process is quite intricate, requiring extremely precise control over both lightning release and water. And the water used cannot be conjured by water release. It must be drawn from the natural environment. Once everything is in place, a second person is needed to trigger the technique, or the chakra must be stored and activated with a delay. Throughout it all, the practitioner must possess exceptionally refined chakra control. If even a single step goes wrong, the technique will not only fail, but could also become dangerous. As Minato spoke, a hint of unease crept into his voice. Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression gradually became more complex. He wondered to himself, what kind of jutsu would require such a complicated process? Why would it need a second person to set it off, if it's just for offense? Wouldn't a handful of explosive tags be far simpler? Recalling Minato's earlier account, Hiruzen Sarutobi remembered how he described the boy, a child from a struggling family, yet full of dreams of becoming a shinobi. Hiruzen had already been prepared to offer his support. Perhaps Konoha was about to welcome another young prodigy, just like Minato in his youth, but after hearing Minato's detailed explanation, Hiruzen realized the truth was far more complicated than he had imagined. Minato, Hiruzen began, then paused, a gentle smile finally appearing on his face. No matter what, that child's determination deserves recognition. I'll see to it that arrangements are made to improve his living conditions. He then turned to Minato. If you have time these days, perhaps you could mentor him as well. And by the way, how is your research on the non-seal ninjutsu coming along? Before they knew it, the conversation had circled back to Minato's Rasengan. With a confident smile, Minato replied, It's finished, Lord Hokage. Is that so? Congratulations, Minato. I knew you'd surpass even Jiraiya. Just then the door to the Hokage's office was pushed open with a quiet creak. In Konoha, only a handful of people would enter the Hokage's office without knocking. The man who stepped in, aloof and enigmatic, was one of them. His long hair framed a face accentuated by pale, purple markings, making his serpentine eyes seem even more piercing. Though his aura was chilling, it carried an undeniable magnetism. This was none other than Orochimaru, one of the legendary Sannin. Senseiyu called for me, Orochimaru said in his husky, low voice, his gaze settling on Minato, whose golden hair was impossible to miss. Recognizing Minato at once, Orochimaru nodded slightly in greeting. New hairstyle, Minato. Not bad. Minato offered a wry, helpless smile. It was an accident, Lord Orochimaru. Hiruzen spoke up. I was just discussing this with Minato. There's a very talented child in the village. So young, yet already attempting to create his own ninjutsu. He glanced at Orochimaru, his tone touched with nostalgia. It reminds me of you in your younger days. Orochimaru. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment, his expression unreadable, though a flicker of something unusual passed through his eyes. That night, Aishu sat on his bed, holding a small balloon filled with water. He was practicing channeling chakra into the balloon, trying to set the water inside into chaotic motion. According to his teacher Minato, if he could use chakra to burst a balloon, he would be close to mastering this jutsu. That's right, this is actually the second stage of Rasengan training. The first step is to gather chakra in the palm, which is long. Since become easy for Ingshu. In fact, he can even gather chakra on the back of his hand without difficulty, as he continued. To channel more chakra into the balloon, the formerly still water balloon began to tremble ever so slightly. The movement was faint, and it looked rather unstable. Ingshu tried for a long time, but in the end he still couldn't burst the balloon he let out. A sigh, phew. It really isn't simple. After all, after school that day, Ingshu didn't go to the Konoha hospital to study medical ninjutsu, nor did he stop to chat with my guy. Instead, he went straight home. The reason was simple. He wanted to focus wholly on his Rasengan training. To be honest, Ingshu felt a little frustrated about this. After all, he was a transmigrate yet. He found himself so deeply invested in mastering a single ninjutsu technique. It was a little embarrassing to say the least. Especially when Minato-sensei explained the principles behind the Rasengan, memories of his previous life rose unbidden. Jiraiya teaching Naruto, Sasuke teaching Boruto. He'd witnessed it all play out on screen. Let's just see this as officially earning the right to use the Rasengan. He thought, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Refocusing, he fixed his gaze on his palm once more. Ingshu hoped to master the Rasengan as quickly as possible, because once he began his training in Yang release, he'd have no spare energy to devote to this technique, Sage Mode, and the 8 Gates. Either one of those would push his body and willpower to the limit. The next morning, Ingshu left the house with dark circles under his eyes. In his backpack, along with his textbooks, were 2 balloons filled with water. When he arrived at the classroom, Obito hadn't beaten him there for once. After a day, the class had mostly calmed down from yesterday's gossip. Morning, Ingshu. Ingshu, did you not sleep well last night? Good morning. Ingshu greeted his classmates briefly, then quietly returned to his seat and took out the 2 water balloons. Indeed, he was now practicing controlling the balloons with both hands at once. The second stage of Rasengan training is all about precise chakra control. This was something Ingshu excelled at, and he hoped to master the Rasengan without letting it interfere with his hydrogen release practice. The bell rang, and the teacher stepped up to the lectern. Just then, Obito burst into the classroom at the last possible second, apologizing awkwardly to the teacher before slipping into the seat beside Ingshu under the teacher's disapproving gaze. Phew, that was close. I nearly got marked late. Grandma's not feeling well today, and cooking for myself turned out to be harder than I thought. Obito muttered softly, then turned to Ingshu with a self-satisfied grin. Today you're in for a treat, Aishu. Master Obito himself is cooking. Obito hadn't even finished his boast before he noticed Aishu secretly fiddling with something beneath his desk. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face full of astonishment. You actually, what on earth are you doing? It turned out Aishu was intently manipulating something with both hands, his focus so intense it startled Obito. Then suddenly, splash, splash, 2 water balloons burst in quick succession, spraying Aishu's pant legs with water. Obito stared dumbfounded. Did I do it? Aishu murmured under his breath, his expression calm. For Aishu, who had spent 3 months studying water release techniques, bursting a water balloon had long since become routine. His real challenge now was to master the far more difficult task of bursting a rubber ball. Aishu, you. Obito was at a complete loss for words, but the commotion in the classroom had already caught everyone's attention. Even the teacher had noticed by now. Fortunately, Aishu was an outstanding student. Though his performance in practical classes was unremarkable, he consistently ranked first in all academic subjects. Even the genius Kakashi couldn't help but regard him differently. As for Obito, Uchiha, causing trouble again? Go stand in the hallway. Yes, ma'am. Right away. Chastised by the teacher, Obito could only trudge out of the classroom in resignation. Time sped by, and another month slipped away. A month isn't long, but it's enough to pick up a new habit or reach a small goal. Konoha Hospital, don't be nervous, little Aishu. Just do as I taught you. Release your chakra, and you'll be fine. Believe in yourself. I know you can do it. Standing beside Aishu was the nurse who had once bandaged his wounds, Takahisa Umi. It was only half a month ago that Aishu learned her name. Sitting nearby on a bench was a middle-aged man with a small cut on his shoulder. Supposedly he'd gotten it climbing through a window, though nobody knew why he'd done that. He looked resigned. Come on, kid. Why not just give it a try? No. Aishu replied seriously, shaking his head. A medical ninja, I must take responsibility for every patient. Reckless courage only jeopardizes the treatment. But if you don't start soon, this wound's going to heal on its own, the man said with a wry smile. In truth, he was more worried about his wife finding out about his private affairs. Coming to the hospital was just an excuse to hide out, and he was content to give this aspiring healer some extra practice. I'll begin now. Finally, Aishu took a deep breath and formed the necessary hand seals. The technique he was about to use was known as the mystical palm jutsu, a healing art. By guiding chakra through specific hand signs and channeling it into the wound, one can accelerate the healing process. However, this technique is not something that just anyone can master or perform successfully. Medical ninjas are few and far between, and those who can wield the healing palm technique are even rarer. This scarcity is not without reason. To become a competent medical ninja, the most basic and crucial requirement is the ability to generate a special kind of chakra, the yang release chakra, necessary for the healing palm technique. Some people are born with yang release chakra. For instance, the Akimichi clan's secret technique, the expansion jutsu, is a hereditary ability passed down through their bloodline. Of course, there are also those who only gain this ability through hard work, after learning to manipulate the nature of their chakra. In this regard, Aishu is unusually fortunate, or perhaps exceptionally gifted. Besides having an affinity for lightning and water chakra, he is also highly compatible with yang release. Because of this, he was spared much of the grueling training that others must endure, such as doing hundreds of push-ups daily or walking long distances on their hands to awaken their yang release chakra. At this moment, green chakra flowed gently from Aishu's palm, a steady stream of life energy seeping into the patient's small wound. After about 5 seconds, the treatment was complete. Aishu looked at the middle-aged man before him with hopeful anticipation. "Are you feeling any better?" he asked with genuine concern. The man paused for a moment, considering his response. "I suppose it's healed now? That's great." Aishu immediately stood up and gave a polite bow. "Thank you for your cooperation. I wish you good health." He had almost said, "Thank you for coming," but quickly realized that such words weren't appropriate in a hospital, and managed to correct himself in time, sparing everyone any awkwardness. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly felt a small hand gently press against his forehead. "Little Aishu, what a wonderful surprise. You've already become a medical ninja in such a short time." Nurse Kumi exclaimed joyfully as she ruffled his hair, her face beaming with pride. In no time, Aishu's hair was tousled into a wild mess. "It's all thanks to the patient guidance of Senior Nanoyu and Sister Kumi," Aishu replied obediently, then turned his gaze to another older woman standing nearby. She was a gentle and intelligent woman, distinguished by her large glasses and calm demeanor. Aishu owed much of his mastery of the healing palm technique to her. "Your own effort and talent matter most. I hope you'll become an outstanding medical ninja. You have a bright future ahead of you," she encouraged him softly. As a former elite of the Foundation, when Nanoyu spoke of a bright future, perhaps there was a deeper meaning hidden beneath her words. Yet Aishu didn't pay it much mind. He had already mastered the basics of the Rasengan technique, making him half a disciple of Master Minato, and was long recognized as an heir to the Hokage's legacy. That's right, Aishu had already learned the Rasengan. Just half a month ago, he could control the chakra sphere with both hands, and had even worn out 2 rubber balls during his training. To be honest, the Rasengan itself was a fascinating jutsu. When Naruto learned it, he relied on the help of 2 shadow clones to manage the chakra. Boruto, meanwhile, created a miniaturized version right from the start. It could only be said that both father and son lacked finesse in their chakra control, while Aishu had no such weakness. From the very beginning, he had been able to form the Rasengan with both hands. Strictly speaking, he could already wield the 2-handed Rasengan with ease. However, casting 2 Rasengans simultaneously was still beyond his current abilities for a very simple reason. His chakra reserves were still insufficient. He tried to make 2 chakra balloons at the same time, but each attempt ended with them bursting one after another half an hour apart, rather than together. Aside from the Rasengan, he had recently mastered the mystical palm technique. Within just a month, Aishu's abilities had improved dramatically, giving him the confidence to set long-laid plans into motion. Come to think of it, the kids in this generation are truly exceptional. Aishu was just about to leave the hospital and return home to take care of important matters when he happened to overhear the nurses chatting in the hallway. "That little girl can even treat her own wounds. She's a real prodigy." "You mean Rin, right? I was honestly shocked when I saw her yesterday." "Aishu is amazing too. It's rare for a boy to have such precise chakra control." Hearing this, Aishu couldn't help but let out a cold inward chuckle. Why shouldn't a boy possess refined chakra control? He knew all too well. The more advanced the jutsu, the greater the demand for meticulous chakra manipulation. The nurse's perspective was frankly rather narrow. Still, he had to admit, Rin's talent was remarkable. She might keep a low profile, but at the age of 11, she had already performed a successful eye transplant in the realm of medical ninjutsu. She was nothing short of a genius. "Looks like I'll have to work even harder." Aishu resolved silently, to prevent Obito's future tragedy from ever occurring. He believed that the best course of action for now was to break up Team 7. On his way home, fatigue began to weigh on Aishu. When it comes down to it, his foundation was still too weak, and he was just a child. His total chakra reserves were far from enough. I have to accelerate my training in the 8 gates technique, relying on my current chakra alone. There's no way I could sustain more powerful jutsu, Ingshu muttered to himself, quickening his pace. Just as he passed through a dimly lit alley, heading home to rest, something caught his eye. Several shadows flickered at the edge of his vision. Instinctively, he noticed that one of them hair spiked and being pinned down was none other than Obito. Without a second thought, Ingshu dashed forward, landing a solid kick on one of the attackers and rushing to Obito's side. Are you all right, Obito? I'm fine. Ingshu, you came. Obito managed, struggling to his feet. Blood stained the corner of his mouth. His left eye was swollen shut, and he looked utterly battered. What happened here? Ingshu asked urgently. Only then did he realize that the ones surrounding Obito were mostly familiar faces, the usual group of Uchiha kids, but this time, in addition to Uchiha Being, there was someone else among them. Older Uchiha. The alley was shrouded in darkness, and Ingshu couldn't make out the man's face, but it was clear he was much taller than Being. Most crucially, he wore a forehead protector. He was a full-fledged ninja. I was on my way to the Leaf Village Hospital to find you, Obito gritted out, but I ran into them. They didn't say a word, just dragged me over and beat me up. He lowered his voice, a hint of warning in his tone. Be careful, Ingshu. One of them is a ninja. Ingshu's expression grew serious. Just then, an Uchiha, standing in the shadows, spoke coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. So this is the one. Tried to ambush you all with explosive tags last time, but got stopped? Uchiha immediately chimed in, fanning the flames. That's right, cousin. It's them. If a ninja hadn't stopped us that day, we'd have been blown to bits. Obito's face darkened, his glare fixed on Being. Ingshu wanted to offer some words of encouragement. After all, against opponents like these, running wasn't even an option. But seeing the state Obito was in, he chose to remain silent. The truth was, Obito had always been considered the worst student in the class, bottom of the barrel in both theory and practical exams. And a large part of that was because every practical lesson he insisted on challenging Kakashi, ending up defeated every single time. Buy me some time, please. These words didn't come from Ingshu, but from Obito. This took Aisha by surprise. He glanced at Obito and noticed that something seemed different about him today. Could it be that he's awakened the Uchiha bloodline? Aisha wondered to himself, but his body was already moving on instinct. Now was not the time for words. Aisha trusted his fists far more than any clever argument. He charged forward in long strides, but just as he drew close to the group, he suddenly pulled something from his pocket. It was small and light, easily fitting in his hand. Without hesitation, he hurled it toward them. Last time I missed you, but this time, you and your cousin can taste it together. Aisha shouted loudly. It's an explosive tag. Uchiha Hokage blurted out. Instinctively, the light was too dim for him to see what Aisha had thrown. He could only trust his gut and assume it was an explosive tag. Stay calm. The Uchiha with the forehead protector barked, his voice low and steady. In a flash, he darted forward and caught the object in his hand. At first, he truly believed it was an explosive tag, but the feel wasn't quite right. It was too light, too thin. He glanced down and saw, to his astonishment, the words Ichiraka Ramen 20% off coupon printed on it. TCH, the Uchiha let out a relieved breath, the tension in his face melting into scorn, though he still felt a lingering unease. After all, in such a cramped space, if there really had been an explosion, no one would have escaped unscathed. He'd always wondered how something as dangerous as an explosive tag could end up in the hands of a child, which was why he dared to catch it. Cousin. Uchiha Hokage was still covering his ears, clearly not recovered from the earlier fright. At that moment, Uchiha Hokage looked up at his cousin with admiration shining in his eyes. Next time, don't get so startled. Remember your family name. You're an Uchiha. Don't act so timid. It's unseemly. You're right, cousin. You're amazing. Uchiha Hokage nodded eagerly, then shot Aishu a proud, slightly provocative look. Having a strong protector felt wonderful. Just then, the usually overlooked Obito suddenly spoke up. Aishu, move aside. Aishu reacted instantly, ducking low to dodge. He had a pretty good idea what Obito was about to do 3 weeks ago. Obito and Aishu had disagreed over how to train with the Rasengan. It wasn't that the techniques were so advanced, but that Obito found them difficult to master. It had taken Obito a full 10 days just to barely manage to concentrate chakra in his palm. He couldn't even keep a simple water balloon intact, let alone control the Rasengan itself. So Obito decided to give up on practicing the Rasengan for the time being. He even started to suspect that the buzzcut ninja who had been teaching them might be tricking them all. Along a jutsu with no hand signs, Obito thought to himself, just a ball of chakra. Could that really be as powerful as he claimed? Instead, he figured he might as well focus on perfecting his own fire style. Great fireball technique. Aishu had tried to persuade him otherwise, but Obito's mind was already made up, and there was nothing Aishu could do about it. Besides, practicing the great fireball wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At the very least, it would help Obito gain a better understanding of chakra control. From that point on, apart from attending classes, the two of them hardly trained together anymore. Aishu continued to study the Rasengan, often dropping by the Konoha hospital in hopes of some lucky breakthrough, while Obito devoted himself wholly to his fire-style ninjutsu. Now holding his breath, Obito formed the hand seals with perfect precision, each movement crisp and deliberate. He guided his chakra slowly, aiming not for the explosive force usually seen in fire jutsu, but for absolute stability and control. That can't be. North Shadow, Uchiha's older cousin, stared at Obito in disbelief. He himself hadn't mastered this technique until his third year. Could Obito really be a prodigy? Fire style? Great fireball technique. Obito took a deep breath, finally ready. Instinctively, Aishu shielded the back of his head. He had no intention of becoming the next victim of a stray fireball. A quiet sense of awe welled up in Aishu's heart. Had Obito, finally, made some real progress. The next instant, the air seemed to shimmer with heat. Obito unleashed a month's worth of determination, channeling his chakra in a powerful surge. He was determined to prove himself today. So what? If they ganged up on him? So what if you had your cousin backing you up? So what if you were a forehead protector? Come on, let's settle this once and for all. A wild, determined light flashed in Obito's eyes. The fireball he'd gathered had just begun to take shape. Then in a blink it fizzled out. His chakra was depleted, and his mind was too distracted. The moment of release was delayed by half a second. The jutsu failed. The great fireball sputtered and died. What? Aisha waited and waited, but the legendary Uchiha fire jutsu, supposedly powerful enough to scorch a person, never appeared. Even those proud, self-assured members of the Uchiha clan were for a moment stunned by Obito's intensity, as if their very spirits had been shaken. Suddenly, mocking laughter broke out, sharp and dismissive, the kind of sound that cuts deeper than any insult. Aishu quietly stood up, his gaze resting on the bewildered Obito, and let out a gentle sigh. Obito, so it really is you. If that's the case, whether you fall into darkness or choose destruction, I'll stand by your side all the same. Ingshu drew a deep breath, shifting his attention to the group of Uchiha clansmen in front of him, who were laughing so hard they nearly ran out of breath. In a low voice, he said, Obito, buy me a little time. It's my turn now. Chakra quickly gathered in Ingshu's palm, forming a rapidly spinning sphere of energy. Obito recognized the technique, at once his eyes widening in surprise, momentarily forgetting any sense of embarrassment. Although Ingshu's chakra sphere was a bit smaller than the one Minato-senpai used, its shape and aura were unmistakable. It was the Rasengan. What a pointless little trick. Uchiha Being's older cousin noticed Ingshu's movements, a trace of disdain flickering across his face. He didn't waste words on empty threats or mockery. Despite the obvious difference in strength as a member of the Uchiha clan, he maintained his pride, eager only to end this farce as soon as possible. In a blur, he darted forward and swung a straight punch, aiming directly for Ingshu's stomach. In that instant, Ingshu's gaze turned calm and resolute. At the very same moment, Obito suddenly rushed forward, crossing his arms to block the punch. Though the force sent him stumbling backward several steps, he stood firm in front of Ingshu. Ugh! Obito gasped, his face contorted in pain, but he didn't back down because he believed in Ingshu. Though his own fireball jutsu had failed, he was certain that Ingshu's Rasengan would succeed. Don't think wearing a forehead protector means you can do whatever you want. Today, the great Obito is going to teach you a lesson, Obito shouted, trying to rally his spirits, and then charged at his opponent once more. You're asking for trouble. The Uchiha ninja, barely 11 or 12 years old himself, was already furious at being toyed with by two younger clan members. When he saw Obito charging again, he didn't hesitate to lift his leg and kick hard. The kick landed squarely on Obito's cheek. The combined force of Obito's momentum and the kick sent him crashing to the ground, blood spurting from his nose, leaving him in a truly sorry state. Cousin is amazing. Knock that disgrace of an Uchiha flat. The clansmen behind him cheered loudly. Ingshu looked at Obito lying on the ground. Despite his injuries, Obito was still struggling, trying his best to get back on his feet. Ingshu wanted to rush over and help him, but with chakra already condensed in his palm, any interruption would mean losing everything he'd gathered. Damn it. I practiced with chakra too many times at the Konoha hospital today. Ingshu cursed inwardly. At this point, he had very little chakra left in his body. Maintaining a complete Rasengan was almost beyond his strength. Now, Ingshu could only give it his all, desperately gathering every last bit of chakra he had left. Chakra, in essence, is a form of energy generated collectively by every cell in the human body. When this energy is pushed beyond its limits, the body instinctively activates a self-protection mechanism. Adults might be able to squeeze out more chakra by sheer force of will. But though Ingshu's soul spanned 2 lifetimes and his spirit was remarkably resilient, he was still just a child. No matter how hard he tried, it was nearly impossible for him to release any more energy. Damn it. Ingshu clenched his teeth, a deep sense of powerlessness welling up inside him. At that moment, Abito staggered unsteadily to his feet. His body could barely support itself. Yet he managed to flash a reassuring smile at Ingshu and gave a thumbs up. Don't worry, Ingshu, I'm fine. It was obvious that Abito had reached his absolute limit. Even standing upright was a tremendous effort. Meanwhile, the Uchiha ninja was approaching. Step by slow, deliberate step, perhaps mimicking the imposing presence of adults, he moved at a measured pace, each stride radiating an oppressive aura. Abito! Ingshu was taken aback for a moment, but soon his eyes grew calm, and a hint of madness flickered within them. He knew he was running out of choices. I have no choice but to gamble everything. He steeled himself inwardly. In truth, Ingshu had always been a cautious person. He once swore he would never touch gambling or drugs in this lifetime. But now he had no choice but to break that promise. Abito couldn't hold on much longer, and Ingshu himself was unable to draw forth any more chakra. At this point, he could only risk it all. First, channel yang release chakra. Ingshu flipped his palm, and the chakra sphere that had been forming in his hand instantly dissipated, yet the chakra itself didn't vanish. It simply shifted to the back of his hand. He formed hand seals rapidly, beginning with a water-style technique. Although there was only a filthy drainage ditch nearby, hardly a usable source of water, Ingshu had no intention of relying on external elements. For the past half-month, he had been rigorously training his senjutsu precisely for a moment like this. Water style, Ingshu shouted, his voice brimming with resolve, every bit as forceful as Abito's. Yet no one around seemed to notice what he was doing. Abito was still getting beaten. Uchiha was cheering for him. While Being's cousin looked on with disdain, Ingshu pressed on, focusing his chakra on the back of his hand, where it condensed into a tiny sphere of water. The water orb spun rapidly, looking strikingly similar to a Rasengan. The difference, however, was that the Rasengan itself didn't carry any elemental chakra nature, whereas Naruto's Rasen Shuriken was infused with wind chakra. The sphere in Ingshu's hand, though similar in shape to the Rasengan, was essentially a spinning ball of water. For him, that was enough. I might just pull this off. A glimmer of hope sparked in Ingshu's eyes. The fusion of yang release and water release chakra made this technique fundamentally different from anything before. He formed hand signs once more, this time channeling lightning release. Although his remaining chakra was running low, a month of training had greatly increased his reserves. Now, while he still couldn't stably perform a Rasengan, creating the hydrogen release like that day was more than within his grasp. Ingshu wasn't certain how long he could maintain the yang release. Little water sphere, but he knew this was his only chance. With this rewrite, the story's logic and emotional arc are clearer, and expressions unique to the original culture have been minimized to suit an English translation. Here is the revised version. In theory, once yang release was infused, this ability should manifest as tangibly as would release. There was a sharp thud as Abito was struck again, and sent flying, tumbling twice along the ground before coming to a halt at Ingshu's feet. At this point, he was unable to stand. His face was battered and swollen, barely recognizable, his eyes nearly swollen shut, yet he still gazed resolutely up at Ingshu. Don't worry, Abito. Ingshu nodded reassuringly. Lightning crackled in his left hand, and the water sphere in his right had already merged with it. Bubbles rose steadily from sphere, and Ingshu's heart raced with excitement. Through the union of yang and water releases, he had truly created water molecules that could be separated. But a new problem immediately presented itself. He now had water that could be electrolyzed, and the lightning's energy was more than sufficient. The water sphere had already swelled, ballooning outward. But what about fire? Ingshu looked toward the Uchiha ninja standing before him. The boy was short, clearly not yet an adult. Someone like that probably wouldn't be carrying fire around, would he? Ingshu's heart clenched with anxiety. The experiment had succeeded, but what if there was nothing to ignite it? Panic began to rise within him. Just then, I didn't expect you to know ninjutsu as well, but your tricks are worthless in front of an Uchiha. The Uchiha boy began forming hand seals. Ingshu recognized them at once. They were the same as the ones Abito had used for the fireball jutsu. Could it be? Let me show you what that so-called failure couldn't do. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. For a split second, Ingshu froze in surprise, but he quickly snapped back to action, thrusting both hands forward and sending his yang hydrogen release out, though it was just a mass of gas. And Ingshu wasn't skilled in wind release, didn't matter. The hydrogen was more than ready. The two boys stood only paces apart. With a push, the hydrogen sphere burst forth, rapidly spreading. The Uchiha boy felt a sudden gust whip past him, a faint, scornful smile touching his lips. To him, this attack was even less threatening than the air itself. But in the next instant, chakra erupted into flames. A tremendous explosion rocked the air. The moment the fireball took shape, it collided with the hydrogen in the air, triggering a violent explosion. A powerful shockwave and searing heat blasted the young Uchiha off his feet, hurling him into his companions. Behind him, everyone was sent flying in all directions by the force. In that split second of crisis, Aishu threw himself over Obito, not caring about his own safety at all. Obito was already battered and bruised. Aishu simply couldn't allow his friend to suffer any more harm. The wave of heat swept over them, but it was still within Aishu's limits. He felt his scalp burning and caught the acrid scent of something singed. Heart pounding, Aishu instinctively rolled over and scrambled to his feet, frantically patting out the small flames licking at his hair. By the time he managed to save his head from further harm and looked up again, his heart skipped a beat. The enemy had already fallen. The explosion had erupted in an instant and faded just as quickly. Its epicenter was right where the young Uchiha ninja had unleashed his great fireball. He bore the brunt of the blast, his entire upper body scorched black. The other Uchiha children behind him were also caught in the explosion, all sprawled on the ground, not a single one able to stand. A chill ran through Aishu. Oh no, did we really kill him? He thought, his mind reeling. On its own, the great fireball probably wouldn't have been fatal, but with the addition of the hydrogen release, the consequences were impossible to predict. Cousin, Uchiha Hokage clambered up from the ground, battered and shaken, gazing at his unconscious idol. He had always looked up to his cousin. Now, seeing him lying completely still, he couldn't hold back and burst into tears. The sound of his wailing seemed to spread like wildfire. Soon the other frightened Uchiha children joined in, their cries filling the air. Aisha took in the scene, but his expression gradually grew colder. In the world he once knew, no matter how deep the hatred between two sides, if someone died or was gravely injured, the fighting would often come to a stop. But this place was different. This was the world of ninjas. Had he not managed to unleash his hydrogen release in time, it would have been him and Obito lying on the ground sobbing. Or perhaps Obito wouldn't even have had the chance to cry. After all, that was a fire release technique. Even a Genin's fire jutsu could be deadly. Aishu, came Obito's weak voice from beside him. Did we win? Aisha raised an eyebrow, glanced at Obito's swollen face, then let out a soft breath and managed to smile. Of course, he helped Obito up, and the two brothers leaned on each other as they stood at last. They turned to glance at the still crying Uchiha children, exchanged a knowing nod, and walked away without a shred of pity. As for Uchiha Hokage's cousin, whether he was dead or alive was still uncertain. Based on what Aishu had seen in Konoha these past few days, it was likely the boy had suffered severe burns and a concussion, perhaps even internal injuries, but who would really care? If their opponents hadn't used a fireball jutsu, the brothers wouldn't have been in any danger at all. Limping slightly, the two brothers made their way out of the alley, bathed in the last rays of the setting sun. Their shadows stretched long behind them. Yet, neither of them realized that high above, atop a telephone pole, a figure was quietly watching their retreating backs. How fascinating. Orochimaru's cold, serpent-like eyes gleamed with intense interest. He whispered to himself, "So, this is the combined ninjutsu you've been researching." Overlooking the shadowy alley still echoing with the sounds of crying, Orochimaru's lips curled into a subtle, enigmatic smile. Of course, here is a logical and modernized adaptation of the original, as you requested, to aid the English translation. Old man, this time, you've really misjudged them. Hiss, that hurts. Can't you be a little gentler, sis? If you know it hurts, then don't get into fights next time. Do you hear me? Inside the examination room at Konoha Hospital, Nurse Kumi carefully treated Obito's wounds while lecturing him sternly. Medical care was free for all ninjas. In the Hidden Leaf Village, even first-year students of the Ninja Academy were no exception. What's more, Aishu was practically an insider of the hospital, but it was them who started it. Obito mumbled in protest. Kumi, however, wasn't about to listen to his excuses. She stood firm. It doesn't matter who threw the first punch. Fighting is wrong. Do you understand? Obito lowered his head, Falling silent, he glanced sideways and saw Aisha sitting quietly on a chair, while a girl gently tended to the wounds on his hand. That should do it, Aisha can... Thank you, Rin. Aisha leaned his head against the wall, trying to hide the little curls at the back of his head from view. You don't have to be so formal, Aisha can... Rin said with a warm smile. Aisha looked a little shy and nervous. Witnessing this tender moment, Obito couldn't help but sigh. Aisha really seemed to be popular with the girls. Late at night, after their conversation, the two big shots, Aisha and Obito, were leaving Konoha Hospital when they caught sight of a few ninja, an encounter that left them both feeling somewhat uneasy. It wasn't the presence of the ninja themselves that was unsettling. What really made their hearts skip a beat was that each ninja was carrying an injured kid on their back. Among the wounded, one was in particularly dire condition, his upper body charred black, breath shallow and faint, as if he'd suffered a terrible attack. That was none other than Uchiha Hokage Obito's cousin. Obito froze in panic, suddenly unable to move another step. Aisha, after what we did, do you think we'll be all right? What could possibly happen? Aisha replied nonchalantly, if you'd managed to pull off your great fireball, things would have been even worse for them. We were just defending ourselves. That's a fact not even the Hokage could change. Obito, after all, was still just a child, and at heart, he remained kind and gentle. A far cry from the masked man who would one day plunge the ninja world into chaos. As for Aisha, though the shadow of his previous life's personality still lingered, he'd already come to terms with things the moment Obito got beaten to a pulp. This was Konoha, this was the shinobi world. Sending someone to the hospital after a fight wasn't unusual, but weakness here could be fatal. It might sound a bit dramatic, but that was the reality. After all, hadn't his own predecessor been brutally beaten, which led to his soul arriving in this world in the first place? And that was just within Konoha. What about facing ninja from the other villages? In this world, the weak truly don't deserve to survive. At the same time, Aisha felt secretly pleased his use of hydrogen release had broken through to a new level. A new chapter was beginning. The combination of yang release, water release, and lightning release worked, and with remarkable results. Not only was the power undiminished, but the reaction speed had also improved significantly. Aisha figured that with more practice, he could unleash hydrogen release even faster in the future. This progress was thanks in part to his training with the Rasengan. Aisha was already wondering if he could eventually operate both techniques at the same time to cut down the preparation time even further. Obito suddenly let out a heavy sigh, interrupting Aisha's train of thought. I actually succeeded at noon today, Obito said, full of frustration, but when I tried to use it to beat them, I failed again. Where exactly did I go wrong? It's probably a chakra issue, Aisha said, spreading his hands. I ran out of chakra today, too. Otherwise, I could have formed the Rasengan, but you still managed to pull off that jutsu. Aisha, by the way, what's it called again? It's called... That's not important right now, Obito. Aisha suddenly put on a serious face, catching Obito off guard with his abrupt gravity. We're just too weak right now. In ninjutsu and taijutsu both, our enemies are only going to get stronger from here on out. If we keep going like this, we're in real danger. What happened today served as a stark wake-up call for Aisha. In the past, he firmly believed in bringing peace to the world through his writing, but now, it seemed things were far more complicated. The hydrogen release was powerful, but if he didn't even have the chakra to use it, then no matter how strong the jutsu was, it would all come to nothing. He decided it was time to start a regimen to strengthen his body, the 8 Gates technique. Perhaps it was finally time to embark on that journey. That's true, Obito replied, for once unusually serious. Clearly today's events had left a deep impression on him. From what I know, Uchiha doesn't just have one cousin. His grandfather is the Uchiha clan's great elder, and their family holds enormous influence in the clan. Just cousins alone, I guess there must be at least 10. Haichu's face darkened at these words. Fine, perhaps Obito's mind couldn't quite reach that far ahead, but as long as Obito could get serious, Haichu's goal was achieved. So, we need to double our efforts in training Obito. Haichu paused, a mysterious smile spreading across his face. I have a plan. These youngsters nowadays are truly remarkable. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd have thought it was the work of enemy village ninjas causing chaos. Who wouldn't? It was deep into the night, and in the only homestead of the Hitaki clan, 2 of Konoha's top figures sat conversing in the living room. By the side door, a small boy with shock-white hair strained his ears to eavesdrop, completely unaware that he'd already been discovered, listening with rapt fascination. Come to think of it, it was just a scrap between kids, and both sides had Uchiha clan members involved. They just took things a little too far, Orochimaru said with a faint smile. Sitting before him was Sakomo, both a senior and a friend. One of the few ninjas Orochimaru genuinely admired. A little too far indeed. Tsukumo, famed as the White Fang of Konoha, both a short-sleeve Hokage candidate and the leader of the Konoha Umbu, could only muster a wry smile at that, too. You realize several of those Uchiha children are still in the hospital. Scrapes, fractures, the worst is a second-degree burn. They're still being treated, you. Tsukumo opened his mouth as if to say more, but catching Orochimaru's enigmatic smile, he swallowed his words. He let out a bitter chuckle. Well, you're the one who took them to the hospital. You found out first anyway. Don't worry too much, Tsukumo-kun. Orochimaru waved a hand dismissively for Tsunade. Those injuries are nothing. White Fang frowned. That's easy for you to say. Uchiha is the clan elder's most favored descendant. He ended up in the hospital. How could that? Mid-sentence, White Fang suddenly paused as if struck by a thought. Wait, what exactly happened at the scene? If I remember correctly, Uchiha is already a genin, isn't he? Not only is he a genin, but he was also the top student of the previous class at the Ninja Academy. Quite talented, though his temperament leaves something to be desired, Orochimaru said slowly. Tsukumo couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. Two little kids who haven't even finished their first year managed to send a genin to the hospital, and they used the Uchiha clan's signature fire-style jutsu to do it. This was simply unbelievable. Just as White Fang was pondering this, a sudden noise came from the side door of the living room, catching both men's attention. The two elders exchanged a knowing smile. Kakashi, you should be in bed at this hour, White Fang said, his gaze softening, his tone tinged with indulgence. Sure enough, a moment later, Kakashi appeared in his pajamas, still wearing his mask, and bowed politely to the two men in the living room. Understood, father. Good evening, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru nodded slightly. Kakashi darted upstairs, curiosity lingering in his eyes. Could father and Lord Orochimaru be talking about those two troublemakers? The next morning, bright and early on the path to the Ninja Academy, two boys paused halfway. Obito, looking visibly uneasy. Aishu, are you sure this is going to be okay? It's not a big deal, it's just a shadow clone jutsu. I got the hang of it, Aishu replied, sounding supremely confident. But the teacher hasn't even covered this lesson yet. We haven't even learned the 3 basic techniques, so when did you manage to learn the shadow clone? I picked it up from Nurse Kumi at the Konoha hospital a few days ago. Quiet, Obito, I need to concentrate. Aishu's face was all seriousness. He hadn't gone to the hospital just to learn medical ninjutsu. Nurse Kumi was as kind as she was beautiful. Once Nanoyu gave her approval, she was eager to teach Aishu everything she knew. The only price was Aishu's hair. His once neat, boyish cut now perpetually tousled into a bird's nest. As for the shadow clone jutsu, Nurse Kumi explained that sometimes the hospital gets so busy that to avoid missing critical moments, every nurse uses shadow clones to keep up with the pace. Aishu drew a deep breath, focused, and with a swift set of hand signs, suddenly, pop! 2 identical figures appeared at his side. There were now 3 Aishus standing in the path. If this had happened in Naruto's peaceful era, this performance alone would have been enough to graduate on the spot. But Aishu wasn't finished yet. One of the Aishu clones quickly formed hand signs again. Pop! And suddenly there were now 2 Obitos and 2 Aishus. The clones each approached their originals, speaking in perfect unison. Hand me your backpack, whoa! Obito gasped, handing his bag to his clone and then gaping at Aishu. When did you even learn to do this? Teach me, come on. I told you I just learned it a few days ago. Master the fireball jutsu first, and then I'll teach you. Aishu replied with a roll of his eyes. He hadn't paid much attention when learning the 3 body technique, so he hadn't quite mastered it yet. He couldn't imitate Obito's voice at all, but luckily it seemed he could hold the transformation for a decent amount of time. He just needed to pour in enough chakra. Last night he'd run a special test, using just 20% of his chakra. He could maintain it all night without the slightest issue. Once again, trouble had been stirred up. Kakashi was a little out of sorts today. He didn't even hear the teacher call his name. Sitting in the front row, that sort of thing was almost unheard of. What on earth did those two do? How could they impress both his father and Lord Orochimaru so much? Kakashi found it hard to imagine that. Those 2 underachievers, reckless enough to use explosive tags during a fight, could have won the approval of such powerful figures. Yes, in Kakashi's eyes, Obito and Aishu were nothing but dead last. One was failing both in theory and practice, never lasting more than 10 rounds a match. The other was a top scorer in theory, but couldn't even throw a shuriken straight. How could people like that possibly earn his father's respect? What Kakashi didn't know was that some of what he'd overheard he'd only heard because he was supposed to. Those comments had been laced with a father's mischievous pride, meant to motivate a stubborn son. As for the things he hadn't heard, those would have shocked him even more. Kakashi snuck a glance at the seats behind him. Something was off today. Normally Obito would be dozing off, while that Aisha kid listened attentively. But today, The two of them were both paying close attention in class. Did Obito take the wrong medicine this morning? Kakashi couldn't help the thought. Today's lesson was on Shinobi World History. Not even he could stay focused without feeling drowsy, let alone Obito. Yet Obito was sitting up straight, and he even seemed to be taking notes. Kakashi suddenly noticed something, his eyes narrowing those two. Something's not right. With his keen observation, Kakashi could pick up on subtle cues, their expressions, their movements. Today they were nearly identical. In fact, even calling it similar didn't quite capture it. They were almost perfectly synchronized. They flipped through their textbooks at the same time, picked up their pens to take notes at the same time. Watching closely, Kakashi even suspected they were writing the exact same words. Impossible. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. He thought he might have figured out what those two were up to. Konoha Training Ground 3. There were quite a few people out for morning training, but Aishu and Obito still managed to find a quiet, secluded spot. Next to them was a young ninja in a green vest, probably in his early 20s, working on his earth release techniques. Earth release. Earth-style wall. The ninja shouted, pressing his hands to the ground. With a rumble, a substantial wall of earth rose up before him. Obito watched, his blood surging with excitement. Earth release. That's seriously cool. His name has the character for Earth in it, and more than once he's imagined himself wielding powerful Earth release techniques, dominating the Ninja Academy. Of course, he'd much rather his name was with fire, because he thinks the Grand Fireball Jutsu is incredibly cool. Ingshu wanted to retort, but didn't know where to begin. The Earth-style wall is just about the most common and basic Earth technique there is, mainly used for defense. Once Obito gets the hang of the Grand Fireball and faces Kakashi in battle, he'll probably lose all sense of how cool it is the moment he sees those dog heads. Better focus on training your Grand Fireball. I'm going to refine my chakra for a bit. Let's practice together in a while. Ingshu laid out his plan. Between two clones and a transformation technique, he'd already used up half his chakra. He was still young, and when about 70% of his chakra was depleted, fatigue would set in and make further training unsuitable. All right. Obito's eyes lit up at the suggestion, but then he shot Ingshu a sly look, clearly up to something. There are things better left unsaid, he thought. Even if we're brothers, there are gaps that wit alone can't bridge. Wait, something doesn't feel right here. Obito eagerly gathered his chakra, brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Ingshu sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing on recovery. Thinking about it, Ingshu started to notice his own differences. If he took Obito as a benchmark, he'd definitely be called a prodigy. Even if Obito's underdog reputation came from always losing to Kakashi, his chakra reserves, while not outrageous, were still about half again as much as Obito's. Obito, after all, wasn't lacking in chakra. Being a Uchiha came with its own minor boosts. Didn't you see how the other kids couldn't even withstand a single move from Kakashi? Before Kakashi graduated, Obito could at least occasionally put on a good show. There was also the matter of chakra control. Ingshu realized he'd probably been too pessimistic before. Having no special bloodline wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Handling chakra with both hands, even with the backs of his hands. He'd never seen anyone in the anime do that. To put it plainly, he'd mastered the Rasengan in less than 2 weeks. Jiraiya sure had learned it in 3 days, but he was one of the legendary Sennin, a hardened veteran with countless battles under his belt. Most of that was sheer experience. By his count, Ingshu's current finesse with chakra was already a quarter of Jiraiya's. So for now, Ingshu felt quite confident. The genius of Konoha. Who else could it refer to but him? But just then, fire style, Grand Fireball Jutsu, a wave of searing heat snapped Ingshu out of his self-congratulation. He blinked in surprise and turned, only to find Obito grinning smugly. See, I told you yesterday, Obito boasted. I was just in bad shape. Otherwise I wouldn't have given those Uchiha brats, or even you, Lord Obito, a second thought. Obito, with a strip of gauze still taped to the corner of his eye, made his boast. Aishu curled his lip, thinking it would have served Obito right if Kumi had made him go through treatment in 3 rounds instead. This was a classic case of forgetting the pain once the wound's healed. My chakra is still more than half full, and I'm guessing yours is just about recovered too. So now you and I can finally have a fair fight, right? Obito raised his eyebrows and smirked, brimming with confidence. Aishu was silent for a moment, then finally got up and said, all right then. Obito immediately dropped into a fighting stance, eager and ready. Aishu, on the other hand, formed a single-handed seal and conjured a Rasengan. Come on then. Obito, who had been thinking about how to pin Aishu to the ground and rub his face in the dirt, instantly froze. Whoa. That's cheating. Aishu, who uses a Rasengan in a spar. Do you really think those Uchiha will play fair with you? Aishu replied coolly. What he truly wanted was for Obito to understand. The ninja world was vast, far beyond just Konoha. In the Uchiha, The world outside was more exciting, but also far more dangerous, especially with that other old recluse from the Uchiha clan, who was probably eyeing Obito already. But if you actually hit me with that Rasengan, I might. Obito hesitated. We're just sparring, there's no need to go that hard, right? Do you think those Uchiha would? Well, you've got a point. Let me test the power first. Aishu said, feeling uneasy himself. He wanted Obito to grow stronger, not end up crippled. The two of them walked over to a large tree, thick as an adult's torso, its leafy canopy offering a perfect spot for shade in the summer. Aishu hesitated for a brief moment, then slammed the Rasengan into the trunk. In the next instant, boom, crack, a massive hole burst through the tree, and the weakened trunk couldn't bear the weight. The upper half came crashing down. Whoa. Run for it. The two boys bolted at full speed, barely dodging the falling half of the tree. Obito looked at the mess littering the ground and struggled to swallow. Is this the technique that ninja taught us? Aisha nodded sheepishly. It was his first time using it too. After his last training session, he'd gone straight to the Konoha hospital. Hey, you two brats, what do you think you're doing? Just then, an old man came rushing over at remarkable speed. He must have been the training grounds supervisor. Judging by his vigor and the strength of his voice, he must have had quite a few stories in his youth. But the two boys had no time for curiosity. They exchanged a glance, and without another word, took off running again. In moments like this, their teamwork was uncanny. Still, an old man's authority is not to be underestimated. With just a single flicker, the two boys were instantly caught up to. The old man grabbed one in each hand, and the two had been brimming with bravado a moment before fell silent, utterly defeated. Damn it, I have to master this body flicker technique. I can't let my enemy just carry off my head. In his heart, Ingshu let out a furious roar. What are you two doing skipping school? The old man glanced at the broken tree beside him, his eyes widening in surprise, a sense of familiarity flashing across his face. He was shocked. How could two brats have managed to snap such a large tree? And yet, something about it seemed oddly familiar. Such wickedness, my dear wife. I've let you down. The old man suddenly threw the two boys to the ground, then fixed his gaze on the beloved tree and began to wail his cries. Echoing through the air, Ingshu and Daitu exchanged bewildered looks. Had they just been falsely accused? The old man pounded his chest and stomped his feet, his sobs so wrenching that guilt welled up in both boys' hearts. Ingshu's imagination started running wild. There must be some tragic, moving love story behind this tree to make the old man this heartbroken. Maybe once upon a time he was 18, and so was she. Now Ingshu felt a little panicked. Honestly, not even blowing up his cousin Uchiha being yesterday had made him this nervous. Ingshu, what do we do now? Daito, ever the master of 100,000 questions, was at a loss. Ingshu felt a headache coming on as well. What else? When you make a mistake, own up to it. If you're going to get punished, stand up straight and take it. Let's just wait and see. Daidu let out a heavy sigh, face gloomy, as he fished about in his pocket and pulled out a 100 Ryo note, handing it to Ingshu. This is my allowance for the month. I don't know if it's enough to pay him back. Sigh. Ingshu took the money, pausing for a moment before his expression grew complicated. Clearly, this wasn't just about money. If it were, the old man wouldn't be crying like this. Maybe he and his wife had planted this tree together in their youth, and now that she was gone, it was all he had left to remember her by. Watching the old man still sobbing, Ingshu sighed inwardly. There's nothing else to be done. He felt terrible, but after all, he was still just a kid. Or at least that's how others saw him. Kids have their own way of handling things, and sometimes their own kind of magic. So Ingshu dug into his pocket and pulled out a few notes as well. Come to think of it, the ninja who delivered his allowance last time must have given him extra. Twice as much, in fact. This month, he had even more than Daitu, whose family ran a whole ninja industry behind the scenes. Altogether, Ingshu had 150 Ryo with Daitu's 100. That made 250. Grandpa? We really didn't mean it. This is all the money we've saved up for a long time. We want to make it up to you. So, please don't be sad. Ingshu tried to make his voice as innocent and childlike as possible, hoping to sound completely sincere, and surprisingly, it worked. The old man stopped crying, wiped away his tears, and accepted the money with a sorrowful expression. My dear wife, he murmured. While Aisha looked on in slight confusion, the old man quickly counted the money, then tucked it into his coat with practiced ease. The movement was so smooth, and his face so composed that Aishu began to wonder if he was being scammed. Still, Aishu happened to catch a glimpse of the old man's mesh ninja shirt beneath his coat, as well as the wooden Konoha forehead protector hanging from his waist. That was proof enough of his identity as a ninja, so probably not a swindler, Aisha thought with a sigh. In Konoha, after all, breaking a tree was hardly out of the ordinary. As the most prosperous village of the world's largest ninja nation, Konoha lacked for nothing. Especially trees. He should be happy. Really, to have snapped a tree in half with a raisin gan. If Shimura Danzo or Hiruzen Surtobi had witnessed it, they'd probably have declared him a genius on the spot. Grandpa, Aisha ventured, seeing the old man finally recover himself. But the old man shot him a wary look. What? You think 250 Rio is enough to settle this? Do you even know the story behind that tree? Wretched brat, Aisha was at a loss for words. Had his childish voice lost its effect? That couldn't be. Wasn't even 6 yet, his voice shouldn't have changed. In any case, fetch your parents. This isn't over. The old man glanced at Aisha, then at Obito, his gaze lingering on the Uchiha fan crest at Obito's collar, a flash of disdain crossing his face. So you're an Uchiha brat. Perfect. The Uchiha clan has money to spare. Go tell your clan leader that I'll be waiting right here. The old man was clearly fired up now. Aishu's brow creased. He was starting to feel like he really was getting scammed. Obito, on the other hand, bristled at the mention of bringing the clan leader. It's just a tree. You're clearly looking to cause trouble, he shouted, his tone exaggerated and indignant. Aishu's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. Scam or not, the old man's strength was real. He tried to stop Obito, but it was already too late. I'm looking to cause trouble for your Uchiha. The whole village is a mess thanks to your lot. Even a brat dares talk back to me. Believe it or not, I'll beat you so hard your own grandmother won't recognize you. What the, you think? I'm scared of you, you old MMPH. Aisha, what are you doing? Aisha finally managed to grab hold of Obito, shooting him a warning. Look to calm the hothead down. Then pressing Obito's head down firmly, he joined him in a deep, respectful bow to the old man. I'm sorry, sir. This truly was our fault. How about this? You name a price, and the two of us will go back and scrape the money together right away. Ingshu's attitude was sincere, and he turned to Toby with a stern look. Uchiha Bane, calm down. Have you forgotten what our teacher taught us? When you make a mistake, you must have the courage to admit it. Understand? Toby was momentarily stunned by Ingshu's words, but out of trust, he instinctively nodded his head. You're sharp. Kid, I'll give you that. It's a pity you're mixed up with those Uchiha. The old man snorted, then waved his hand at the two of them. Hurry up and fetch your guardians. Uchiha Bane, I'll remember your name. You have 1 hour. If I don't see your guardians, I'll take this straight to the Konoha police force. In fact, I'd like to see what kind of man the current Uchiha clan leader is. Ingshu's heart skipped a beat. Who exactly is this old man? From the way he spoke, he sounded pretty formidable. But this was no time to dwell on it. They needed to get out of here fast. Without another word, the two of them took off at a run, legs pumping as if their lives depended on it, terrified the old man might drag them back if they hesitated for even a moment. Ingshu felt a wave of anxiety. This old man was clearly someone important. He racked his brains, but couldn't recall any famous figure of this age during this period, a ninja older than even Hiruzen Sarutobi, and with such animosity toward the Uchiha. Oh no, could it be? A chill ran down Ingshu's spine as a sense of foreboding crept over him. Well done, Ingshu. At that moment, Toby finally couldn't hold it in and burst out laughing. This time, that Uchiha Being kid probably won't even know what hit him. But soon both their smiles froze, a sudden gust of wind swept past, and in the next instant the all-too-familiar sensation of weightlessness returned. They were both lifted by their collars yet again. There was no need to guess. It could only be that old man. Did you really think you could fool me that easily? Bang! The two of them were thrown to the ground. Not too hard, but not gentle either. They weren't hurt, but the landing was painful enough to make them grimace and bare their teeth. Suddenly a rush of new information flooded Ingshu's mind. His clones had all been taken out by the old man. It's over, Ingshu thought, alarmed. But Toby beside him couldn't hold back any longer. Ingshu, go! I'll hold this wretched old man off. Ingshu couldn't shake the feeling that he'd heard this line before. Last time, when they ran into Minato, Toby said the same thing. Say what you will about Toby, when things get tough, he really steps up. Ingshu didn't hesitate. There's no way you can take him alone. I'll help you. For now, the old man's identity didn't matter. That's right, it doesn't matter anymore. Right now, Aishu was a little worked up. He'd been hoisted up twice in a row, like a helpless chick, which was humiliating to say the least. So, 2 minutes later, in the middle of a vast, lively meadow, two small heads poked out of the earth. Not some rare species of plant, but two rebellious boys who had dared to resist. Old man, if you've got the guts, let me out. Lord Obito's mighty fireball jutsu will teach you a lesson in no time. Obito's face was flushed bright red as he shouted wildly. The old man merely looked at him with a mocking smile, saying nothing. Instead, he sat down nearby, pulled out a small flask, and took a leisurely sip, thoroughly enjoying himself. This only stoked Obito's fury. He strained his neck forward, wishing he could burst right out of the ground. Meanwhile, Aishu's gaze was filled with shock. His brief moment of hot-headedness had faded, and he'd regained his composure. The old man's identity now seemed startlingly clear. This age, a deep-seated grudge against the Uchiha, and an almost obsessive affection for trees, investing them with profound emotional significance. Everything pointed in one direction, toward a name that was slowly fading from memory. In Konoha, the Senju clan. Had he found his golden ticket? The moment the Senju clan was mentioned, Aishu's mind leapt to the legendary wood release of Hashirama and to Tsunade's. Well, that too, once the Senju clan had been illustrious, founding Konoha alongside the Uchiha and setting an example for all the shinobi world to follow. Hashirama's wood release, Tobarama's mastery of water release. These powers had kept the entire world of shinobi under their shadow for years. Though Tobarama might not have wielded the same authority as his brother, he still ensured Konoha's steady growth for over a decade, laying the foundation for the village's unrivaled dominance among ninja clans. Yet after the Second Great Ninja War, the Senju clan gradually faded from the public eye. In his previous life, Aishu had heard many theories. Some said they changed their names and retired to the mountains. Others believed they all died in battle, or that some problem with descendants led to their gradual disappearance from Konoha and the shinobi world. Whatever the truth, the strength of the Senju was undeniable. This old man before him looked even older than Hiruzen Sarutobi had in the early days of Shippuden. Yet Hiruzen, at that time, was already an old man. Good grief, Aishu thought to himself. If this old man really is from the Senju clan, he must be from Tobarama's generation. Though there was no concrete proof, no clan insignia, and no witnesses, Aishu felt sure of it. If nothing else, the old man's strength and the way he glared at the Uchiha were proof enough. You're a bold one, aren't you? Lying straight-faced to your elders. Bet you do this a lot, don't you? The old man ignored Obito's furious, almost twisted expression and instead turned to Aishu with keen interest. Ingshu fell silent. The halo of childhood charm was useless against this old man, and he couldn't win through force either. Right now, he couldn't think of any way to escape. Unharmed. Oh, still putting on a brave face? Weren't you quite polite just a moment ago, offering apologies, talking about compensation? Huh, you almost had me fooled. The old man said, amused by Ingshu's lack of response. What's your name? Where are your parents? Ingshu. Ing as in handsome, Shu as in tree. No surname. My parents are dead. Ingshu answered crisply. Ingshu, what a sly little rascal. You'd make a decent ninja, the old man mused for a moment, putting away his wine flask and approaching Ingshu. He crouched down in front of him. Want to leave? He asked, his breath thick with the scent of alcohol, washing over Ingshu's face. Ingshu's brows knitted together, but before he could reply, Obito, who was beside him, burst out, Hey, old geezer, let your Lord Obito out right now. If you got a problem, come at me. Just wait and see how your Lord Obito. MMPH, a clump of earth and turf blocked Obito's mouth, leaving only his nose free to breathe. His furious shouts turned into muffled grunts. Pure, impotent rage. The old man had only lifted a finger, and it was clear his chakra still coursed through the ground. Ingshu couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. His own hydrogen-release jutsu was chakra-intensive and demanded precise control. This old man hadn't revealed the extent of his chakra reserves yet, but just this display of control putting Shu to shame. I'm asking you, kid. Want to leave? The old man repeated. Ingshu met the old man's gaze. He saw mischief, a wicked sense of humor. Clearly no good intentions, but still Ingshu nodded. Yes, in that case it's simple, the old man said, pointing to a broken tree not far off. The very tree of love that Ingshu's Rasengan had toppled. You broke my tree, but I won't make you pay. Just come by every day to tend to the branches, water it, and add some fertilizer. That'll be your compensation. I won't make you skip class either. Just come here after school, work until sunset, and finish whatever tasks I give you. How about it? Ingshu was momentarily stunned. This storyline, it was all too familiar. The hidden master using work as an excuse to secretly teach divine skills. This was a classic unexpected encounter. Could this be it? My golden cheat code? Grandpa, is that you? Shu's mind raced wildly. Beside him, Obito had already resumed his muffled protests. Deal. I agree, Grandpa. Ingshu quickly replied to the old man. Obito instantly fell silent, staring at Ingshu with wide red-rimmed eyes, completely incredulous, as if to say, Ingshu, are you out of your mind? Just as Aishu had barely given his consent, the old man snapped his fingers, and the grass that had been binding the two of them suddenly parted on its own. Aishu and Obito exchanged a glance and quickly leapt out. When they looked back at the old man, all he left them was the sight of his retreating back. You've got my chakra mark on you. Even if you try to run out of Konoha, this old man could drag you back in no time. The old man's voice rang out. So don't even think about playing any tricks. Be here on time tomorrow, or I'll bury you together with my tree and keep you buried for 7 days and 7 nights. He didn't forget to throw this arrogant threat over his shoulder before leaving. If this had happened before, Obito would have already charged forward with his fists swinging. The last person who dared to threaten the two of them was still lying in Konoha's hospital, but after the way the old man had toyed with them, and especially after seeing Aishu swallow his pride just to win them a chance to escape, Obito couldn't think about anything else anymore. He clenched his fists tightly, his eyes red as he looked at Aishu. Don't worry, Aishu, I'll definitely help you with the work. Aishu shot Obito a glare, clearly annoyed. He couldn't help but wonder if the only reason the old man was giving them such a hard time was because Obito carried the Uchiha fan emblem, a lousy tree, and that terrible acting job. Aishu paused, a sudden unease creeping in. He felt as if he just walked right into a trap. The problem circled back to where it all began, just one tree. That couldn't be it. Not to mention, there were trees everywhere. Konoha's greenery was second to none in the ninja world. He had the creeping suspicion the old man had set his sights on him from the start. Could it be that he wanted Aishu for his outstanding ninja talent? Forget it. Aishu sighed, shaking his head. There was a more pressing issue to deal with in this strange old man. His clone was gone. Obito, when you skipped class before, what punishment did the teacher give you? Aishu suddenly asked. Obito froze for a moment, then thought back. Strictly speaking, I just overslept that time. Woke up at noon, so it wasn't really skipping class, but I still got punished. Had to stand in the hallway for a week. Why do you ask? It's nothing. Aishu sighed again. I was just wondering if we told the teacher that our clone knocked us out and then went to class by itself, how long would we have to stand in the hallway as punishment? Aishu and Obito hurried as fast as they could, and in the end, managed to reach the school just before classes let out at noon. The two of them sneaked up to the classroom window and peeked inside. Teacher Kotai was still lecturing at the front of the room, their classmates drowsy and half asleep. Everything seemed perfectly normal, but Obito's heart had sunk all the way to the bottom. It's all over, Aishu. What do we do now? Oh man, are they going to call our parents? If my grandma finds out, she'll be furious. Obito was fearless of heaven and earth, but like every elementary school student, the threat of a parent-teacher meeting was his greatest weakness. This one's on me, Obito. Aishu sighed as well. Who could have known that sneaking out a train would end up with them running into some creepy old guy who might just be a Senju? Well, standing in the hallway as punishment was nothing, and Aishu didn't even mind the threat of parent call. But if they got held back after school, then it really was the end. That old man definitely wouldn't be happy about it. Hey. Just then, Obito noticed something beside him. He gave a quiet exclamation and nudged Aishu. Aishu, look at those two. How come they look just like us? What? Aishu turned to look as well, and his eyes went wide in surprise. Sitting in their seats, weren't those just themselves? What is going on? Aishu was baffled. He could clearly sense that his clone had vanished, and all the clone's experiences had come rushing back into his mind. He remembered everything the teacher had said. At that moment, Aishu noticed a gaze coming from the front row, secretive yet fixed intently on the two of them. Of course, it was Kakashi. Aishu seemed to understand something, but the confusion in his heart only deepened. Those two clones. Kakashi must have created them. But here was the problem. He and Kakashi didn't exactly get along. Last time Kakashi had even warned him. As for Obito, there was no need to say more. The two of them were destined to clash till the very end. Kakashi actually covered for us? Aishu was stunned. Today was truly a bizarre and bewildering day. Truly a day to have your mind blown. Ding-ling-ling. The bell rang for the end of class and the start of lunch. Aishu and Obito made their way to the rooftop of the school building, where Kakashi was already waiting. Thanks, Aishu said, showing his traditional manners. Obito turned his head away, looking proud and aloof. No need, Kakashi replied coolly. And today, his usually listless eyes glimmered with a different light. A serious one. I heard the two of you took down a ninja, and even put him in the hospital. Aishu froze, and Obito turned to look as well. Clearly, neither of them expected Kakashi to bring this up. Aishu wanted to play it cool and say it was just to teach him a lesson, but right then the memory of that strange old man pressing their faces into the dirt flashed through his mind. Aishu's face darkened, and he could only nod, neither too forcefully nor too timidly. Yes, so. What of it, star pupil? That answer carried a hint of personal emotion. At those words, Kakashi's expression darkened immediately. I thought this guy's been hiding his true strength all along. Is he mocking my position as the top student? As expected, anyone valued by my father and that distinguished man must be something special. At that moment, countless thoughts flashed through Kakashi's mind. But in the end, they all condensed into a single sentence. In that case, Kakashi's gaze turned icy cold. Let's have a duel. I'd really like to see just how strong you are when you're no longer holding back. A fierce fighting spirit erupted from Kakashi. Aisha took all this in calmly, making no move, while Obito beside them had already shifted into battle mode. Bring it on. You think I'm afraid of you? When it came to a fight, Obito never backed down, never missed a chance. Not to mention he'd been simmering with frustration ever since that eccentric old man had upset him. And just this morning, he'd pulled off a perfect fireball jutsu. Right now his chakra was surging. His fighting spirit was sky high, and facing Kakashi only made him more confident than ever. I don't waste my time fighting someone I've already defeated. But Kakashi frowned and turned down Obito's challenge. His gaze locked onto Aisha. His eyes still looked dull, but there was a sharpness there like a compass needle, seemingly lifeless, yet razor-sharp underneath. What the heck is that supposed to mean? Obito was instantly indignant, but Aisha stopped him. It's fine, Obito. Aisha cast a cool glance at Kakashi, saying, actually, I've been wanting to spar with the so-called top student myself. However, are you sure you want to fight here? Kakashi didn't care. Doesn't matter. I'll end in the shortest time possible, show off, Aisha muttered, curling his lip before giving a thumbs up. You may be unbothered and holier than thou, but if we get caught by a teacher, we'll be in serious trouble. You're the class's top student, the son of the white fan, but Obito and I aren't so lucky. Neither of us carries the title of top student, nor do we have a legendary father like White Fan to back us up if we get punished. We're the ones who will pay dearly. Aisha rattled off his complaints, leaving Obito a bit dumbfounded. He couldn't shake the feeling Aisha was insulting someone, but had no proof. Kakashi's stare grew even more hostile. So what do you suggest? Kakashi said coldly. Find a more suitable place or pick a better time. Fine, I'll go along with whatever you say. Kakashi was getting anxious, truly anxious. He might look easygoing, but his pride ran deep. He'd started wearing a mask to hide his handsome face all because his father once said the beauty mark at the corner of his mouth was cute. After White Fang's death, Kakashi's gaze grew even more vacant, but his sense of boundaries only became sharper. No need to make it so complicated, Aisha said as he spread his hands, eyes narrowing ever so slightly. I have a better, more straightforward way to decide the winner. Facing off with Kakashi, Shu was tempted, but he kept his wits about him. The two of them walked very different paths. Kakashi at this point still relied mainly on White Fang's swordsmanship and taijutsu. He took the route of a warrior mixed with an assassin, and that, unfortunately, was precisely Shu's weak spot. He did have some experience fighting rowdy Uchiha kids, but clearly that wasn't enough. Otherwise, Obito wouldn't always be at the bottom of the class. As for Shu now, although he had mastered the Rasengan, a powerful weapon in close combat, strictly speaking, he was a mage. Well, a half-baked mage, to be honest. After all, the Rasengan itself was something Minato invented to boost the killing power of his Flying Thunder God technique. Given all this, challenging a childhood prodigy like Kakashi head-on was hardly rational, but logic was one thing, courage was another. If Shu had any redeeming quality, it was that rare combination of cool-headedness and the guts to fight when it mattered, backing down, not in his vocabulary. As a ninja, you must know at least one ninjutsu, right, Kakashi? Shu said lightly, you didn't use it against Obito, but I've long since seen through you. How did he know? I concealed it so well. Kakashi was startled inside, though his face stayed perfectly calm. Perhaps one of the perks of always wearing a mask. That's true, so. What? In that case, things get simple. Shu raised an eyebrow and spread his hands. Show me your best ninjutsu as long as you can withstand a single strike from me. You win. If the teacher asks, we're just sparring. No kunai involved. Obito can be a witness. How about it? To be honest, Kakashi hesitated at first. Something felt off. He was the one challenging Shu. How did it turn into him having to take a blow from Shu? But whatever. He didn't know many ninjutsu, but the ones he did know he had mastered thoroughly. Kakashi was confident he could defend himself against whatever Shu threw at him. It's probably going to be a fire release. First there was Uchiha Kitakage, and now this guy. Shu must be good at fire release, Kakashi thought quickly. If that's the case, I'll use this move. Are you ready? Shu asked calmly. Kakashi nodded. Let's form the hand seals. In Kakashi's mind, dueling with ninjutsu was all about the speed of hand seals, the quality of the jutsu, and, just for personal preference, the artistry of it all. But Shu had a different idea. Hand seals? Not necessary. He didn't just ignore seals. He even had the leisure to show off a little. You go ahead and make the hand seals. I'm worried that if I go first, you won't even have a chance to respond. What a big mouth. Kakashi's eyes turned cold. How did I never notice before how annoying this guy can be? Forget it, forget it. Kakashi took a deep breath, calming the turmoil within himself. His hands formed seals with a practiced, fluid motion, so much more elegant and solid than Obito's clumsy fireball jutsu. It was a pleasure to watch by comparison. Then, pressing both hands firmly onto the ground, He called out earth style, mud wall. Instantly, an earth wall crowned with a dog's head sprang up from the earth. Obito's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, his distaste for earth-style jutsu hit an all-time high. Hey, not bad. Hideki raised his eyebrows. Witnessing Kakashi's signature dog-head mud wall in person for the first time, he had to admit there was a certain artistry to it. As if the jutsu itself had been given a soul. Your turn. Kakashi barked coldly, but Hideki was in no rush. He strolled forward at an easy pace, no hand seals, not even a wasted gesture. Upon reaching the wall, he rapped his knuckles against the adorably dopey dog's head. Well, it's sturdier than I expected, he remarked with mild amusement. Then chakra erupted from his palm in a vivid surge. Let me show you a little something. In the span of 3 seconds, Hideki conjured a Rasengan, then smashed it directly into the dog-headed mud wall. A thunderous boom resounded. The charming dog's head was blown to pieces on the spot, and a gaping hole was punched through the wall itself. Truly, he had obliterated the dog's head with overwhelming force. On the other side of the wall, Kakashi stood rooted in shock. The wild chakra had come within a hair's breadth of him. Even with the wall as a buffer, the sheer power of the attack was unmistakable. If that blow had landed on him directly, he doubted he'd have walked away unscathed. Minato would never have guessed that. Hideki could master the Rasengan so quickly. If he'd never have taught it to two boys so readily. In his heart, Minato knew this jutsu might look simple, but mastering it took no small amount of effort, even for skilled ninja with a good grasp of chakra. What he didn't realize was that, while some people might not be shinobi, they are anything but ordinary. By any reasonable measure, Hideki was already on the path to developing a Kekii Toda. Bloodline or not, it didn't matter. Elimination was certain. Damn it, this was supposed to be ninjutsu. After being outmaneuvered by Hideki, Kakashi finally behaved himself. That afternoon, when school let out and the two boys hurried out of the classroom, they didn't even bother to greet Kakashi as they passed. Once outside, they headed straight for Training Ground 3. Obito had spent the whole afternoon urging Hideki not to go. If things got really bad, they could always ask Minato for help. But Hideki refused. His reason was simple. If you make a mistake, you must face the consequences. Obito was helpless to argue, so he could only follow along. Soon, they arrived at the spot where the tree had been blasted apart that morning. The broken trunk hadn't even been moved. This only made Hideki more certain. That old man was coming for him. Damn it, Hideki. I think we've been had. Even Obito noticed something was off. If you really cared about this tree so much, would you just leave the body lying there? He arrived surprisingly early. At least this brat knows what's going on in his head. At that moment, in the distance, the old man appeared, weaving unsteadily on drunken feet. Even from far away, the sharp reek of alcohol on him was impossible to miss. He'd clearly been drinking heavily. Ingshu narrowed his eyes, taking note that the old man had changed clothes. Though the new outfit was similar in style, it looked just as shabby and gave off a disheveled air. Yet there was something old-fashioned about it, distinctly different from what people usually wore nowadays. What do you need us to do? Despite the old man's obvious dislike for the Uchiha, Ingshu had brought Obito along. Anyway, for one thing, he wanted Obito to learn and grow. For another, if his guess was wrong, Obito could at least help out with the work. This guy didn't have much chakra, but his stamina was incredible, always full of energy, as if he'd had a shot of adrenaline every day. The old man took a deep swig from his flask, then mid-drink, pointed with one hand at the half-fallen tree on the ground. Start with this tree. It's an eyesore lying here. Get it out of my sight before sunset. The farther, the better if you don't know where to take it. Just haul it to the Konoha police headquarters. I don't care, just as long as I don't see it. That's your task for today. Ingshu was taken aback. Did he really expect them to deal with this tree? Good grief, this was a solid trunk, thicker than an adult's waist. Even if he and Obito combined their strength, they wouldn't come close to moving a tenth of its weight. Come on. You're just messing with us, Obito protested, agitated. Move this tree to the Konoha police headquarters before sunset. Impossible. And why the police headquarters anyway? Not only was it ridiculously far, but if their clansmen asked questions... Enough, Obito. Ingshu cut him off, narrowing his eyes as he studied the old man before him. Any other requirements, Grandpa? Anywhere's fine. Now was the old man's turn to be caught off guard. He stopped drinking, staring hard at the two boys, as if trying to read what was hidden in their eyes. But soon he waved his hand, dismissively, feigning annoyance. Just get this damn tree out of here, no other demands. So hurry up. If I see this tree still here by sunset, you two can forget about going home. You'll stay here and become part of the scenery. Huh. Ingshu laughed coldly to himself. This morning the old man had been wailing his heart out, mourning as if it were the end of the world, both of them 18 back then. Now, in less than half a day, the tree was suddenly an eyesore. The old man was definitely up to something. Well, that makes things easier. Obito, Ingshu's voice suddenly brimmed with energy. What now? Obito was swept up in the excitement. Use your great fireball jutsu. Let's blow this tree to pieces together. After all, didn't he just want it gone? Out of sight, out of mind. Sending them to the Konoha police force is still sending them off. Sending them to heaven is just another way of sending them off. No sooner said than done. Aishu's left hand gathered yang release into a small water sphere, while his right hand channeled lightning release into a little battery. Everything was ready. Before the old man even had time to react, the three types of chakra were already beginning to merge. The tiny water sphere started bubbling vigorously, signaling that the hydrogen release was about to be complete. At this point, Aishu's first stage of hydrogen release could be considered highly developed. Hydrogen was being produced rapidly, with impressive efficiency, the speed several times faster than before. Aishu's next goal was to streamline this process even further to trigger the reaction right from the moment he began channeling chakra, transforming it from a mere combination jutsu into something closer to the artificial Kekiai Toda, like dust release. Only then could his hydrogen release truly be called a release technique. Lightning, yang, and water for the reaction, wind to control, fire to ignite, everything flowing seamlessly together. The most crucial step was the ignition. Borrowing someone else's fire last time had made a deep impression on Aishu. He was determined never to repeat that embarrassment. Are you ready, Obito? He called. Ready when you are, Aishu, Obito replied. This time, Aishu needed less than 10 seconds to finish his preparations, and Obito had already formed his hand signs with unwavering focus. It felt as if the two of them had been transported back to that riverside a month ago, but things had changed. Aishu could now create hydrogen release barehanded, and Obito no longer needed to sneak off with his grandmother's kerosene. He had finally mastered the great fireball jutsu. With a sudden thrust, Aishu pushed the hydrogen-filled sphere toward the half-fallen tree and shouted, "Now, remember, let it loose and then get out of the way." Fire release. Great fireball. Jutsu, Obito called out. Standing at a safe distance, Obito unleashed a blazing fireball from his mouth. The air itself seemed to sizzle as the temperature soared. Then, in the next instant, boom! An eruption of fire and sound burst forth, scattering sparks and debris in all directions. The entire training ground seemed to shudder from the impact. Several nearby ninja, who had been practicing not far away, turned to stare in shock, convinced that a stack of explosive tags must have gone off. The old man's sake bottle was still at his lips, his eyes wide with astonishment. He was so transfixed that he didn't even notice the sake nearly spilling down his chin. What was that? The old man murmured. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as he gazed at the two small figures. Gradually, his look softened, warmth replacing the surprise. He put away the sake bottle, wiped his mouth with casual indifference, then chuckled and shook his head. I really have no idea who he takes after. A long breath escaped both Aishu and Obito. The tension melting away, they looked at the tree of love, now reduced to nothing but a heap of charred remains, and shared a grin. Aishu, I think we should come up with a name for this jutsu, Obito suggested. Not yet, Obito, Aishu replied coolly, waving his hand. I already have a name in mind, but right now it's just not worthy. He would only be able to declare that name aloud, proudly, when he could someday unleash C release, master yang release to match it, and wield lightning release for electrolysis. Until then, that name would have to wait. Hydrogen escape, global nuclear peace. But that's all a story for another time. Right now, all Ingshu wanted was to see the expression on that strange old man's face. Yet when he turned around, the old man had already vanished without a trace. Ingshu looked all around but couldn't spot even the shadow of the old man. Instead, several training ninjas nearby were staring this way, their faces flushed with anger. Whose kids are you? Don't go messing around with explosive tags. You little brats, that's dangerous. Of course, it wasn't an explosive tag at all, but a powerful combination ninjutsu technique. But when everyone saw that the casters were just two snot-nosed kids, instinctively they assumed it was merely explosive tags. Idiots, Obito protested, refusing to back down. That was ninjutsu. Ninjutsu, you fools. If you don't understand, then just shut up already. He spat, bristling with indignation. Meanwhile, Ingshu stared fixedly in one direction. He hadn't found the old man, but he had discovered someone else. Ah, that fellow had tried to hide himself well, but the recent explosion had clearly rattled him enough to reveal a tuft of white hair. Wasn't that Kakashi? The very same guy who'd had his head handed to him this morning? What was he doing tailing them? Was he still sore about earlier planning to settle the score? Watching Kakashi hunkered down in the grass, refusing to show himself again, a wicked gleam suddenly flashed in Shu's eyes. Obito, how's your shuriken practice coming along lately? Huh. Obito, still fuming, paused. Out of 10 throws, I hit 3-inch, sometimes 4Y. Then you'd better keep practicing, Shu said, pointing at the patch of grass where Kakashi was hiding. He bent down and scooped up a handful of small stones. Let him have it. I'll make sure he gets his payback with his own hands. Kakashi's feelings at this moment were rather complicated, like someone who's waited in line at a bookstore for ages, only to wind up with a bootleg copy in the end. Of course, it wasn't the rain of pebbles that bothered him, but what he just witnessed. Just how much were those two hiding? That thunderous explosion, had they really caused it? And Obito, when did he learn the great fireball technique? Could it be like Shu, he'd been hiding his strength all along, with all these mixed feelings swirling inside? Kakashi finally emerged from the grass of his own accord. By the unspoken rules of the streets, once you show yourself, the fight ends. So Shu and Obito immediately ceased their barrage. Well, if it isn't the top student himself, what brings you here, I wonder? How very curious. Shu teased, his tone sly and ambiguous. Huh? It really is Kakashi. You should have told me, Shu. I would have aimed my shuriken at him. Obito recognized Kakashi's white hair, and, as usual, his face soured. Can I just be passing by? Kakashi was feeling rather frustrated. These two really deserved a good beating. And in completely different ways. One seemed like he was missing a few screws, while the other looked all refined on the outside, but was actually quite the schemer. Kakashi glanced at the scorched little crater in front of the two. With that kind of power, it was no wonder people had mistaken it for an explosive tag. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. What kind of jutsu is this? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. None of your duh. Obito had just started to reply, but was immediately cut off by Aishu. It's just an ordinary combination jutsu, with a bit of my own take on life mixed in. Nothing worth mentioning, really. A combination jutsu? Ordinary. What nonsense. There was nothing ordinary about it. Kakashi frowned. His curiosity as a boy was urging him to dig deeper, but the stubborn pride in his veins made it hard to know where to begin. After holding in for a while, all he managed to say was, well, it looks pretty impressive. Nothing special at all. Aishu waved his hand dismissively, wearing a smile that was just a touch too polite to be sincere. The air grew heavy with silence, tinged with awkwardness. Having been cut off just as he was about to unleash a tirade, Obito gave up on speaking altogether, folding his arms and turning his head away in a sulky, I'm not listening pose. So, in the end, Kakashi couldn't hold back his question. Uchiha Beiying and his cousin Uchiha Ruwa, who just got out of the hospital, were they both beaten by this move of yours? Nothing worth mentioning, not? Wait, he's out of the hospital already, that fast? For once, Aisha dropped the pretense, his expression turning grim. From his experience, knowing how the Uchiha operated, Aishu had a bad feeling. Things had seemed calm these past couple of days, but just as Obito had said, Beiying wasn't the only cousin, and the Uchiha clan was no pushover. Clearly, this wasn't over yet. Aishu and Obito exchanged glances, both of their eyes growing serious. They nodded in silent agreement, a moment that left Kakashi utterly speechless. Wait a minute. From the look of things, are these two planning to silence witnesses? How had he never noticed how wild they both were before? Still speechless as he was, Kakashi couldn't help but feel a bit envious of the two. After all, kids were supposed to be lively, curious about everything. Kakashi was proud, not withdrawn. He wanted to have fun with some good friends, too. The two in front of him might be a bit offbeat, a bit reckless, a bit arrogant, a bit insincere, a bit, well, a lot of things, but ever since he'd noticed their strange and unpredictable ways, Kakashi suddenly sensed that the bond between those two was something he, as the son of the White Fang and the top student of his class, isolated at the peak, had never experienced. It seems we need to speed up our plan, Obito, Shu said with a serious tone. Obito nodded earnestly. Let's get started then. There are too many trees here. Let's find another spot, or that old man will come looking for trouble again. Let's go to that place. The one with fewer people. We can work on it quietly and maybe even blow up some fish for a snack without hesitation. The two of them set off. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had been eavesdropping with his ears perked up, watched them and got the distinct feeling that they were up to something big. As he watched their backs disappear, he hesitated. I just want to know what technique they're talking about. Yes, that's all, Kakashi convinced himself. He pretended to leave, but at the last moment quietly changed direction and followed them in secret. At the same time, in the Uchiha clan compound, Uchiha Being sat kneeling on the floor, his head wrapped in bandages. In front of him lay his cousin Uchiha Ruo, his entire upper body, including his face, swathed tightly in bandages. Behind him stood an Elderly man past his 50s, eyes half closed, radiating a quiet authority that needed no anger to command respect. Outside the door, a crowd had gathered, men and women, young and middle-aged alike, all with anger written on their faces, yet not a single person made a sound. The air was oppressively silent. People even controlled their breathing, whether out of fear of disturbing the injured Uchiha or out of respect for the formidable elder, clan leader, Lord Fugaku, at that moment accompanied by a chorus of respectful and relieved voices. A middle-aged man approached. He wore Konoha's standard green flak jacket, and his left arm bore the insignia of the Konoha military police force. This was Uchiha Fugaku, current leader of the Uchiha clan and head of the Konoha police force. Uchiha Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement as he greeted his clansmen, striding straight into the room and taking his place behind the elder. Elder, I'm here, Uchiha, Fugaku said, glancing at the injured on the floor, then at Bing, who knelt trembling, and sighed. All of this is my failure as clan leader. This isn't your fault, Fugaku, the elder waved dismissively, his tone calm. I already know what happened. Those two fools had every advantage, and yet ended up beaten like this. You're busy enough already, juggling your duties as clan leader and head of the police force. It's these two troublemakers who have brought shame upon the Uchiha. Hearing this, Fugaku's brow furrowed, and he was about to say something when the elder continued. However, the reason the Uchiha clan has endured until today, from the war-torn era to becoming the most powerful clan in the shinobi world, is not just our strength, but also the fear we inspire in others. This matter cannot be left as it is, Fugaku, the elder said, slowly turning around, his cold gaze locked onto Fugaku. Since this is an issue among the younger generation, let them handle it themselves. As the newly appointed clan head, you must not let outsiders think lightly of you or the clan. From the moment Fugaku entered the room and greeted them, he hadn't had a chance to say another word. The elder before him held tremendous status within the Uchiha clan. Even in Fugaku's youth, he had often received guidance from this venerable figure. I understand, elder, there are still matters to attend to at the Konoha police force, so I will take my leave now, Fugaku replied respectfully, bowing slightly. At this moment, it almost seemed as if the true clan head was the elder sitting before him, while Fugaku himself was merely another clan member assigned to work at the Konoha police force. Once Fugaku had left, the elder spoke again. Retsu, come in. At his call, a young man entered the room. If Aishu or Obito were present, they might have noticed that this Uchiha Retsu bore a striking resemblance to Uchiha Wakaho, about 80% alike. He was simply 2 years older and a bit taller. Do you know who did this to your younger brother? The elder asked. Uchiha Retsu replied, a brat from our clan, and another boy without a surname. Do you know what you must do? The elder asked again. I do. Uchiha Retsu nodded. But give him a warning. Then when Wakaho has recovered, I'll let him take revenge with his own hands. This answer greatly pleased the elder. He nodded slightly, then waved his hand. Go, Uchiha. Retsu vanished on the spot, a flash, and he was gone. Let's get stronger together. Kakashi, hey, why are you following us again? Obito complained, exasperated. What was up with Kakashi today? Just passing by, Kakashi replied with a calm face, lying without a hint of shame. Aishu simply smiled, saying nothing. Could he not see through Kakashi's little scheme? It was just like those crafty students in college, who secretly studied, but couldn't resist the temptation to join their roommates' late-night gaming sessions. That's exactly what was happening with Kakashi. His reserve side was showing itself early, and in the future, isn't Kakashi the kind of guy who'd stay up all night sneaking peeks at those racy little books? But seeing Kakashi like this, Aishu suddenly remembered his own earlier idea. The chemical reactions involved in hydrogen release are quite complex. They require water-style jutsu enhanced by yang chakra, lightning style to electrolyze the water, and an open flame to ignite it all. Though given the finesse of his chakra control, he could probably handle most of it on his own. But at the end of the day, this isn't some so-called Kekkei Genkai, nor is it a Kekkei Toda. The idea of hydrogen release chakra simply doesn't exist. To put it plainly, it's just a combination ninjutsu. The key lies in the word combination. Ingshu couldn't help but feel a tingle of excitement in his heart. The power of hydrogen release, in truth, depends on the amount of chakra. He could perform it alone, but even then he'd have to put out at least 3 times the usual chakra. But if he sought teamwork, he could focus solely on blending yang release and water release, have Kakashi handle lightning release, and let Obito take care of the ignition. Well, to say the least, the resulting power would increase several-fold. Stop trying to fool me. You jerk. You think Lord Obito is an idiot just because we walked all the way from the training grounds to here? Obito grumbled, ready to shove Kakashi away. This was the secret base he shared with Ingshu. How could they let a third wheel intrude? Kakashi was at a loss for words. He had no idea how to explain himself, but fortunately at that moment he caught sight of Ingshu's exceptionally friendly smile. To put it honestly, Kakashi always felt as if there was a price tag on his forehead, and Ingshu was calculating the best way to sell him off. Obito, now that's not fair, Ingshu soothed, giving Obito a reassuring pat. With Obito still looking utterly bewildered, Ingshu turned to Kakashi. Friends, well, Kakashi is still our classmate. After all, he even covered for us earlier today. How can you treat him like this? It's true we need to train hard, and it's true we want to get stronger, but there's strength in numbers. With Kakashi joining us, our little team will only become more formidable. One chopstick snaps with ease, but a bundle is hard to break. Remember how we managed to send Uchiha Beiying and his cousin to the hospital? It was thanks to our unity and teamwork, wasn't it? Trust me, Obito. Ingshu took Obito's hand, his left, Kakashi's in his right, his face radiating the glow of a saint. Kakashi will definitely become a great companion to us, won't he? Obito was utterly dumbfounded. He desperately wanted to know if Ingshu in front of him had taken the wrong medicine, or if he'd suffered some strange blow. Otherwise, why would he be spouting such nonsense? Kakashi, too, looked completely at a loss. Wait a minute. When did I agree to join you too? I was just passing by. Is that not allowed? Can I just leave? And what's with this cult leader vibe anyway? The two boys, forcibly joined hand in hand by Ingshu, were both starting to question the meaning of life. It took Kakashi several seconds to snap out of it, and he quickly pulled his small hand free from Ingshu's grip. Obito instantly dragged Ingshu off to one side and whispered, "What's going on, Ingshu? What are you up to? You blockhead." Ingshu's expression changed in an instant. Where else are you going to find such a perfect sparring partner? Besides, can you really predict what task the old man will assign us tomorrow? Wouldn't it be better to have an extra pair of hands to help out? Obito was taken aback, but this time he quickly caught on to the reasoning. Damn, you should have just said so from the start. The two of them immediately turn around, only to find Kakashi looking over at them with a face full of disdain. You do realize that at this distance, I can hear every word you're saying, right? Aisha's face flushed with embarrassment. He'd been exposed, still he tried to play it cool, waving his hand dismissively. Don't sweat the details, Kakashi. Don't you want to get stronger? Don't you want to know how the two of us managed to be so fierce? Aisha's tone suddenly shifted, taking on an air of mystery. It's a combination ninjutsu. According to my theory, in the ideal case, it takes 3 people to unleash its full power. We could be the ones to usher in a new era. After the white fang of the leaf, after the legendary Sannin, it'll be our time. So, are you sure you don't want to give it a shot? Honestly, Aishu's speech almost moved even himself to tears. Sure, maybe he was trying to rope Kakashi in, but the future of hydrogen release was undeniably bright. If he could just gather more chakra, master more ninjutsu, and find a way to react faster. Someday, raising his hand to cast hydrogen release, a snap of his fingers could bring balance to the entire ninja world. That day would come. Sooner or later, it wouldn't just be a slogan. Kakashi's gaze, which started out scornful, shifted to skepticism, and then slowly turned conflicted. He obviously didn't buy Aisha's nonsense about a new era. Please, his dad's clumsy ghost stories were more convincing, but still, training together, growing stronger together, didn't sound half bad. The word together held even more allure for Kakashi than the promise of a combination ninjutsu. He hesitated once again. If both Dad and that other important person think highly of this guy, he can't be that much of a deadweight, right? Kakashi thought to himself. In the end, under Aishu's sincere and clear-eyed gaze, and with Obito feigning indifference, but secretly plotting how to rope Kakashi into being his underling. Fine, but don't think you can get me to do your chores. I want to get stronger, but I don't want to get dumber, Kakashi said with a shrug, trying to sound nonchalant. Inside, though, his heart was pounding faster and faster. How exciting. Am I really about to have teammates, fighting together, skipping class together? Everyone with a cool exterior has a little monster living inside them. Even kids are no exception. Excellent. Then let's get started, Aisha called out, brimming with enthusiasm, while Obito rolled up his sleeves in anticipation. Kakashi watched the scene, feeling a bit lost. He asked with a hint of confusion, so, how exactly do we start? Obviously, we start with some sparring. Only through battle can you improve at the fastest pace, otherwise why do you think the two of us are so strong? Aisha said with utter conviction. Is that really the case? Kakashi couldn't help but feel skeptical. Mixed with a healthy dose of disdain, you make fighting sound so noble and pure. That's just like you, isn't it? But before he could think any further, 2 fists came flying at him, leaving Kakashi no room for contemplation. Oh, come on, Kakashi exclaimed, hurriedly flipping backward in a series of acrobatic dodges. He finally landed atop a large boulder, his face a mask of astonishment. What's with you two? Weren't we supposed to be sparring? He shouted, but aren't we sparring right now? Obito replied, forming hand seals with practiced speed. In the blink of an eye, he was ready, fire style, fireball jutsu, a roaring mass of flames gathered into a blazing sphere and shot straight toward Kakashi. This is way too much, Kakashi grumbled, wondering if he'd accidentally joined a gang of lunatics. Quickly forming his own hand seals, he prepared to block the fireball with an earth wall technique, but that crafty Aishu had somehow circled around to his flank without him noticing. And when did he prepare a Rasengan in his palm? Let's all get stronger together, Kakashi, Aishu shouted, staying true to his earnest spirit. 10 minutes later, Kakashi lay on the ground, gasping for breath. His clothes were nothing but tattered rags, and his face was bruised all over, a perfect picture of utter defeat. Ordinarily, beating Obito would be child's play for Kakashi. He'd trained for a young age, and Obito, who only knew how to brawl, was no real match for him. But then there was Aishu, a tactician who kept everyone at bay with his ever-ready Rasengan. With a brawler in front and a schemer behind, escaping unscathed was next to impossible for Kakashi. Still, to be fair, a part of Kakashi felt oddly exhilarated. After the two teamed up to flatten him, instead of finishing him off, they started duking it out with each other. Again, it seemed like they were ganging up on him, but in reality, ow! Kakashi winced, rubbing the corner of his eye. The pain made him grimace. They really were targeting him, those jerks, and yet, this feeling wasn't so bad after all, was it? Who dares mess with Obito? Don't you know I'm the one who's got his back? The next morning, Aisha's internal clock woke him as usual. He got out of bed, made breakfast, and washed up while the food was cooking. After eating, with over an hour left before class, Aishu spent some time refining his chakra. As a diligent and eager young man, Aishu's mornings were always busy and fulfilling. With everything prepared, he slung his small backpack over his shoulder and set off. It was Friday, and there were only classes in the morning, so there was no need to skip. The three of them had made a pact. Whoever was the first to go down in training would be responsible for clone and transformation jutsu drills. This made Obito determined to knock Kakashi out every time, and left Kakashi feeling more targeted than ever. Ingshu walked at an unhurried pace, making his way to the school, and then to the classroom, only to find that Kakashi and Obito had already arrived. Kakashi, as usual, was engrossed in his extracurricular reading, a habit that in adulthood would turn those very books into bestsellers by a certain famous sage. Obito, on the other hand, was simply sitting at his desk, lost in thought. Good morning, Kakashi. Ingshu greeted him. Morning, Kakashi replied. Now that he was part of the Get Strong squad, he no longer felt the need to keep up an icy front. Morning, Obito. But Obito, completely absorbed in his own world, didn't respond at all. He just gazed out the window, daydreaming. Obito, still no reply. Ingshu and Kakashi exchanged a glance. Something was definitely off. Obito's expression was vacant, but there was a heaviness in his eyes, as if something serious had happened. Ingshu recognized this look. The last time he'd seen it was the day before their showdown with the Uchiha Obito. Ingshu walked over and nudged him. Only then did Obito snap out of it, glancing at Ingshu. Good morning, Ingshu. Morning. Ingshu hesitated for a moment, but in the end chose not to press him further. That was just how Obito was. Normally, he couldn't keep a secret to save his life, and would rather broadcast his troubles to all of Konoha. But if he didn't want to talk, not even Ichiraka Ramen could coax it out of him. Ring, ring, ring. The bell signaled to start a class. The teacher entered, still carrying that well-worn textbook. The students opened their brand-new books, and as the lesson went on, they did battle with drowsiness. No easy feat. At last, the tedious lesson ended. But as soon as the teacher announced the end of the day, those same sleepy students sprang to life, as if transformed into elite shinobi, and dashed out en masse. The excitement was so intense, it put even their practical training classes to shame, far surpassing the usual after-school chaos. Yet Obito remained seated, unmoved by the bell, untouched by the cheers of his classmates. It was as if he'd transcended it all, sitting there like a sage of the Uchiha clan. Let's go, Obito. Time to eat. There's still work to do this afternoon. Ingshu tried to sound casual, though. His doubts lingered. I'll pass. Ingshu, my grandma wants me home early for the big cleaning. Obito seemed to have his answer ready, scratching his head and managing an apologetic smile that made Ingshu even more uneasy. Daydreaming was one thing. Maybe he was just tired from training yesterday. That would make sense. But for Obito to invoke his grandma as an excuse, things had to be more serious than they seemed. Still, Ingshu swallowed his curiosity and concern, forcing a smile. All right, then see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Only then did Obito sling his bag over his shoulder and walk out of the classroom alone. What's up with him? After Obito left, Kakashi came over too. Ingshu sighed. The two of them watched through the window as Obito's figure disappeared down the path, both of them puzzled by his behavior. He's not usually like this, is he? Don't worry about it. When he figures things out, he'll speak up. It probably isn't a big deal. And Shu raised an eyebrow as he spoke. It's not like this is some decisive battle at the Valley of the End. No need to make a fuss. Obito jogged along the street. When he reached a street corner, he glanced around cautiously, still feeling uneasy. He circled around a few more times, sly and furtive, just to be sure. They probably didn't follow me. Obito let out a breath, his eyes filled with worry, which quickly hardened into determination. Finally, Obito returned to the Uchiha compound, but instead of going home, he headed straight for one of the clan's training grounds. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the second Hokage and Danzo Shimura, the Uchiha finally had a place of their own, a territory where no one would disturb them. The compound had everything: food stalls, taverns, gambling dens, training grounds, even an entertainment district, making it a miniature Konoha in its own right. The only downside was its remote location, a good half a village away from the heart of Konoha, but at least it was quiet. Obito arrived at the training ground. Unlike Konoha's bustling arenas, this one was nearly deserted. Only a single figure stood waiting. The young man looked to be on the verge of adulthood, dressed in the Uchiha clan's garb, a sword at his waist. He towered over Obito by 3 heads, with long black hair and striking features, marred only by a certain coldness in his eyes. Senior Retsu. Obito approached nervously, head bowed. I'm sorry, I couldn't bring Shu with me. Standing before Obito was Uchiha Retsu, the elder brother of Uchiha Bang's cousin. Within the Uchiha, internal squabbles between clan members were nothing unusual, especially among the youngsters. But if an outsider got involved, even if it was just a sneer or a sarcastic comment, they'd be seen as an enemy by the entire clan. In this, they were much like the Hyuga, another of Konoha's great clans, both fiercely protective of their bloodline limits and their clan's honor. Yet their approaches were fundamentally different. The Hyuga relied on the caged bird seal to ensure the Byakugan never fell into outsider hands. Even in the worst of cases, the seal would destroy the eye. The Uchiha, on the other hand, took a much more direct approach. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Anyone who dared challenge the Uchiha's honor would be hunted down without mercy. What Shu and Obito had done was in the eyes of the Uchiha exactly such a provocation. Of course, Obito was one of their own, so he wouldn't be given too much trouble, at least not openly. But as for Shu, an outsider who had hospitalized members of the Uchiha clan, there was no way the clan would just let it go. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the Uchiha. I gave you a chance, Obito, Retsu said coldly. If Hoa and Bing were defeated in fair combat, so be it, but the honor of the Uchiha is not to be trampled on. My intention was only to teach that brat a small lesson, but your actions today have truly disappointed me. In that case, I'll find him myself. Uchiha Retsu strode straight out of the training field, casting a cold, disdainful glance at Obito before he left, his eyes full of contempt. At this hour, he should still be on his way home. Did you really think I needed you to find him? He sneered. You'll regret this. What I hate most is being lied to. Originally, he only needed to wait for Wakahi to wake up and take his own revenge. But now, what he'll have to face will be my wrath. Obito's face changed the moment he heard these words. He spun around in a panic. Senior, but Retsu paid him no heed, walking away without so much as a backward glance, completely ignoring him. Obito clenched his fists, teeth gritted, his breath growing heavier and heavier. If you've got the guts, then come at me instead, he shouted, his voice raw with years of pent-up frustration. Where were all of you when they beat me up? Damn it, his howl echoed across the field, releasing all his bottled-up grievances. Swinging his fist, he charged headlong at Uchiha Retsu, courting death. Retsu's gaze sharpened coldly. With a swift turn, he faced the rushing boy. He didn't even bother to draw his blade. Instead, he lashed out with a powerful kick. The strike was so fierce, it carried chakra and was bolstered by Obito's own forward momentum. If it landed, Obito might very well lose half his life on the spot. Yet Retsu showed no sign of holding back. Some people, though they are born Uchiha, raised as Uchiha, clothed in Uchiha garb, and bearing the clan's crest, within this clan where only strength is valued, are no more than commoners with the Uchiha name. They are unworthy of the noble blood and honor of the clan. And since Obito had taken the initiative to attack Retsu, even if Retsu beat him as badly as he had Wakahi, no one would question it. Obito seemed doomed to fall under Uchiha wrath, but just then a voice exploded out of nowhere. Get him! Retsu paused in surprise. In the very next instant, a figure flashed between him and Obito, stepping in just as the two were about to collide. Earth style, earth wall. Obito was cunning. He knew Retsu was a Chunin far out of his and Aishu's league. Still, as a fellow Uchiha, he figured he wouldn't be pushed too far, so he chose to bear it all himself. Yet Obito was also bold. Even knowing Retsu's strength, the moment he heard he was going after Aishu, his first instinct was to risk everything. But while Obito was both crafty and brave, he wasn't stupid. Challenging Retsu was one thing, slamming into a wall, especially one with Kakashi's dog's head on it, was another. Crash. Obito quickly crossed his arms in front of his face, but still took the hit hard, his head buzzing from the blow. On the other side, Aishu, who had just spun up two Rasengan in his hands with deliberate speed, was already charging at Uchiha. Retsu, how dare you hit Obito? You don't know he's under my protection? Bastard. The battle between Chunin-level ninja are often decided in a fleeting instant. Kakashi separated Obito and Uchiha Retsu, while Aishu rushed at Uchiha Retsu, brandishing his Rasengan, but the gap in their abilities was obvious. Facing the charging Aishu, Retsu remained perfectly composed. He steadied his stance, dodged Aishu's attack with a sidestep, and then drove his knee hard into Aishu. The blow landed solidly, striking Aishu right in the face and sending him flying backward. Yet Uchiha Retsu only frowned slightly. A clone? He murmured. Sure enough, in the next moment, with a soft puff, Aishu's body dissolved into a swirl of white smoke and vanished. Kakashi's Earth-style wall dropped, revealing three boys standing shoulder to shoulder. The three-man progress team from the Grove, the infamous first-year truants of the Leaf Ninja Academy, had arrived. Aishu. Damn you, Kakashi. Obito, his head still spinning, looked dazedly at his two teammates who had appeared at his side and muttered absent-mindedly. Kakashi's face darkened. Why, even at a time like this did this guy still deserve a beating? Some spring cleaning you're doing, Obito. Pretty abstract, don't you think? Aishu said with a calm grin. Does your grandmother know about this? Aishu? Obito's eyes reddened, his voice catching in his throat, but Aishu's expression grew serious. I'll deal with you later. For now, pull yourself together. We need to handle this bastard first. Even though only a clone had been defeated, some of the pain still echoed back to Aishu. Sharp and real, along with Retsu's unexpected speed, it was clear this opponent was no pushover. Aishu felt a bit stifled inside. First there was Uchiha Hokii and his cousin Uchiha Roka. Now this guy. These minor characters who aren't even worthy of a name in the future just keep appearing one after another. Beat the cousin. And here comes the brother. It was enough to give him a headache. Literally, that's Uchiha Retsu, Roka's older brother. He's at least a Chunin, maybe even a Jonin. Obito, finally recovered, his earlier choked-up voice gone. When it came to a fight, especially a group fight, Obito always found his spirit. He's probably not a Jonin, Kakashi analyzed, otherwise your clone wouldn't have gotten close. But don't forget, he's an Uchiha. There's always the Sharingan and Jinjutsu, the three Uchiha trademarks, fire-style Sharingan illusions, and of course that distinctive hairstyle. And Uchiha swordsmanship. Aisha nodded in agreement. Even if he's not a Jonin, there's a good chance he's awakened to Sharingan. Stay sharp, not everyone is as bizarre as Obito. He made it to Chunin without awakening his Sharingan, and even when he was about to die, he only had 2 Tomo. But after that, he jumped straight from 2 Tomo to Mangekyo in one leap. A medical miracle by any standard. Ingshu couldn't be sure if the Uchiha in front of him had activated his Sharingan, but he couldn't exactly fight with his eyes closed. So he could only take a gamble. Uchiha Lai looked at the 3 standing before him. He didn't hurl insults or show any anger. Instead, he maintained his signature aloofness, embodying the Uchiha clan's demeanor. His gaze swept over Obito and Ingshu, revealing undisguised contempt. But when his eyes landed on Kakashi, there was a flicker of caution. Yes, caution. But it was subtle, only acknowledging Kakashi as the White Fang's son, yet not treating it as anything significant. After all, this was the Uchiha's territory, a place where teaching a lesson to a few kids hardly warranted any restraint. Still, Uchiha pride meant Lai had no intention of taking them too seriously. So you're the trio who injured Bei, Ing, and Ruo. Even the White Fang's son is here. No wonder, Uchiha Lai said, folding his arms across his chest, making it clear he had no intention of making the first move. Kakashi's expression turned a little odd. What now? He was starting to regret coming along. They were the ones looking for a fight, not him. And if his father ever heard about this, well, knowing his dad's twisted sense of humor, he'd probably just ask if it was all over a girl. Kakashi sighed, feeling like he'd boarded a pirate ship with no way off. Kakashi. Ingshu called out, his tone complex, snapping Kakashi out of his thoughts. Was this a hint for him to leave? Did they not want to drag him into this mess? Kakashi's assumption was reasonable. The situation was clear. Obito might be a bit scatterbrained, but he was loyal to the core. Coming here alone was all about protecting Ingshu. Naturally, Kakashi believed Ingshu was cut from the same cloth, scheming on the surface, loyal underneath. But Ingshu was destined to disappoint him. This guy's tough. We might only get one shot at him. Obito and I have a killer move. It's our strongest attack, Ingshu said, his words full of emotion, but the move takes a little time to set up, so we're counting on you, Kakashi. Ingshu's sincerity was unmistakable. In truth, he was already thinking about how to quickly train with Kakashi on their hydrogen release. Combination technique. The more people involved, the more powerful the move would be. But right now, Kakashi was completely in the dark. Still stuck at that's not an explosive tag. There was no way to get him in on the technique, just yet. All he could do was ask Kakashi to. Buy them some time. Kakashi was speechless, staring at Ingshu with undisguised disdain, only to find nothing but earnestness in Ingshu's eyes. Not just him. Even Obito looked the same. They clearly planned this together. Damn it, Kakashi almost cursed it out loud. He was a top student with a bright future. Why had he ended up teaming up with these two troublemakers? Still, Kakashi managed to suppress the urge to turn on his heel and leave. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You two, hurry up." With that, he bent his body, slightly resembling a young leopard, and cast a helpless glance at Uchiha Lai. "Come, then, show me just how far the son of Ruka differs from the White Fang's son." Uchiha Lai still hadn't drawn his blade. As if that long sword was merely for show, Kakashi let out a sigh, and under the admiring gazes of Aishu and Obito, launched his charge. "Forgive me, senior." Kakashi, always polite, didn't forget his manners even in the heat of battle. Uchiha Lai responded with a gesture unique to the Uchiha clan, raising his hand to block Kakashi's fist before delivering a swift kick to Kakashi's chest. "You're not yet at the level where you can offend me." Kakashi was left speechless. He twisted his body elegantly to dodge, transforming his hand into a blade and executing the Hatake swordsmanship he had painstakingly practiced since childhood. But inwardly he couldn't help but wonder, why did every member of the Uchiha clan have such an inflated ego compared to the man before him? Even Obito seemed almost endearing. No, wait. Obito was even more infuriating. Caught between frustration and excitement, Kakashi threw himself into the battle. Meanwhile, Aishu and Obito had finished their preparations. "Kakashi, get out of the way!" Aishu shouted, his voice echoing with urgency. He had poured nearly all his chakra into a massive hydrogen release balloon, now fully formed. Obito puffed out his cheeks, hands forming the seals. The Grand Fireball Jutsu was ready to be unleashed. Kakashi immediately broke off the fight, retreating in haste. When he landed, he rubbed his arms. This guy really was worthy of the Uchiha name. The force behind each blow was immense, his taijutsu ferocious, and every strike was precise, all without even activating his Sharingan. But at the same time, Kakashi felt a surge of anticipation. So this is their combined jutsu, he thought. Aishu said in the best-case scenario, it takes 3 people working together. That means in the future. He didn't have time for further speculation, as the duo's combined jutsu was already aimed at Uchiha Lai. First came Aishu's hydrogen release balloon, larger than ever before and moving with impressive speed. Obito's Grand Fireball followed, right behind, both boys controlling their jutsu with remarkable precision, ensuring there was no chance of a premature explosion. Obito, in particular, was careful, remembering the last time he'd fumbled the ignition and almost roasted Aisha's right hand. There was a hint of worry in Aisha's eyes, but even more confidence. He was holding nothing back. The explosion's power would be equivalent to at least 10 explosive tags. He could already see the glimmer of victory, yet Aishu still thought too simply of a ninja's battle in the deadly dance between shinobi. There are no limits. Ninjutsu, taijutsu, kinjutsu, jinjutsu. They're all merely tools in a ninja's arsenal. In battles between ninja, the most crucial factor, aside from sheer strength, is intelligence. Although Uchiha Lai did not know the molecular formula of the hydrogen release, he was well aware of how his younger brother had ended up in the hospital after the explosion. "You're overthinking it, kid." Uchiha Lai stood his ground unfazed, his hands flashing through hand seals so quickly they left afterimages. Wind style, gale assault technique. In an instant, a fierce gale erupted in Aishu's astonished gaze. His massive hydrogen balloon was blown right back, colliding with Obito's great fireball. The explosion and the surging flames intertwined, blooming together in a dazzling display. Boom! The explosion thundered as expected, but its effect fell short of what they'd hoped for. Uchiha Lai raised one arm to shield his face, blocking the brunt of the blast. His sleeve was scorched and tattered, but that was the extent of the damage. The combination technique that Aishu and Obito had always taken pride in was unraveled in an instant by Uchiha Lai's seemingly simple wind style. This was the strength of a chunin. Even if he was still some distance from becoming a jonin and was not considered particularly remarkable in Konoha or the ninja world, his power and experience were still far beyond what 2 ungraduated students could hope to match. Had the full force of the hydrogen release landed on Uchiha Lai, perhaps the outcome would have been different, but there are rarely so many ifs in the world. Uchiha Lai was a chunin, strong and Shrewd. In fact, Obito and Aishu could take pride in having inflicted even minor injuries on him. But before the two could recover and congratulate themselves, a cold voice sounded behind them. It's over, remember this. Next time you see Uchiha, keep your distance. At some point, Uchiha Lai had vanished and reappeared behind the two in a flash, his hands poised in a knife hand strike, ready to send them both crashing to the ground at any moment. But just then a raspy yet captivating voice softly echoed through the air. Ninja art. Giant serpent, I look forward to our next encounter. With the incantation, a massive serpent burst onto the scene, as thick as a water barrel. Its body gleamed with unbreakable white phosphorus. Not only did it block Uchiha Lai's strike, but it also shielded Obito and Aishu beneath its coils. Uchiha Lai retreated rapidly until his back was against the forest training grounds wall, chakra clinging to his feet, so he stood parallel to the ground, his eyes locked onto the serpent. And on the coal's sinister figure standing atop it, fingers raised in a sign, exuding an aura of icy arrogance. Orochimaru. Sir, Uchiha Lai's brows knitted in deep displeasure at Orochimaru's appearance. It's rare to see Lord Orochimaru visit the Uchiha compound. To what do we owe the honor? Uchiha Lai inquired, his tone wary. The newcomer was indeed Orochimaru, the enigmatic lord of Konoha, who seldom had dealings with the Uchiha. Suddenly appearing here and directly saving those two brats left Uchiha Retsu at a loss for what to do next. He couldn't figure out Orochimaru's intentions, nor did he know what kind of relationship Obito and Aishu had with Orochimaru. I rarely come here, it's true, Orochimaru said in his gravelly voice. Ending his technique as he spoke, the white snake vanished in a puff of smoke. Watching this, Aishu couldn't quite tell if it was ninjutsu or a summoning technique. Orochimaru noticed Aishu's gaze, his slit-pupiled eyes swept over the young boy, then turned back to Uchiha Retsu, who stood along the training ground wall. But with your rank and abilities, even if I visited often, you wouldn't be qualified to see me. What a poisonous tongue. Obito hadn't caught on yet, but both Kakashi and Aishu widened their eyes in unison. The words might not be deadly, but the insult packed a punch. Uchiha Retsu's expression instantly turned cold, stopped from disciplining the two kids, and now humiliated as well. He made no effort to hide his animosity toward Orochimaru. But as always, this was the Uchiha clan. They would never fear anyone. Still, courage was one thing, taking action was another. The Uchiha were ambitious and certainly proud, but their intelligence was nothing to scoff at either. With a chilly glance at Aishu and Obito, Uchiha Retsu turned his icy gaze back to Orochimaru. One day, I'll make you meet my eyes, Lord Orochimaru. With those words, Uchiha Retsu vanished from sight. Yet his departure seemed to matter little to those present. Orochimaru hadn't paid him any mind to begin with. In fact, he didn't even know who the man was. At this moment, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes gleamed with interest fixed on young Aishu before him. Aishu, for his part, stared right back at Orochimaru, so intently that he didn't even notice when Uchiha Retsu left. It had surprised Aishu that Uchiha Retsu cracked the hydrogen release with a wind release technique, but that was just one of the possibilities Aishu had considered when developing hydrogen release. What truly caught him off guard was Orochimaru's sudden arrival. What's with this guy? Aishu felt a little dazed. After all, at this point in time, Orochimaru was every bit as dangerous as Uchiha Madara. It's not the thief you fear, but the one who keeps you in his sights. In this sense, Orochimaru and Uchiha Madara were much the same, both notorious for abducting children. Their crime started with a minimum of 5 years, up to 10. It seems you've learned to control your chakra quite skillfully. Very impressive. Orochimaru's rasping, seductive voice drifted through the air. Obito was left bewildered. Kakashi's eyes blazed with the fire of gossip, while Aishu's heart went cold. So this guy really was up to no good, judging from his tone. They must have been waiting here for quite a while. Actually, the main credit goes to Obito. He made the most progress. Ingshu decisively chose to give Obito the spotlight, hoping Orochimaru would soon notice Obito's potential and pit him against Uchiha Madara. Yet before Obito had time to be moved, Orochimaru suddenly raised both of his fingers again. This startled Ingshu so much that chakra instantly gathered in his palm. He went straight into self-defense mode. In moments of crisis, people's potential often bursts forth. Ingshu's fastest record for forming a Rasengan was 3 seconds, but this time he shaved off another whole second. As he completed the Rasengan in just 2 seconds, ready to fight for his honor, he realized that in Orochimaru's hand there appeared a small white snake holding a scroll in its mouth. Obito was bewildered again. What was up with Ingshu? Even Kakashi looked completely baffled by Ingshu's reaction. The atmosphere on the field instantly became awkward, but Orochimaru clearly didn't mind. He gazed at Ingshu with a faint, unsettling smile. The interest in his eyes was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Your technique requires a high level of chakra. Nature transformation. Here are some ninjutsu. For now, they should be enough for you, Orochimaru said, his body slowly melting into the ground. As if he were sinking beneath the earth, the little snake left behind the damp, sticky scroll, then disappeared with Orochimaru. I look forward to our next meeting. Orochimaru's voice lingered in the air as Ingshu's expression shifted from one shade to another. First the eccentric old man, now Orochimaru. He couldn't help but feel he must have offended the stars lately, though it wasn't even his zodiac year. Obito, bolder than most, picked up the scroll Orochimaru had left behind. As he unrolled it, he was utterly stunned. Fire style. Fire dragon bullet water. Style. Water consecutive bullets. Lightning style. Thunderburst. Wind style. Great breakthrough. Earth style. Yellow spring. How do you read? This character again. It's swamp. Earth style. Yellow spring swamp. It's a B-rank Earth style ninjutsu, Kakashi explained, helpfully, having sidled over at some point, his own expression equally odd. Obito blurted out in shock. Wow, we've struck it rich, Ingshu. Orochimaru had left him a total of 5 ninjutsu techniques, and none of them were low level, far stronger than Ingshu's little water balls and battery tricks. Lord Orochimaru really is such a kind and generous senior, Kakashi exclaimed after recovering from his surprise. That finally snapped Ingshu out of it. Kind and generous? Don't kid yourself. Wait until he defects from the village and gives you a look that makes you question your very existence. Then you'll see how kind he really is. At the same time, Ingshu felt a bit puzzled. At this point, Orochimaru shouldn't have turned into a scientist yet, right? According to Aishu's memory, Orochimaru only went down the path of no return after failing to become Hokage, so logically, there's no reason he should be targeting them now. When I make something of myself in the future, I really have to find a chance to thank Lord Orochimaru properly. Obito sighed, gazing at the blazing fire dragon on the scroll. Aishu nodded in agreement. No matter how you looked at it, Orochimaru showing up today had truly done the 3 of them a huge favor. Not only did he get Uchiha Wakaho's brother off their backs, he even left behind a ninjutsu scroll, which solved Aishu's urgent needs. Just hearing the names of those jutsu, Aishu knew they'd be incredibly useful for him, and a perfect match for his hydrogen release. This time, Orochimaru really was a great guy. It's a pity the Hokage is chosen by recommendation and succession. Otherwise, I'd definitely cast my vote for you one day, Aishu mused to himself. What Orochimaru would become in the future didn't really matter that much to him. That was all still far off. Given some time, even he could be all smiles and friendly. In fact, he'd be the true harbinger of peace. After all, they were all men of learning. What's there to be afraid of? A long road ahead. After that little episode, the 3 finally realized they'd skipped lunch. Aishu immediately suggested they grab a meal together in celebration, and Obito thumped his chest, insisting he'd treat. They headed straight to Ichiraku Ramen. Lunch rush had just ended, so there was no line, but Obito suddenly faltered, Aishu, do you have any money left? Didn't we give everything we had to that old man? Where would I get any money? Aishu, who'd been living off instant noodles these past couple of days, was clearly no help. I'll take care of it. In the end, it was Kakashi who raised his hand and took responsibility for everything. Obito and Aishu, feeling a bit embarrassed, only dared to order the basic set meal. But when Kakashi pulled out his wallet, a wad of cash thicker than a textbook, both their eyes nearly popped out. Kakashi, how are you so rich? Obito exclaimed in shock. Aishu felt a bit disgruntled too. As the White Fong son, Kakashi's family situation was obviously better than his, and that was understandable. But carrying around several years' worth of living expenses? Now, that was a bit much. It's not my money, it's my dad's, Kakashi said briskly, snapping the wallet shut, and eyeing the 2 with a hint of disdain. It's the payment from his last mission. But he left the village for another assignment, so the Umbu dropped the money off with me. Obito was stunned for a long moment after hearing that. In the end, he could only let out a long sigh. Man, I really want to graduate already and start earning as a ninja. Beside him, Aisha blinked, then glanced at Kakashi with a meaningful look. Graduate early, then become a chunin, then a jonin. Kakashi actually held such a record, and this record was so impressive that not even Uchiha Itachi managed to surpass it in the years to come. The reason behind this record is rather tragic. Ingshu did the math. That incident seemed to be drawing ever closer. A generation's great warrior, instead of dying heroically on the battlefield, would perish amid rumors spread by his own people, undone by his fragile heart. No matter how one looked at it, the whole thing felt strangely surreal. After lunch, the 3 of them returned to that familiar little grove. They had come to train, but instead of choosing the usual straightforward sparring, they took out the scroll left behind by Orochimaru. Inside the scroll were 5 ninjutsu techniques of the common elemental types, moderate in difficulty, supposedly out of reach for apprentice-level ninja like themselves, yet clearly none of them seemed concerned by this. Kakashi even remarked that if he wanted he could simply ask his father for any of these techniques. This made Shu take note. Perhaps in the future he could drop by Kakashi's house for a free lesson or two in ninjutsu. Of course, that was only possible if White Fan survived. But that was all for the future. It wasn't something Shu could control now. Abido, this fire style, great fire dragon jutsu, might be a bit much for you, don't you think? Shu asked, his expression a little odd. Maybe you should fully master the fireball jutsu before moving on. This wasn't one of those reverse psychology tricks. He was genuinely worried that Abido might bite off more than he could chew, but if Abido wanted to try, Shu certainly wouldn't stop him. He just feared that if Abido failed to learn the fire dragon jutsu, and then forgot the fireball jutsu as well, it would be like picking up a sesame seed only to drop the whole watermelon rind, I think. It shouldn't be a big problem. Abido seemed to understand Shu's concern, but still wanted to give it a try. I'm actually quite comfortable with the fireball jutsu, and the hand signs for these two techniques are almost the same. I should be able to handle it. All right then. Seeing this, Shu said no more and turned to look at Kakashi, his expression growing serious. Kakashi seemed to know what Shu was about to say, and his face became solemn as well. I've said before, might jutsu that's meant to change the world, to create a new era. Ideally, it's meant for 3 people, Kakashi. Yes, Kakashi nodded, grave and determined. Shu continued, let's both learn this lightning-style technique, you and me, that way it'll be easier for me to coordinate our chakra later. Once Abido masters the great fire dragon jutsu, we can try using the technique together, all 3 of us. A collaborative ninjutsu was certainly no simple feat. Shu had long been prepared for that. He himself could manage things like manipulating 2 orbs at once, or even controlling them with the backs of his hands. But that was just him. He had full control, add another person, another mind, another set of thoughts, and there would inevitably be friction to overcome. I understand, Kakashi said at once, silently committing the scroll's contents to memory. Before heading off to train on his own, Shu didn't idle either. Compared to Abido and Kakashi, his workload was the greatest. Right now he could only use 3 types of ninjutsu: lightning release, water release, and the healing palm technique, which represented yang release, the fire release. That Abido needed to master was still beyond his reach for now, but he absolutely had to learn both lightning and water release to minimize errors. At the same time, he had to devote himself to the practice of the healing palm technique, making sure he could infuse water release with enough yang release energy. In other words, he was handling the workload of 3 people all by himself. But what Aisha wanted went beyond even that. What he truly sought was mastery over chakra nature transformation, because the second stage of hydrogen release aimed to break through that theoretical barrier of the reaction process itself. It was a daunting path with a long way to go. The 3 boys trained all afternoon. There were no passionate battles, but a silent, mutual sense of competition hung in the air. Abido was desperate to prove himself, intent on mastering the great fireball technique before Kakashi could learn that lightning release move. Aisha hadn't planned on competing at first, but the thought of mastering 2 techniques while Kakashi and Abido each only managed one, that imagined sense of achievement, set his heart racing. After all, men are boys at heart. Even until their dying days, still their silent rivalry came to an end before dusk. Aisha had signed a temporary child labor agreement with that eccentric old man, and Abido went along, as good friends always share hardship as well as joy. Kakashi didn't want to go at first, but he couldn't resist Abido's taunting. What? Are you planning to secretly train and surpass the both of us? Of course not. Kakashi nearly lost his composure, caught red-handed, and in the end had no choice but to follow along. So the 3 of them headed to Training Ground 3 in Konoha. They waited and waited until the sun was nearly set and the bashful moon was already peeking out from the sky. But the old man never appeared. Maybe he forgot. Aisha wondered, puzzled. Was he overthinking things? In the end, the 3 parted ways and returned to their homes. Well, they could only go home. What Aisha didn't know was that at this very moment, somewhere between the Uchiha district and Konoha, a disheveled figure was running desperately, glancing nervously over his shoulder, panic written all across his face. His nose was bruised, his face covered in dirt, making him nearly unrecognizable. But the Uchiha crest on his clothes still made it clear he was a member of the clan. This was none other than Uchiha Retsu. At this moment, Uchiha Retsu had lost all the swagger he displayed that afternoon. He had stood up to Orochimaru himself, showing remarkable resolve. But now his eyes were filled with nothing but terror. On Uchiha territory, no matter how brazen Orochimaru might be, he wouldn't dare lay a hand on him. But just now Retsu had truly brushed past death. He hadn't even caught a glimpse of his attacker, nor did he know how the strike was delivered. He only knew that it was an Earth-style ninja and an extraordinarily powerful one. At that, he had no chance to resist at all. If not for his quick reflexes, he might have been buried alive beneath the ground by an Earth-style jutsu. Who knows what really happened? After all, this was Konoha. We're almost there, just a little further, Uchiha Lai muttered under his breath, almost like a prayer. As long as he reached the Uchiha compound, his life would be safe. But just behind him, a shadowy figure came to a halt, dressed in ragged, tattered clothes and wearing a bargain bin mask that looked like it was thrown in as a freebie at a roadside stall. The figure watched Uchiha Lai flee in panic and let out a sneer, a sound full of contempt, but tinged with age. Clearly, this was no young man. Is that all? So this is what the Uchiha have come to these days. To grow taller? Or to become stronger? Night was falling. Aishu had just finished his ninjutsu training, but his mind was in a jumble. The main reason was Orochimaru, though Aishu was grateful for everything Orochimaru had done for him. If he could, he still wanted to draw a clear line between them. But just as Aishu was at a loss for what to do, a sudden commotion erupted outside his door. Who's there? Aishu called out, immediately striding over and opening the door, only to find no one there at all. The wind was up, though, bringing a welcome coolness to the summer night. Getting ready to close the door and turn in early, to rest up for the endless competition tomorrow. Aishu was caught off guard. A shadow appeared inside his room without warning, making his face change in an instant. Holy crap! Aishu yelled, instinctively starting to form the Rasengan, until he mastered the second stage of hydrogen release. The Rasengan would be his go-to move for handling surprises, like when an Uchiha jerk showed up. Plus, it was a great way to assert his leadership. In a three-man squad, even Kakashi still had no answer to that technique, which drove him crazy. If Minato weren't still away on a mission, he'd probably regret ever teaching it to Aishu. But when Aishu finally got a good look at the intruder, the chakra in his palm immediately dissipated. His expression turned utterly strange. It's you? Humph. I told you I left a chakra marker on you. Even if you escaped Konoha, I could drag you back, the old man said, his tone as gruff as ever. What's this? It's only your second day, and already you're thinking of turning into a tree? It was that same eccentric old man, even older than Kosuke. Aisha hadn't seen him all afternoon, and figured the old man had simply forgotten about him. But he'd never imagined he'd show up in the middle of the night like this. I waited for you with Obito until sunset, but you never showed up. What was I supposed to do? Aishu replied, frowning. He hadn't had a smooth day. First, Uchiha Lai's wind style had shattered his hydrogen release. Then Orochimaru had handed him a bizarre lollipop. Though nothing truly dangerous had happened, by the end of the day, Aishu was physically and mentally exhausted. He was in no mood for any more nonsense, so it was only natural that he didn't show the strange old man who had barged into his home any kindness. Yet the old man's response was the exact opposite of what Aishu expected. Today, the old man seemed to be in exceptionally good spirits. His cheeks were ruddy, and even the way he drank his liquor was more exuberant than usual. Let's leave it for today. You can make it up to me next time. Waving his hand dismissively, the old man took another hearty swig. Just as Aishu was wondering what he meant, the old man suddenly turned his gaze on him. Kid, doesn't it feel awful losing to someone else? Aishu was caught off guard by the question. So much had happened that day that his first thought almost instinctively went to Uchiha Lai. Then just as naturally, he excluded the old man from the situation. After all, he hadn't been there, and instead connected the question to his own predicament of being forced into working against his will. This chain of thoughts happened in a flash, but even in that brief instant, new questions surfaced in Aishu's mind. Who exactly was the old man talking about? Aishu had always been a student of the humanities, especially drawn to philosophy. He knew nothing of finance, and even less about warfare. Ever since he'd arrived in this world, he'd barely managed to scrape by. He couldn't even afford to eat at Ichiraka Ramen, and nearly got roughed up just for challenging someone to a fight. Yet, none of this dulled his quick thinking or the fire in his heart that refused to admit defeat. Who the old man was referring to didn't really matter. What mattered was how he felt. It feels terrible, Aishu replied, meeting the old man's eyes with unwavering resolve. It's a strange sensation, like there's this constant gnawing, something that suffocates me. Yet I can't help but keep replaying it in my mind. I've even started imagining that I suddenly gain immense power, defeat my enemy, and grind them into the ground again and again until they bleed. But I know that right now, I just don't have what it takes. Uchiha Being's older brother, his cousin, was truly formidable. To put it bluntly, they weren't even in the same league. It was like comparing a professional boxer to an internet influencer showing off Biceps, sure, Rasengan and hydrogen release were powerful techniques, perhaps even destined to change the world one day. But Aishu understood that his own foundation was too weak. His taijutsu experience and chakra were all far inferior to Uchiha Lai's, who was already at the level of a chunin. When it came to battle experience, he was even a step behind Kakashi. When all was said and done, a kid's scuffle and a ninja's fight simply weren't on the same plane. Though Aishu's words were spoken as a response, in truth, he was reflecting on himself. He still had a long way to go. The old man's mouth fell open, for a moment rendered speechless by Aisha's answer. Was this how mature kids were nowadays? The old man realized that the words he'd prepared were suddenly useless, and he couldn't help but ask, so what are you planning to do about it? What am I going to do? Ingshu rolled his eyes and spread his hands in exasperation. Of course, it's about getting stronger. I can't just sit around waiting for someone else to bail me out, can I? I'd love to have the Hokage as a dad too. But that's just not how things worked out for me. For some reason, when the old man heard this, his gaze suddenly became evasive, but he quickly pushed down whatever feeling flickered there crossed his legs and gulped down his drink. A rosy flush deepened on his cheeks. You're right about that. Ingshu rolled his eyes again. So, you came to my house this late just to check if I actually went out this afternoon. Well, now you know. So you can leave, right? I'm at the age where I'm still growing. If I don't get enough sleep and nutrition, that's not good for me. He spoke with no patience at all. The old man froze mid-sip, realizing he was being shown the door, and his temper flared right back up. What kind of nonsense is that? When I was your age, I could fight the Uchiha for 3 days and nights without stopping, and I never. Halfway through a sentence, the old man realized he'd let something slip. His face changed, and he was about to cover it up, but when he saw the thoughtful look on Ingshu's face, he only sighed. Forget it, he'll find out sooner or later anyway. The old man thought as he took another swig. In any case, at your age, what matters isn't just growing tall. It's developing your body's potential. None of those powerful ninja became strong by going to bed early and then waking up suddenly transformed overnight. As he spoke, the old man stood up and headed straight for the door. You got luck on your side, kid. I can see you've got a knack for chakra, and that sly streak suits a ninja well. If you want to get stronger, come find me before sunrise. Tomorrow, of course, if you're afraid you won't get enough sleep and won't grow, then just stay home. With that, the old man shook his head and let out a cackling laugh. As the laughter faded, his figure vanished into thin air, just as mysteriously as he'd arrived. Ingshu hadn't even caught how he did it, but whether he saw it clearly or not didn't matter anymore. Ingshu's heart was racing with excitement. A Senju. He really is a Senju. That old man is actually from the Senju clan, older than the founding of Konoha, older even than Hiruzen Sarutobi, and Koharu Udatain. And he'd fought the Uchiha himself. If he wasn't a Senju, what else could he be? But that raised another question. What exactly did that old man see in him? Ingshu's expression turned odd. First there was Minato trading the half-finished hydrogen release for his Rasengan, then Orochimaru generously handing out lollipops, and now the grandfatherly figure who was almost certainly a Senju. Maybe his luck with people wasn't half bad after all. The shackles of morality, the seal of conscience, Lord Third. Tsukumo, when did you return? Is the situation very dire? It was deep into the night at the residence of the third Hokage, who also served as the head of the Sarutobi clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen, working late to review documents, looked up at White Fang, who had just returned from a reconnaissance mission, his expression instantly turning grave upon seeing Tsukumo's solemn face. Just as you expected, Lord Third, White Fang pulled out a scroll from his robe, its surface stained with dried blood, and handed it to Sarutobi Hiruzen after Sunagakure and Kumobikure. The Wagakure has now also torn up the peace treaty. Sarutobi Hiruzen unrolled the scroll and studied it for a while, his gaze growing colder. The scroll, paid for by the lives of countless Leaf shinobi, was simple in content. The Wagakure was amassing a large number of shinobi at the land of Earth's border, and their vanguard had already crossed Canopy Bridge, now lying in wait, hidden within a land of grass. They're heading straight for Konoha. Tsukumo, Sarutobi Hiruzen carefully put away the scroll, his voice now carrying a sharp, chilling undertone. Though the years had passed, the lion beneath the setting sun had lost none of his regal authority. Only Kirigakure remains. It seems the third great ninja war can no longer be held back. Lord Third, White Fang replied in a low voice. In truth, anyone with insight could see that Kirigakure's entry into the war was only a matter of time, and their likely direction of attack, just like the other hidden villages in wars past, would be a direct assault on Konoha. The gap between Konoha and the other villages was simply too great. The first great ninja war produced the professor of ninjutsu. The second gave rise to the White Fang and the legendary Sannin. Since that first war, Although all sides had been locked in a constant war of attrition, Konoha, overflowing with talent, had never relinquished its position as the foremost of the hidden villages. Such an overwhelming existence, one that upset the balance, could never be tolerated by human nature. Kirigakure has already launched its attack, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, finding another scroll also marked by dried blood, and tossing it to White Fang. White Fang caught it with the utmost care. A final mark of respect for those heroes who would never return to be buried in Konoha. Kirigakure has forged 7 powerful ninja blades. Their wielders are all elite jonin, known as the 7 Ninja Swordsmen. A force both formidable and merciless, they've already wiped out a small nation, and now they're marching straight toward Konoha. At some point, Sarutobi Hiruzen had picked up his long pipe as White Fang perused the intelligence. Hiruzen puffed away, thick clouds of smoke soon filling the room. The 7 Ninja Swordsmen. White Fang murmured, pondering for a moment. When he finally looked up, there was a keen, piercing light in his eyes. Lord Hokage, I wonder whose blades are sharper, their swords or my White Fang? White Fang brimmed with fighting spirit and eagerly volunteered for the mission. But he failed to notice the strange glint in Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes. You have a more important task, Sakumo. Hiruzen subtly declined White Fang's offer and continued, as for the mist, I've already entrusted the entire operation to the Hyuga clan. With so many Hyuga present, the effectiveness of the mist's secret techniques will be minimized. We might not win outright, but tying them down shouldn't be a problem. Hiruzen exhaled a puff of smoke and went on, compared to the mist, it's the battlefields against the stone and the cloud that need you most, Sakumo. White Fang paused, then immediately bowed low on one knee. Yes, Lord Hokage, at the break of dawn. As the first light crept over the horizon, Aisha made a decision that went against his family's long-held rules. Today, breakfast would be instant noodles. After eating his fill, Aisha stepped outside. Shrouded in the pale starlight of dawn, a gentle breeze brushed past as he walked forward with purpose. This would be the first day he clocked in to become stronger. He soon arrived at training ground number 3. The old man hadn't arrived yet, but Aisha wasn't worried. He found a spot on his own and began refining his chakra, all the while running through new ninjutsu formations in his mind. Unlike the restless overthinking of the previous night, Aisha was now completely focused. Having lived 2 lives, his worldview had shifted, but his values remained the same. The only real change was in the struggle itself. From corporate grind to the clash of blades, at last, as the moon was swallowed by clouds, and the sun threatened to rise, the old man finally appeared. Yo, the old man greeted Aisha. He was about to tease him for arriving so early, but seeing the serious look on Aishu's young face, his own expression grew solemn. I'm ready. Let's begin. The old man was momentarily at a loss for words. Aishu's enthusiasm caught him off guard, yet deep down he felt this was the boy's true nature, just like those people from years past. Hit me, the old man said unexpectedly. Aisha didn't move, just stood there and stared straight at the old man, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Just pretend I'm the person you hate most. Go on, don't waste time, the old man urged impatiently, but Aisha shook his head, as if shackled by morals or bound by conscience. The old man grew even more impatient. What I mean is, there's no need to pretend. A surge of chakra whirled, one Rasengan in each hand. Aishu charged straight at the old man. He'd read enough novels in his previous life to know how this went. Only by going all out could the old man truly assess his abilities. The old man watched Aishu rush toward him. Now, it was his turn to be bewildered. No need to pretend. Damn it, you little brat, you. The old man, who was supposed to burst into a fit of rage, suddenly paused, his expression shifting as the corner of his mouth lifted into a faint smile. So this is one of your attack methods too? I really don't know who you take after, he murmured softly, his eyes brimming with pride and satisfaction. But all of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Raising 2 fingers, the old man swiftly formed a seal, and in an instant a torrent of chakra surged, seizing control of the entire ground beneath them. Your momentum's not bad, but your speed is lacking, and your intentions are far too obvious. This isn't some back-alley brawl, kid. He gathered his chakra, preparing to bury Aishu in the earth, intending to start the lesson anew. This was to be Aishu's first lesson, what it truly meant to behead someone in your heart. But at that very moment, don't think you can catch me with the same trick twice, you old geezer. With a furious shout, Aishu slammed his hand down onto the ground. Chakra burst forth from the Rasengan in his palm, its wild force gouging a pit in the earth. The torn grass was the least of it, more importantly, the chakra the old man had hidden underground was completely scattered by the impact, yet Aishu's assault didn't slow in the slightest. Instead, he accelerated, driving the remaining Rasengan straight toward the old man. With his other hand, he began shaping chakra once more. Over the past few days, Aishu had noticed something peculiar. Obito, when not consciously gathering chakra, could only use the Great Fireball technique. 3 times a day at most, that was his limit, but Aishu, under the same conditions, could form more than 5 Rasengans in a day. Ruling out the fact that his Rasengan was the mini version like Boruto's tiny chick Rasengan, Aishu came to a conclusion. His chakra reserves seemed to be significantly greater than the average person's, and now confronting this monstrous Senju elder, Aishu harbored a bold suspicion in his heart. Could it be possible? The reason he had no family name wasn't because he was like Orochimaru or Jiraiya, wandering without a clan. Could it be that he was actually walking Tsunade's path? It was a wild guess, more like a dream than a theory, yet because of this, Aishu found himself hoping, maybe, just maybe, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, even if he was overthinking it, there was nothing to lose, was there? And besides, with dreams, what if one day they really do come true? 1 month later, a month flew by in a heartbeat. That day, as usual, Aisha woke up early, boiled water, washed up, and ate instant noodles. But before heading out, he noticed a special date marked on the calendar. He paused, raising an eyebrow. It's already been this long, huh? Today was the birthday of this body's original owner, and also the anniversary of his parents' death. Today also marked the 180th day since Aishu had traveled to this world. Aishu turned and glanced at his own reflection in the mirror, still as handsome as ever, though he'd gotten a bit tanner and slimmer. His whole appearance now seeming sharper and more efficient. He even had a ninja tool pouch strapped to his thigh, making him look all the more like a true shinobi. A month may not be a long time, nor is it particularly short. It's enough to break a bad habit, or perhaps to cultivate a new one for someone like Aishu, who trained with relentless determination. A month was sufficient for his ninja skills to soar to a whole new level. Ninja skills are not just about taijutsu, ninjutsu, or jinjutsu, but also a whole series of essential abilities every shinobi must possess. With the old man as his mentor, what Aishu received felt limitless, without boundaries or restraint: stealth of breath and movement, analysis of terrain and battle situations, coded messages and intelligence gathering, even the fine points of assassination. These were all things you could never learn at the Ninja Academy. At school, they only instilled the will of fire and drilled in the basic rules of conduct for ninjas, like the 3 forbidden practices. With the strength Aishu had now, he could easily graduate ahead of schedule. He could break Akashi's record in a heartbeat, yet he chose not to. Lately, the atmosphere in Konoha had grown noticeably quieter. For ordinary folks, life went on as usual, but the sight of ninjas strolling or relaxing in the back alleys became increasingly rare. The third great ninja war had truly erupted. Graduating now meant marching straight into the battlefield. Aisha wasn't one to shy away, but Obito wasn't ready yet, though Obito had already mastered the mighty fire dragon jutsu taught by Orochimaru, wielding not 1 inch, but 2 powerful fire techniques, so that even facing Uchiha's flames no longer daunted him. He was still a long way off from true combat, from the brutal reality of war. A shuriken whizzed through the air, but Aishu's hands were never idle. He formed hand seals at lightning speed, and in an instant unleashed water-style water bullet. With a rapid-fire barrage, water bullets shot forth. Though there was no water source nearby, Aishu's chakra was more than enough to fuel the jutsu. The bullets moved with blinding speed. They weren't densely packed, but their number was still impressive. The old man had just dodged the shuriken when he realized he had nowhere left to escape. Not bad, kid. The old man's eyes flashed with approval. Without even forming seals, he stomped his foot against the ground, and a plain solid earthen wall sprang up to shield him. Water bullets hammered against the wall with a deafening racket, formidable in sound but harmless in effect. Yet the old man behind the wall wasn't about to underestimate his opponent. He even began weaving his own hand seals, earth-style, earth flow wall. Suddenly, a wall as imposing as the academy gate burst from the earth, and in the next heartbeat, boom! An explosion shattered the air, sending tremors through the entire forest. Birds that had risen early for their breakfast never knew there'd be an explosion too. Dust and smoke billowed in all directions, and from the other side, the old man emerged, glancing at the gaping hole blasted through his earth wall, his shock only flickering across his eyes for a moment. Ha! Again! Ingshu was not one to believe in superstition. Without hesitation, his hands began weaving a flurry of complex hand seals, more than 20 in total, from all the jutsu scrolls Orochimaru had given him. The only techniques Ingshu could currently practice were lightning release, thunderburst, and water release. Water Barrage. He had yet to reach the threshold for chakra nature transformation, but that didn't stop him from pushing hydrogen release to its next stage. Right from the first hand seal, he started fusing chakra during the jutsu's shaping phase. He had to admit, his thanks belonged to Orochimaru. At first glance, the jutsu he'd been given seemed random, mere scraps tossed his way. But once Ingshu put them into practice, he was stunned by their hidden potential. Orochimaru, after all, was no ordinary master. As a disciple of the professor of ninjutsu and a future scientific genius, his insight was truly unique. The Thunderburst technique was designed for mid to close range combat, condensing chakra into lightning to strike within a limited area. It paired perfectly with water barrage. In fact, even without considering the hypothetical hydrogen release, the simple water barrage could be combined with Thunderburst, infusing water bullets with lightning to double their destructive power. But in Ingshu's hands, that power was multiplied many times over. One after another water bullets formed, but under the influence of the lightning, they transformed into vapor bombs. Ingshu reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out an explosive tag, attached to a kunai, ready to launch it on the spot. Enough! Just then the old man's voice boomed, cutting in right at the moment. Ingshu was about to activate the explosive tag with his chakra. Startled, Ingshu quickly regained his composure and put away the tag. The hydrogen vapor before him dispersed as well. You really have no sense when to save or when to splurge, do you? The old man grumbled, clearly annoyed. You know, the money you spend on one explosive tag could buy you instant noodles for a whole week. Don't you ever feel bad about it? But Ingshu merely smiled. Ever since he'd attached himself to Kakashi, that little landlord, he'd never lacked for things like explosive tags. He and Obito had once been lucky enough to visit Kakashi's family ninja tool vault. The sight was staggering. Tools stored not by the handful, but by the crate. It was the kind of scene a poor man might never witness in his lifetime. Ingshu had been tempted then and there to sneak a few out and sell them for a better life. Oddly enough, though, his monthly living allowance hadn't just returned to normal. It had doubled again, reaching a full 2,000 ryo, compared to the meager 500 ryo he'd scraped by on before. This was a fourfold increase. He could now afford the most expensive instant noodles without a second thought, and when it came to milk and eggs, he could easily buy a week's supply at a time. But despite these achievements at such a young age, Ingshu didn't grow complacent. Instead, a sense of unease began to creep in. He suspected this sudden windfall still owed itself to Orochimaru's connections. All right, that's enough training for now. No need for you to come here anymore, the old man suddenly announced, just as Ingshu was basking in his good fortune, leaving him stunned on the spot. What? I said, you don't need to come back anymore. The old man shot a grumpy look at Ingshu and said, you're young. Losing a few hours of sleep won't hurt you, but how old do you think I am? I can't keep up with you every day. In any case, the special training is over. When you've mastered changing the nature of chakra, come find me again, the old man declared, rubbing his aching back as he trudged out of the forest, leaving Ingshu with nothing but the sight of his retreating figure. Honestly, who knows how many days I'll need to recover from this? The old man's grumbling could still be faintly heard, but Ingshu only felt his respect deepen. He bowed deeply in the direction the old man had left. I may not know your name, but thank you, Grandpa. The old man seemed especially sensitive about his identity. Ingshu had tried to cleverly coax it out of him before, but each time the old man had dodged the question with some excuse. By now, Ingshu no longer fixated on this mystery. Even if the Senju clan had faded into history, it didn't matter. All he could do was offer them his highest respect and feel grateful to the old man. At the same time, Ingshu made a silent vow. He would master chakra nature transformation as soon as possible. The old man had no children of his own, but this mastery of earth release shouldn't be allowed to go to waste. A late Kakashi, and a storm about to begin fire style. Hey, Ingshu, that's not fair play. Obito, in the middle of weaving hand signs, was interrupted by a barrage of water bullets, forcing him to dodge as he complained loudly. I know you're quick with your hands, but at least let me finish the signs. Come on. Go easy on me, Ingshu. The enemy will only be faster than me. Obito. Thud, thud, thud. After a flurry of punches and kicks, Obito lay sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath, shooting Ingshu a look full of wounded indignation. You've changed, Ingshu. You used to go this hard only on Kakashi. Now, humph. Obito turned his head away in a huff, refusing to look at that handsome face. Speaking of that face, it reminded him of a sore spot. Not long ago, during a three-way sparring match, Obito had accidentally nicked Ingshu's arm with a kunai. The wound wasn't serious, but it needed care. Their training sessions were always intense. After all, they'd all faced enemies like Uchiha Retsu, and Obito in particular understood the importance of becoming stronger. Back then, Shu had been too drained of chakra to use healing sage jutsu. So Obito and Kakashi had to take turns carrying him to the hospital as quickly as they could, and then Obito witnessed a scene that filled him with both heartbreak and frustration. With battles raging on the front lines, the Konoha hospital was operating at full capacity. Many of the nurse sisters had resorted to using shadow clones, and even Kumi, who usually never missed a chance to ruffle Shu's hair, didn't have time for him anymore. Because the wound was minor, the task of treating Aisha fell to the trainee nurse Rin Noera. The two of them worked together with such natural intimacy that their relationship seemed to have already surpassed mere classmates, and perhaps even. In truth, Aisha was so familiar with Rin because in the past month he hadn't neglected his training in medical ninjutsu. On one hand, it was for the sake of yang release, on the other it had to do with class placement, with Obito's rapid progress. Early graduation was inevitable. Aishu's diligence was also for the sake of Obito and Rin. After all, if Madara dared to saddle him with the Three Tails a few years later, he would welcome the challenge. Rin couldn't suppress the Three Tails simply because, as a professional medical ninja, it wasn't her field of expertise. Matters like this were best left to Aishu himself. Hydrogen release, when all was said and done, was a rather complex and multifaceted ninjutsu. It could be used by several people together, and having an extra-tailed beast to assist didn't seem to cause any issues either. Of course, that was all a matter for the future. Right now, Aisha's mind was less occupied with scheming against Madara and more concerned about Kakashi. Come to think of it, why hasn't Kakashi shown up today? Did he oversleep or something? Obito, seeing that Aisha hadn't responded for while got up and asked in puzzlement. He still enjoyed the feeling of teaming up with Aisha to give Kakashi a hard time. Let's wait a little longer, Aisha said, wanting to give it more time. After all, there hadn't been any rumors in the village yet, so perhaps that incident hadn't occurred to push a Kaga-level powerhouse to the breaking point and make him choose to end his life. One couldn't take that lightly. It required careful planning. The two continued their sparring, with Aisha trying to apply everything he'd learned from the old man on Obito. Not only did it help reinforce his own memory, but Obito could also pick up a thing or two, yet Kakashi's continued absence weighed on Aisha's mind, giving him a vague sense of foreboding. Although the three of them had only trained together for a month, Kakashi had already become part of their little group. Abiding by the principle of never abandoning or giving up on anyone, Aisha made up his mind. Come on, Obito, let's go check on Kakashi at his house. Maybe he's sick. They walked through the streets of Konoha at noon. Right when the village was at its liveliest, there were fewer ninja in green vests in sight these days, but that didn't diminish Konoha's prosperity. Aisha had never been to the front lines, so he couldn't say something dramatic like, all this prosperity is built on blood, but he still felt a strange unease in his heart. He couldn't help glancing at Obito. Once this guy got a bit more dependable, maybe they would be able to head to the battlefield themselves. At last, they left the bustling marketplace behind. The Hitaki household estate was rather secluded, though not as remote as the Uchiha district. The area was mostly quiet, yet still relatively close to the heart of Konoha. One of the reasons Obito was often later than Kakashi wasn't unrelated to this distance. Finally, the two arrived in front of a large mansion nestled in the forest. It wasn't exactly an ancient, traditional manor, but compared to Aisha's modest hut, it was definitely a grand estate. Obito was just about to press the doorbell when a few people walked out from the yard of Kakashi's house. They all wore masks, and Aisha guessed they were from the Umbu, not the Root Division. Kakashi stood among them. That's the situation. Please be mentally prepared. Aisha caught faint snippets of what they said to Kakashi, but unfortunately his lip-reading skills weren't up to par. His grandfather had only taught him the basics, and he hadn't truly mastered it yet. Still, he managed to pick out words like Lord Hokage, White Fang, and don't leave Konoha. The Umbu members left the Hitaki residence with Kakashi seeing them off. Obito and Aisha stood silently to the side, only turning to Kakashi after the others had gone. What's going on? Obito asked curiously. His impression of the White Fang was limited to a strong man, a respected figure, and the one closest to the Hokage. In short, someone formidable. As for the Umbu, that was a topic covered only in the second semester for first-year ninja students. It's nothing, Kakashi replied, his gaze evasive, but the worry and loneliness in his eyes were impossible to hide. Aisha frowned. From his near-omniscient perspective, he knew the general direction of things. White Fang had abandoned his mission to save a comrade and return to Konoha, only to be met with nothing but criticism and scorn, which eventually became too much for him to bear. But the details were a mystery to Aisha. Judging by Kakashi's current state and the timing, the incident must have already happened. Soon, the village's rumors would begin. A storm centered around White Fang was about to break out, and Aisha felt that perhaps he could do something. This doesn't look like nothing to me, Kakashi. Aishu crossed his arms, scrutinizing Kakashi with a serious gaze. No matter what you think, Obito, and I consider you our friend. That day, when Obito was nearly beaten to a pulp by the Uchiha, you didn't walk away, and now whatever's happened, we're standing right behind you. Aishu spoke with such sincerity that even Obito grew solemn. Kakashi slowly lifted his head, his expression growing more complicated. Even with a mask, Aishu could see the conflict in his eyes. You don't have to shoulder this alone, Kakashi. Aishu continued. Maybe there are things the two of us can't help with, but having one more person means one more strength. On your side, you should understand that. It's not that I don't want to talk, Aishu, Kakashi said, looking up at the sky, his voice full of helplessness. It's just, I'm afraid that even the three of us together won't be able to change a thing. A hardline kind of comfort. Konoha Hokage Tower, conference room. In the spacious meeting room, Konoha's absolute top brass were seated on either side of a long table. But to call them top brass was perhaps overstating it. In truth, it was just the three elders and the Hokage. These individuals determined every strategic direction for the Leaf Village. They truly held its fate in their hands. And whenever they gathered together like this, it signaled that a momentous issue requiring a decisive choice was upon Konoha. The canopy bridge operation has failed. Iwagakure has tightened its defenses. At this point, to try and take it by force, or to launch another surprise attack, is almost impossible. The speaker was an elderly woman named Kohoyudatane, responsible for Konoha's finances and diplomacy, and like Hiruzen Tsurutobi, one of the second Hokages. Students, and Iwagakure's stance is resolute. Koharu's tone was heavy, tinged with frustration as she continued. They're demanding compensation for the damage caused by the White Fang Squad's mission, enough to fill thousands of coffers with Ryo. If we refuse, they threaten to launch an assault on Konoha. Nonsense. There was a loud thud as an older man with glasses slammed his hand on the table, as if they never planned to attack us in the first place. Compensation? What a farce. Damn that Inoki. This man was Hamura Mitokado, also a disciple of the second Hokage and Hiruzen's longtime comrade. Like Kou, he oversaw diplomacy and internal affairs for the village. It's not as if this is your first time dealing with Inoki. If he'd asked for anything else, that would have been out of character, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said, taking a slow drag from his pipe. Though he appeared calm, his brow was constantly furrowed with worry. Truth be told, things had unfolded just as he expected. Everyone present had weathered 2 shinobi world wars. None of them would lose their judgment over a single setback. Still, the White Fang's failure forced them to abandon their original strategy. It wasn't a total loss, but it certainly wasn't good news for Konoha, which was why they found themselves gathered here. Hiruzen turned to Danzo Shimura. What's your view, Danzo? My position has never changed, Hiruzen. Danzo's single eye narrowed, his cold gaze brimming with a ruthless intent. War is inevitable. War is constant. Even if the White Fang had destroyed Canopy Bridge, Iwagakure's aggression wouldn't have ended there. The same goes for the other 3 great ninja villages. I've said it before, Hiruzen. Danzo's voice was icy as he locked eyes with Hiruzen. If you'd taken my advice from the start, the only one in trouble now would be Inoki. The Canopy Bridge linked the land of fire and the land of earth, connecting the hidden leaf and hidden stone. In times of peace, it served as a vital channel for trade and economic exchange. Its long history benefiting Iwagakure most, as they lacked resources compared to Konoha. But in times of war, this bridge became Iwagakure's crucial supply route for transporting troops and military goods. The Canopy Bridge is easy to defend, but difficult to attack, with only a small garrison. It could become a thorn in the side of any enemy force. Shimura Danzo had suggested more than once that, even if it risked diplomatic tension, Konoha must maintain control over the bridge. The other 2 elders neither opposed nor supported his proposal. But the Hokage's office had not given its approval. There's a lot of discontent in the village with you right now, Hiruzen. Danzo continued. The White Fang's failed mission was carried out on your orders. During your tenure, Konoha has suffered 2 all-out assaults from across the shinobi world. People believe others see Konoha's weakness. I've warned you before. Endless defense is always proof of weakness. Making others wary of us and letting them see us as fools are 2 very different things, Hiruzen. With these words, Danzo ignored the darkening expression on Hiruzen Tsurutobi's face, squinting his eyes as if lost in thought, unconcerned about the reactions of the other 2 elders. As the hawkish voice of Konoha, Danzo always had a say when war loomed. After all, the doves, the advocates for peace, had already proven the limits of their judgment. Danzo, that's enough, Kohoyudatane said coldly, as if to rebuke him, though her words lacked real bite. Hiruzen Tsurutobi only waved his hand. Danzo isn't wrong. Konoha has reached the point where it must show its strength if we can't command respect. In the shinobi world, then even our predecessors and the first Hokage will find no peace in the afterlife. At that moment, the aging lion revealed his old majesty. The meeting soon shifted to discuss Konoha's counterattack. With battles raging on four fronts, defense should have been the wiser course, but everyone in the room understood the unspoken truth. Konoha desperately needed to prove its might at last. The meeting ended, Koharu and Hamura. Midokado departed first, heading off to carry out their orders. Only Hiruzen and Danzo remained behind. The air grew heavy with silence. Hiruzen let out a stream of smoke, while Danzo sat with his eyes half closed, feigning sleep. Neither showed any intention of leaving. Let's hear your thoughts about the Canopy Bridge and the White Fawn's failure. Hiruzen finally sighed, his voice low. Danzo opened his eyes at last. Instead of answering directly, he produced a scroll. This contains every detail of the White Fawn's mission from the very beginning to its abandonment. My operatives from Root were involved throughout. You'll find it even more thorough than White Fawn's own report. Hiruzen took the scroll, his expression shifting multiple times, not because Danzo had extended his influence over the ANBU, nor because he had placed his hand on White Fawn's loyal subordinates. It was that particular word. Abandon the mission. So, Uncle White Fang gave up on the mission and saved his comrades instead? In the main hall of the Hitaki estate, Obito asked in disbelief. Yes. Kakashi let out a sigh, his eyes clouded with worry. That's what those ANBU told me. They used to serve under my father, but as for father himself, he still hasn't returned to Konoha. Aishu stood quietly to the side, saying nothing. The situation matched what he already knew. White Fang had abandoned the mission to save his comrades. That single decision set off a chain of tragedies. White Fang's suicide, Kakashi's first descent into darkness, then Obito's efforts to pull him back only to die himself, which sent Kakashi spiraling again, followed by Rin, then Minato, and Kushina. Like a set of nesting dolls, tragedy repeated itself over and over around Kakashi. I shouldn't have told you all this. Kakashi crouched down, clutching his head with both hands as his slender frame trembled. He looked utterly anguished. It's just, I don't know what to do right now. What if my father? Kakashi at this moment was not yet the legendary Hitaki who could stand his ground against Kagaya Otsutsuki herself. After all, he was still just a 5-year-old child. His powerful father had suddenly failed a mission and was now missing, his fate unknown. Even grown adults would be gripped by worry in such a situation. Anyone with a softer heart might easily break down. No matter how precocious Kakashi was, deep inside he was still fragile. Otherwise, he wouldn't have closed himself off time and again. Obito stood by, his face clouded with uncertainty, unsure how to comfort his friend. Instinctively, he thought of inviting Kakashi out for a bowl of ramen with his newly received allowance. But before he could say a word, Aisha suddenly launched a flying kick, knocking Kakashi flat on the ground. Look at you. Forget about whether your father would be disappointed if he saw you like this. I don't even want to admit I have a comrade like you. Aisha stormed up to Kakashi, grabbing him by the collar and shouting at the top of his lungs. Obito was stunned by the scene, and Kakashi himself was left completely bewildered. You need to toughen up, Kakashi. Even if Uncle White Fang really did die in battle, he did so bringing honor to Konoha. The only thing you should do now is train. Train until you're strong. If Uncle White Fang comes back alive, you can help him finish the missions he left undone. If he's gone, then you wipe out the hidden stone and avenge him. Got it, Aishu's way of comforting people was nothing short of hardcore. In all the time Obito had known him, he'd never realized Aishu could be so overbearing. But just as Obito was about to secretly give Aishu a thumbs up in praise, he suddenly noticed that Aishu whipped his head around and fixed him with a stern gaze. Obito's heart skipped a beat for no reason. I'll behave, Aishu. I'll train hard. I promise I'll get stronger, he blurted out. In a frenzy, though he couldn't quite explain why he felt the need to clarify himself. Aisha gave a slight nod, then turned his attention to Kakashi. For the next week, the three of us are going to train like our lives depend on it, and then we'll apply for early graduation straight away. If Uncle White Fang really can't make it back, then we'll storm a Wagakure ourselves, Obito, and I'll stand by you no matter what. This is the only thing you can do right now. Do you understand? The return of White Fang, Hokage of Light and Shadow, graduating early didn't necessarily mean being sent straight to the battlefield. Aishu understood well that at this stage of the war, Konoha was far from being cornered, even in the later phases, when Obito eventually entered the fray and fell into Uchiha Madara's schemes. Konoha still rarely sent children their age to fight. When all was said and done, at the heart of the Great Ninja War was the struggle over interests. The crisis never reached a level that threatened Konoha's very survival. The fact that the 4 great ninja villages split their forces to attack, instead of forming a united army against Konoha, was proof enough. Everyone was eyeing Konoha, eager to take a bite, but none dared to push the leading village to the brink, so in Aishu's view, graduating from the academy and earning a forehead protector as soon as possible was the most worthwhile move right now. The tense times of war would offer him far more experience and growth than simply staying safe in Konoha, if the old man was still willing to teach him. So much the better, but Aishu was still far from mastering chakra nature transformation. Progress couldn't be rushed. Besides, even if the old man wanted to teach him, there was only so much he could impart. Aishu coveted the old man's earth release techniques, and envied the Senju clan's massive chakra reserves. But he couldn't exactly drain the old man's blood for that, could he? And, of course, there was one more crucial point. Aishu felt that his hydrogen release was ready for real combat testing. A peaceful ninja world couldn't be forged behind closed doors. The truth of any technique had to be proven in action. And so the three formed their truancy squad and officially launched their Save the White Fan mission. The plan was simple. Skip class and train, but unlike before, each of them prepared a shadow clone to cover for their absence. Even Obito, and these were not the basic clones Aishu had used before, but solid, reliable shadow clones. Just to be certain, Aishu even ran some experiments on this mysterious jutsu, making sure there would be no slip-ups. With more than half of his chakra, it was enough to last an entire day. Even if he moved around a bit or took a not-so-heavy punch, he could still maintain his shadow clone without it vanishing immediately. But Shu noticed that among the three of them, only he could do this. Kakashi had to distribute all his chakra to his shadow clone just to last a day and achieve the same effect as Shu. As for Obito, no matter how hard he tried, his shadow clone could only endure for half a day, and it was extremely fragile. While it wouldn't shatter at the slightest touch, he still had to be careful with it. Clearly, Obito started from the lowest point. Still, this left Shu somewhat puzzled. He couldn't tell whether he simply had an abundance of chakra, or if under the old man's training, his mastery of the shadow clone technique had grown even stronger. So, Shu decided to take responsibility for Obito's afternoon shadow clone as well, and only then did the three of them begin their special training. Their practice was no longer limited to sparring. Now they trained in shuriken throwing, ninjutsu usage, and, most importantly, their coordination with hydrogen release. Shu's plan was as follows. He and Kakashi would simultaneously use water style, water bullet, and lightning style, lightning burst. After Kakashi's jutsu hit, Shu would maintain control and still have the ability to fire water bullets. Meanwhile, Obito would use fire style, Great Fire Dragon, to target the enemy, leveraging the hydrogen release to amplify their power many times over. The Great Fire Dragon, a renowned fire-style ninjutsu, wasn't famous solely for its destructive force, but for its potential for growth. Masters could unleash multiple fire dragons at once, but Obito clearly wasn't at that level yet. With his limited chakra, he had to focus on controlling the direction of a single fire dragon. According to Shu's vision, this combined technique could easily be named Great Fire Dragon. Hydrogen release cannon. Once their teamwork was perfected, the synergy of their chakra would create astonishing chemical reactions. Day after day, the three of them trained with relentless intensity, each holding back a burning resolve. Kakashi turned his worries into motivation. Shu was eager to grow stronger. As quickly as possible, Obito, although he seemed to lack a clear goal, simply couldn't stand for Kakashi to pull ahead. Then on the fourth day of their training, a piece of explosive news shook the village of Konoha. White Fan had returned. In the corridor of Konoha Hospital, the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi and the leader of the Root Division, Hiruzen Sarutobi, were striding swiftly down the hallway. Nurses and shinobi they passed greeted them with utmost respect, falling silent and stepping aside to clear the path. Chief Nurse Nani walked alongside, reporting quickly 6 knife wounds, one calf injured by an explosive tag, but none are life-threatening. Severe chakra depletion and extreme physical exhaustion. Lord White Fang is unconscious, but he's already out of danger. At last, Hiruzen Sarutobi arrived at the door to the hospital room. Nanoyu stepped forward and quietly opened the door for him. What came into view was a burly man, lying unconscious, dressed in a patient's gown. Even so, one could still vaguely see the layers of bandages wrapped around his body. Incredibly, the special chakra short blade was still gripped tightly in his hand, the hilt itself bound up with more bandages. White Fang's willpower is truly astounding. No matter what we did, we couldn't get him to let go. Not even stimulating his nerves with jutsu worked. It's simply unbelievable, Naniyu remarked in awe. That's because he is the White Fang, Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured, then sighed, his tone heavy with emotion. Konoha's White Fang. It's just a pity, Shimura Danzo interjected coldly from the side, that this sharp blade still couldn't sever the bridge at Canopy. Hiruzen's brows knit together, while head nurse Nanu lowered her head in silence. This isn't the time for such talk, Danzo. Hiruzen shot a frosty glance at his old comrade, shaking his head. Danzo narrowed his eyes. The tension between them was palpable, but perhaps only the two of them knew the true depths of their relationship. Once they were sure the White Fawn's life was out of danger, Hiruzen, Tsurutobi, and Danzo offered words of comfort to the other wounded in Konoha Hospital. Only after nearly 2 hours did they finally return to the Hokage Tower. Back in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen immediately dismissed all his subordinates. The Hokage of Light and the Hokage of Shadows. Separated by a wide desk, their gazes met in silent confrontation. Have you gotten to the bottom of it, Danzo? The facts are right there, Hiruzen. Or perhaps you could wait until White Fang wakes up. The choice is yours. With just those few words, the room fell into heavy silence. Hiruzen, troubled, lit a cigarette, his eyes drifting to a report on his desk. It was from the Ninja Academy. Though called a report, it was really 3 in 1. 3 children had applied for early graduation at the same time. Among them was White Fang's son. Hiruzen's expression grew increasingly complex. After a long moment, he finally sighed. Do as you suggested. But do your best not to harm the children. You're too naive, Hiruzen. Even if I... Danzo sneered, ready with a sharp retort, but the sight of the icy resolve in Hiruzen's eyes stopped him cold. For a moment, even the shadowy Danzo was shaken into silence. He gave a curt snort. Fine. The graduation assessment, boss. Your steamed buns taste off today. That morning outside a breakfast shop in Konoha, a customer pointed at the bun in his hand, grumbling, "Ah," snapped the owner. Snapped out of his distraction. In a panic, he took a bite himself, and his face instantly turned awkward and embarrassed. I'm sorry, sir, it's not fully cooked yet. Tell you what, I'll give you a refund and throw in a few freshly steamed buns for you as well. Please don't be upset. The shopkeeper's attitude was genuine, and he immediately offered compensation, but the customer waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. It's not like this is my first breakfast here. But boss, you don't look so well today, do you? My useless son's gone off to the front lines. That rascal doesn't have much talent, so I can't help but worry. The shopkeeper spoke while packing up some piping hot buns and handing them over to the customer. The customer took the buns, but let out a sigh before speaking. Yeah. Lately, so many young shinobi have gone to war. Word is Iwagakure is advancing. If only Lord White Fang could blow up Canopy Bridge, things would be better. Exactly. I heard Lord White Fang actually had a chance to complete the mission, but for some reason he gave it up. Another customer chimed in. I overheard someone say yesterday that it was to save a comrade. The shopkeeper mused, glancing at a few young boys who had just arrived. What can I get for you, young man? The boy had already taken out his money, but for some reason he remained silent, head lowered, his mood clearly off. It was his companion who stepped forward instead. Boss, 6 steaming hot buns, pork filling. Coming right up. The shopkeeper took the money, quickly packed the buns, and handed them over. The 3 boys left at once, and the shopkeeper watched their backs disappear down the street, especially the white-haired boy among them. He looked oddly familiar. Isn't that Lord White Fang's son? Shouldn't he be in school today? At the mention of White Fang, several customers glanced over, but the boys moved swiftly and had already vanished into the bustle of the street. Don't let it get to you, Kakashi, walking on the road to school. Aishu finished off 2 buns and noticed Kakashi hadn't touched his food yet. He tried to comfort him. Eat up if you run out of energy during the exam. You'll be in real trouble. That's right. White Fang had been back in the village for 4 days now. Their graduation exam had been approved, and today was the day. Just as Aishu had expected, the rumors circulating through the village had spread to every corner. The failure to destroy Canopy Bridge meant Konoha would have to send even more shinobi to the front lines, and it was only natural that their families would worry. Yet, by rights, White Fang's mission should have been top secret. A mission to sabotage Canopy Bridge would start at S rank at least, and yet somehow, the whole village knew, though it hadn't yet reached the point of widespread outcry. Everyone knew what would come once Konoha's ninjas began to fall on the battlefield. In recent days, Kakashi had seemed rather downcast. Even the usual pep talks from Aisha, normally so effective, had lost their power. At last, the 3 of them arrived at the gates of the Ninja Academy. Today was unusual. They were running late. On any other day, this would have meant certain tardiness. Yet none of them seemed the least bit flustered. Nor did they bother to bring their school bags. Are you ready, everyone? Aisha called out, rallying them one last time, of course. Obito clenched his fist, his usual carefree demeanor replaced by a look of seriousness and resolve. This is my first step toward becoming Hokage. Obito's fighting spirit blazed as he turned to Kakashi. When I become Hokage, if you still haven't surpassed Uncle White Fang, don't even think about telling people you know me. With that, Obito strode confidently into the Ninja Academy, leaving Kakashi with nothing but his departing silhouette. Aishu was at a loss for words. He could only think that Obito's way of comforting people was certainly unique. Each lost in their own thoughts, the three sought out their teacher Kotai, who had guided them for the past 6 months. Under his lead, they entered a spacious room. The three boys looked around with wide-eyed curiosity, much like inquisitive little kittens. Chunin Kotai cleared his throat. All right, enough looking around. This isn't where the exam will be held. Get yourselves ready and don't get nervous later, Kotai said. For reasons he couldn't explain, his nose stung, and he had to fight back the urge to lose composure in front of his students. He quickly turned to leave, but not before reminding them, stay safe, even if you don't pass this time. Next year, there's always another chance. With that, teacher Kotai left. The air in the room grew heavier. Only then did the three boys realize that the graduation exam not only marked their first step toward becoming ninjas, but also meant saying goodbye to a teacher who had been with them day in and day out for half a year. That feeling. Haha, once I'm a ninja, I won't have to get up early every day, sleeping in until noon. No problem. I'm going to eat Ichiraku ramen every day, and every bowl's getting extra pork and a Naruto roll. Hey Aishu, help me figure out where I should wear my ninja headband to look the coolest. My advice, just tattoo it on your face. As Aishu and Obito celebrated, Kakashi found his spirits lifting as well. He clenched his fists and silently willed, Dad, you have to stay strong too. He had his own reasons for not being able to fail this graduation test. Outside the door, Teacher Kotai had only gone a short way when he heard the cheers from inside. His hands shook with frustration, but just as he was about to turn back and give those kids one last lesson, two masked ANBU appeared. Have they arrived? Chunin Kotai. Yes, they're inside, replied Teacher Kotai. Though a flicker of worry passed through his eyes, first-year students applying for graduation was already a rare occurrence. Let alone three at once, and among them was the son of Lord White Fang. This graduation assessment had already drawn the attention of the village's top brass. Even that esteemed leader was coming in person to observe the proceedings. What's more, the content of the exam was different from previous early graduation assessments. With a quiet sigh, Teacher Kotai could do nothing more than silently pray for the three students. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office atop the Hokage Tower, the third Hokage, wearing his signature hat and with a pipe between his lips, gazed out over the bustling Hidden Leaf Village. His eyes lingered on the thriving ninja academy in the distance, a place that represented the future and hope of Konoha. Are you ready? This might be a little early for you, but for those three children, there's no one more suitable than you. Hiruzen, Sir Toby said softly, his voice filled with kindness and encouragement. Standing behind him was a blond young man with a close-cropped haircut, his expression solemn. Yes, sir, he replied. Wait, this handsome young man with the buzz cut looked so familiar. Man, Aishu, why do I have a bad feeling about this? Obito whispered uneasily. Trailing behind the two members of the ANBU, it's just the graduation exam. It's not like we're being tested on book knowledge. What's there to be scared of? Aisha replied, a little impatiently. In truth, thanks to the ninja perspective he developed during his special training this month, Aishu could already sense that something was different. The two ANBU operatives ahead were silent and expressionless, their movements natural, yet somehow tense. Every action appeared normal, yet they never relaxed for a moment. Undoubtedly, should anything unexpected happen, these two ANBU would instantly transform into lethal assassins, eliminating any threat without hesitation. This was exactly why Obito, who just moments ago had been brimming with bravado, was now shrinking back. Ultimately, it was because Obito had never seen real blood, had never experienced true combat. His instincts were resisting the unknown. Or perhaps, he simply lacked experience and knowledge. Although Aishu hadn't seen battle, either the old man's special training seemed deliberately designed to prepare him for the battlefield. And as for Kakashi, there was even less to worry about. His father was none other than the captain of the village's ANBU, overseeing all matters related to the elite force. But soon, even Aishu found it hard to stay calm. He could see figures in the distance. He didn't know their names and had never met them before, yet the subtle pressure they exuded made his body tense up instinctively. As they followed the two ANBU closer and closer to the exam site, Obito suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd and let out a startled cry. No way. Isn't that the clan leader? Obito was stunned. His own graduation exam had actually drawn the attention of the clan leader. We're done for. Aishu, that's really the Uchiha clan leader. We're doomed. Do you think he's here to cause us trouble? Obito was starting to panic. He hadn't seen Uchiha Hokage in days, and the other Uchiha kids in their class made a point to avoid him. Back then he felt pretty pleased about it, but now, thinking it over, a wave of dread washed over him. After all, they had landed his cousin Uchiha Hokage in the hospital. Calm down, Obito. Watching Obito's flustered state, Aisha couldn't help but lose his temper. Could you ever imagine that this guy would one day become the third most notorious villain in the ninja world? If they wanted to settle the score, they would have done it long ago. No way they'd wait until now. Just do your best. Who knows, maybe the clan leader actually appreciates someone like you. And don't forget, you're the Uchiha's #1 prodigy. Aishu quickly soothed him, mixing comfort with a little flattery. The Uchiha #1 prodigy? At those words, Obito's eyes instantly lit up. With Obito reassured, Aishu turned to Kakashi. Ready, Kakashi? Yeah. Kakashi replied, with his usual calm, looking as though he was already in the zone. Aishu, our graduation exam sure has attracted a crowd, hasn't it? Maybe everyone's curious about what the White Fang Sun is made of. Don't let Uncle White fan down, Kakashi. Give it your all. Kakashi nodded. The three of them stepped onto the open training field and took their places. The exam venue looked much like the final stage of the Chunin exams, a wide outdoor arena, with tiered seating on all sides for spectators. It was just a bit smaller in scale. The last time Aishu had been here was at the start of the school year when Hiruzen Sarutobi had stood below and delivered his will of fire speech to the children. But right now, Aishu could feel one powerful stare after another fixed on him. In the past, he might have felt nervous under such scrutiny, but things were different now. Not only did he feel completely at ease, he actually found it all a bit boring. Who knew what lasting impact that old man's special training had left on him? Wow, their combined ages probably don't even add up to adulthood, do they? Kids these days. Impressive, someone remarked in the spectator stands, where all of Konoha's big shots were gathered, chatting idly. You're telling me, said Shikakanara, watching the field. Lost in thought, I'm still betting on the white Fang Sun. Choza, Kimichi grunted, grabbing a huge handful of fries and stuffing them into his mouth. Words muffled. The other two kids are way too skinny. Look like a strong wind would blow them over. They must be malnourished. But the White Fang's kid isn't exactly chubby either, Choza, Inoichi Yamanaka said with a chuckle, then glanced over at Shikakanara. So tell me, Shikaku, what do you think of these kids? Yamanaka and Inoichi mused, almost as if he were reciting Aisha's full ID number, to be honest. I do think that boy in the middle looks rather frail. Besides, one of them is the son of the White Fang. Another is an Uchiha. This kid has already lost at the starting line. Inoichi's words echoed the unspoken consensus. When ordinary ninja are compared to those from the great clans, they almost always come up short. This isn't prejudice, just reality, but Nara Shikaku shook his head. Some things in Inoichi can't be measured by appearances alone. Suddenly Shikaku's eyes lit up. He spotted a figure flashing into the center of the training field. Cropped blonde hair, a handsome face, and a warm, sunlit smile that seemed to sweep away all worries. Minato's here too? At that moment, the three exam candidates standing at the center of everyone's attention were feeling a mix of emotions. Kakashi was unreadable as ever, but Aishu and Obito exchanged odd, uncertain looks. That guy with the cropped hair. Why did he seem so familiar? Long time no see, everyone. Minato greeted them with a bright smile. Didn't expect you all to apply for graduation already. Time really flies, doesn't it? Hello, Minato-senpai? Aishu responded, glancing at Minato's new haircut, feeling a strange pang of guilt. So Minato had given up his signature flowing hairstyle. His hair was neatly trimmed now. Clearly the result of a recent cut. After all, it had been 2 months since that incident. Aishu had only one lingering concern. Would this new crew cut affect Minato's future title as the Yellow Flash? If he ended up being called the Crew Cut Flash, that would be awkward. Unlike Aishu, Obito wasn't overthinking it. He was simply feeling nervous. After all, he hadn't managed to master the Rasengan. In fact, he hadn't even gotten past the first step, but fate has a way of bringing your fears right to your doorstep. Minato, having just greeted them, turned and asked with a gentle smile, by the way, how's your Rasengan? Training going? If you run into any problems, feel free to ask me for help later. Aishu was a loss for words, was progressing too quickly a problem. Judging by the circumstances, Minato was likely going to be their Jonin instructor, so long as they passed the graduation test. Of course, Aishu sneaked a glance at Obito. When it came to Obito's strength, he felt pretty reassured. Aishu didn't know what Obito was like in the original world as a child, but the current Obito had already mastered 2 fire-style jutsu and could go toe-to-toe with Kakashi, a real force to be reckoned with. Admittedly, he hadn't won yet, but becoming a genin should be well within reach. Aishu's concerns weren't about strength, but about the Chunin who would soon arrive to administer the graduation test, and their strict adherence to the standards. If he held any strange opinions about the Uchiha clan, or worse yet, if he had been sent here by Danzo, then they would be in real trouble. Yet, just as Aishu's thoughts began to spiral, he suddenly realized that Minato, standing before him, had no intention of leaving. looking at Minato's bright sunny smile. Aishu sensed something was amiss and swallowed nervously. Minato-senpai? Aishu ventured cautiously. Do you have something planned for today? Aishu's abrupt question left Obito completely puzzled. However, Kakashi, standing to the side, seemed to have caught on. His expression changed in an instant, alert as if facing a great threat. Minato scratched his head and let out a hearty laugh. I knew I couldn't keep it from you, ha. As he spoke, Minato's smile remained, but he raised a hand, spreading his fingers wide. The cheerful expression softened into something more earnest, still gentle, yet unmistakably serious. 5 minutes. Kids, I'll be your proctor for this test. Namikaze Minato. All you need to do is last 5 minutes against me, and you'll pass, he added with a reassuring smile. You still have time to get ready. At these words, the 3 young students were startled, their hearts pounding in unison. And it wasn't just them. Even the distinguished figures watching from the sidelines were equally astonished. Though Minato had not yet become the legendary Yellow Flash feared across the ninja world, it was only a matter of time and fame. His strength was beyond doubt. After all, he had already earned the rank of elite jonin in the Leaf Village, and mastering the Flying Thunder God technique was an undeniable mark of power. In truth, Minato was both well-liked and highly respected among the people of Konoha. Beyond his abilities, his girlfriend was none other than the fiery-tempered princess of the Uzumaki clan, a direct descendant of the first Hokage's wife, and the current host of the Nine Tails. Minato's own teacher was Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, and the personal disciple of the third Hokage. Tracing that line back made Minato a protege of the second Hokage as well. With such a renowned and powerful jonin acting as the examiner for 3 fresh graduates, how could anyone not be shocked? Forget lasting 5 minutes. Even if several chunin took the challenge, they'd likely be overwhelmed in no time. On the spectator bench, Narashikaku stroked his goatee, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. Looks like the Hokage has high hopes for these kids. This should be quite the show. Elementary rank. The fact that Minato himself would serve as the proctor for their graduation exam had caught Aishu completely off guard. Yet with the test already set in motion, there was no time left for second guesses. Aishu signaled to his teammates, and the 3 quickly huddled together, heads bowed and arms draped over each other's shoulders for a final pep talk before the coming battle. He's fast. So fast it's unreal. There's no way we can take him up close, Aishu said gravely, his expression tense with determination. Obito also recalled the incident from that day. He nodded deeply, clearly moved. I'm just worried we might not even be able to use ninjutsu. That would be a disaster. After all, ninjutsu requires forming hand seals and channeling chakra. And yet, just the other day, even when he simply threw a bottle, Minato had intercepted it with ease. So what do? Kakashi finally managed to interject, his face full of confusion. In truth, Kakashi considered himself to have some understanding of his crew-cut senior. After all, his father had mentioned him more than a few times, but looking at them now, it seemed these two had an even closer relationship than he did. And seeing Obito's expression, it was clear he was still a bit rattled by what happened. So, what exactly did these two go through together? When not out of options, yet everyone, Aishu spoke in a low, resolute voice. If this were fight to the death, Aishu would have chosen to surrender. There was no shame in losing to Minato, nor in joining him. But the point was, this was only an assessment, and they didn't even need to win. They just had to hold out for 5 minutes. The 3 of them began whispering, huddled together to hash out a battle plan. Minato stood with his arms crossed, his smile as gentle as ever, waiting patiently. All around, gazes swept across the field in a flutter of anticipation, while the stands grew ever more abuzz with lively chatter. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, an old man sat hunched over a crystal ball, watching the live broadcast. This child, truly remarkable, isn't he? Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured to himself, taking a thoughtful drag of his pipe, utterly absorbed in the scene. The weak compare, the strong appreciate. Some viewers saw nothing more than the disparities in bloodline and starting point between the 3 candidates. But others were looking for something else entirely, the son of White Fang, and that Uchiha boy. Both seemed to look to the one named Aishu for direction. This piqued Sarutobi's curiosity, as his impression of Aishu remained at the stage of possibly a genius. But just then, he suddenly noticed another presence. Standing nearby was a man half-wrapped in bandages like a mummy. Sarutobi blinked in surprise. When did you get here? Shimura Danzo didn't answer. Instead, he fixed his single eye intently on the crystal ball, or rather on a certain figure within it. At that moment, the 3 boys lined up, ready for battle. At the edge of the field, Teacher Kotai raised his hand high, then brought it down. The assessment begins. Minato's smile didn't falter, but his arms fell naturally to his sides. He didn't draw a weapon, But even so, he was showing respect for the challenge. Minato was always polite, cultured, and graceful, but the three examinees were a whole different story. "Let's get him!" Aisha shouted at the top of his lungs, and all three of them charged straight ahead. "Huh, full of spirit, aren't they?" Many in the stands burst out laughing. Three trainee ninja daring to attack an elite jonin head-on, and choosing close-quarters taijutsu, no less. Was this courage or sheer folly? Well, that was for the wise to debate. Bang, 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 bang. Fists and legs collided, and a series of muffled thuds echoed across the arena. Minato appeared to be holding back, stopping short each time, but in truth, the three boys never even got close to him. He simply kept them at bay with ease. After 100 exchanges or so, the three boys separated in tacit understanding, forming a triangle to surround Minato. The young fighters were gasping for breath, their heavy panting a sharp contrast to Minato's calm and unwavering composure. Meanwhile, the spectators erupted in applause, regardless of anything else. Being able to hold their own against Minato, even for a few moves at this age, was impressive. Perhaps they still had a long way to go before becoming true shinobi, but most of those who came to watch today were here for the fun of it anyway. In a quiet corner of the bustling crowd, a couple sat together in silence. The woman, in the prime of her beauty, wore a gentle, alluring smile. Her belly was softly rounded, suggesting she was 6 or 7 months along. No one else sat near them, as if they were watching a different match from everyone else. "What remarkable children. Do you think our child will be just as talented?" "Fugaku," she asked softly. "Of course, he will be the son of the Uchiha clan leader." "Our child," Fugaku replied tenderly. The two exchanged a loving smile, their sweetness undiminished despite the isolation that surrounded them, a reflection of how Konoha shunned the Uchiha. Yet for them, the distance from others granted a rare moment of intimacy. Fugaku's gaze returned to the spiky-haired boy in the ring. His eyes shone with admiration, but there was a different light flickering there as well. The Uchiha of today, he thought. So accustomed to threats from without, so used to Konoha's exclusion. The clan elders had each formed their own factions, and internal strife was brewing beneath the surface. As clan leader, before he could realize his greater ambitions, Fugaku knew he must first bring about a rebirth for the Uchiha. His thoughts soared, and his eyes grew more resolute, as if he had pinned all his hopes on Obito. If only Obito could sense it, he would have surely been fired up on the spot. But perhaps it was for the best. What Obito needed now was composure, because soon he would be the star of the show. The three boys exchanged glances and nodded in silent agreement. Under the gaze of the entire audience, they began circling Minato, each moving in a position. Oh, on the viewing platform, Shikaka Nara's sharp eyes caught something new, and a spark of interest lit up his face. "What's this? They've even prepared a tactic? Or did they just come up with it on the spot?" Fascinating. As the boys shifted around Minato, each pulled out a smoke bomb from his ninja pouch and hurled it to the ground. In moments, thick smoke enveloped Minato, forming a swirling ring with only the faint silhouettes of the boys darting through the haze. Suddenly, the fight had taken on a whole new level of sophistication. Exclamations of surprise spread through the stands. The adults had expected a children's game, but the little ones had just proven their skills were anything but ordinary. Of course, there were also some people who were utterly bewildered, like their teacher, Kotai. Back during the trio's taijutsu training, Teacher Kotai had already been left in a state of utter shock, feeling so defeated that he even started to worry he'd lose his job if the three didn't graduate soon. But now, his mind was fixated on a single question. Where did the trio get those smoke bombs from? Could they have stolen them from the school? To be fair, stealing a few smoke bombs from the academy wasn't exactly a big deal if those three kids could just graduate. Teacher Kotai would be happier than anyone. But the problem was, since smoke bombs had shown up, what about explosive tags? And, Kotai didn't dare to think any further. He had a sinking feeling that whether the three managed to graduate or not, his own days as a teacher were numbered. Of course, Teacher Kotai's worries were completely unnecessary. Aishu and the others hadn't stolen anything from a ninja school. All their kunai, shurikens, smoke bombs, and explosive tags had been taken from Kakashi's house. Who knew if the exam would ban these things? But better safe than sorry. The three young ninjas darted and shifted positions within the swirling smoke. Meanwhile, Minato, after a brief moment of waiting, finally began to form hand seals. Yes, Minato had been waiting all along. The third Hokage hadn't just sent him here to act as an examiner. He was also supposed to observe these three as their future Jonin instructor, to get a sense of their abilities and how they work together. Having three Genin trainees hold their ground for 5 minutes against an elite Jonin was in itself a near impossible task. The reason Minato had waited was to see what tactics the trio would come up with. Now he'd seen enough. It was time for him to strike back. Wind style, great breakthrough. A basic wind style jutsu, perfect for blowing away the smoke. Minato's hand seals were crisp and fluid. A pleasure to watch. As he unleashed his technique, a fierce gust swept through, dispersing most of the smoke swirling around him. Yet, it still failed to reveal the whereabouts of the young ninjas. Minato's lips curled into a faint smile as he spun around, shifting into an offensive stance aimed directly behind him. In the next instant, a flash of surprise lit up his piercing blue eyes. Now I'm getting serious. Minato senpai. 3 identical figures surged toward Minato in a triangular formation, each with a blue chakra sphere spinning in both hands. All of them were Aishu, and each one was controlling a Rasengan in both hands. Is that Minato's spiraling flash? What the up? In the stands, Choza Akimichi stared in disbelief. Minato hadn't been back in Konoha for 2 months, spending most of his time on the front lines. During a support mission, Choza had witnessed Minato's signature, Seal-less Jutsu firsthand. Its power, especially when paired with Flying Thunder God, was one thing. But the name of the technique was what stuck in Choza's memory. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect to see that brat use it now, and with left hand, right hand, plus 2 shadow clones all at once. Akimichi Dingza was already so shocked. Let alone Minato. You've already mastered it to this level? Minato suddenly found the little one before him a bit unfamiliar. How long had it been? Barely over 2 months, perhaps. All he had done was point those 2 children in the right direction for their training and explain the basic principles of the Rasengan. Everything he'd said to them probably didn't add up to more than 10 sentences. Although he hadn't been dismissive, he certainly intended to teach them more thoroughly in the future. But who could have expected that not only did they master it, they took it far beyond expectations. Still, Minato's fundamental skills as a ninja were solid, though he was surprised. As the 3 Aishu launched their attack, Minato readied himself for battle once again. With a sharp movement, Minato drove his knee into one of the Aishu, bending him over like a shrimp. A puff of white smoke rose into the air. Minato's eyes gleamed with understanding. This was obviously a clone. Knowing that child, the real one wouldn't be so easy to catch. But just as Minato prepared to pull his leg back and counterattack, his brows creased. The sensation from that clone. Something fell off. Got you, you bastard. From within the smoke, Obito appeared, gritting his teeth and clinging tightly to Minato's leg. That wasn't a clone. It was a transformation. Aisha was fake. The Rasengan was fake. But Obito was real. And so was the attack. Obito held on with all his might, as if he wanted to use his very teeth to anchor himself. His fierce determination infected everyone on the field, and people began looking at Obito with a new sense of surprise. Even Fugaku's eyes flickered with admiration. What a unique Uchiha! But the assault from the 3 young ninjas wasn't over yet. After Obito, the remaining 2 Aishu charged forward, yet one of them abruptly released his transformation. It was Kakashi. At that moment, Kakashi held a short blade, clearly ready for close combat. But when he saw Obito clinging to Minato, a hint of resignation flashed through his eyes. The idea was to pin him down. Not cling on for dear life, you idiot. With no other choice, Kakashi gripped the short blade in his mouth and began forming hand signs with both hands. Just as he was about to reach Minato, he suddenly stopped short and pressed his hands to the ground. Earth style. Quagmire. This was a ninjutsu gifted by Orochimaru, and after a whole month of intense practice, Kakashi had finally mastered it. Aishu following close behind. Kakashi couldn't help cursing to himself. That cunning snake. He said he'd only learned lightning style, but he's picked up earth style too. Still, Kakashi's timing was impeccable. The earth under Minato's feet turned to soft mud, with Obito stuck to him like a stubborn plaster. Minato wasn't completely immobilized, but dodging at this range would be extremely difficult. Forgive my clumsy attempt. Twin Rasengan, too. Rasengan hit Minato directly. What the? The others in the stand were still confused, but Choza Akimichi was utterly bewildered. He knew just how powerful Minato's technique was. How can anyone take a direct hit like that and still be fine? Were these kids monsters? Or what? But soon enough, as Minato's body dissolved into a puff of white smoke, replaced by a battered wooden log, Choza finally let out a sigh of relief. Minato had already flickered 20 meters away from the 2 boys, with his elegant bangs swept aside. His eyes betrayed a shock that he could no longer conceal. There was no doubt about it. That was the Rasengan. It wasn't some ninjutsu trick. The wooden log used for the substitution jutsu was practically splinters. What else could do that but the Rasengan? Are you all right, Obito? As soon as Aisha's attack missed, he immediately turned to check on Obito. They'd been so close just now, he wasn't sure if he had injured his teammate by mistake. Obito drew in a sharp breath, stumbling a few steps as pain shot through his body. Things were not looking good. Damn it, Aisha looked anxious, not hesitating for a moment as he rushed to support Obito. His hands began to glow with a soft green light. Aisha the medical ninja was now on the scene. Kakashi also paused, then hurried over to join them. The crowd below was stunned by this turn of events. The audience fell noticeably silent. Some were worried, but even more were in awe at Aishu's display of healing ninjutsu. Who would have thought that this fresh graduate team would have a medical ninja among their ranks? Inside the Hokage building, Hiruzen Sarutobi nearly tugged out several strands of his beard as he stared intently at the crystal ball, uncertain whether his agitation was from panic or shock. Beside him, Danzo Shimura seemed lost in thought. What are you all standing around for? Go save them now, Hiruzen bellowed. Few truly understood the Rasengan's real power, but as a ninjutsu instructor he certainly did. Yet on the screen, besides Minato, not a single person dared to move forward. Perhaps it was because it would interrupt the exam, or perhaps there were other reasons, like Obito's Uchiha heritage. Who could say? Meanwhile, are you all right? Minato wasn't thinking about any of that. He rushed straight toward the three boys, but after just a few steps, his sharp eyes caught something strange about Obito. Obito, slumped in Aishu's arms, seemed restless. His hands were quietly moving, as if he were forming hand seals. What? Minato was taken aback at that moment. Earth-style, Headhunter Jutsu, a voice called out from beneath Minato's feet, and a small hand suddenly grabbed Minato's ankle. It was Kakashi. Was it chakra left behind from the earlier Earth-style, Quagmire, or a shadow clone hidden with a smoke bomb from the start? In that instant, everything became clear to Minato. He could always see through an enemy's schemes. A man destined to become Hokage could hardly be so naive. Yet he simply couldn't understand. Why were these kids so cunning and sly? And in the very next moment, Obito, who had appeared completely unconscious just a second ago, suddenly sprang to his feet with a nimble flip, half-crouched on the ground, the hand seal already formed, fire-style. Majestic Fire Dragon Jutsu! But that wasn't all. Kakashi's true self had already closed in beside Aisha, the two of them standing on either side of Obito like steadfast guardians. Lightning style, Thunder Burst, Water style, Water Barrage. Three jutsu were unleashed in the blink of an eye. Only Obito's attack was held in check for a moment, while Kakashi and Aishu's lightning and water jutsu lingered at their starting point, poised and ready. For an instant, the entire audience fell into a stunned silence. The tide of battle had turned in a heartbeat. Some spectators who hadn't been paying close attention at first were now completely caught off guard. But Minato truly lived up to his reputation as the fastest man in the Hidden Leaf. Even after being caught off guard and lured step by step into a trap, he still managed to react in a flash. With a powerful push from his legs, he shattered Kakashi's clone with a forceful tug, then leapt high into the air, his hands blurred through a rapid sequence of signs. The very same wind style, great breakthrough that he'd used before. In just 2 months, you've all grown this much. As long as I scatter the fire jutsu, your technique won't be able to activate, right? A smile returned to Minato's face. Let's not forget, Minato was a man who understood the principle behind hydrogen style at that moment. Target is off by a few degrees. Adjust trajectory. For up, one left. Obito, fire. Got it. Obito let out a wild shout, and the delayed fire style erupted from his mouth, transforming into a blazing dragon that roared straight toward Minato. Wind style. Great breakthrough. A fierce gale swept forth as Minato's wind jutsu surged, broader and more powerful than the one that had dispersed the smoke earlier. Though its increase was limited, the majestic fire dragon jutsu was one Minato was intimately familiar with. It was the very first jutsu that unreliable teacher of his had taught him. With a single glance, Minato recognized Obito's technique and could roughly gauge his chakra output. He was even calculating how to ensure the three kids wouldn't get hurt. However, Minato's good intentions were, in the end, completely unnecessary. He might as well have been offering them to the dogs. When the fire dragon clashed with a raging wind, it was not instantly blown apart. Instead, it held its ground for a moment, and even managed to scatter a few sparks in the air. Just a few, not many, but for Aishu, who had been meticulously aiming all this time, it was enough. Hydrogen style, nuclear barrage, one after another water spheres, charged with the power of lightning style, shot forth like tiny balloons, maintaining the mass and speed of the water barrage as they sliced through the air, each one homing in on those scattered sparks. In the sky, in the next instant, boom, 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 a chain of earth-shaking explosions echoed through the entire arena, reverberating deep within everyone's hearts. Mikoto even felt as if the baby in her belly had been startled, giving her a sharp kick from inside. In the Hokage's office, the crystal ball instantly lost its image. With a sudden thud, Danzo Shimura, who had been silent all along, slammed his palm down on the desk. "These kids, my root needs them," he declared. "Sir Toby, don't you dare go too far," Danzo barked, his eyes blazing with fervor. Sir Toby glanced at the strands of beard that had just been yanked from his chin, then looked up at his old comrade, who was practically trembling with excitement. Gradually, his expression turned to one of disdain. "Do you really think it's going to happen?" Sarutobi nodded toward the crystal ball. "I've already picked out their Jonin instructor, and now you come to me with this?" Speaking of instructors, Hiruzen couldn't help but feel a surge of gratitude for his own foresight. Judging by the sheer power of the ninjutsu those children just performed, if he'd sent anyone less than a Jonin, they might not have survived. "So what?" Danzo shouted, refusing to back down. "You saw their tactics, deception disguised cunning. Clearly, they're born spies, born for the root." Danzo was growing more and more agitated, as if he'd uncovered a priceless treasure. Sarutobi's brow furrowed. He remembered the last time Danzo had gotten this worked up. It was when news came that the third Kazekage had vanished without a trace. "Isn't that a bit much?" Sarutobi grumbled, his beard bristling as he glared. "They're just children, at worst a little mischievous. What does that make them deceitful or sly? I call that talent." And talented they were. While tactics were important, what truly caught Hiruzen seasoned eye was the combination ninjutsu the three children unleashed at the end. He wasn't sure of its exact power, but from what he saw through the crystal ball, it was nothing to scoff at. How old were those three? How refined could their chakra control possibly be? How pure their chakra reserves? How much could they even muster together? And most importantly, this wasn't even a Kekiai Jinkai. Minato had once told him as much, and had even been a bit disappointed by it. The conclusion was clear. That combination ninjutsu had a low entry threshold and packed a serious punch. If it could be taught widely among Konoha's ninja, the village's strength would surely rise to new heights, and all of that would be counted among his own achievements as Hokage. Sir Toby. Danzo was momentarily taken aback by his old friend's resolve. From the look and tone, it was clear this matter would not be settled easily today, but the word give up had never existed in Danzo's vocabulary, even against the Hokage. He was ready to fight for what he wanted. His single eye grew cold, and an intimidating aura began to radiate from him. "After the first great ninja war, you became Hokage, and I founded the root. At first, there were only 17 of us. By the time the second great ninja war broke out, the root had over 500 members, and nearly 2,000 more had been sent to the ANBU. But after the war, the root was left with barely 200 men." Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression shifted. "Are you going for the pathos angle now? That's not like you, Danzo. They have no names, no family, and not even a gravestone when they die. Just a code name." Shimura Danzo continued, his tone growing colder. "Now, I have fewer than 10 Jonin left under my command." The more Danzo spoke, the chillier his voice became, and his presence seemed to fill the room. "Sarutobi, I'm not asking for much. I don't want your funding or your authority. All I want are a few kids so I can train them myself. And you still refuse." "Me." He slammed his hand down on the table. "Are you really going to burn the bridge after crossing it, and dismantle the very foundation I built?" Hiruzen was caught off guard, as the confrontation hadn't played out as he'd expected. It seemed Danzo truly had high hopes for those three kids. After the Second Great Ninja War, there's not a single place that isn't short-handed. Hiruzen massaged his temples, brushing off Danzo's aggression with a calm retort. Still, since his old friend had shown his hand, he had to respond in kind. "Well, there's no way I'm giving you all three. Choose one. And don't even think about White Fang's son. You know I'll never agree to that." He tossed out a sweetener, and, at the same time, subtly warned Danzo not to get ideas about White Fang's child. But perhaps Danzo misunderstood, taking it as a prompt to act faster. He gave a cold snort. "Then give me two, not a person less one, or the deal's off, and you can't coerce any of the kids. I'll be present for the entire recruitment process. Monkey, don't push your luck." Danzo glared with his one good eye, voice sharp as a blade. "I'm the third Hokage. That's an order." Hiruzen shot back, unyielding. "You." Danzo's hand shook with anger, but Hiruzen remained impassive, lazily puffing on his pipe, firmly holding his ground. In the end, the three of them still passed the test and received their forehead protectors, but they'd have to wait a couple more days to register as official ninja and pick up their ID cards at the Hokage's office. "Hey Aisha, what do you think? Should I wear on my head or my neck? It's so hard to decide. This forehead protector looks awesome. What should I do?" Obito was practically bouncing with excitement. So what if he'd scored the lowest in the class? He was still the first to graduate. From now on, he was a real ninja, one step closer to becoming Hokage. Most importantly, he could finally go on missions and earn rewards. Soon he'd have all the ramen he could eat. I've got something to do, so I'll head off first. See you around." Kakashi didn't stick around offering a quick apology before dashing off and disappearing in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Shu raised his eyebrows. He hoped Kakashi's early graduation would help White Fang see things more clearly. Congratulations, kids. Minato walked over at that moment, smiling as he looked at the two who now wore their forehead protectors. Hee. Obito scratched his head with a goofy grin. Shu, however, noticed that while many people in the stands had already left, quite a few were now heading their way. He hadn't met any of them before, but judging by their appearance and build, he could still guess who they were. For instance, the Inoshikacho trio stood out with their distinctive hairstyles and body shapes. There were also a pair of twins in wooden clogs, stiff and unsmiling, who looked young but carried an air of elderly gravity. They must be the Hyuga brothers without a doubt. Besides them, there was a couple. The woman noticeably pregnant, and her husband wearing the emblem of the Konoha police force on his arm. Obito, your clan leaders here. Shu immediately recognized Fugaku and Itachi and quickly reminded Obito. The word clan leader seemed to hold a peculiar power. Only a moment ago, Obito had been beside himself with excitement, but now he instantly straightened up and behaved. Shu took this in with a quiet sigh. Obito really didn't fit the Uchiha mold at all. There was none of that signature Uchiha pride or cold aloofness in him. In fact, Obito even seemed a little afraid of his own clansmen, just like the other villagers in Konoha. But perhaps that was exactly why Madara had set his sights on Obito. Thinking of this, a faint, involuntary smile tugged at Shu's lips. Kakashi had graduated much earlier than in the original story, and Obito was benefiting from it as well. Their combination technique, hydrogen release, was proving to be quite effective. After a period of working together and further development on his part, their future prospects would be limitless. Once the three of them set foot on the battlefield, the next time Madara tried to pull strings from the shadows, it wouldn't be so easy. Shu smiled subtly. It seemed the roles of prey and hunter were about to reverse. My dream is to bring peace to the world. That evening, after having a bowl of Ichiraka ramen alone, Shu returned home, took a shower, and felt a wave of tiredness wash over him. Gazing at the brand-new forehead protector by his bedside, he suddenly had the urge to share the good news with that eccentric old man. But he quickly suppressed the impulse. He wasn't as childish as Obito. Forget it. Becoming a mere genin isn't exactly something to brag about. Shu arched his brow. Instead of boasting to the old man, he thought it would be better to master chakra nature transformation as soon as possible. The first phase of hydrogen release was already a great success, whether used alone or in combination with other ninjutsu. What he needed to focus on now was solving the problem of chakra fusion. In other words, developing what he called hydrogen release chakra. Of course, as promised, once he mastered chakra nature transformation, he would also inherit the old man's earth release techniques. This return on investment is beyond generous. I just wonder how Kakashi's old man is doing. Shu muttered under his breath. If White Fang hadn't chosen to end his own life, it would have been a tremendous boon for both Kakashi and himself. Not to mention, after all the time they spent skipping classes together as a team, wouldn't it be easy to cozy up to someone that powerful? In a place like Konoha, or even in the wider shinobi world, having someone influential watching your back is a real comfort. Take, for example, the current Sannin on the Sandhidden frontline, soon to go their separate ways. Back when they were just ordinary ninja, they fought their way to the demigod Hanzo of the Salamander in the Land of Rain. Though they were no match for a demigod, they survived and even earned the title of the legendary Sannin. Why? Wasn't it because they had a formidable Hokage as their teacher in his prime? Sure, their teacher would one day become a yellow Flash, but that was still in the future, wasn't it? If White Fang were still alive, even Minato would have to call him Senior. Shu's thoughts wandered in this direction as his eyelids grew heavier and heavier, just as he was about to dive into a dream where he'd spar with Uchiha Madara for 300 rounds. A rapid knocking shattered his peace, nearly costing him victory in his imaginary battle. Damn it, Shu shot upright like a startled fish. If that was Obito at the door, he'd make sure Obito regretted it for the rest of the night. For crying out loud, he grumbled, storming toward the door, but when he flung it open, no one was there. A gust of wind swept past him. That familiar sensation, oddly enough, soothed the irritation churning inside him. The corners of his mouth tugged upward as he turned back to look inside the room. Sure enough, sprawled drunkenly on the floor was none other than the old man himself. "You're here, I see." Shu greeted him. "Heartless brat. Graduated and didn't even bother to tell me. Planning to keep all that mission reward money to yourself?" The old man wasted no time unleashing his sharp tongue. Shu simply shrugged, acting as if it were no big deal. "It's just genin. Nothing worth making a fuss over." The old man paused at that, surprised. After a long moment, he took another hefty swig of liquor, then let out a soft chuckle. "Tisich, so mature for your age, but you're right. Jin are a dime a dozen in. The shinobi world, on the battlefield, they're just fodder, nothing worth bragging about, and shoot in mind he'd long since grown used to the old man's biting words. Truth be told, he was glad the old man had come. Sure, the old man could be short-tempered, heavy-handed, sharp-tongued, and not particularly fond of cleanliness. But in the end, he was a comforting presence. Ever since Shu found himself alone in this strange new world, there were few people he truly cared about, and this odd old fellow was definitely one of them. Here, take this, the old man said, thrusting something toward him. Suddenly, the old man fumbled through his robes and tossed something to Aishu, carefully wrapped and tightly bound. Aishu caught it, feeling a certain heft too. By touch, it seemed like a weapon, though curiously light. Instantly, Aishu thought of the chakra short blade that Kakashi's father carried. Wasn't it said that the higher the grade of a weapon, the lighter it becomes? Aishu couldn't help but break into a wide grin. Look at you, showing up is enough. No need to bring a GIF. But when Aishu unwrapped the package and saw what lay inside, his expression turned instantly peculiar. It wasn't a chakra short blade, nor even a kunai. Nothing at all to do with weapons. What the old man handed him was a scroll, an ancient-looking scroll with an unusual texture, almost like a piece of hardwood. What's this? Aishu's curiosity got the better of him, and he was about to open the scroll when the old man cleared his throat. Aishu paused, glancing up at him. Before you open that scroll, I want to ask you something. Kid, are you sure you want to become a ninja? The old man's demeanor shifted in an instant. Gone was the usual crafty vagabond, and in his place stood someone solemn and sincere, a gravity that Aishu wasn't quite used to. Still, Aishu answered without a second thought, of course. Why? The old man's gaze sharpened, suddenly taking on the air of a wise sage. Aishu frowned. Why do you want to be a ninja? The old man pressed, his tone weightier. Or, to put it another way, are you truly ready to face everything that comes with being a ninja? Death, betrayal, conspiracy? Aishu fell silent, of course. In the world of shinobi, being a ninja was a perilous life. Since the founding of Konoha, there had already been 3 great ninja wars in just over 40 years, with untold numbers of shinobi losing their lives. With his omniscient perspective, Aishu understood better than most just how tough it was to make a name for oneself here, without some sort of cheat code. Perhaps, instead of courting danger, it might be safer to lay low and quietly wait for the story's end. But a faint smile played at the corner of Aishu's mouth. Having crossed into this world, if all he did was live an ordinary, uneventful life, wouldn't that be a terrible waste? Aishu looked up at the old man, his gaze clear and resolute, brimming with conviction and unwavering determination. He spoke, I may not have lived through those things, but I've certainly thought about them. The path of a ninja is definitely not easy. I've worked in Konoha Hospital, so I know full well how dangerous it can be. If I could, I'd honestly prefer to live as an ordinary person, working the fields every day, or maybe serving as a forest ranger, hustling a few naive kids now, and then facing the sea as spring blossoms unfold. The old man frowned at these words. Then because I have a dream, Grandpa, Shu answered, a confident smile blossoming at the corner of his mouth, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There was something almost enchanting about that smile. Before he knew it, the old man found himself asking a dream. Shu tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the ceiling. My dream is to bring true peace to the world by any means necessary. The old man was at a loss for words. An awkward silence settled in the air between them. Staring at Shu's self-assured face, the old man suddenly felt that all his questions and worries were pointless. Meanwhile, Shu seized the moment while the old man was still stunned and quietly unrolled the scroll. The moment it opened, Shu couldn't help but exclaim. What he saw was both strange and oddly familiar. A symbol he recognized instantly, one he'd seen many times before. He was certain that even if he were to close the scroll and wait another decade or so, he could still draw it from memory. Yet he also knew, deep down, that this was the very first time he'd encountered this mark since crossing into this world. Beneath the symbol, there was a line of ancient, bold script. Clan of the Forest. Chakra refinement technique. In a volume 1, I too am something of a cheat today. Obito's stride was just a bit cockier than usual. He walked with a swagger, chin up, flaunting his forehead protector every chance he got. He was basking in his own glory. But so what? A ninja must stride forth with the confidence and dignity befitting his calling. Otherwise, how was he any different from those hopeless cases who still hadn't graduated by the second half of first grade? That guy looks so silly. Why does he remind me of Obito? On the roadside, Kakashi, noticeably more outgoing than before, turned to asking Shu this question. Shu, a bit distracted at the moment, followed Kakashi's gaze. Then his eyebrows shot up. I think that really is him. But Kakashi, how's Uncle White Fang? Has he been discharged from the hospital yet? He's out now, but he still needs time to recover, Kakashi replied with a rare smile. The usual lifeless look in his eyes was replaced by a narrow squint. He was genuinely excited today. My father told me a lot. I think I may have overthought things before. He may have challenged the rules, but he made a decision he won't regret. Anyway, thank you, Ingshu. Kakashi spoke with heartfelt gratitude, but Ingshu couldn't bring himself to feel happy, a decision one won't regret. Maybe it's just that the time hasn't come yet. The comrades you save at the risk of your life, even forsaking the mission, may one day turn and blame you as well. The blow from that would be devastating. After all, nothing destroys a person more thoroughly than the collapse of their faith. That's good to hear, Ingshu replied with a smile, though it came out a little stiff. Kakashi keenly noticed something was off with Aishu. Is something wrong? Aishu, he asked. Aishu paused for a moment. It's nothing. It just feels rather incredible. We were just skipping classes not long ago, and now we're already ninja. It all happened so fast. Yeah, it really did, Kakashi echoed, a note of wonder in his voice. So much had happened in such a short time. From sneaking off to train to applying for early graduation for his father's sake. Kakashi had never even dared to imagine any of this before. He was only 5 years old. He'd already started school early, and now he was graduating ahead of schedule too. It was almost unbelievable. The two boys tilted their heads back at a 45-degree angle, gazing up at the sky with a maturity far beyond their years. A stark contrast to the spiky-haired figure approaching them from the other direction. Well, if it isn't Ninja Aishu and Ninja Kakashi, what a coincidence. Are you both starting your first day as Ninja 2? Obito called out in a loud, cheerful voice, drawing plenty of sympathetic glances from the people nearby. Kakashi's expression instantly returned to his signature deadpan, and with practiced ease, both he and Aishu pretended not to recognize Obito, silently hoping they could ignore him out of existence. Fortunately, at that moment, a handsome face with a close-cropped haircut appeared above the three of them. It was Minato, as their assessment instructor and Jonin mentor. It was Minato who would guide these three genin as they received their ninja certificates today. Full of energy, as always, Minato greeted them with a smile as warm and gentle as a spring breeze. Shall we get going? The Hokage has probably been waiting for quite some time. Obito let out a goofy laugh. Kakashi nodded politely, but Aishu, staring at that handsome face, found he couldn't muster any joy. He sighed inwardly. He'd once thought he could be like Minato, a living legend who rose from humble origins, who changed fate with his own courage and wits, bringing peace to the world of shinobi without any cheats or tricks. But fate had other plans. He had fallen after all. The memory of that old man's corrections from the night before still lingered. The so-called adjustments, leaving Aishu with the unsettling feeling that he'd lost his innocence. 10 minutes later, in the Hokage's office, each of the three boys received their own small certificate, with a photo of their face and a unique ninja identification number printed on it. Kakashi was 009720, and Obito was 009721, and Aishu, the oldest, was 009722. Yes, Aishu was the eldest in the squad. He had just turned 6 a few days ago, while Obito was still 2 months shy of his 6th birthday, and Kakashi was barely 5 and a half. Still, despite being a team whose combined ages didn't even add up to adulthood, once they put on their forehead protectors, they really did look the part. A boy with spiky hair and a silly grin, another with a mop of white hair and lifeless eyes, and a third, a youth lost deep in sorrow, as though he'd just lost the most important thing in his life. Yet, as Hiruzen Tsurutobi gazed at these three little ones, he couldn't help but find each of them endearing. No matter how you looked at it, they were a joy to behold. He'd been grinning so widely his smile nearly split his face. From today onward, you are officially shinobi of the hidden leaf. Welcome to the ranks of genin. Hiruzen's voice rose with authority, yet remained gentle and kind. Obito's face flushed red with excitement, his whole body trembling slightly to receive recognition from his idol. What greater happiness could there be? I hope you'll work hard in your training, carry on the will of fire, abide by the 3 prohibitions, and grow into strong and respected ninja, Hiruzen continued, and then rummaged around in a drawer, producing several scrolls. The scrolls were exquisitely crafted, their elegant appearance standing out among the more mundane scrolls scattered across the desk. Small but unmistakably precious. With a sharp eye, Aishu recognized them at once. They were the same style as the one Orochimaru had given him, only missing a bit of that sticky residue. So becoming a ninja came with the bonus of new jutsu. He'd never heard of that before. Aishu was a bit puzzled, a little curious, but oddly he felt no real interest in the contents of the scrolls. There's no need anymore. Ever a tousled-haired boy with a dopey grin, a pale kid with listless fish-like eyes, and a teenager whose gaze brimmed with sorrow, as if he'd lost the most precious thing in the world. Yet, as Hiruzen Sarutobi looked upon these three little ones, he couldn't help but find them utterly endearing. No matter how he looked at them, a wide smile split his face. From this day forward, you are officially ninja of the hidden leaf. Jinin, Hiruzen raised his voice, yet it remained as gentle as ever. Obito's face flushed bright red with excitement, his whole body trembling slightly, to be acknowledged by his idol. What happiness could compare? I hope you'll dedicate yourselves to training, uphold the will of fire, observe the 3 prohibitions, and become strong ninja worthy of respect. Hiruzen continued, and then reached into his drawer, searching for something. He pulled out several scrolls. The scrolls were finely crafted, a stark contrast to the ordinary ones strewn about his desk, small but exuding an air of luxury. With sharp eyes, Aishu recognized them at once. These were the same kind as the one Orochimaru had given him, just lacking some of the slimy residue. Was becoming a ninja always accompanied by the reward of new jutsu? He never heard of such a thing before. Aishu was puzzled, a bit skeptical, but he felt no curiosity at all about the scroll's contents. No need for that anymore. Ever since he'd opened the scroll the old man had given him last night, and then had his body corrected by a powerful surge of the old man's chakra, Aishu no longer felt quite so innocent. But in return, he'd gained plenty, like ninjutsu, an array of techniques in all shapes and forms, the accumulation of the Forest clan over so many years. Forbidden techniques, the old man said, were out of the question, but as for the basics, he could have them all. Indeed, the old man wasn't some random manager of the 3rd training grounds, that so-called chance encounter and their accident that day. None of it was accidental. It was all part of a plan, the final protection from a clan that had chosen to fade into obscurity, to blend into the village, to disappear. Though Aishu often felt his chakra reserves and talent were lacking, he always found a way through sheer effort to outdo his peers, earning results in mastery with several times the work, not because he was especially diligent, or because those techniques suited him perfectly, though that played a part. The real reason was his chakra reserves were greater than those of his peers. His talent outshone theirs. Aishu had only learned last night that it wasn't that he lacked a surname. It had been deliberately hidden. Just like Tsunade, just like Nawaki, his real name should have been Senju Aishu. He was a member of the Senju clan. He was a prodigy. Team 7's official debut. Children, these are ninjutsu I have carefully selected for you. A gift to mark your becoming Jinin. Minato, I'm counting on you to teach them well. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled as he slid the scrolls to the edge of his desk, his manner reminiscent of handing out red envelopes during the New Year festivities. Well, on behalf of the 3 kids in Team 7-inch, I thank you, Lord Hokage. Minato was both surprised and delighted, feeling as though his own children had just received lucky money. Thank you, Grandpa Hokage. The 3 young ninjas chimed in together, bowing respectfully as if paying their New Year's greetings before each took their own scroll. Go on, open them and take a look. Each one was carefully chosen for you, but be warned, their difficulty isn't low. You'll have to train hard. Children, Grandpa Hokage will be checking up on you, Hiruzen said kindly, his eyes full of warmth as he watched the 3 before him, as if seeing echoes of the legendary Sannin in their youth. How quickly time flies. So many years have passed in the blink of an eye. Who would have thought that Jiraiya, the most unreliable among them, would be the first to take on a disciple and train him so well, and now the student of his student's student. Of course, he must also be extraordinary. Hiruzen smiled, but then, as if recalling something, his gaze flickered as he looked at Aishu. What a remarkable child, with such extraordinary talent. The jutsu that took Minato 3 years to develop, Aishu mastered in just 2 months, and to work with his teammates to create combo techniques. This spirit of teamwork was what Hiruzen valued most. This, after all, was the very essence of the will of fire. No, he absolutely could not allow Danzo, that scoundrel, to ruin this. Thinking of their previous agreement, Hiruzen glanced again at the scrolls he'd just handed out, a sly, confident smile spreading across his face. Old friend, bet you didn't see this coming, did you? I started moving long ago. Not a single one will fall into your hands. Haha. Aishu unrolled his scroll, only to find it contained a water release technique. Water release, water dragon bullet. He was all too familiar with this jutsu. Not only was it frequently used, but he had just seen it the night before. Not a single detail amiss. Instantly, Aisha lost all interest. Damn it, ever since they found out he was a descendant of the Senju clan, it felt as if so many things had been taken from him all at once. He glanced over at Obito, only to find Obito staring back at him with eager, expectant eyes. He probably can't read the characters, Aishu realized. At once, he peeked at Obito's scroll, then gave him a reassuring look. It was a B-rank fire release technique. Fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Among the many jutsu taught by the masters, this one was considered quite formidable. Jiraiya's version, the fire release, flame bullet, after further cultivation, could even evolve into the pseudo-sage art. Great flame bullet, a technique with faint connections to Mount Myaboku, though Hiruzen didn't possess sage mode. He had managed to combine the fire dragon bullet and flame bullet, creating the even more potent fire dragon flame bullet. A fusion of two powerful techniques, this jutsu stood on par with Aishu's water dragon bullet. A B-rank technique that was challenging but not overly difficult to learn. More importantly, mastering it meant a whole new level of chakra control. As a parting gift, it was nothing short of top tier. Ingshu glanced at Kakashi again, only to find that Kakashi had already finished reading the scroll. He gave a subtle nod, indicating that it was probably a B-rank lightning release jutsu, as expected of master and apprentice. Both had such a keen eye for gifts, and both had chosen essentials for someone practicing hydrogen release. Minato, here are some recent D-rank missions. I've selected a few suitable ones for you. Have a look and make your choice. Hiruzen Sarutobi said as he produced yet another scroll. This was already the fourth. Yes, sir, Minato replied immediately. Though what he really wanted to say was that it might be a bit too soon to send them on missions right after graduation. There were still some basic ninja skills they should master first. But as he recalled the battle from 2 days ago, Minato suddenly understood the Hokage's intentions. Clearly, Lord Hokage had high hopes for this trio. Minato carefully selected a mission, helping an elderly man repair some trees, with a reward of 6,000 ryo. 6,000 ryo was about the lowest payment for a D-rank mission, yet for Ingshu and Obito, it was more money than they had ever seen in their lives. After all, as ninjas, their labor was worth more than that of ordinary citizens. Minato chose this mission not just for the task itself, but also to give his team a chance to train while working, and so after taking the assignment, Team 7 officially made their debut, but Minato didn't rush to take them to the task. Instead, he led them first to take a commemorative photo. Ingshu stood in the center, with Obito on his left flashing a V sign, and Kakashi on his right giving a thumbs up. Minato, with his cropped hair and sunny smile, stood behind the three of them. Ingshu struck the signature pose of a certain hero from his previous life, turning slightly to the side, smiling, and reaching out his hand. May the shinobi world find peace, and no war no more. With their certificates collected and their group photo taken, Team 7 was now officially launched. Ingshu had finally fulfilled his wish to take Rin's place, saving an innocent girl, and in the process, making himself the new candidate for Three Tails Jinchuriki. One step closer to peace in the ninja world. By now, it was already midday. All right, kids. Let's meet at Park Number 2 at 2 p.m. For now, you're dismissed, Minato announced with a smile, then disappeared in a flash, clearly in a hurry. This sparked a wave of indignation from Obito. Hey, aren't we supposed to get treated to lunch? I even skipped breakfast, just so I'd be hungry for this meal. Maybe Minato-sensei will treat us tonight. You could always hold out till then, Kakashi chimed, in his tone sly and teasing. Ingshu, watching the direction Minato had gone, more or less guessed what was coming up that afternoon. Though it seemed unnecessary, skipping it would make things feel a little incomplete. It just wouldn't be the same without the ritual. All right, break's over. Let's go home for lunch. I have a feeling this afternoon won't be that simple, Ingshu said, heading straight home. Obito let out a heavy sigh, looking utterly dejected. Man, what a loss. Back home, Aishu tossed the scroll Sarutobi Hiruzen had given him straight onto the bed, then set about boiling water for instant noodles. Now that he was officially a ninja and about to start taking on missions, he told himself that soon he wouldn't have to eat instant noodles anymore. Still, he couldn't bear to waste what he had left. There were at least 5 or 6 tubs in his stash. Throwing them out would just be a shame. He decided to polish them off in one go. Don't bother asking why he could eat so much. Some things even Obito hadn't foreseen. As Aishu waited for the water to boil, he drifted into a daze. The events of last night had left him with so much to process. For one, the fact that he was a descendant of the Senju clan. Besides the old man, did anyone else know? Apart from Tsunade and himself and that elderly man, were there any Senju left? And who exactly was that old man anyway? Why did he seem to care about Aishu so much? Was there another reason behind it? Questions piled up in his mind, dragging him deep into thought. So deep, in fact, that he didn't even notice the water nearly boiling away. Suddenly, a rapid knock at the door jolted Aisha back to reality. Crap, he rushed to the kitchen, saw the water had nearly boiled dry, hurriedly turned off the stove, and only then ran to answer the door. But the moment he opened it, Aishu froze in place. Or more precisely, he couldn't really see the visitor's face because the person was wearing a mask. An overwhelming aura of menace radiated from the stranger, whose mask bore patterns completely different from the umbu masks Aishu had seen before. An entirely different style of art. Aishu Jinin, the Konoha village elder Shimura Danzo, has recognized your talent as a ninja. You have been specially selected to join the Foundation. Prepare yourself and come with me. A fierce tug-of-war inside the crystal ball. The Foundation, the Umbu, two organizations that seemed similar, yet were utterly different. The Umbu was the first and last line of defense for the village, while the Foundation's role was more about internal cleansing in Aishu's understanding. The Foundation existed to deal with their own people, much like a class monitor tasked with keeping fellow students in check. Staring at the lifeless mask and the cold, indifferent eyes behind it, Aishu found himself reflecting. Why would Danzo take an interest in me? Have I not been pure enough? Damn. He felt bitter. Just look at Guy, a man whose kick nearly decided the fate of the world. He had practically begged Danzo to let him join the Foundation, only to be flatly rejected. So what had Aisha done to catch Danzo's eye? He was only 6 years old for goodness sake. He was just a child. Though his mind was a swirl of grievances, Aishu forced an innocent expression onto his face. No matter what happened, he had no intention of joining the Foundation. For him, the honor of the Senju clan simply would not allow such a fall from grace. Elder Danzo, the Foundation, I've never even heard of it. Ingshu looked at them with suspicion. You? What you up to? Inside the Hokage's office. Good child. Hiruzen Sakabi brought his palm down on the desk with a loud smack, then let out a long sigh of relief. That damn Danzo. How is this any different from just snatching children straight into the Foundation? Thank goodness the child has always stayed vigilant. Knock, knock, knock. A steady, rhythmic knocking resounded as Shimura Danzo strode purposefully into the Hokage's office. He caught sight of Hiruzen, who was utterly absorbed, gazing intently at his precious crystal ball. A flicker of resignation passed through Danzo's single eye. At your age, and you still haven't given up this peeping habit. Worse, the moment you start spying on others, you lose all the basic vigilance a ninja should have. And this is the man whose Hokage, with a heavy thud of his cane against the floor, Danzo barked out impatiently, Hiruzen. Huh? Oh, Danzo. Come, take a look at this. Hiruzen beckoned him over enthusiastically. Danzo's lone. I was full of disdain. I'm not interested. Hiruzen hesitated for a moment, about to retort, when suddenly Ingshu's voice came through the crystal ball. Undercover work? Assassination? Gathering intelligence? Protecting the leaf? Aren't these all just the basics we learned at the academy? I'm not interested. It took me so much effort to graduate. I want to go to the battlefield and fight real enemies. I want to face them head on. And besides, isn't protecting the leaf something every Konoha ninja is supposed to do? Just this morning, Grandpa Hokage praised me for being outstanding and even gave me a B-rank water release as a reward. I'm not going. The air in. The office froze for a second. Hiruzen was just about to enjoy a leisurely puff of his pipe when Danzo's furious voice exploded in the room. You old monkey. What are you hiding from me? This time, I didn't say a word against you, Danzo, Hiruzen replied calmly, blowing out a cloud of smoke, the picture of composure. What a good kid. Grandpa Hokage didn't overpraise you. Danzo's hands shook with anger. This wily old man was too much, but just then, Ingshu's voice came through again. The Foundation's missions are on another level. What do you mean another level? No way. You're saying I could face off against enemy village elites head-on, maybe even get a shot at assassinating Kage. Me. I could really do that? Ingshu's voice brimmed with excitement. Like a schoolchild hearing he'd been chosen as Student of the Year, Hiruzen's air of calm began to crack. A faint smirk played at the corner of Danzo's mouth. Didn't see that coming, did you? My Foundation has endured through decades of storms in the ninja world. What haven't I seen? A mere kid. And you think he's beyond my reach? Danzo, tell me honestly, just how many children has your Foundation managed to lure in? His hands shook with anger, so much that he nearly turned into Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. What did Danzo? When the top beam is crooked, the lower ones can't be straight either. His subordinates had a whole set of tricks for coaxing kids. Confront the elite head-on. Assassinate enemy Kage. What kind of wild, fantastical tales were these meant only to fool children? Danzo. Shimura sneered with utter disdain, not even bothering to explain himself. So, how's the treatment in your Root division? Aishu's voice rang out again. If I join Root, can I learn a lot of lightning and water-style jutsu? Do I get rewards just for defeating enemies? Is that really true? Masked Uncle, can I really do that? It was over as he heard these words. Hiruzen Sarutobi felt a chill settle in his heart. A smirk tugged even deeper at Danzo's lips, his single eye narrowing. a look of absolute confidence that belonged to a man certain of victory, to strategize, to seize the secrets of his foes and control the whole board, to disrupt the enemy's plans and then shatter them without breaking a sweat. Danzo had long since grown addicted to the taste of triumph. Ah, Hiruzen let out a weary sigh and waved his hand as if to say he gave up. Fine, fine, I'll inform Minato about this later. But, Danzo, are you sure you want to bring him to root for training at such a young age? He may have graduated early, but still, that's not your concern. Hiruzen, Danzo replied coolly. The training of a spy is different from that of a ninja. It's best to sever bonds while they're still young. If he were a scion of one of the great clans, there would be no way he'd be allowed to join Root at such a tender age. What joining Root truly meant was an open secret among Konoha's upper echelons. To cut off the past, to sever the future, to feed on darkness, and walk in the shadows of the leaf, that is Root, but Aishu's records marked him as an orphan. So this was a different matter entirely. Danzo was in high spirits, having more or less foreseen the outcome. He no longer had any interest in lingering here. He took out a scroll and tossed it to Hiruzen. This is a list of suspicious individuals who've recently entered Konoha. Root still needs to keep an eye on the Uchiha, so we can't spare the manpower. Have someone else look into it. Hiruzen accepted the scroll without even opening it, waving it away in frustration, a silent gesture telling Danzo to leave. He was already racking his brain, trying to figure out how he'd explain all this to Minato. That kid might just be a civilian ninja, but his role in Team 7 was no small thing. Anyone with eyes could see he was becoming the team's true core. What's more, he was a medical ninja as well. Such a versatile civilian shinobi. What a pity to lose him like this, just then. Masked uncle, can I make a request? The conversation inside the crystal ball continued. I really want to join Root. The treatment's great, and I get to fight for the leaf. But since it's such a good opportunity, I want to bring my teammates with me. One of them is called Uchiha Bito. He's incredible with fire style. The other is Hataki Kakashi, son of the White Fang. Not long ago, he was even the top student in our class. The three of us made a vow. We'd go to the battlefield together, serve Konoha side by side, and even get married and have children together someday. So, thud, thud, clatter, clatter, clatter. Hiruzen Sarutobi's smoking pipe slipped from his hand, hit the floor, and rolled several times, scattering ashes and tobacco everywhere. But he paid it no mind. His face, first clouded with disappointment, turned blank, and then, in an instant, lit up with wild joy. There's hope. What? Those two aren't eligible for Root selection. You must be joking. Masked Uncle Obito is the Uchiha's #1 prodigy, and Kakashi is Uncle Whitefang's son. Even I couldn't beat him. How can your Root be so clueless? You don't even know basic information like this. Forget it, forget it. I'm not going, unless you bring them along, otherwise count me out. With that, the little guy turned and strode off to his room, slamming the door behind him with a bang. The change in his demeanor was so swift that the Root elite stood frozen at the doorway, unable to react for a long moment. Hiruzen Sarutobi promptly shut off the crystal ball, turning to look at his old friend, whose body faced the office door, but whose head still craned toward the crystal ball, his face locked in a stiff grimace. Unable to hold back, Hiruzen let out a hearty, unkind laugh. No matter how hard Shimura Danzo racked his brains, he couldn't have guessed it. Just a moment ago, the boy was happily preparing to set out, and he himself was about to notify Minato. How did it turn cold so quickly? Don't worry, Danzo. If Root is short-handed, I'll have the Umbu fully support you. Hey, with our relationship. Danzo, don't go. Danzo slammed the door shut with a resounding bang. Laughter filled the Hokage's office. Not far away, Danzo's face was clouded with gloom. He cast a cold glance back at the Hokage's office, a strange light slowly rising in his single. If that's how it is, then don't blame this old man for using other means. Hiruzen, Kushina, I'm lying inside his room. Aishu's expression quickly darkened. He moved away from the door, hiding behind it would be asking for trouble. He filled the empty kettle with cold water and set it to boil again. Throughout, he heard no further knocks, nor the sound of the Root member leaving. First Orochimaru, now Danzo. This is getting complicated, Aisha muttered under his breath. It's not the thief you should fear, but the one who keeps thinking about stealing. Orochimaru's interest was still harmless, but Danzo was another story entirely. Truth be told, Aisha was ready to fight back just now. If that Root ninja had tried to use force, he was determined to make a scene right then and there, in broad daylight under the open sky. He simply refused to believe Root would dare snatch someone right under the watchful eyes of so many. Could they really accuse him of being a spy? The kettle let out a sharp whistle as the water boiled. Still, there was no sound from outside the door. Remaining alert, Shu kept preparing instant noodles, one bowl after another. But even after he had unknowingly worked through his entire stash, there was no knock at the door, just as Shu finally breathed. A sigh of relief. Thinking Root must have left, faint footsteps suddenly echoed above, sounding from the rooftop, without hesitation. Shu conjured 2 Rasengan in his palms, his ears pricked up, his head tilted slightly. Root was clearly not so easily shaken off. But if they dared to use force today, Senju Shu was ready to turn the tables. To be honest, Shu's mastery of the Rasengan had grown ever smoother, especially after last night. The Senju clan possessed a unique constitution, along with a special method for refining chakra. Until now, Shu had always used the standard civilian version, according to the old man, ordinary chakra refinement techniques could never fully awaken the special potential of the Senju body. The amount of chakra a Senju could wield was on a completely different level. Shu understood. This was the difference between a sage body and an ordinary mortal vessel. Even Naruto, who had to suppress the 9 tails, possessed more than twice the chakra of an adult Kakashi. Once he gained Kurama's approval, his chakra reserves were 100-fold. Kakashi's, the chakra bar of a sage body. Now that was something you could always trust, but the Senju's sage body was more than just an overwhelming volume of chakra. Since Shu began correcting his technique, the flow of chakra in his body had become noticeably faster. Hashirama could clap his hands and summon any jutsu at will. Tobirama could lift a finger and enter instant kill mode. This was the legacy of the Senju. Now Shu stood with a Rasengan in each hand, eyes cold, ears keenly tuned, locking onto the figure above the roof. The footsteps moved from the rooftop to the eaves. Shu's gaze fixed on the window, his knees bent slightly, ready to spring into action. Shu knew his own strength well. Genin, perhaps, was not enough to measure his true power, but compared to the cold-blooded killers of Root, the gap was still quite large. His sage body, in the face of their absolute strength, was hardly an advantage, so he needed to strike. First, create a commotion, then escape in the chaos. He already had an escape route mapped out in his mind. From here to the nearest Konoha police outpost. It was just 3 intersections and 2 streets away, with the help of a few shadow clones for disguise, shaking off Root would be no problem, but he had to cause them some real trouble at the start. Otherwise, no number of clones would be enough to get away. At that moment, a foot suddenly appeared by the window. Not too large, bigger than Obito or Kakashi's, but smaller than old man Minato's. Not that Shu cared about such details. How big Root's feet were had nothing to do with him. Now's my chance. Shu, his nerves taut, suddenly dashed forward. His Rasengan might not have reached the level of splitting mountains and cracking stones, but its power was certainly not much weaker than the imitation spheres conjured by the copy ninja. Yet, it was in the midst of his charge that the shadow finally landed on the window, and their eyes met. In that instant, Shu finally saw her face clearly. It was a woman, with a head of fiery red hair and delicate features. Her expression, however, was one of utter bewilderment. She had a string of dango dangling from her mouth, giving her a rather clueless appearance. Not from the Root, of course she wasn't. From the Root, Shu even shared a bowl of ramen with this woman before. Who else could it be but Little Pepper Kushina Uzumaki? Damn, how could it be Kushina? That was Shu's first thought, his second. There was no way to stop in time. And then, crash. 5 minutes later, I'm so sorry, I thought you were taking a nap, and I didn't want to disturb you by knocking so. Kushina apologized, looking genuinely remorseful. Shu sat obediently to one side, staring at the 2 gaping holes in his wall. So close together, they nearly formed one. For a moment, he felt utterly defeated by life. With no way to stop, he'd been forced into a sharp turn, and the price was that his cozy little home now had much better lighting. So, what brings you here, Kushina? Shu mustered up the courage to ask. Kushina's arrival wasn't necessarily a bad thing. At least it proved that the Root hadn't pursued him relentlessly, or perhaps they'd been scared off by her. Still, Shu was curious. What was Kushina sneaking around for? Well, actually, it's about Minato. Kushina's gaze darted away as she scratched her head in embarrassment, her voice tinged with guilt. He had something urgent come up this afternoon, so your original assessment, well, he asked me to take over. Really? Shu eyed her with suspicion. Kushina might as well have had lying written on her face. No way he was buying it. But then how did Kushina know where he lived? Of course it's true. He begged me for ages before I agreed, Kushina declared, suddenly brimming with confidence. But just as quickly, she caught herself and narrowed her eyes. Wait a second. Little Shu, are you doubting me? Not at all, Shu said, spreading his hands. I'm just curious why you didn't wait for us at the agreed spot. Well, obviously, if I knew you. Huh. Kushina caught herself mid-sentence, realizing she'd slipped up. When she looked at Shu again, she found him wearing a sly, almost teasing smile. For some reason, Kushina couldn't help but think, what a wicked little brat. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage. Kushina. Inside the Hokage's office, Minato wore an apologetic expression, his voice heavy with remorse. It's nothing serious, Minato, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said with a generous wave of his hand. Although you're the Jonin instructor for Team 7-inch, you'll inevitably have to take on special missions in the future, occasionally letting Kushina substitute for you is actually a good thing. Minato let out a quiet sigh of relief. Last time during the graduation assessment, he had returned in such a rush that he hadn't informed Kushina. As a result, when Minato announced at lunch that Team 7 was making its debut, Kushina's temper exploded. Something as fun as being a Jonin instructor. Why didn't you invite me? Just recalling Kushina's fiery red hair flying in all directions made Minato's head ache, and he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for the three kids. I just hope Kushina doesn't go overboard. Minato thought to himself with a wry smile. Aishu, so this is why you sold out my home's location to your girlfriend? You owe me for this, you rascal. Later that afternoon at Konoha's second park, what's going on? Obito whispered to Aishu as he watched Kushina rummaging endlessly through her little bag, clearly searching for something. Minato-sensei had something urgent. Don't worry about it. Just go along. After all, she's the sensei's wife. Aishu quietly replied. Let's stay sharp, Kakashi said seriously. My dad told me our sensei's wife is no ordinary person. She's reputed to be the one in Konoha you absolutely don't want to cross. When she's angry, even Lord Hokage himself would rather stay home and not set foot outside. In short, whatever you do, don't make her mad. Aishu nodded, fully in agreement, but Obito just looked puzzled. Kushina, is she really that scary? I think she's pretty gentle and generous too. Only Obito could say that. Even Orochimaru seemed kind and approachable. His impression of Kushina was still stuck on that supreme bowl of Ichiraka ramen. She treated them too. How odd. I was sure I brought it. Found it. At last, Kushina fished out her teaching tool from the pile of jingling treasures in her bag. A delicate bell. She placed the bell in her hand, gave it a soft shake, so it chimed brightly, and smiled with squinted eyes. All right, kids, the assessment is about to begin. Use whatever methods you like. If you can snatch this bell from me, you'll pass. While she spoke, Kushina kept exchanging glances with Aishu. As if confirming something, Aishu didn't know how to respond. He could help bring her to the meeting spot, but telling her the test details outright, wouldn't that be admitting to cheating? Seeing Kushina holding just a single bell, Aishu began to worry. There were supposed to be two. After all, the point of the assessment was to test the trust and bonds between teammates, but Kushina clearly hadn't thought things through in such detail. She probably only picked up the idea of snatching the bells from Minato. So, shall we begin the test now? Kushina announced in a questioning tone. The three boys, including Aishu, were momentarily stunned. And the first to recover was Obito. Then forgive me, Kushina's sister. Obito charged straight at her. In the eyes of the Uchiha clans, number one prodigy, the meaning of life was nothing less than relentless offense. You should call me Sensei's wife, Kushina said, lightly, resting her fist on Obito's head. Then with a dull thump, it was over. The Uchiha clan's number one prodigy defeated. Kakashi and Aishu stared in disbelief. They exchanged glances, and in that instant both saw the same message in each other's eyes. Retreat. Damn, this test feels even tougher than the graduation exam. Minato was strong, but he would test the three of them seriously, pushing them hard, but still holding back enough to give them room to grow. But Kushina was different, looking at the enormous bumps swelling on Obito's head, which seemed to be emitting a faint wisp of smoke. The two of them suddenly realized this test was going to be anything but simple. Aishu's mind buzzed. This wasn't how the bell snatching was supposed to go. From the look of things, it felt like their lives were on the line just to get the bells. What do we do now? Kakashi swallowed hard, his voice tense. Perhaps even Kakashi himself hadn't noticed that in certain situations like this one, he had developed a habit of relying on Aishu. We can't fight her head on. No direct confrontation. We just... First things first, let's get Obito back. Cover me, Kakashi, Aishu said, forcing himself to sound resolute. It wasn't like they needed to go all out just to snatch a bell, but they couldn't just leave Obito behind, either. The two exchanged a quick, knowing nod, then split left and right, darting straight toward Kushina. Kushina, still wondering if she'd been a little too rough, arched her elegant brows at the sight. The two boys came charging at her with determination, and in her mind one thought echoed. Think about what Minato would do. Yes, she had to take the test seriously, so Kushina raised both her fists. Oh man. Kakashi, who was charging the fastest, slammed on the brakes. His hand shot to his ninja pouch, and with a flick of his wrist he chose to let his shuriken make the attack for him. What he saw next was something he would remember for the rest of his life. Kushina caught all 5, shuriken, barehanded, chakra swirling around her fingers, her feet never even leaving the ground. She caught 2 in one hand and 3 in the other, pausing for a split second as if pondering, then brought her hands together and clenched them tight. With a single sharp snap, all 5 shuriken were crushed into useless scraps of metal. Gulp. Kakashi's throat worked as he swallowed, suddenly parched. If he hadn't stopped himself just now. And in that moment, Aishu's figure had already rushed forward. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat, but instinctively he wanted to give Aishu a big thumbs up. What? A brave soul! Watching Aisha dash right up to Kushina, it looked like he was about to repeat Obito's tragic mistake at any moment. "Hello, ma'am. You look especially beautiful today," Aisha blurted out as he came to a sudden stop before Kushina, unleashing a survival instinct fiercer than ever before. And it worked. Kushina's fist relaxed into an elegant gesture, and she smiled, reaching out to give Aishu a playful flick on the forehead. "What a sweet talker you are." Kushina was ready to go a little easier on them, all the while sighing at how tricky it was to teach kids, but Aishu had no intention of taking on Kushina head-on. He'd rather risk it all against the Foundation, fighting to the bitter end, than cross this fiery redhead. Suddenly, Aishu ducked low, not to perform some taijutsu maneuver, but to grab the prone Obito by the arm. "Kakashi! Smoke bomb!" Aishu shouted with all his might. Kakashi didn't miss a beat. Almost as soon as Aisha called out, the smoke bomb was ready in his hand. With a sharp pop, the smoke burst forth, filling the air. Aishu seized the moment to drag Obito away, but just as he moved, a small yet powerful hand clamped onto his shoulder. Its grip was astonishing. "You're not getting away, little Aishu." Kushina's voice was gentle, so gentle it felt like the devil whispering in the depths of hell. At that instant, a strange thought sprung into Aishu's mind. Angels make themselves monstrous so that even demons will fear them. Demons, in order to tempt mortals, adopt the loveliest forms. But now was no time to wax philosophical. Gritting his teeth, Aishu released Obito, then kicked him hard, sending him flying as he began forming hand seals. Kakashi caught Obito without hesitation, but his heart sank, trading Obito for Aishu. How were they supposed to win this round? But before he could worry further, Aishu's voice echoed right beside him. "Run, run, run." Aishu urged them on, having escaped with his substitution technique. The 3 boys scrambled away in a panic, and behind them, they could just make out the sound of something snapping. It didn't take much imagination to guess that the wooden log Aishu had used as a decoy was in for a rough time. Kakashi and Aishu were close to tears. What was meant to be a simple test, a straightforward bell-stealing exercise, had turned into a nightmare. "Hokage-sama, I'll go and stop Kushina right away." In the Hokage's office, Minato, watching the crystal ball scene turn into a horror show, jumped to volunteer, sweat beading on his forehead. Prison Toby was stunned for a long moment. He glanced at the crystal ball, then at the whiskers he was stroking. Lately, his beard seemed to be falling out faster than ever. "Well, Minato, I think Kushina knows her limits. Let's not worry too much just yet. Overindulging them could backfire." After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi truly lived up to his reputation as an old fox. His sharp insight was truly formidable. With just a single sentence, he had thrown the 3 young members of Team 7 straight into a boiling pot, frying them over and over again. Minato stood there, mouth agape, his astonished expression gradually turning blank. Watching the 3 boys frantically fleeing inside the crystal ball, there was something Minato wanted to say, but he wasn't sure if he should. In this vast village of Konoha, was there truly no place for these 3 to hide? Clap, clap, clap. "Obito, wake up quick!" A violent shaking brought Obito back to his senses. He felt as if something was pressing down hard on his head, throbbing with pain, and his face stung sharply. The first thing he saw was a mop of white hair he rather disliked. Obito blinked, but quickly shifted into his usual irritable mode. "Hey, Kakashi, did you just slap me?" "I did not." "Cut the nonsense. I've only got 2 shadow clones left, senseis. Wife will catch up any second now." From behind came Aishu's voice. Obito turned his head and saw Aishu forming hand seals. It was a hand seal for shadow clone technique. With 2 quick puffs of smoke, 2 Aishu clones appeared, both looking as if they had lost all hope. "Please, I promise I'll eat extra tonight to make it up to you," Aishu called out to his stalwart clones. The 2 clones sighed, then started making the motion for forming chakra orbs, but clearly they were running low on chakra. Helpless, they could only set off on their short-lived journey with their bare hands. Since there was no hope left, they might as well face death without fear. Once the clones departed, Aishu lightly leapt down, tore a branch from a small tree, and began to draw on the ground. In the southwest corner of Park Number 2, there's a small river, right next to our usual training spot. There's no way we can win a fight if we stick together. We're just making it easier to get caught. We need to split up and make a run for it to the river. Aishu sketched a rough map on the ground, pointing to a spot in the corner. Are you thinking of using the river to launch counterattack? Kakashi asked, frowning, then seemed to realize something. His eyes widened in surprise. Aishu, don't tell me you've already mastered that technique Lord Hokage gave you. Mastered my foot. We're heading there to make our escape. Aishu was exasperated. Kakashi was usually so sharp. Why was he acting like a Beto all of a sudden? Pointing beyond the map, Aishu added, Sensei's wife doesn't know how to hold back. Forget about taking the bell. Let's just focus on staying alive. Miss Kumi was beautiful and kind-hearted, and Aishu didn't want her to worry about him 3 times over. Besides, there was still Minoyu at the Konoha hospital. If she managed to lure him away, wouldn't he just be handing himself over on a silver platter? If we follow this river downstream, we'll reach the village border in no time. Stick to the border for a bit, and we'll be right at Konoha's main gate. Aishu's plan was simple. Fighting was out of the question. It wasn't courage, it was just asking for a beating. It truly isn't worth ending up in the hospital just for the sake of snatching a bell. In fact, according to the real rules of the bell test, the moment the 2 of them rushed back desperately to save Obito, they had already passed. Judging by how quickly his shadow clones disappeared one after another, and the pain that came flooding back, Aishu was certain that Kushina didn't know anything yet. She was probably still chasing after them, determined to give them a good lesson. Come to think of it, the whole situation was rather bizarre. Now the 3 of them were actually focused on figuring out how to keep themselves alive. What a world. Absolutely incredible. But I doubt the main gates of Konoha could actually hold back Sensei's wife. Besides, now that we're ninja, we're not allowed to leave the village without permission, so I don't think we'd be able to get out anyway. Kakashi voiced his concern, yet Aishu shook his head. He couldn't exactly reveal that he knew Kushina was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, but he was certain of it in his heart. At our age, all we'd have to do is take off our forehead protectors and pretend we're just kids out exploring. It shouldn't be a big problem. Kakashi's eyes lit up at this, and even Obito caught on, giving Aishu a big thumbs up on the spot. Aishu, you're a genius. Lord Hokage. Inside the crystal ball, Kushina dispatched 2 of Aishu's shadow clones with 2 sharp flicks to the forehead. Hiruzen Sarutobi couldn't bear to watch, so he quickly switched the view back to the 3 boys, who were gritting their teeth and running for their lives. A sight that tugged at the heart. No wonder Minato had asked yet again. Step in, Minato. You know, the purpose of this test is... Hiruzen started, then paused mid-sentence. Years of leadership had made a habit to drag things out, but on second thought, hadn't the test already achieved its purpose? Obito, reckless as ever, had been taken out in the blink of an eye. Now the 3 boys' only strategy was to keep running, clearly giving up on the task. But before abandoning the mission, they hadn't abandoned their teammate. By all accounts, they'd earned full marks on the test. Hiruzen thought to himself that perhaps he'd overplayed the act this time. He cleared his throat. I just wanted Kushina to get a little more familiar with the kids, but since it's come to this, you'd better go. Minato was overjoyed. Without so much as a reply, he vanished from sight right then and there, so fast that Hiruzen couldn't even catch his movements. Well, the Flying Thunder God technique has become even sharper. I see, seeing the faint ripple in the air left by Minato's space-time chakra. Hiruzen allowed himself a satisfied smile. With the 3 legendary Sannin before Minato now, and even these 3 little ones showing so much promise, Konoha's future was truly nothing to worry about. Aishu sprinted madly, the 3 of them having started from different spots, but all heading in the same direction. Yet as luck would have it, he was the most unfortunate of them all. Little Chili Pepper had no idea what was driving her, but she fixed her eyes on him and gave chase. With wild determination, there are so many shadow clones. Aren't those enough for you to beat up? While sprinting for his life, Aishu cursed. Inwardly, it was true, he had awakened his sage body, and his chakra reserves were now 3 or even 5 times what they'd been at graduation. But even with that, he couldn't keep this up. He'd already lost at least a dozen shadow clones along the way. The trouble was if he didn't allocate enough chakra to each, they'd collapse from just a single hit. He needed them to buy him time, even if only for a moment. He tried having his clones attack with Rasengan, but aside from draining his chakra, it didn't help at all. He'd even tried transforming his clones into Minato or Hiruzen Sarutobi, but Kushina saw through those tricks in no time. Thankfully, Aishu was nearly at his destination. Obito and Kakashi, loyal as ever, were waiting by the little river, waving to him from afar. They hadn't left him behind. In fact, they looked like they'd been waiting for quite a while. Aishu glanced back at Kushina, who was fast gaining on him, and let out a sigh. Kushina was clearly holding back. With her true strength, she could have caught him in seconds. But even a Jonin going easy on a Genin was still overwhelming. Why couldn't she be more like Minato? Just enough force, just the right touch. Aishu had considered going all out. Sure, he was burning through chakra, but if it came to it, He could still team up with Kakashi and Obito for a last stand, but this wasn't a life-or-death battle. There was no need for that. Let's just call it even for that bowl of ramen. He tried to comfort himself as he thought. From a distance, he waved to his two friends and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Run! She's almost caught up." Life, it seemed, was merciless to these three boys. Once again, a trio set off on their desperate escape. It was almost laughable, this vast hidden leaf village, and yet not a single safe haven for the three of them. Truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Kushina felt she'd found a rhythm. Be tough on the shadow clones. Let him know how ruthless enemies can be. Be gentle with the real one. Let him feel his teacher's love. Who would have thought? I might have a real knack for teaching. Kushina brimmed with confidence. She'd already made up her mind. She'd be supervising their D-rank mission tomorrow, too. Just then a figure appeared at her side out of nowhere. It was Minato, who had arrived in a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique. He looked a bit flustered, but relaxed when he saw there were no students around. With a fond, exasperated smile, he gently ventured, "Kushina, maybe we could." "Aishu, that trick won't work on me." As a fist came hurtling toward his face, Minato's mind went blank. Wah. Kushina blinked in surprise. The little son, defeated after all, they were still just kids. And so the three little members of Team 7 ran and ran. Following the small river, they slipped into another patch of woods, and the main road was almost in sight. Konoha's Grand Gate couldn't be far now. Yet Kushina still hadn't caught up. That doesn't make sense. Aishu murmured to himself, his voice tinged with disbelief. After all, the shadow clone he'd sent out last had lasted much longer than usual, easily breaking today's record. So what do we do now? Are we really going to leave the village? Kakashi gazed longingly at the distant gates, his eyes filled with yearning, but even more with hesitation. Once he became a ninja, leaving the village without permission was a serious offense, severe enough to be labeled a rogue ninja. But Aishu remained unfazed. Whether they left or not didn't really matter to him. As long as he didn't get beaten up, he'd be content. Kushina was never one to hold back when she struck, and he had no intention of becoming cannon fodder for Danzo. Stealing the bells was a small thing. Being marked as trustworthy by Danzo would be a disaster. Let's go. Maybe Sensei's wife got lost, but if she really wanted to find us, it would only take her a moment. Aishu said, his tone matter of fact. This was a matter of clan knowledge. Exclusive ability of the Uzumaki. The Kagura Mines, legend had it that with eyes closed, everything within a 10-kilometer radius became as clear as day. Aishu was certain Kushina had simply lost her way. If she truly couldn't find the three of them and started to panic, she'd probably activate the Kagura Mines in an instant. The thought left Aishu sighing again and again. He had to admit, Kushina had taught him a harsh lesson. The feeling of weakness was just unbearable. I'll have to double my training once I get back, he resolved silently. He couldn't set aside the research on hydrogen release. But he also needed to master that pile of ninjutsu as soon as possible. Even if the second phase of hydrogen release would take some time to develop, he still needed some means to protect himself. Without further hesitation, the three of them set off toward Konoha's gates. Kakashi, though still a bit uncertain, walked in step with the group. Without a second thought, by contrast, Obito seemed reluctant to leave. He was the type who'd even wear his forehead protector to sleep or in the bath. And yet today, damn it, I'm really going to train hard when I get back. This is the last time. I'll never let anyone force me to take off my forehead protector again. Minato, you're awake. How do you feel? Dizzy. Minato opened his eyes, and Kushina's worried face instantly made him forget about his headache. Perhaps that was the power of love. Forcing himself to smile, Minato said, I'm fine, Kushina. Only then did Kushina breathe a sigh of relief, her concern quickly turning into exasperation. It's all your fault. Why did you show up out of nowhere? I thought you were one of Aishu's shadow clones. It's my fault for not dodging in time. It's got nothing to do with you, Kushina. To Minato, a girlfriend could never be wrong if something went wrong. It was always because he wasn't good enough. He lived by that rule. Still, Kushina's words reminded him. His three students, weren't they still on the run right now? Kushina, how long was I out? Minato asked. About half an hour, a bit faster than last time. Kushina looked a little embarrassed. Since she thought it was just a shadow clone, she hadn't held back much. Try to understand. Being the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails meant Kushina could never leave the village at will. All that monstrous strength had nowhere to go, which was exactly why she always hit a bit too hard. Of course, Minato's patient endurance hadn't done much to curb Kushina's fiery spirit, either. Half an hour? Minato rubbed his brow, then gently touched the bump on his head. That woozy feeling, paired with the sharp twinge of pain, was an oddly invigorating combination. They shouldn't have gone too far. Kushina, do you think you can sense where they are? Right now, Minato wasn't thinking of anything else. He just wanted to find his three students as soon as possible. and let them know that Kushina was in truth a gentle person. Otherwise, if they were truly frightened, things could get troublesome. But Kushina shook her head. I can't. Thank for trying. Huh. Minato blinked in confusion. About 10 minutes ago, they already moved out of my sensory range. Kushina sighed, looking down at the bell in her palm, her mood downcast. The kids must be terrified of me. Minato wanted to tell Kushina, you're overthinking it. They just want to stay alive, that's all. But his survival instincts kicked in, and he chose a gentler response. You're just a little too anxious, Kushina. They're still just children. It's normal that they can't understand how you feel. With Minato's warm reassurance, the gloom in Kushina's eyes faded away now. How about we go look for them together? The journey of Team 7 out of the Leaf Village gates wasn't exactly thrilling, but it wasn't carefree either. There were no questions, no registration. But all three of them could clearly feel one scrutinizing gaze after another sweeping over them. It wasn't just the Byakugan. There were other sensory-type ninja as well. The outer gates of the Leaf Village might have looked relaxed, but security was tight beneath the surface. Things were far less simple than they appeared. It was only after they had walked a fair distance that Aishu finally let out a breath he'd been holding. He had left the village before. Once the Ninja Academy had organized a spring outing, and that day he'd even received homemade sushi from several girls in his class. Back then, it had all felt so ordinary, and he'd even wondered if the Leaf security was just that lax. But now, with his strength grown, stepping beyond the village gates again, the feeling of being watched, of having no secrets, was far from pleasant. If only I'd started as a Hyuga. That wouldn't have been so bad either, Aishu mused to himself, but that was just a thought. In Shu's worldview as a ninja, sage body outweighed the Sharingan, which in turn was better than the Byakugan. So where are we headed now? After walking for a while, Obito suddenly asked Kakashi. Also looked toward Shu. It was clear that all the tough, thankless decision-making had been left to him. Shu hesitated for a moment. Why? Don't we go to the place where we had our spring outing? I remember there's a river nearby. We could catch and grill some fish. I'm starving. This suggestion was unanimously approved. After being chased by Kushina half the day, their stamina was all but spent. The three of them immediately set off in the chosen direction, and before long, they arrived at their destination. The lush green grass was fresh and soft, and not far off, a clear stream sparkled under the sun. The bright sunlight and gentle breeze lifted their spirits considerably. The spot chosen for the ninja school's spring outing wasn't too far from Konoha, so if anything unexpected happened, the village could send reinforcements right away. Still, they were definitely outside the barrier and surveillance range. The 7th squad, now in temporary refuge, planned to rest and recover. They'd wait until nearly sundown before heading back. Sneaking out of the village would certainly earn them a scolding. But that was better than a beating. Obito, go find some branches for a fire. Kakashi and I will catch some fish. Shu assigned the tasks. Obito dashed off toward the nearby woods in a flash. Kakashi, meanwhile, waded into the water to start fishing. In fact, although Shu had caught quite a few fish over the past half year, when it came to fishing skills, Kakashi was simply the best. With practiced ease, Kakashi pulled out a kunai, took aim at a fat fish swimming in the clear stream, and in one swift motion, stabbed it. Here, Kakashi said, tossing the fish to Shu. Nice. Shu praised, ready to handle the fish's guts, but just then something unexpected happened. A shuriken whistled through the air, slicing toward Shu's throat. Huh. Shu's pupils contracted. Instinctively, he grabbed the fish with both hands and swung it at the shuriken. The blade was sharp, but fortunately the fish was hefty enough. With a powerful swing, the fat fish nearly split in two, but the shuriken was knocked to the ground. We're under attack. Shu shouted at the top of his lungs, not to warn Kakashi, who was already taking cover, but to alert Obito. The direction the shuriken had come from was precisely where Obito had gone. Thwip thwip. 2 more shuriken flew out, both aimed at Shu this time. Their angles even trickier, but clearly from the same direction. Shu didn't dare let his guard down. He whipped out a kunai, and with 2 sharp clangs, knocked the shuriken aside. Meanwhile, his mind raced. He underestimated us. Probably because we aren't wearing our forehead protectors. Looks like these aren't root operatives. Enemy ninja from another village. They were out in the open while the enemy remained hidden. But that wasn't what worried Shu most. Obito had only just gone off by himself. Now he was in even greater danger. I'll circle around. Cover me. Aishu. Kakashi clearly understood the situation as well, his voice steady and commanding. Aishu didn't waste words. Without hesitation, he pulled a smoke bomb from his pouch and hurled it along Kakashi's intended path. At the same time, Aishu decisively yanked off his ninja tool bag. Gripping it in one hand while fishing out shurikens with the other, he unleashed a barrage of steel in the enemy's direction, covering the area with relentless fire. Aishu's shuriken skills were actually quite impressive. The old man had drilled him well. Within 10 meters, he could hit 99 out of 100 targets. But right now, the enemy was over 100 meters away. All Aishu could do was give his best shot and hope for a stroke of luck. Damn it. Did I underestimate them? Someone cursed quietly from within the forest. He had misjudged these two brats. A shuriken sliced through the air, whistling sharply by sheer chance. Aishu's wild throw found its mark. The spinning blade flew straight toward the hidden figure. Just two brats from a leaf. Courting death. The man's eyes turned icy as he drew his blade, striking down the shuriken with a sharp clang. He crouched low, his body moving like the wind, dodging the rest of the flying steel as he charged straight toward the white-haired boy. Aishu and Kakashi quickly got a good look at their attacker. His face was uncovered, but he wore a hidden cloud forehead protector. Tall and lean, he moved with astonishing speed, the sunlight flashing dangerously off the sharp blade in his hand. A ninja. A hidden cloud ninja. Kakashi. Hold your ground, Aisha shouted, rushing to support his comrade. For a cloud ninja to get this close to the Leaf Village, he was clearly no ordinary foe. Probably a jonin. Just a month ago, the three of them had faced Uchiha Retsu and were nearly wiped out in a single exchange, and Retsu had only been a chunin. Even if he fought ruthlessly, he never intended to kill them. But this was different. Their opponent was very likely a jonin, and he wouldn't be holding back. The Leaf and the Cloud were still at war on the front lines. The situation was dire. Danger pressed in from all sides, but the more critical things became, the less Aishu felt anxious. In fact, he felt a spark of excitement ignite within him. In front of others, he might say he trained hard to serve the Leaf Village, to bring honor to his home. When the old man asked why he wanted to be a ninja, he could put on an act and talk about peace for the shinobi world. But only Aishu himself knew the truth. He was always a down-to-earth kind of guy, simple and unaffected, uninterested in petty amusements. He didn't train to save his own skin, nor did he have any lofty ideals. All he wanted was that when facing an enemy, he could use his strength to force them to their knees in defeat. Right now, there was only one thing on his mind. Battle. Did he look like a wild dog to you? Clang, bang. Kakashi took the blow from the hidden cloud ninja head on, and the force was far greater than he'd expected. Just meeting the blade had already taken all his strength, and then the cloud ninja delivered a ruthless kick to his stomach, sending him flying backward. Ingshu arrived just in time, catching Kakashi, but even so, the two of them staggered back several steps before they managed to steady themselves and disperse the force. What's the situation? Ingshu asked quickly. He's strong and pretty fast, but his swordsmanship is nothing special. That said, we can't rule out that he's got some powerful jutsu up his sleeve. In a head-on fight, I'm not his match. We'll have to wait for the right moment. Kakashi gritted his teeth and rubbed his stomach. He was still reeling from that kick. The enemy in front of them was definitely no pushover. T-Sich. The cloud ninja spat on the ground, clearly annoyed that his strike had been blocked. Without wasting another word, he twisted his wrist and launched into another fierce attack. Catch your breath for a moment, Kakashi. Staying calm, Ingshu formed a string of hand seals at lightning speed. In a blink, chakra gathered and unleashed his jutsu. Water style. Water barrage. With a barrage of watery blasts, Ingshu unleashed one of his three go-to-combat techniques: Rasengan, Thunderburst, and Water Barrage. It wasn't a large arsenal, but he'd mastered each one. He didn't add any yang release chakra this time, but the sheer number of water bullets made up for it, pouring out in a relentless curtain-like stream. Oh, the cloud ninjas advanced in slow, though the flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes. He'd assumed these were just two leaf brats playing outside the village. But not only had they blocked his attack, now they were using ninjutsu as well. Looks like they're from a big clan. What a lucky break. The cloud ninja's lips curled into a cruel smile. Without slowing down, he swung his long sword in broad arcs, barreling through the torrent of water bullets as he charged forward. Kakashi immediately shifted into a defensive stance, his short blade angled behind him, eyes locked on the enemy, ready to counter at any moment. Meanwhile, Ingshu narrowed his eyes, carefully sizing up their opponent's strength. The cloud ninja stood at about 172.51 centimeters with dark but healthy skin and looked to be around 20 years old. Ingshu recalled the earlier, overconfident shuriken attacks, and this current reckless approach, combining it with his general understanding of the hidden cloud and the rules for upper-level ninja in the shinobi world. Setting aside the question of why this cloud ninja was here in the first place, Ingshu deduced that their foe was probably a chunin. In a hurry, though it was possible he might be a special jonin. Any higher, and the two of them wouldn't stand a chance. Even so, facing a chunin, their odds weren't great. As the cloud ninja closed in, Ingshu made a snap decision. Kakashi, let's use that move. That move? Kakashi blinked in confusion. Which move did he mean? At that moment, Shu reached into his ninja tool pouch and pulled out his last trusty smoke bomb. The essential tool for tricksters, he pointed at the ground, then slammed it down with a sharp snap. Kakashi understood instantly. He tossed aside his short blade, and his hands blurred through a series of hand signs. As the smoke bomb concealed the figures of the two kids, the hidden cloud ninja halted without hesitation. His eyes brimmed with disdain, but his body tensed, poised for battle. "Let's see what tricks you two can possibly pull off," he muttered, his confidence unmistakable. Was it shuriken, or perhaps some ninjutsu that took time to activate? The corners of his mouth curled into a cold smirk. Gripping his blade in one hand, he deftly drew several shuriken and flung them into the smoke. "Now!" came a shout from within the haze. In the next instant, two figures darted out, splitting in opposite directions, nimbly evading the whirling shuriken as they fled at top speed. "Tisich, cunning little brats!" The hidden cloud ninja let out a scornful laugh. Without a word, he drew his sword and gave chase. But just as he moved forward, he hesitated, coming to a sudden stop. By now, the smoke had begun to thin, swirling lazily in the air. The cloud ninja's gaze fell on one corner of the dissipating haze, and by chance he spotted the short blade Kakashi had discarded earlier to form his hand seals. A silent smile played on his lips as he glanced in the direction of the hidden leaf. The forest seemed calm and quiet, but he knew better than to get drawn into a protracted fight. "You two are considered geniuses in the leaf, aren't you?" he sneered. "What a pity. If this were the battlefield, I'd make sure to have some fun with you two gifted little runts." His words dripped with mockery, then turned icy and playful. "Come out. Your shadow clone is far too crude. An extra blade gave you away. Did you really think I was that easy to fool?" No sound came from the smoke. The hidden cloud ninja's patience was wearing thin, his eyes growing colder. He hefted his long sword, and with a sharp glare plunged directly into the lingering haze. But inside there was no sign of the two kids. The short blade indeed lay on the ground, but the area was otherwise deserted. Transformation technique, is it? His face darkened as he finally pieced it together. "You used transformation jutsu on each other, deliberately left the blade as bait, and lured me right in." "Damn brats." His voice was tight with frustration, but suddenly his eyes narrowed and a sly smile appeared. Raising his sword high, he angled the tip downward, aiming straight at the empty patch of ground beneath his feet. "That was exactly what you two wanted to hear, wasn't it? Not so fast, foolish kids." With a swift motion, he drove the sharp blade into the earth. Whether the ground was soft or the blade was simply that sharp, it slid in effortlessly, burying itself to the hilt with no resistance. "Tisich," he spat again. The sensation through the blade told him he'd struck nothing but air, yet the hollow ground below confirmed his hunch was right. The hidden cloud ninja exhaled in relief. For a moment, he'd almost believed he'd been duped. Just then, a new disturbance rumbled from beneath the earth. The cloud ninja sneered, coldly lifting his blade once more, and began thrusting it into the ground at his feet with mechanical precision. "Tisk tisk, how shameless," someone remarked. "Kakashi, doesn't he look just like a dog?" "Definitely shameless," Kakashi replied, only half answering, because he didn't want to reveal he understood the rest of the innuendo at that moment. Standing far away atop a tree, Aishu and Kakashi watched the cloud ninja's incessant, repetitive movements, their eyes filled with contempt. "Let's end this," Aishu said, drawing a kunai with an explosive tag attached to its handle. His lips were a bit pale. He was letting his shadow clone handle the hydrogen release for him, daring not to hold anything back. With Obito absent, this was his only option. The explosive tag began to sizzle as it ignited. With a swift flick, the kunai sliced through the air. The cloud ninja, busy with his relentless motions, sensed something amiss. He looked up, his eyes suddenly wide with alarm. He abandoned his blade and bolted without a second thought. His reaction was actually impressively quick, but he couldn't escape the calculations of a cunning opponent. The explosive tag didn't catch up with the cloud ninja. It detonated prematurely, erupting before it even reached him, just as the ninja was about to breathe a sigh of relief. A scorching blaze and a tremendous roar erupted right in front of him. Boom! Two explosions thundered one after another there, blasts merging almost seamlessly. The light from the explosive tag was instantly consumed. The cloud ninja would never have imagined an explosive tag could unleash such devastating power. Right up until the shockwave flung him into the air and he lost consciousness, convinced it was all the work of a single explosive tag. "Aishu, are you alright?" In the distance, Aishu nearly lost his footing and almost tumbled down, but Kakashi caught him just in time. Aishu waved him off. "I'm fine, just a little drained." Halfway through a sentence, both Aishu and Kakashi suddenly wore strange expressions. From afar, a desperate cry rang out. "Aishu! Kakashi!" The voice was full of anguish, hysteria, teetering on the edge of breakdown. Both of them instinctively looked up, and sure enough, it was Obito, arms full of little branches, running toward them. Obito had just returned when he heard the explosion and saw a mysterious ninja hurled into the air. In an instant, he realized what had happened. Kakashi and Aishu had run into an enemy. There had been a battle. The enemy was defeated. But what about the two of them? Don't scare me like this. The branches in Obito's arms tumbled to the ground as his voice cracked with tears, lips trembling. He sprinted toward the heart of the blast, but there was no one. There, only a scorched patch of grass, and a gaping pit left by the Shadow Clone's decapitation technique, the work of two cunning tricksters, utterly deserted. The pit had collapsed inward, evidence of an airburst powerful enough to blast an adult away. No small matter, but Obito refused to believe the worst. With snot and tears streaming down his face, he rushed to the crater's edge and began to dig with his bare hands. Ingshu, Kakashi, don't scare me like this. Come out already, please. Off in the distance, Ingshu and Kakashi watched this scene unfold in silence. Obito was clearly at the end of his rope. After such a fierce explosion and with no sign of anyone, he must have believed the worst had happened to the two of them. But the more desperate Obito became, the less the two dared to reveal themselves. There was no malicious intent or childish mischief behind it. They simply wanted to spare Obito's dignity. Obito had always been proud and unyielding. If he realized this vulnerable side of himself was on full display, they genuinely feared he might not be able to handle it. I never expected Obito to be so sentimental, Kakashi finally murmured after a long pause. Ingshu didn't reply. Why had Madara chosen Obito? Wasn't this the reason? You had to admit Madara's insight was razor sharp. The whole world dismissed Obito as a hopeless case, but only Madara saw his true potential, and the facts spoke for themselves. With the awakening of the double Tomo Sharingan he gained Kimi on the very night his eyes opened. He mastered the wood release inherited from White Zetsu. Even with a single eye, his Kimui would later plunged the whole ninja world into chaos during the Great Ninja War. Wait a second. Ingshu's expression suddenly changed. Sharingan. 5 minutes later, Ingshu and Kakashi rustled the undergrowth in the forest, making deliberate noise for Obito's sake. Obito, thinking more enemies had appeared, turned his grief into rage, grabbed what he thought was Kakashi's belongings, and charged in their direction. But when he saw Ingshu and Kakashi leaning on each other, still alive, he didn't react with the daze or confusion they expected. Instead, he attacked. Who do you think you're making a fool of? Obito roared, his eyes blazing with crimson fury, radiating a chilling, manic killing intent. He swung Kakashi's short blade in a wild attack. Obito, calm down. Ingshu dropped all pretense and shouted at the top of his lungs. His voice rang out strong and full. Thanks to the sage body, he not only had deep reserves of chakra, but also remarkable recovery. In this short time, he might not have healed completely, but he could at least move normally. Kakashi, though, was truly spent. He didn't have the sage body, and seeing Obito charging at him with his own blade, he didn't even have the strength to dodge. Luckily, Ingshu yanked Kakashi out of the way, just in time. Obito's short blade nearly sliced off Kakashi's mask, only managing to shear away a small tuft of white hair at Kakashi's temple. Calm down, my foot. I'll cut you to pieces, Obito bellowed, relentless in his anger. Despite his urgency, Ingshu kept his head and quickly formed a Rasengan in his palm. His last reserves of chakra, the attack, wasn't particularly powerful, and once it was unleashed, he'd have nothing left to fight with. Look at me carefully, Obito. It's me. It's your Ingshu. That Rasengan had just saved both Aishu and Kakashi's lives. Obito stood there frozen in place, his mouth hanging open. In shock, his face blank. Then slowly his eyes began to redden and his lips quivered, as if he was about to burst into tears. Obito? Kakashi, still shaken, watched him with a complicated expression. Guilt welled up in his chest as he looked at Obito, whose face seemed ready to collapse in his sobs at any moment. But in the very next instant, I don't believe it, Obito shouted, his voice thick with emotion, and charged at Kakashi once more. Aisha wanted to stop him, but when he saw that Obito had already tossed aside his short blade, something dawned on him. He let out a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground. Aisha, help me. Kakashi called out for backup as Obito pinned him down, but the person he was calling was already out of service. Obito rained down punches on Kakashi, venting all the pent-up feelings that had just overwhelmed him. The scuffle went on for a good 10 minutes. Finally, Obito was spent, and Kakashi's face was so swollen he looked like a pig's head. Only then did the flurry of fists come to an end. The three boys sprawled out on the ground, limbs akimbo, completely exhausted. No one could say who was the first to chuckle, but soon, all three were laughing out loud, their voices echoing together. Kakashi, you look like a pig's head. Ha ha, you totally did that on purpose. Crybaby, what? The both of you saw that. Aisha, Kakashi, don't scare me like that. Hey, Aisha, you too? That's it. Ah! The three of them lay there, catching their breath for nearly half an hour before finally making their way back to the battlefield where it all began. There were no creepy tales of disappearing corpses. The Cloud Ninja lay there unmoving, looking dead to the world. If Aishu hadn't spent time at Konoha Hospital and checked for a faint sign of life, they would have truly believed the explosion had finished him off. Even so, the trio remained on guard. First, they stripped off the Cloud Ninja's tattered clothes, tore them into strips with kunai, and bound him up tight. Aishu, still worried the ninja might wake up with a burst of hidden strength and break free, made sure to wet the cloth strips, filling the fibers with water to increase their toughness. A small detail, but an important one. Don't ask why a liberal arts student knows so much. 9 years of compulsory education treats everyone the same, still not fully reassured. Aisha nearly tied up every joint on the Cloud Ninja, and even stuffed an explosive tag in the man's waistband, just to be safe. Isn't that a bit much? I really don't think he's waking up anytime soon, Kakashi said, puzzled. Aisha glanced at the Cloud Ninja, who was now bound so tightly he could have passed for a work of art, and raised an eyebrow. Who cares? It's not like this guy's life is worth much anyway. Besides, when the interrogation division extracts information, it seems like as long as they keep the head, that's enough. You sure know a lot. Aisha. Well, I think I remember my old man saying something like that. And it really seems to be true. By the way, Obito hesitated, then spoke up. Are we sure this guy's brain wasn't blasted to pieces? Probably not. The three of them caught a few more fish by the river. The little twigs Obito had picked up earlier finally came in handy, after roasting and eating the fish. They finally set out on their way back to Konoha. By dusk, as the sun set in the west, the three boys returned in triumph, their shadows stretching long behind them. Useless. What good are you then? What? They found the kids, and they even brought back a cloud spy in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen. Sarutobi, who had been losing sleep over the three missing children, lost yet another hair from his already thinning beard. Yes, Lord Hokage. Minato replied with a wry smile. Who could have guessed that in order to escape Kushina, the three little ones would actually dare to sneak out of the village? Even more unbelievable, three went out and somehow came back. Where are they now? Hiruzen asked anxiously. Minato recalled the miserable state of the Cloud Ninja when they first met, and then thought of his own dearly departed hair. Add to that the explosive tag hidden in the man's trousers, and Jiraiya-sensei's vague mention of certain techniques. Minato weighed his words carefully and said, the three kids are fine. Root operatives took over the Cloud Spy immediately. Judging from his injuries, he's probably not out of danger yet. That guy's always quick. Never misses a hot meal. Hiruzen let out a sigh of relief, but his expression soon grew stern as another thought struck him. Minato, you need to keep a close eye on your students these days, especially when Root conducts their investigation with the kids. You must be present at all times, understand? Hiruzen's tone was suddenly grave and insistent. Minato didn't really understand, but he still nodded. Yes, sir. Boss, 5 bowls of special ramen, but hold one for later, please. You got it. Editor Karaman Kushina beamed, while the 3 boys beside her sat up perfectly straight, stiff as boards. When their 4 steaming bowls of ramen were set before them, Kushina announced it was time to dig in. Only then did the boys, as if puppets on strings, begin to move their chopsticks. Hurry up and eat. You'll need your strength to snatch those bells later. Just because you made it out of the village doesn't mean you can quit halfway. You know, Kushina reminded them gently. The 3 boys jolted as if struck by lightning. The ramen tonight tasted a bit bitter. Aishu felt a nudge on his left side. He snuck a glance, only to see Obito and Kakashi both staring at him intently, eyes full of nervous anticipation. It was as if they were saying, quick, think of something. Ingshu sneered coldly in his heart. Didn't you see even Minato doesn't dare show his face? Wanting to think of a solution. Think of what exactly, but on second thought. Having Kushina by his side wasn't necessarily a bad thing, depending on how you looked at it. As soon as they returned to Konoha, the gate guard stopped them. Getting out was easy, but coming back in was another story, especially since they had a comatose Cloud Ninja in tow. But what Ingshu never expected was that the first ones to approach them weren't Minato and Kushina, but a group of Root ninjas. Ingshu still couldn't quite distinguish the artistic differences between Root and ANBU masks, but he did recognize one of them. It was the same person who had approached him earlier that afternoon. Looking back, what a day it had been. First Team 7's debut. Then a visit from Root, next being chased by Kushina, and finally a battle of wits with that Cloud Ninja, and just as Ingshu had predicted, the Root member, while taking custody of the Cloud Ninja, tried to drag him into the mission as well. Root's attitude was overbearing, and their excuse sounded righteous. They claimed all three of them needed to cooperate with the investigation. Shu refused, citing the excuse that he'd left the gas on at home. In truth, it was their secret signal to get ready for action. Kakashi drew his blade on the spot, and Obito almost unleashed his newly awakened Uchiha VIP. His single Tomo Sharingan. Obito at 6 was still a bit too green. After all, the whole incident had been a fluke, a windfall more than a battle. Better than certain others, though. At that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. The three kids were ready to revolt against injustice, to fight for their freedom, and it looked like they were about to be taught a harsh lesson. Fortunately, the Minato couple arrived just in time. Kushina didn't say a word. She just raised her fists, her intent clear. Root instantly backed down, not even bothering with threats. They retreated at once, and so the rather die than submit drama never had a chance to unfold. Minato went off to make his report, while Kushina led the three of them here. What sat in front of them looked like a bowl of ramen, but in reality, it was the fruit of their resistance, a symbol of their freedom. Kushina sat beside them, seemingly ready to crack their heads open. But in truth, she was like a protective charm, warding off any would-be troublemakers. Sorry. I'm late. Just then Minato's cheerful voice rang out like a fresh breeze or a ray of sunshine, lighting up the hearts of the three young boys. Here you go. Your ramen. With a swift hand, Ichiraku set a steaming bowl of ramen on the table. It was Team 7's first group meal together. A real beginning. Minato thanked the owner and was about to dig in, but then noticed his three students watching him with eager eyes. At once he understood. He smiled and gave them a reassuring look, as if to say, leave it to me. Kushina, you see. Kushina smiled, squinting her eyes, her fiery red hair lifting as if in an invisible breeze. The ramen smells amazing today. Laughter echoed, then faded into silence. The hopeful glimmer in the eyes of the three boys dulled, replaced first by blankness, and then by disdain. Useless. What good are you really? And so as the evening unfolded in the mingled flavors of ramen, time quietly slipped away. After finishing their noodles, Minato paid the bill. Kushina suggested they go for a walk. The three boys didn't dare refuse, and could only trail behind her, sheepish and subdued. After a short walk, Kushina suddenly turned around, her expression grave. From now on, you're not allowed to sneak out on your own anymore, understand? Yes, the three boys replied in unison, admitting fault with sincere faces. It's dangerous out there. Today you managed because your opponent was a bit weaker, but what about next time? You won't always be so lucky, do you understand? Yes, they chorused again, even more contrite. And another thing, if you ever plan to sneak out again, you must tell me first, that way I can go with you. I mean, I can accompany. Anyway, I need to be there with you, understood? Understood. We'll follow your guide and Sensei's wife, the three boys declared, pledging their loyalty. That night, after seeing off the Minato couple, the three of them walked along the street, finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. Life is never easy. Trouble always seems to ambush you when you least expect it. Obito, when do you plan to tell your clan leader about awakening your Sharingan? In the quiet of the road, Aishu suddenly asked. Obito was caught off guard. He truly hadn't considered it, I guess. Tomorrow morning. Why, Aishu, it's nothing. Aishu left it at that. Obito had only awakened the single Tomo, which wasn't necessarily a cause for celebration. Everything has two sides. In this timeline, Obito had grown stronger, but evolving the Sharingan further wouldn't be so simple now. There was no faking death again. That required real acting skills, and after tonight, Obito's mental defenses would only be tougher. Never mind, there's no point worrying about this. Right now, Aisha shook his head, brushing away scattered thoughts. What he needed to focus on was getting stronger, and fixing that wall of home, yes. Just thinking about the two gaping holes in his house made Aishu feel stifled. Every day brings something new, doesn't it? A blinding white fan the next morning. After eating steam buns he'd bought with his own hard-earned money, Aishu arrived early at the meeting spot. It was about 6:30, the official meeting. Time hadn't come yet, but Aisha wanted to get some extra training in hydrogen release stage 2, chakra nature transformation and fusion. He needed to hurry. Yesterday had been dangerously close. Using the transformation jutsu to escape. If an experienced ninja had been on their tail, they might have sent a clone to pursue. To tell the truth, even with their clones, the two of them would definitely stand no chance in a fight. It was a high-stakes gamble, one that hinged entirely on the enemy's intelligence. Luckily, he won that bet. Otherwise, Obito might have awakened his Mangekyo right on the spot. In fact, if he had been able to unleash the second stage of hydrogen release yesterday, react instantly and ignite at will, then that Cloud Ninja would never have gotten close to him. He could have simply hurled small hydrogen bombs one after another at his opponent. Who could possibly withstand that onslaught. But mastering chakra nature transformation is far from simple. The old man had said before, mastering chakra nature transformation is essentially a process of refining the quality of your chakra. The more jutsu you command, the greater your control over chakra becomes. And naturally, you begin to grasp the changes in its properties. Of course, some people spend their entire lives only mastering 2 or 3 types. Someone like Shu, born with 2 natures unlocked, is already exceptionally gifted. Shu found this easy enough to understand. Imagine chakra as a pool of water. By controlling the temperature, you can freeze it into ice, boil it, or turn it into steam, add other variables. And with 2 chakra natures reacting together, you might even split it into hydrogen, or transform it into magma. That's how the Kekkai Jinkai like lava release work, but understanding is one thing. Doing it is quite another. Shu now realized his own talent was nothing to scoff at, but he was far from arrogant enough to think he could create a Kekkai Jinkai at the age of 6. At least not. If it only involved lightning and water release, if he added fire release, that would make it a Kekkai Tota. Let's start by practicing. Water release, he murmured. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the contents of the scroll, gathered his chakra, and formed the hand seals. Before he could become the ambassador of nuclear peace, Shu decided to first accomplish the small goal of becoming a sea release ninja. Even if sea release proved out of reach, at least he could aim to be a river release ninja. Water release, water dragon bullet. Shortly after 8 o'clock, the sun had just clocked in for the day. Obito and Minato arrived one after another, while Kakashi nearly arrived late. Shu had been so absorbed in his training that he was still a bit dazed and hadn't noticed at first, but when he saw Kakashi apologizing to Minato, he was instantly surprised. He could understand why Obito wasn't late. After all, women always have a way of slowing down your morning routine, but for Kakashi to almost be late, now, that was something unusual. Shu snuck a glance at Kakashi. Sure enough, something was off. The dead fish eyes had found their soul again, but the rest of Kakashi seemed lost. Looks like white Fong has withdrawn into himself again. Shu sighed inwardly. He'd predicted this long ago. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The teammate you risk your life to save not only fails to show gratitude, but joins in the chorus of critics. That's a heavy blow. But then again, the real issue still lay with Kakashi himself. White Fong's weakness wasn't a fragile heart. It was his beloved son. Kakashi, after today's mission, Obito and I are coming over to your place to restock a bit and settle up the money from these past few days, Aishu said, clapping Kakashi on the shoulder as he offered a casual excuse. He'd originally wanted to say he was hoping to consult Tsukumo, but with Minato standing right there, he thought it best to be considerate of his feelings. Kakashi, who had been lost in thought, needed a moment to catch up. You don't need to worry about the money. Just take whatever you need, he replied generously, not giving it much thought. Obito, on the other hand, couldn't resist showing off. I'm not going, the clan head is personally going to supervise my training. You know, as the Uchiha's #1 prodigy, I really wait for me. D-rank missions were always a mixture of tediousness and simplicity. Fixing a tree for an old man took Kakashi and Aishu only half a day to finish. As for the so-called Uchiha prodigy, he was still struggling to stand parallel to the ground on the tree trunk. That's not to say Obito didn't do anything. Clearing away the branches had been his designated task. By the afternoon, around 4 o'clock, Team 7 finally earned their first real paycheck. The reward was 6,000 Ryo. Minato didn't take a single coin for himself, so the 3 shared it equally, 2,000 Ryo apiece. Kakashi seemed content. Even if it was a modest sum, after all, he'd earned it himself. But Aishu and Obito could barely contain their excitement. Aishu, pinch me. Am I dreaming? 2,000 Ryo in just half a day. Unbelievable. Obito was stunned, counting his money over and over, convinced he must have miscounted, only to start again and again. Tisich, it's just 2,000 Ryo, look at you. You're hopeless. Aishu, who was also counting his own money, scoffed at Obito's antics, refusing to be lumped together with him. By 4:30, Aishu followed Kakashi home. I'm back. Father, we have a guest, Kakashi called out, sounding perfectly normal as he announced their arrival. Coming, called a man's voice from inside. It was hearty and warm, not quite the gentle breeze of Minato's tone, but carrying a reassuring strength that was, in its own way, comforting. Aishu's eyes widened in surprise. A sturdy, silver-haired man in his prime came bustling out, his ponytail swinging. He bore a striking resemblance to Kakashi, about 70% similar, his face bright with an easy smile and an approachable neighborly air. At first glance, his face was unremarkable, but everything below the neck was a different story. He wore an apron, a kitchen knife in his left hand, and a spatula in his right. The Most striking part was the apron itself, decorated with the image of a Shar-Pei dog wearing a pink hair accessory. Cute and bold, though perhaps a bit much for the eyes. Thankfully, Tsukumo wore regular clothes under the apron instead of baring his muscles. Otherwise, Aisha might have needed to rinse his eyes right then and there. I'm Kakashi's teammate. Aishu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for having me. Aisha bowed deeply, taking the opportunity to give his eyes a rest. Huh. No need to be so polite, Ingshu. I've often heard Kakashi talk about you. You're a trustworthy companion. White Fang burst in a hearty laughter, showing no trace of the fragile heart that rumors claimed drove him to despair. Well then, Kakashi, why don't you and Ingshu get some rest at home, wash your hands, and get ready for dinner? Your old man is making grilled fish for you tonight. White Fang hummed a little tune, one unfamiliar to Ingshu. As he strode away, he left behind Kakashi, who looked as calm as ever, and Ingshu, whose expression was so composed it bordered on blankness. Let's go. Time to get our ninja gear, Kakashi called out. All right, Ingshu replied, puzzled, with White Fang acting like this. It hardly seemed likely that Kakashi would be plagued by melancholy. Had something happened that he didn't know about? That couldn't be it. After all, he'd heard plenty of complaint from the townsfolk when he was out buying buns that morning. Well, I guess I'll just take it one step at a time, Ingshu thought, pushing aside his doubts and following Kakashi. Sorry, I can't bring myself to feel happy. Ingshu's concern for White Fang wasn't just about helping Kakashi out. It was partly for his own sake, too. There was root, from what Ingshu understood about Danzo. He was the type who'd stop at nothing to get what he wanted. Ingshu would sooner die than be sent to root. Well, maybe that was a bit dramatic, but unless things got truly desperate, he wasn't about to bow his head to the forces of darkness. Still, Ingshu knew this couldn't go on forever. In Danzo's eyes, there was no such thing as a flawless egg. Sooner or later, everyone had a weakness. Kushina and Nagato might be able to protect him for now. But there would come a day when they couldn't watch over him. By then, he'd be locked away in some dark root cell, sealed and bound by all manner of jutsu, subjected to brainwashing and coercion, or perhaps lured by wealth, beautiful women, or forbidden techniques. Anything to make him give in until he couldn't break free. In short, he'd caught the attention of Root, and the situation was slipping out of his control, but he had no intention of letting that happen. He wanted to fight back to turn the tables. He needed a plan. White Fang was also a target of Root. An ally like him, someone to lean on, was too valuable to pass up. Better take a few extra smoke bombs. Feels like we go through these pretty fast, Kakashi suddenly said, snapping Ingshu out of his thoughts. All right. Ingshu replied, packing more into his pouch. After all, these things weren't cheap. At the same time, he cautiously asked Kakashi, so? Has Uncle White Fang always been, so well domestic? Kakashi's body visibly tensed as if the smoke bomb in his hand had just shocked him. My mother passed away when I was young, and with him always busy on missions, whenever he's home, he's pretty much always like this, Kakashi said, turning his face aside as if to grab a kunai. But Ingshu didn't even need to look to know how embarrassed Kakashi must be feeling. I see, that's nice. Actually, Ingshu actually wanted to tell Kakashi that the most important thing in life is to cherish what you have. But what puzzled him was, if this was White Fang's normal state, then why was Kakashi always so melancholic? Shouldn't he be used to it by now? Carrying this question with him, Ingshu strapped a ninja tool pouch to each of his legs and made his way to the Hitaki family's dining table. White Fang had taken off that blindingly garish apron, and in an instant he seemed like a different person altogether, broad-shouldered, solidly built, with wise eyes and a hearty smile. If only he'd strapped a sword to his back and let a hint of killing intent slip through, the impression would have been even more fitting. Dig in, little Ingshu. Don't be so formal. Treat this as your own home. Honestly, if I could, I'd have you move in with us. White Fang's laughter boomed through the room. Thank you, I'll start eating then, Ingshu replied, bright and eager for dinner. White Fang had prepared grilled fish, though he hadn't known in advance that Ingshu would be joining them, judging by his calm demeanor. He must have kept plenty of fish on hand. Ingshu and Kakashi ate at a leisurely pace, without hurry. White Fang, on the other hand, didn't rush to eat. Instead, he watched Ingshu with open curiosity, feeling awkward under the gaze. Ingshu could only lower his head and focus on his meal. But then, when he glanced at Kakashi out of the corner of his eye, he realized Kakashi was behaving almost exactly the same way as he was. And in that moment, Ingshu seemed to understand something. Could it be Kakashi's melancholy wasn't because White Fang showed any signs of gloom? Was it possible that his father simply spent too much time at home? Perhaps for a child, having an all-powerful father who stayed home every day as a house husband, seeing White Fang's brilliance dulled, was the hardest thing to bear. Ingshu, my boy. White Fang spoke up then. Yes, Uncle White Fang. Ingshu responded at once. I heard from Kakashi that you came up with a combination Jutsu, quite powerful too. It's a pity I couldn't witness your graduation myself. Ingshu knew this was his chance. He put down his chopsticks and replied earnestly, I only suggested the idea. The jutsu worked because the three of us worked together, united in purpose. Kakashi looked up as well. While Ingshu continued his little speech, I owe a lot to my two teammates. Kakashi's lightning style blends perfectly with my water style, and Obito, our other teammate, he's got a great sense for timing. With his fire style, the three of us have great synergy. No, you're being too modest, Ingshu. White Fang waved his hand. Teamwork and bonds, those can be nurtured over time. But the idea you came up with, that's not something just anyone could imagine. You're a genius, kid. White Fang's words were warm and sincere, with hardly a trace of mere politeness. After all, this is a man whose insight could rival that of Madara. Madara placed his bets on Obito, while White Fang staked everything on Guy. Yet in the end, Guy nearly kicked his way to the finale. The outcome speaks for itself, but Aisha picked up on a different implication. Bonds are slowly nurtured. He mused, does that mean they can be severed in an instant? Has White Fang already begun to lose faith in Konoha? These thoughts swirled in Aisha's mind, making him more convinced of his suspicions. Still, none of this showed on his face. Instead, he wore a look of deep disappointment, letting out a heavy sigh. Aisha murmured, so even Uncle White Fang sees it this way. With that single sentence, coupled with Aisha's naturally melancholy aura, he immediately drew the attention of both Hitaki father and son. White Fang, a bit puzzled, thought, this kid seems troubled. Kakashi, too, was confused. Aisha, what kind of act are you putting on now? You've gone off topic, haven't you? At that moment, Aisha sighed once more and began his performance. Everyone seems to think I've done something remarkable. Uncle White Fang thinks so, and so does Elder Danzo. But in reality, without Kakashi and Obito, this combination technique would have been impossible. He paused, then let out a long sigh. Grabbing the juice from the table, he tipped his head back and drained it in one go, his ambitions unfulfilled, his heart unwilling, gazing up at the ceiling with a long drawn-out sigh. Kakashi was utterly stunned. He thought he knew Aisha inside and out, but tonight's grilled fish dinner had shown him a side of Aisha he'd never seen, a flair for drama and a strangely sentimental streak. As for White Fang, the cheerful, neighborly smile he wore gradually faded from his face. Those two words made his eyes turn cold. Aisha's carefully crafted, seemingly offhand remark had struck home. The efforts of one's comrades shouldn't be overlooked. You're not wrong, little Aisha, White Fang said, lifting his glass of juice with a smile and downing it in one gulp. Though somehow, it didn't taste quite the same. He refilled his cup in a casual manner, adding, but for someone as distinguished as Lord Danzo to praise your talent, you should feel honored. White Fang's probing made Aisha feel as though his fishing hook had finally caught something, and the catch was substantial. This was a big fish. Sorry, Uncle White Fang, but I really can't feel happy about this. Aisha replied instantly, cheeks flushed with a hint of feigned drunkenness, his emotions clearly stirred. Lord Danzo wants me to join Root, but only if I cut off all ties with Kakashi and Obito. I just can't do it, and I don't understand. Why can't Lord Danzo see all the effort Kakashi and Obito have put in? Having said this much, Aishu silently hoped, I really hope you get the hint. Tsukumo Hitaki, the moment you die, Danzo will trick your son into joining Root. He'll even send your son to assassinate the third Hokage. If you don't want anything to happen to your boy, you'd better cooperate with me now. Don't play tricks, or I'll sell Kakashi to Danzo in a heartbeat. In his heart, Aishu was roaring with frustration. Root's second round. 8 p.m. Despite White Fang's desperate attempts to keep him, Aishu still resolutely chose to go home and sleep. His wall hadn't been properly fixed yet. He'd only stuck some tape over it, turning it into a makeshift window. If any thief took a fancy to his house, it wouldn't end well. After walking down a stretch of mountain road and passing through a park, he noticed the elderly uncles and aunties exercising. That sparked the idea of a late-night workout in him. Today's physical activity had been mediocre, and he'd barely practiced his water style at all, although his Root Rebellion plan had made some progress and White Fang had given positive feedback. Aisha knew that to forge iron, his own strength had to be solid. 8:30 p.m. Training ground number 3. Though this wasn't the closest training ground to his house, Aisha still came here. Unfortunately, the old man wasn't around. Ox, monkey, rabbit, rat, boar, rooster. Aisha moved confidently through the hand seals. The water dragon bullet jutsu required an astonishing number of seals, and there seemed to be several variations. The old man gave him a version with 25 seals. Hiruzen Sarutobi's had 21, claiming it was a streamlined version. If you didn't look closely, Aisha couldn't even tell the difference. What puzzled him most was why Zabu's version required a whopping 44 seals. Worse yet, Kakashi just copied him directly, which was plain awkward. Currently, Aishu was using Hiruzen's refined water dragon bullet. There were two ways to activate it: gather water from the surroundings to form a dragon, or use his own chakra to blast out a water dragon. Aishu, of course, scorned borrowing water from the environment. The Senju clan had its own pride. He'd do it himself. Guided by the chakra flow, he remembered, Aishu formed the seals steadily. The chakra moved as it should. The process felt smooth, and Aishu's eyes lit up with hope. This might just work. Water style, water dragon. Wait, what? A spray of spit burst from Aishu's mouth. He'd messed up the final step, and just like that, more. Then 20% of his chakra was gone. Why aren't you home sleeping at this hour? Where are you up to? Aishu grumbled, eyeing the two figures in his field of vision. Kids of average height, probably 11 or 12 years old. What really got him was how suddenly they'd appeared, staring at him like ghosts. The distraction broke his focus, and he ended up reenacting Obito's infamous blunder. Damn, I was so close. Let's try again. Annoyed as he was, Aishu knew the training grounds were for everyone. He twisted his body to continue, but in his line of sight, there were still two preteens staring at him intently. Now, even if Aishu didn't want to face it, he had no choice but to put his water-style practice on hold. He glanced behind and to both sides. Sure enough, he was surrounded. There were 8 of them, all kids around 11 or 12 years old enough to be called half-grown. None of them wore forehead protectors, but each had a ninja tool pouch strapped to their leg. Shu was certain they were all ninjas since the current ninja academy still had a 3-year system. As for why they weren't wearing forehead protectors, well, whatever their reason, it was definitely up to no good. Are these Uchiha? A gang up? Shu scanned the crowd, searching for his cousin Uchiha being among them. He remembered. Uchiha Lai had once made a harsh threat. Come to think of it, this whole mess was really Danzo's fault. The credit for bringing back the cloud ninja was probably being suppressed, so they might get a reward, but hardly anyone would hear about it. Otherwise, the Uchiha wouldn't dare come looking for trouble. But then a figure appeared suddenly, a figure wearing a mask from Root. One Shu recognized at once. It all clicked in his mind. It's Root. Shu's expression grew instantly serious. Root's persistence was beyond his expectations. This was already the 3rd time in 2 days they'd come for him. But the real question was, did they really mean business sending a bunch of kids who didn't even have masks? Shu smirked. If you rounded up, he figured this situation was already in the bag, as Shu watched the older boys surrounding him closed in, and as they walked, each of them put on a mask. Shu was at a loss for words. What was this supposed to be? Jenin. Shu, I come on behalf of Konoha's elder Danzo. The Root member stepped forward, his tone as cold as ever, but this time Shu could hear a confidence that hadn't been there before. Victory was already in his grasp. Shu regretted playing hard to get in front of White Fang earlier. He really should have spent the night at his place. Still, he wasn't too worried before leaving Kakashi's house to restock. White Fang had made sure Kakashi slipped him a few signal flares. In White Fang's words, better safe than sorry. Next time you go wandering outside the village, you should always have a way to contact us quickly. In that moment, White Fang had shown the true poise of an elite ANBU captain, and Kakashi's usually deadfish eyes had instantly turned starry with admiration, proof of his daddy complex. Shu saw the circle closing ever tighter around him. He put one hand on his ninja tool pouch, eyes locked on the Root ninja, but broke into an innocent, excited smile, bright with hope. Really, Lord Danzo has agreed to my request. Kakashi and Obito can join Root too? The Root ninja was silent. One was the son of Root's top target right now, the other an Uchiha clansman. Elder Danzo might want them, but it was far from easy. My answer is the same as yesterday, Jenin. Shu, the Root ninja, replied coolly, his eyes colder than ever. And there's no need to keep up the act. You weren't like this yesterday, when you forgot to turn off the gas at home. Shu shrugged, dropping all pretense and laying his cards on the table. Then my answer is the same. If you want me to join Root, you'll have to let Kakashi and die. No need to rush your answer, the Root ninja interrupted. Elder Danzo said you have the right to refuse, but that right only takes effect after you join and truly understand what Root is. Shu was left speechless, whether those were Danzo's exact words or not. The sentiment was unmistakably his style. If you don't understand Root, you can't refuse to join. Only after joining and learning what Root truly is can you refuse. So in other words, there's no room for discussion. Root is a one-way door. You enter, and you never leave. Once Root, always Root, unless Hiruzen Sarutobi himself comes to pull you out. But Shu was not arrogant enough to think that Hiruzen would go against Danzo for the sake of a mere civilian like him. This wasn't the time of the 3.5 Hokage. The two were still on good terms, and revealing his Senja heritage was out of the question. That would only put him in greater danger. So, is it possible for me to choose not to know? Ingshu made a final attempt. Even as one hand closed around his signal flare, but the root ninja only let out a cold, dismissive laugh and stepped back at a signal. The 8 older root trainees simultaneously brandished their kunai, their murderous intent palpable, tension crackling in the air. You can choose one group as your opponents, defeat them, and only then will you have a choice. At these words, Ingshu let go of the signal flare. Did they really think their petty tricks could impress him? He'd show them Great Water Dragon Bullet with a quiet rush. Ingshu picked a group at random and unleashed a flurry of shuriken, putting distance between them. As expected, the other root trainees split off, fanning out to block every possible escape route. Ingshu did want to run, but not yet. The 2 trainees he targeted dodged his shuriken. One charged forward with kunai in hand, while the other stayed back, weaving hand signs. Tsich, Ingshu spat. Usually he and his 2 teammates ganged up on others. Who'd have thought today the tables would turn? If he focused on close combat, he risked getting caught by a jutsu from behind. If he kept retreating, he'd be on the defensive. He had to play to his strengths. Water style. Water. Barrage. With a rapid-fire cadence, Ingshu's hands flashed through seals so quickly it seemed sparks might fly from his fingertips. The water bullets formed and shot forward almost instantly, their speed and coverage above standard. With his chakra reserves full, Ingshu was determined to maximize his advantages. Earth style. Earth flow wall. Just then the root trainee in back changed his hand signs and slammed both palms into the ground. Almost simultaneously with Ingshu's attack, the earth trembled and a wall of stone shot up. It might not have had the form of a canine's head, but it was solid enough to block every last one of Ingshu's water bullets. A dark look clouded Ingshu's face right now. He was seriously wondering if he could pick a different opponent. It was obvious his adversary had come prepared, suppressing a sigh. Ingshu ended his ninjutsu and formed another hand seal. In a flash, a shadow clone appeared. Within half a second, it gathered a spiraling sphere of chakra and charged at the earth wall. There was a thunderous crash. The wall, finally unable to withstand the force, shattered apart. Yet Ingshu's shadow clone vanished at the same moment. Ingshu frowned. Judging by the feedback from the clone, he couldn't even tell exactly how it was taken out, only when he noticed the earth spikes. Withdrawing from the broken wall, did he finally understand. Both of them are earth-style ninja. One used earth flow wall, the other earth rising spears. A combination technique. This was a real lesson for Ingshu. He realized now that combination techniques weren't his exclusive domain. Even 2 jutsu of the same element could merge perfectly, like now, fortifying the earth flow wall. With counter spikes, making it both a shield and a weapon. Ingshu couldn't help but glance at the other 3 teams of root trainees. If he was right, they probably had similar strategies up their sleeves. Don't look so surprised, they are just root trainees, put into pairs, and given less than 2 days to work together. A voice sounded from behind him. The root ninja had unexpectedly started explaining the match right there. As I said before, the battlefield in Root is far more advanced. More than just brute force. We make full use of every advantage. The enemy's habits, their weaknesses, even their bonds. Root takes the elite path, focusing on efficiency and coordination. Your team has good synergy, yes, but in Root's eyes, it takes just one plan to break you all apart, one by one, just like now. Every jutsu you use is revealed the moment your hands form a seal. They react instantly, countering and suppressing you at every turn. That's Root. It was bragging, absolute unashamed bragging. Ingshu was indignant, but he had to admit. The Root's approach was undeniably efficient. He did believe the Root ninja's words, but that didn't mean he was about to back down. Root, aren't you impressive? Ingshu retorted, his voice cold. But if my teacher's wife were here, would you still be boasting like this? The voice behind him fell silent at once. But Ingshu wasn't planning to win this fight with words alone. What he was about to do would be ruthless, maybe even reckless. He wasn't sure he'd succeed, and if he did, it would only make Danzo's greed for him even deeper. Ingshu's hands began weaving signs again. At the same moment, the Root ninja behind him suddenly shouted, "Stop him!" It was a cheap move, but Ingshu barely cared. He'd already figured out that this Root ninja's real job was to mess with his state of mind. Whether or not he can win, the very act of going through this process is itself an embodiment of joining the Root. In the end, its likely force will still be used against him, but he has already seen through everything. With a swish, the 2 Root youths launched another attack, their speed astonishing as they flanked him from left and right. Both made the same hand signs simultaneously, leaving one to wonder if they were about to unleash a combined technique, or if it was a feint and a real attack coming together. Ingshu let out a scornful laugh. Do you dare show off such petty tricks in front of me? Water style. Water Dragon Bullet. Ingshu roared, brimming with confidence, his hands flashing through a series of seals. The two root youths' eyes sharpened instantly, and they pressed their palms to the ground in unison, Earth-style. Multiple Earth flow walls. They shouted together. The so-called multiple Earth flow walls was not just a matter of combining forces. It was 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 inch of full. 4 earthen ramparts rising before Ingshu, yet the anticipated water dragon never appeared. Ingshu's mouth curled into a wide grin, showing off his gleaming white teeth. Sorry, Lord Hokage just gave me this jutsu. I haven't had time to practice it yet. Still, I appreciate the trust, the root. Ninja's face instantly turned ashen. This was the second time he'd been tricked. As Ingshu taunted them, there came 3 consecutive pops. Shu's maneuver had begun. The first 2 sound were shadow clones, each wielding a double yellow Rasengan. The last was an old reliable, his smoke bomb. Ingshu's real advantage wasn't his chakra reserves, nor his hydrogen style or Rasengan. As always, his greatest weapon was his mind, the slyest of Konoha. Transformation. Surround him, the root ninja ordered without hesitation, the words no honor in combat practically carved into his mask. The remaining 6 root youths immediately formed a circle within the smoke, but they made no move to attack, clearly wary that Ingshu might slip away. After Root took custody of the Cloud Ninja and confirmed his identity, they rushed to the scene for investigation, gaining some understanding of the tactics Ingshu's team had used. Now, with Ingshu alone, he couldn't perform that combination jutsu. But in this root ninja's eyes, he must be preparing to escape. I told you, until you defeat them, you have no right to leave, the root ninja sneered. Meanwhile, the 2 Earth-style youths demonstrated the fruits of their training. Working together, they quickly dispelled Ingshu's 2 shadow clones. Exchanging a glance, they hesitated not a moment, charging straight into the smoke. But at that very instant, from within the smoke, Ingshu's voice rang out. I warned you, don't try to show off such petty tricks before me. Behold my mighty water dragon bullet. The root ninja snorted dismissively, still just a kid. Always. Wait, what? Through the swirling mist, a majestic azure water dragon suddenly burst forth with a thunderous roar. The dragon bellowed and rampaged mightily. The 6 root youths nearby, along with the 2 who had just rushed over, had no time to react at all. Caught off guard, they were swept away and scattered by the dragon's onslaught in an instant. But that was not the end. The water dragon barreled in a circle before soaring upward. Though its form was already beginning to dissolve, it still hurled itself toward the root ninja. Do you even know what consequences you face for attacking me? The root ninja shouted in fury. Yet despite his bravado, his hands were already moving to form the substitution jutsu. Ingshu didn't bother to reply. Instead, he silently pulled out 2 explosive tags, each attached to a kunai, and flung them in different directions. With trash like you still want me to join you? If anything, you should be asking me to take the lead. Pathetic. Ingshu's words were sharp and biting, but his actions were even more decisive. After tossing out the threats, he made a swift getaway. Meanwhile, in the shadows, an old man wearing a cheap buy-one-get-one free mask from a roadside stall was watching the scene unfold in silence. You cheeky brat. The old man chuckled softly, his gaze shifting from the water dragon that had struck the substituted log to the root ninja who now faced the imminent explosion. Then he looked up at the bright moon hanging in the sky. So much like you. In the end, he really has grown to resemble a Beto. 9 o'clock at night. Ingshu, not daring to return home, wandered the streets as the night wind held around him. Well, perhaps that was a bit dramatic. He wasn't exactly homeless, and, after all, it was summer. In truth, Ingshu was just hungry. He had burned through a lot of energy earlier. Sometimes strength really does create miracles. He'd spent a great deal of chakra, and in the process had actually managed to pull off the water dragon bullet technique, of course. It wasn't that Ingshu was afraid to go home. Root seemed lawless and overbearing, but today's actions clearly leaned more toward testing him than capturing him. Root was different from the Umbu, but both prized efficiency. If they truly wanted to take him, they would have grabbed him and dragged him back to their base before showing off their power. That would have been far more effective. So Ingshu concluded. Danzo had his eye on him, eyeing him like a hungry predator, but didn't dare snatch him openly. Of course, if Ingshu had lost the fight today or failed to escape, that might have been a different story altogether. Danzo, the final interpretation always belongs to this old man. Ichiraka ramen, boss, I'll have one regular. No, make that the supreme set. Ingshu, so used to being frugal, suddenly remembered he had 3,955 Ryo in his pocket. A small fortune for him. Mimicking Kushina's flamboyant style, he decided to treat himself for once. How many days had even passed this month? His living allowance seemed to multiply on its own. If he didn't splurge a little, he'd be letting himself down. All right, coming right up, little guest, the Ichiraku Ramen Guy greeted him with cheerful enthusiasm. Speaking of which, Ichiraku is just past 20 now. It's about time for him to settle down and get married. And Shu was debating whether or not to give a wedding gift. Maybe he could snag a lifelong 20% discount and make a little profit on the side. While waiting for his noodles, Shu, ever the one to make the most of every spare moment, drifted off into a daydream. Before the noodles arrived, two new customers entered the shop. Well, what would you two young guests like to eat? Oh, Master Asuma. You're here too. Come in, have a seat. So what will it be, Master Asuma? 2 bowls of supreme ramen. Ichiraku's enthusiasm soared so much so that Shu could instantly feel the difference between a regular member and a supreme VIP. Clear as day, one could say that young Ichiraku, not yet firmly established, had already been worn down by the burdens of life. Shu snapped out of his daze and turned around just in time to see a little girl hopping onto a chair with all her might, and a spirited young man chewing on a toothpick. A small bowl is enough for me, boss. Asuma, stop it, I have money. And please don't keep following me if someone sees Shu. What are you doing here? What a coincidence. The little girl was none other than Kurenai Yuhi. She was surprised at spotting Shu, her bright red eyes blinking rapidly. Quite adorable, really. Hello, Kurenai. Shu began, ready to greet her politely. What are you doing here? He was cut off, and the tone wasn't particularly friendly. Shu felt a bit lost from his all-seeing perspective. Asuma's pursuit of Kurenai hadn't started until they were adults, though it didn't end particularly well. But now, was Asuma playing the long game? Still, none of that concerned him. Even knowing that Kurenai would grow up to be a stunning beauty, he had absolutely no interest in little girls, no deeper reason. Just a matter of principle. But while he wasn't interested in the girl, Asuma, with his lively spirit, was another matter entirely. I'm on a mission today. Just finished, haven't even eaten yet. Shu replied with a smile, then lowered his head slightly. Pretending careful, Kurenai, there's a mosquito. Under the guise of chasing off a mosquito, he used the gleaming surface of his forehead protector to catch the light and precisely reflect it right into Asuma's eyes. In the end, Shu was turning more and more into a Beto, Asuma. Asterisk. That's blinding, Kurenai. Shu is so thoughtful. 3 bowls of supreme ramen. Don't worry, little lady, tonight's ingredients are just enough for 3 bowls. We'll be ashamed to waste them. I'll only charge everyone for small bowls. Careful, it's hot. Please enjoy. Under Shu's watchful eye, Ichiraku demonstrated incredible emotional intelligence, first preserving Asuma's pride by adjusting the price, then skillfully presenting the ramen, each step full of subtlety and care. A tray with 3 bowls of noodles was brought to the table. The young girl was served first, then Shu and Asuma followed, one on the left and one behind. Without any particular order, with the gaze of an adult, Shu quietly gave Ichiraku a secret thumbs up in his heart. Well done, comrade Otsutsuki Ichiraku. People often say it's impossible to treat everyone equally, but Ichiraku somehow managed to serve 3 bowls of ramen with perfect fairness. Truly impressive. I'm starting, Shu announced, deciding to finish quickly and then go home to sleep. Tonight, he wouldn't bother arguing with Asuma, but the energetic Asuma clearly didn't appreciate the gesture. He glanced at Shu, then at Kurenai, and immediately showed the air of the Leaf Village's top 2nd-generation official. You just slapped a mosquito and didn't even wash your hands before eating. So unhygienic. Kurenai, you'd better stay away from him. Shu, who was busy slurping his noodles, thought. Really? I just unleashed a mighty water dragon bullet and took on 9 opponents at once. Are you sure you want to provoke me? Don't make me show you what I can really do. Shu was about to lower his head and swat another mosquito, but at that moment, the young girl spoke up in his defense. How could you say that? Shu was helping me by chasing away the mosquito. You've gone too far. Shu resumed, slurping his noodles, thinking, today's ramen really hits the spot. Asuma, stunned and speechless, could only sigh in frustration. Shu continued to enjoy his noodles in bliss. Meanwhile, at the root base, in a dimly lit room, only the flickering candlelight provided illumination. Danzo's shadow danced on the wall, lending the place a rather eerie atmosphere. Lord Danzo, we failed, reported a disheveled root ninja, kneeling on one knee. Only 2 young root members stood behind him. The reason, Danzo asked, his eyes narrowing as he continued reading a scroll in the shadows, never once looking directly at his subordinates. He's mastered a B-rank jutsu. Water style. Water dragon bullet. I underestimated him. Although many details were omitted, given the target's age and experience, that one phrase, I underestimated him, spoke volumes. A B-rank jutsu, is it? How long did it take him? Danzo asked, still without raising his head. 30 hours, but the actual training time couldn't have been more than 5 hours, the root ninja replied swiftly and precisely, clearly having done his homework. 5 hours. Danzo finally set down the scroll and looked directly at his subordinate, now taking in the full extent of his disheveled state. It was clear that Danzo was surprised. As a disciple of the first Hokage's water-style ninja, he knew better than anyone how difficult that jutsu was. Although his teacher had streamlined it to just 4 hand signs for most beginners, even learning those complicated seals took a very long time. Yet Danzo didn't stay surprised for long. Only the weak are ruled by their emotions. The strong use their time to think of countermeasures, prepare scrolls of 3 water-style jutsu commonly used by the second Hokage, and activate the Shrine Maiden. Make contact with the target. Tell her, as long as she can persuade the target to willingly join the foundation, then I will grant her request for retirement. Water-style. Spiraling water sphere. Kakashi was in high spirits today. His father had disappeared early in the morning, but he had prepared breakfast and even left a note. Son, I'm off to work. Things might get busy for a while, so you'll have to take care of your own lunch and dinner. His father's concern was as greasy as ever. But what genuinely delighted Kakashi was seeing his father finally pull himself together. Kakashi knew better than anyone else, though his father seemed fine on the surface. The failure of that mission and the village's harsh words still weighed on him. The White Fang's blade had not been unsheathed for a long, long time. But now, things were different. His father was picking himself up again. Kakashi believed it wouldn't be long before the invincible father he admired would return after finishing breakfast. Kakashi slung his imitation white fang over his back and set out. Today he was supposed to meet Minato-sensei to receive a new mission. He walked along the mountain path through the park and then past the bustling streets. Though he could still hear people gossiping about his father, it no longer bothered him. Yes, it wasn't that he'd gotten used to it. He simply didn't care anymore. Misunderstandings would be cleared up in time, and life would go on. Kakashi finally arrived at their meeting spot, Konoha's first park, the largest park in the village, close to both the Hokage's office and the Ninja Academy. Before long, Kakashi spotted Aishu sitting on a rock in the corner of the park. As always, Aishu was the first to arrive. His unwavering punctuality was something even Kakashi had to admire. Morning. Yai. Kakashi's greeting was cut short, as he noticed how intently Aishu was focused at that moment. A half-eaten bun hung from his mouth, oil and drool dripping down unnoticed, his attention fixed completely on his hands, where chakra was swirling as he tried to mold it. Kakashi raised an eyebrow. It looked like the Rasengan, but something felt off. What is he doing? Kakashi murmured to himself. Wasn't Aishu already quite adept at the Rasengan? Just then a gentle and familiar voice sounded softly beside Kakashi's ear. He's practicing chakra shape transformation. More specifically, he's attempting to use water style through the Rasengan's method. Kakashi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned around. Good morning, sensei. Minato motioned for silence, lowering his voice. Let's not disturb him. Let's just... Hey, good morning, Minato-sensei. Kakashi, you're early too. Not late for once. Ha 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 ha. Obito with his spiky hair came bounding and waving enthusiastically and lighting up the whole scene. Kakashi's face darkened, and Minato's smile also froze. He quickly glanced at Aishu and sighed. It's over at that moment. The small chakra sphere in Aishu's hand burst apart with a sharp pop, just as Minato had predicted. It really was a chakra water sphere. Water splashed all over Aishu's face, making him shudder from head to toe. Seeing this, Minato instantly flashed to Aishu's side with astonishing speed, leaving Kakashi quietly impressed. Obito scratched his head, sensing instinctively that he might have caused some trouble. What happened? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Nothing, genius. You're just a bit too outstanding. That's all. Huh. Obito looked at Kakashi with suspicion. So you know? Know what? Obviously about Uchiha Wakaho's challenge letter. Wait, you don't know? How would I know about your Uchiha clan's business? TCH. Kakashi and Obito continued bickering with each other. Minato had already reached Aishu's side quickly, checking with his eyes to make sure Aishu wasn't hurt. Are you all right, Aishu? I'm fine. It's just a shame about my steam bun sigh. Aishu replied, his voice filled with regret. As long as you're unharmed. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and reassured him. You have great talent. You mastered the Rasengan in such a short time. I'm sure you'll be able to research other chakra nature transformations just as quickly. Don't lose heart. I'll share with you the insights I gained while developing the Rasengan. But before that, I have a suggestion. As Minato spoke, he opened his palm, and a Rasengan instantly formed. However, he didn't notice the flicker in Aisha's eyes. The principle behind the Rasengan is to use a shape transformation to guide the chakra into a specific flow and compress it, unleashing tremendous power. You want to channel water nature chakra through the Rasengan technique. That's the right direction, but I suggest you start by perfecting your own Rasengan first, because Minato's teaching was abruptly cut short. Right before him, Aishu also opened his palm, and the dissipated water sphere reformed and began to spin rapidly, taking shape, a perfect little water Rasengan. Wait, what? Minato was genuinely surprised, though it was still a bit rough. There was no doubt. Aishu had succeeded. You figured it out? Minato exclaimed. Aishu simply raised an eyebrow and let the water sphere disperse again, sighing with a look of dissatisfaction. It's not quite like you're thinking, sensei. I can only infuse water nature chakra, and honestly, it doesn't seem all that powerful. After using the water-style, water dragon bullet last night, Shu felt as if his mind had been enlightened. Inspiration surged this morning, so he decided to see if he could adapt Naruto's wind style, Raisen Shuriken, into a water-style version. The process went fairly smoothly. Since he could already perform the water dragon bullet, he figured his water chakra control was at least passable. At least that's what Shu thought. But the outcome was less than ideal. Naruto's Rasengan, when fused with wind chakra, instantly became a forbidden technique, but when Shu tried fusing the Rasengan with water chakra, he wasn't sure if he was using the wrong approach or if something else was off. Overall, it felt no different than a glorified spinning water ball technique. He even tried to see if he could leap straight to the second stage of the hydrogen release. Yang release, that universal type of chakra, wasn't much of a problem. There was little impact. But as for lightning chakra, no matter how hard he tried, he simply couldn't summon it. This left Shu deeply frustrated. After all, he'd mastered the Rasengan in less than a month, and had managed to pull off the water dragon bullet in under 10 attempts through sheer force of will. He'd always thought of himself as some rare genius. Reality, however, had taught him a lesson. It seemed his success with the water dragon bullet was entirely due to his large chakra reserves. He'd simply forced it through. As for the Rasengan, that was even more straightforward. After all, he'd watched both Shippuden and Boruto, and considered himself a seasoned learner. It's true. One should keep their feet firmly on the ground. Shu sighed, his voice tinged with resignation. Some thoughts, he realized, are better left unpursued. Sensei, please give me one more chance. Minato hesitated for a long time, but in the end decided to stick to the original plan. Take Team 7 to receive a mission, the duties of a Jonin instructor, pass on the way of the ninja, teach jutsu, and nurture ninja talent. The way of a ninja can't be rushed. It needs to be taught patiently. As for jutsu, Team 7 had their fair share, personally selected by the third Hokage himself. Enough to keep them occupied for a while, of course. In Minato's eyes, Shu was an exception. Shu's water-style Rasengan that morning had nearly shattered Minato's understanding of the world. He couldn't fathom how a child could accomplish something that most ninja wouldn't even encounter until they reached Chunin or even Jonin level. Still, Minato was more than willing to guide his student, to answer his questions and refine Shu's understanding of chakra transformation. But a team was a team. Kakashi might grasp the gist of these lessons, but Obito, in the Hokage building on the first floor inside the mission hall, Minato pored over tasks with a heavy heart. The three young ninjas huddled together, chatting away with lively enthusiasm. What did Minato-sensei just say to you? He seemed kind of down. He said he'll be giving me extra training from now on. Maybe I've been heading in the wrong direction with my training. Shu was vague and didn't go into detail. After all, even if he explained, Obito wouldn't understand. So, what's your situation? Shu questioned Obito in return. Is Uchiha Ruoho giving you trouble? Him, he's not even worth mentioning. Obito replied with a swagger brimful of arrogance. I'm one of the clan's top prospects now. The clan head himself has high hopes for me. Honestly, it's a miracle I haven't gone looking for trouble with him. But that brat is pretty full of himself. He insisted on challenging me to a duel. He even sent an official challenge. What a reckless kid. A challenge. Kakashi's expression turned odd. Could there really be someone in the Uchiha clan even more headstrong than Obito? Well, you better give it your all. Don't let our team 7 lose face. Shu cheered him on. As for the Uchiha, so far Obito was the only one Shu liked. After all, the two of them had been through life and death together. As for Fugaku, Shu simply didn't harbor any ill will toward him, of course. Just think about who you're talking to, Obito declared, bursting with confidence. A fleeting gleam of crimson flashed in his eyes. Though he had only awakened a single Tomo, there weren't many Uchiha of his age who had unlocked their Sharingan. That was precisely why Fugaku valued him so highly and had recently been personally overseeing his training. The Uchiha of this era were heavily restricted. The second Hokage's containment policy, now in Danzo's hands, was even harsher. The entire clan was on the verge of being driven out of Konoha. From Shu's omniscient perspective, Only Shursui and Obito would emerge as prodigies in the coming years, both indisputably epic-making talents. It was a pity that both would ultimately become traitors. 1-inch, at least, merely wanted to use genjutsu to prevent war. The other, however, would bring utter devastation. Ingshu couldn't help but wonder if Obito could grow up healthy and unscathed. Would he be able to keep Shursui and Itachi in check in the future? And would Madara possibly abandon Obito, change his plans, and choose a new pawn instead? But those were questions for another time. Nothing like that would happen for at least 5 years. Ingshu patted Obito on the shoulder. Let us know when the duel's happening, Kakashi, and I will be there to cheer you on. It should be in the next few days. Depending on what missions Minato-sensei assigns us. If it's like last time, we might even fight tomorrow, Obito replied. Go get him. Ingshu encouraged. Good luck, Kakashi chimed in a little reluctantly. Ever-reliable Minato brought Team 7 their second D-rank mission, acting as guides for a local noble from the land of hot water, who had traveled from afar. The mission started immediately. The reward was a generous 35,000 Ryo, making it one of the highest-paying D-rank assignments, though it would take a full 7 days to complete. Perfect. Minato-sensei probably doesn't care about the money, so that means each of us gets 16,660 Ryo. The 20 Ryo left over will be just enough to buy a skewer of tricolor dumplings. One for each of us, having once served as the math class representative in elementary schooling. Shu had already calculated the figures the moment he saw the task assignment. Damn it, the mission takes 7 days. Someone's making a killing off this, Obito grumbled, wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth. Kakashi simply replied. A little past 10 o'clock, Team 7 waited at the designated spot for their client's arrival. All was calm and quiet at first, until 2 ENBU appeared out of nowhere and whispered something to Minato. Minato's expression grew noticeably grave. After the 2 ENBU departed, he solemnly announced to the 3 of them, I'm sorry, kids. Something unexpected has come up, and I need to go deal with it. It may take some time. I'm afraid we can't continue with this mission. Ingshu and Obito fell silent. I really am sorry, kids, Minato said with a wry smile. That's all for today. Let's meet at our usual place tomorrow, and I'll pick out a suitable mission for us. For now, let's call it a day and head home, Minato added. Helplessly, Obito grumbled as Kakashi, barely hiding his glee, teased. Well, Obito, looks like you can take on your challenge today. After all, my dad's not home either, so I can come and watch. Being a tour guide was such a bother, Kakashi thought. He would much rather tend to the forest, and the pay was so low, 16,000 Ryo. That was barely pocket change compared to what his dad made on a single mission. Obito hesitated after hearing this, while Minato just shook his head with a gentle smile and made to leave. Just then, no. Ingshu suddenly shouted, unwilling to give up without a fight. That was 16,660 Ryo. Since arriving in this world, he had never spent such a fortune in one go. Is something wrong, Ingshu? Minato asked, suddenly sensing trouble. Sensei, maybe you could. Let us try, it's just a guiding mission. We can handle it. Ingshu's face was, well, let's call it shining with sincerity, not greed. Minato hesitated. But Obito's in danger. Ingshu suddenly yanked Obito to his side, clamping a hand over Obito's mouth before he could protest. Obito's been challenged by another member of the Uchiha clan. The opponent is really strong. Obito might not stand a chance. Obito tried to protest, but Ingshu pressed on, improvising. Obito needs more time to prepare, or he'll get beaten to a pulp. Please, Minato-sensei. I grew up in Konoha. I can handle being a guide, no problem. Trust me, sensei. Obito could only mumble in protest. Kakashi watched Ingshu's performance in silence, saying nothing. Minato was caught in a dilemma, visibly uncomfortable. He really wanted to refuse Ingshu's request, but he just couldn't bring himself to trust them with this. But seeing how much Aisha longed for this mission, and recalling Aisha's background, the soft-hearted Minato weighed his options again and again, and finally let out a sigh. All right then, just make sure you all stay safe. Especially mind your manners. Don't take the client out for a stroll before noon. And in the afternoon I'll ask some other colleagues to come help. Minato's first thought was to ask Kushina, but his second thought was an emphatic no. In the end, still uneasy, Minato handed Aishu the mission scroll and hurried off. You're too much, Aishu. Obito complained, his face full of grievance. Agreed, Kakashi chimed in, already sensing he'd missed his chance to slack off. Aishu, ever the taskmaster, looked at them with a mix of exasperation and hope. Don't you feel accomplished completing, but seeing how desperately Aishu wanted this mission, and recalling his background, the soft-hearted Minato weighed his options over and over, and finally let out a sigh. All right then, but you must be careful, especially with your manners. Don't take the client around aimlessly before noon. In the afternoon, I'll ask some other colleagues to come help. Minato's first instinct was to reach out to Kushina, but on second thought, he quickly dismissed the idea. In the end, he still couldn't rest easy, so he handed the mission scroll to Aishu before hurrying off. "You're being a bit much, Aishu," Obito grumbled, looking wounded. It's true, Kakashi agreed, already resigned to the fact that he wouldn't be able to slack off this time. Aisha looked at them, exasperated. "Don't you feel a real sense of accomplishment doing a mission on your own?" As he spoke, Aisha widened his eyes and unfurled the mission scroll. The first thing that caught his eye were two photographs, one of a well-to-do middle-aged man, and the other of a girl who looked just on the cusp of childhood. The middle-aged man had an unremarkable appearance, nothing particularly noteworthy. His name was Hizumi Sawa, and he was the client funding this mission. The little girl, presumably the client's daughter, was named Hizumiyu. With her brown hair and adorable features, she immediately caught Aishu's attention. The more he looked, the more familiar she seemed. As a ninja, I'm a professional, sensei. On the bustling streets of Konoha, the little girl held tightly to the adult's hand, her wide, curious eyes blinking with innocent wonder. Utterly charming, young lady. From now on, you must call me father. We are to act as a father and daughter, so please stay in character. The middle-aged man's face wore a kindly smile, but his voice was barely above a whisper. Their conversation was so quiet that only they could hear it. Even passers-by brushing past caught nothing of what was said. "Father?" The quick-witted Mei Terumi adjusted instantly, then pointed to the most striking building in the distance and asked in a clear, melodic voice, "What's that place? It's so big." The girl's innocent curiosity tugged at the heart, and many locals glanced at the obvious outsiders, a father and daughter, taking in the scene, but as an elite Kirigakure spy, Kinjiro Terumi's expression didn't waver. He simply reached out and patted his daughter's head fondly, replying with gentle affection, "Father doesn't know either, but don't worry. We'll have a guide soon. They'll answer all of Yuchan's questions." "Really? Where are they?" The little girl continued, her tone pure and guileless. "Looks like they're just ahead, waiting for us," her father replied. The pair stopped in front of the inn where they were staying, only to find three young ninja already waiting for them. As the two approached, one of the boys, slightly older than the others, stepped forward. He glanced over the father and daughter pair, then made a show of comparing them to a scroll before rolling it back up and giving a respectful nod. "Good day, Mr. Izumi. My name is Aishu. I'm the Konoha ninja in charge of your commission," he announced, every move and word radiating professionalism. Then he gestured at the two boys behind him. "These are my teammates. For the next 7 days, we'll be your guides and are responsible for your safety while you're in Konoha." "Thank you," Kinjiro Terumi replied politely, though a hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. "Forgive me for asking, but is it just the three of you?" "Yes," Aishu replied briskly, never once sparing a glance at the little girl beside him. "I see." Kinjiro Terumi was deeply satisfied with the answer, though he let just the right touch of disappointment show on his face. 3 boys, 3 genin. For a spy, it couldn't get any better than this. But as a wealthy merchant from a small nation, he certainly couldn't show his approval openly. "Rest assured, Mr. Hizumi," Aishu continued, "as Konoha ninja, we're professionals. We grew up on the streets of Konoha, so you can have complete confidence in us as your guides." He emphasized the words Konoha ninja, his emotionless eyes exuding competence. This was professionalism, medium grade. "Well then, very well. Thank you for your efforts." Kinjiro Terumi hesitated for a moment before reluctantly agreeing, embodying the perfect attitude of a small country merchant arriving in the powerful Hidden Leaf village. "In that case, please follow me. And welcome to Konoha." Aishu turned, his movements almost mechanical like a soulless navigation robot. Yet in that very moment, as he spun around, he couldn't help but steal a glance at the girl from the corner of his eye. A girl can change so much as she grows up. "I hope I'm just overthinking it," Aisha murmured inwardly. The land of hot water wasn't far from Konoha, and it wasn't unusual for nobles to travel between the two, but Aishu had attended the Ninja Academy. He knew that the country closest to the land of hot water was the land of water, and then there was the girl's appearance, which matched a certain image in his mind, and her age lined up perfectly. Aishu had reason to suspect that this girl might very well be the future 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, but he had no proof, and even he felt his suspicions were less than logical. Mei Terumi survived the bloody mist as a double bloodline ninja, and not even Obito, whose intelligence tripled after going dark, could eliminate her. She was even recommended as Mizukage by the Mist Elders. Her clan must wield enormous power in the mist, and her own status is nothing to scoff at. It was still wartime after all, so venturing into Konoha was hardly logical in itself. Yet, Aisha couldn't be certain. Perhaps this was just another trial by fire for those from great clans. Still, Even if this girl truly was Mei Terumi, sent here for training, Aishu had no intention of meddling. That would only bring trouble upon himself. After all, he couldn't exactly go around claiming he'd seen what Mei Terumi would look like 20 years into the future, could he? He just wanted to earn some money. There was no need to complicate things. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Lord Hokage, this is simply unbelievable. Standing before the desk, Minato stared at the long scroll in his hands, eyes wide with shock. Is it possible these are false memories? Iwagakure and Kumogakure working together. It's just two. We can't rule out that possibility. Minato. Hiruzen Sarutobi took a drag on his pipe, his gaze lowering as he pondered. Memories can be disguised with Jinjutsu, and there's more than one road into Konoha besides Canopy Bridge. But if this information is genuine, then our shinobi on the front lines are truly in danger. With battles raging on multiple fronts, oversights were inevitable. There have been cases where enemy, ninja, slipped deep into the land of fire, even coming dangerously close to discovering Konoha's location. Yet what truly mattered was the intelligence extracted from that Kumogakure ninja's mind. According to his memories, their squad had traveled all the way from the land of Earth, passing through the heavily guarded Canopy Bridge controlled by Iwagakure's forces. Their plan had been to outflank and ambush Konoha's troops on the front lines of the Kumogakure battlefield. But they'd been ambushed en route and scattered. By some bizarre twist of fate, the Kumogakure ninja had ended up near Konoha village itself. Lord Hokage, please give the order. Minato rolled up the scroll, his eyes still shining with astonishment. But as one of Konoha's elite jonin, Minato was ever the professional. Let's not rush, Minato. Hiruzen waved his hand, but by this gesture, he tacitly entrusted the investigation to Minato. This is no trivial matter. The process will be fraught with danger and could very well be an enemy trap. The outcome could tip the balance of the entire front. I'll need to discuss this further with the Council of Elders. Do you understand? Minato nodded. Understood. Please allow me to visit the interrogation apartment. I want to learn more about the Kumogakure ninja those 3 children brought back. Go ahead. Hiruzen agreed readily, a rare glimmer of pride shining in his otherwise stern eyes. When it mattered most, he could always rely on his own pupil and his pupil's disciple. Come to think of it, it was those 3 children who had captured that Kumogakure ninja, and for the sake of secrecy they couldn't even be publicly praised. Yet none of them complained. Truly, they were a source of peace of mind. What more could a master or grandmaster wish for? By the way, were those 3 little rascals up to now? I remember they just finished a D-rank mission yesterday. Are they taking a break today? Oh, not exactly. Minato paused, then gave a wry smile. They're actually out on another solo mission right now. Spy training classroom at noon. Lunchtime had arrived. The Nishui father and daughter suggested having the most iconic meal Konoha had to offer for lunch. At that moment, they were standing outside a barbecue restaurant. Aishu, mindful of his young age, the 3 taboos, his digestion, nutrition, and fat intake, felt such a lavish, meat-heavy meal wasn't suitable for him. So he suggested they go to Ichiraku ramen instead. Affordable, delicious, and most importantly, full of local flavor, ever-observant Kenjiro. Terumi immediately chimed in, it's my treat. And so, Team 7 ate their fill. After lunch, Team 7 dutifully escorted the father and daughter to their hotel. The pair claimed they were tired from the journey and wanted to rest for the afternoon, planning to go out again in the evening. Team 7 waited in the hotel's guest lounge, embodying professionalism. After all, that barbecue meal had cost nearly 10,000 ryo. For the 5 of them. Even Kakashi felt a bit guilty about it. Inside the hotel room, Kenjiro Terumi first arranged and inspected the room. With just a slight adjustment of the furniture, he created a space completely hidden from outside view. No matter the angle, only then did Mei Terumi draw the curtains open with confidence, and everything seemed perfectly normal. Father, it's safe now. No one is listening or watching, young lady. Kenjiro Terumi smiled, a genuine, unguarded smile that transformed him from a well-fed, middle-aged man into someone radiating wisdom. Mei Terumi was momentarily stunned. You seem surprised, young lady. Kenjiro Terumi sat down, composed, the highest level of disguise for a spy isn't about voice, posture, or body shape. With advanced transformation techniques or certain skills, anyone can manage those. But spotting a flaw is far easier than maintaining a disguise. No matter how perfect your act, you only get one chance to slip up. The girl nodded, slightly thoughtful. Please have a seat. Young lady, Kenjiro gestured invitingly. It was time for a lesson. Mei Terumi obediently sat down. These techniques aren't things you need to master yourself. With your status, there will always be people eager to serve you. But there's one thing you must understand above all else. Kenjiro pointed to his chest. You must see through people's hearts, and make sure no one can see through yours. As the future head of the Terumi clan, Your enemies will only draw closer. At the mention of clan head, Mei Terumi's expression turned cold. She said nothing, but it was clear she had little interest in that position. Seeing this, Terumi Kinjiro lowered his gaze and smiled. Let's not discuss this for now. My lady, after spending the morning walking around Konoha, did you make any discoveries? I did, Sensei. Terumi Mei responded at once. Konoha is indeed prosperous, but judging from the layout of its streets and the number of people on them. In short, I believe the war has left a significant mark on this village. Kinjiro raised an eyebrow. How so? They've even sent 3 youngsters to carry out missions. Mei puckered her lips, then continued. And this was a mission you designed with great care, Sensei, precisely to assess the current state of Konoha's shinobi, wasn't it? Judging from that, rescuing our target might not be as difficult as we imagined. You've improved, my lady, Kinjiro affirmed, pouring Mei a cup of tea, just as she lifted the cup to her lips. He suddenly added, however, you have made a fatal mistake. Mei nearly choked, but managed to keep her composure, patiently asking, please, Sensei, enlighten me. You underestimated those 3 ninja, and Konoha itself. As he spoke, Kinjiro produced a small notebook from his robes, opened it, and pressed his fingers together. Chakra flickered at his fingertips as he murmured, release. A remarkable sight unfolded. An image appeared on the notebook's pages. None other than Kakashi Hatake, the White Fang's son. A regular squad wouldn't include the child of the White Fan, my lady, Kinjiro said gently. Nor would 2 ordinary teammates be enough to make the White Fang's son willing to follow their lead. But most importantly, did you notice how close in age they all are? Mei stared at the white-haired boy in the picture, her eyes wide in disbelief. She didn't know the son, but she certainly knew of the White Fang. His status in Konoha was akin to that of her own clan's leader in Kirigakure, and now her mind circled back to that boy, who greeted them so casually at the start. What kind of person could command the loyalty of the White Fang's son? Perhaps the 3rd Hokage's own child. If just one small squad is like this, what about the rest of Konoha, my lady? Kinjiro interjected deliberately. We have time, but only one chance. In truth, I've already instructed our agent in Konoha to change the mission's objective from rescue to elimination. He ignored Mei's growing shock and confusion, smiling calmly. Whether it's rescue or elimination, both are enough to mislead Konoha, forcing them to make a critical decision. The more troops they commit to the fronts against Kimobikure and Iwagakure, the greater our advantage will be. Breaking through the Hyuga clan's defenses in one stroke may not be impossible after all, but that's an order from the current Mizukage. Yet compared to his ambitions, your growth and safety are far more important, young lady. Aishu, I want an ice-cold fruit juice. In the inn's first-floor lobby, Obito, who'd gone out without any money, gazed longingly at Aishu as he spoke. You look like ice-cold fruit juice to me. Aishu shot back mercilessly. A ninja's greatest strength is endurance, so just hold it. Wait, what? Nanoyu senpai. Aishu was startled. The woman standing before him, smiling and holding a large bag, was none other than Kabuto's mother. Watching as Nanoyu pulled out cup after cup of chilled juice from her bag, Aishu was momentarily at a loss. What's all this? I've got the day off today, and just happened to pass by. From afar, you all seem familiar. And sure enough, it's you kids. You're on a mission, aren't you? Nanoyu said, not waiting for the 3 of them to reply before she continued with a smile. You've worked hard. Come, drink up. It's so hot in summer. You mustn't get heat stroke. Aishu stared at the cold fruit juice in his hand, half suspecting it might be poisoned, but Obito beside him was already unable to wait. Thank you, senpai. You're the best, Obito exclaimed, then eagerly slurped down the juice, gulping noisily. Aishu. As if on cue, the actors took their places. A true spy drama. Once he was sure there was nothing suspicious, Aishu finally took a sip himself. He had to admit, under the summer sun, a mouthful of icy watermelon juice was exhilarating. As he drank, Aishu couldn't help but steal glances at Nanu. She had a gentle air about her, the type who could really run an orphanage. Still, he didn't dare let his guard down. Maybe one day, when Naniyu retired to run an orphanage, he could come by to volunteer. But for now, best not risk it. Sipping on the fruit juice she brought, Aishu stayed quietly alert. After all, Nanoyu was still an elite root spy. One of the very best. What on earth is Danzo plotting now? Aishu's gaze grew guarded. Was Danzo now trying the familial warmth approach? Did he want Aishu to be the first? Something at Nanoyu's orphanage? Or wait, could it be they're actually targeting someone higher up? For some reason, a wild thought leapt into Aishu's mind. What if, just if, the little girl really was Terumi Mei here in Konoha for training or something? This mission would get a lot more interesting. Aishu couldn't help but grin. All Minato did was assign Team 7 a random job, and yet so many hidden players were surfacing at that moment. Aishu, our sponsor's coming down. Kakashi, who'd been watching the staircase, suddenly said. Aishu paused, glancing over. Sure enough, it was the father and daughter who'd claimed to be tired and gone to rest that afternoon. Thump, thump, thump. Aishu's heartbeat began to quicken. Red team's contestant. You, the ace spy from the Kanbu clan. Blue team's contestant. Hyuga, suspected to be the ace spy from the Kirigakure. Anyone who can bring Mei Terumi out for real-world experience must surely be someone special. If his guess was right, a spectacular spy showdown was about to unfold. Oh my, you're still here. That's wonderful. Mei Kenjiro spotted the three from afar, but he waited until he was close before feigning surprise, his tone full of relief. He clutched his stomach, leaning on the young girl for support, his face twisted in apparent pain. This is our duty? Mr. Hisamizawa, are you feeling all right? You don't look so well. Aishu immediately noticed Hisamizawa's unusual pallor and asked with genuine concern. Guesses aside, it was best to keep up appearances, if his hunch was off. The mission reward couldn't just slip away. I think I ate something bad. I've been feeling these sharp cramps since a while ago. Maikenjiro graimeist. Aishu, could I trouble you to take me to the nearest hospital? You want to go to the hospital? Aishu's eyebrows arched in surprise. He wasn't sure about this man's true identity, but he'd watched enough spy thrillers in his previous life to know. Hospitals were prime locations for chaos and confusion. Could this guy really be a spy? Aishu's pulse quickened, but he kept his words calm. Of course, Mr. Hisamizawa, the hospital isn't far, please. Hang in there. Thank you so much, Aishu. Mei Kenjiro, unaware that the genin before him was anything but ordinary, put on a grateful expression. Luckily you hadn't left yet. Or, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Yes, the Konoha Hospital was one of the key sites that Mei Kenjiro intended to inspect personally. Aside from that, the Ninja Academy, the police force, and even the Barrier Corps were all on his itinerary. The three genin in front of him would make the perfect guides, and the hospital was just the first stop. But just as Mei Kenjiro was feeling confident about how smoothly things were going, "Let me take a look." A gentle, if slightly formal, voice broke in. Mei Kenjiro turned to see a woman wearing glasses approaching, her face a mix of seriousness and concern. From years of experience, Mei Kenjiro guessed at once. She was very likely a medical nin. Why, that kid just called her senpai. Could that mean the kid is also a medical nin? Does Konoha value medical nin so highly these days that even White Fong's child is under their direction? A flurry of questions flashed through Mei Kenjiro's mind, though he still clung to a sliver of hope. Maybe this woman was just kind-hearted, but this fantasy was quickly shattered, for Nanoyu had already taken a stethoscope out her bag. "Sir, please have a seat over here. Don't worry. I'm a medical ninja from Konoha Hospital," Nanoyu said gently. Chojuro Terumi wanted to curse, but he composed himself almost instantly and switched to a new tactic. "Sorry to trouble you. Truly worthy of Konoha. Always so impressive." Ouch. He first praised Konoha, but in reality, he used the opportunity while speaking to crush a hidden pill between his specially made teeth and swallowed it. As a highly skilled spy, attention to detail was everything. Beside him, Mei Terumi chimed in with just the right amount of concern. "Father, are you all right? I told you not to eat so much greasy food." One had to admit, Mei had a knack for this line of work. A third concern, a third complaint, and the rest was pure girlish innocence. Even if there was a hint of performance in her voice, it was nothing serious. At least, it was enough to fool Aishu and the others. But let's not forget, the woman standing before them was no ordinary medical ninja. She was the head nurse of Konoha Hospital. Or wait, that wasn't quite right. Let's try again. She was Roots Ace Spy, codename the Wandering Shrine Maiden. 5 characters, no less. In all of Root, how many could claim such an honor? Nanoyu not only spotted the flaw in Mei Terumi's act, but truly, it was harmless. A trivial matter. What genuinely aroused her suspicion was the subtle, practiced movement of Chojuro Terumi's jaw just moments ago. That move was a classic among Root's spies. Nanayu's instincts kicked in immediately, but she showed no sign of it slipping seamlessly into spy mode. Right now, the upper hand was hers. "Please lean back a little and breathe as I instruct you. There's no need to be nervous." Nanayu demonstrated the calm professionalism of a medical ninja. She pressed the stethoscope gently to his abdomen, outwitting even Chojuro Terumi, the ace spy of the Terumi clan from the Hidden Mist. A moment passed. A perfectly measured look of gravity settled on Nanoyu's face. "It seems to be food poisoning. The symptoms haven't fully set in yet. What you're experiencing is just your body's warning sign. We'll need to treat you promptly." At these words, Chojuro Terumi felt a surge of relief, though his performance didn't falter for a moment. The pain is unbearable. "Father," Mei recited her lines flawlessly. Off to the side, Aisha was so captivated by the scene that he momentarily forgot he was supposed to help. According to the mission plan, it was time to get the patient to the hospital. At that moment, Nanoyu spoke again, rousing Aishu and sending a chill straight to Terumi Kinjiro's heart. But with food poisoning, you really shouldn't be moving about so casually. All right, Aishu, could I trouble you and your companions to go to Konoha Hospital, find Nurse Kumi, and have her bring the necessary medicine for food poisoning? Use treatment protocol. Number 1. I'll stay here and treat this gentleman myself. She guessed it. She guessed everything. In a flash, 3 figures darted through the streets, heading for Konoha Hospital. Aishu's heart was pounding with excitement. Protocol number 1. Staking the honor of the Senju clan. This was definitely a coded signal. A warning for the Root Division. I just don't know what's up with Kumi, Aishu thought, sighing inwardly. He had no idea why Nanu wanted him to find Kumi. Maybe Kumi was Root too, her gentle allure merely a mask. Or maybe it was just because he was more familiar with her than the others. Who knew? Soon after Aisha left, Terumi Kinjiro, with help from Nanoyu and the innkeeper, returned to his room. Nanoyu took a quick look at the layout, already forming a plan in her mind. Rest for a bit. Konoha Hospital isn't far from here. You'll receive treatment soon. I'm sorry to trouble you. Terumi Kinjiro replied weakly, then looked over at Terumi Mei-Yuchan. Your old man's stomach hurts. Hurry and brew a good pot of tea for this doctor. Terumi Mei's pupils contracted slightly. Of course, father. She appeared completely at ease as she opened her luggage in front of Anu, took out a tea canister, and walked over to the tea table. But Nanoyu instantly sensed something was off. She stood up, blocking Terumi Mei. No need, little one. I won't be drinking anything from you. No sooner had she spoken than, crack, Nanoyu twisted aside, and with a swift palm strike, knocked the girl unconscious. Somehow a kunai had appeared in her hand, just in time to parry another kunai. Terumi Kinjiro had suddenly lunged, launching a direct attack. The usual rapport between doctor and patient was shattered in an instant. 2 spies had revealed their true selves. No more pretense. When did you start tailing me? Terumi Kinjiro asked coldly, tension tightening every muscle. Nanoyu gave a soft, knowing chuckle. Let's just say your luck ran out when you happened to cross paths with me. None of you hadn't expected her new identity would be put to the test so soon, with her old skills coming into play almost immediately. Consider it repayment for Lord Danzo's promise to grant her request. Oh, a chill glinted in Terumi Kinjiro's eyes. Then how did you spot the flaw? I was certain I didn't let anything slip from start to finish. Is there any point in overthinking this? You're not getting away. You had no intention of explaining further, but just then, water style, water prison jutsu, a crisp voice rang out. Yu's pupils contracted in shock. He cursed his own carelessness and tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Of course it's useful. The transparent water prison, like a dewdrop, enlarged. Countless times, instantly trapped Yu inside. Meanwhile, Kinjiro Terumi withdrew his hand, his face contorted in pain. He scraped some powder from beneath his fingernail and swallowed it, finally relieving the stabbing pain in his abdomen. Then with a swift sequence of hand signs, he created 2 shadow clones, handing over the water prison jutsu to them. Next, he fished out a few explosive tags from a hidden compartment in his suitcase and passed them to the other clone. Miss, I'm afraid we've been exposed. My clones can hold them off for a while. Let's get out of here, quickly. Terumi's eyes were grave. Understood? I'll leave things here to you for now. I'm going to back up Yu. Go ahead, but bring me an iced drink when you get back. I'm parched. Love you, to Aishu's surprise when he followed Yu's instructions and informed Miss Kumi. She didn't suddenly rip off her nurse's uniform with a dramatic flourish, transform into a long-legged ninja, and tease him with a surprised little brother. Everything was perfectly normal. Miss Kumi calmly prepared her medical kit and medicines, clearly getting ready to make a house call. Lead the way, my dear Aishu. Aishu's hair instantly turned into a bird's nest of confusion. He sighed inwardly and turned to guide her. Maybe I was just overthinking things. 10 minutes later, the 4 of them arrived at the inn. Aishu was about to lead Miss Kumi upstairs when he realized he didn't actually know which room the client was in. He felt a little embarrassed. Clearly, he still had a ways to go before he could call himself a professional. Quickly, he found the innkeeper at the front desk. Excuse me, which room is the guest who went upstairs earlier with a stomachache resting in? Oh, 3rd floor, 3rd door on the left, the innkeeper answered quickly, then added, but the doctor and the young lady already left. They said they were going out to buy some medicine. Aisha frowned immediately. Something's not right. He turned to look at Kakashi, only to find the same seriousness in Kakashi's eyes. I'll go. Aisha nodded. No wonder Kakashi was White Fang's son. He was cool as ice even before going AFK, but Obito chimed in as usual. Kakashi, why are you insulting me? For crying out loud, you're going with him? Aishu gave Obito a swift kick, sending him grumbling out of the conversation, but when Aishu turned back, he realized Miss Kumi had already disappeared. Shu glanced once more at the small medicine box left on the ground, and in that instant, everything became clear to him. He cursed himself inwardly for being careless. How could he have missed the investigator's transformation right at the scene? But just as Shu was about to rush upstairs, "Kumi, don't come any closer!" A shrill scream echoed from afar, and in the next moment, boom! A deafening explosion erupted, shaking the entire inn. Dust rained down from the ceiling as the building trembled violently. Shu's heart lurched. He had guessed it, he had figured it all out. But who would have thought the prize would be a front row seat to an explosion? "Boss, open the main door and get ready to evacuate the guests. I'm heading up to rescue people," he shouted at the top of his lungs, ready to charge upstairs. But before he could reach the second floor, a sudden roar erupted, and a surge of scorching flames burst out in front of him. With just a glance, Shu recognized that this wasn't some ninja technique, perhaps. It was simply a fire breaking out somewhere, but more likely it was set deliberately, meant to slow them down. He wasted no time. His eyes flashed, and his hands flew in a motion to form seals. But these weren't the seals for any ordinary water-style jutsu. Water bullet was too destructive, and while it could put out flames, the shockwave would be too much for this Olden to withstand. Water Dragon Bullet could work, but he wasn't skilled enough yet. The Water Dragon would only last 2 seconds, though its sheer volume would be perfect for dousing the blaze. But the seals were too complex. Shu had a better way. Suddenly, four shadow clones appeared in rapid succession. Each one quickly gathered chakra between its hands. It was the water style, spiraling small water ball, a technique Shu had brainstormed in a moment of inspiration that morning, though its power was still developing and didn't match the impact of the water bullet. It had excellent spread. With enough chakra, a single spiraling water ball could easily match the effect of throwing a whole bucket of water. 2 shadow clones darted left and right towards the stairway, summoning water orbs as they moved, and hurled them at the flames raging on the second floor. "We'll handle things here," they called out. Shu and his other 2 clones pressed forward, charging up the stairs. You could always count on shadow clones. Right now, Shu was a little angry. Those damn Mist Village spies. How dare they hurt his dear Miss Kumi? Even if Miss Kumi probably was a root agent herself, she was still beautiful, kind-hearted, and had those long, fair legs. If she was unharmed, all would be well. But if not, he would make sure to capture Mei Terumi and sell her to Root. An eye for an eye. If Danzo wanted to make a deal, he'd better bring a bonus and hand Miss Kumi over to him. With shadow clones battling the fire behind and clearing the way ahead, Shu soon reached the 3rd floor landing. Right there, and then he let out a sharp curse. It was still a disaster zone, but even worse than the 2nd floor. The explosive tags had wreaked havoc in the cramped space, and the entire 3rd floor was now a ruined wasteland engulfed in a sea of fire. Fortunately, the 3rd floor was the top floor of the inn, and it seemed the hidden Mist spies didn't have that many explosive tags. Otherwise, if the whole place had collapsed, Shu wouldn't have needed to rush forward to save anyone. He could have just gotten ready to attend their funerals. Go! With a commanding wave of his hand, Shu sent in 2 shadow clones, each already prepared with swirling water spheres. At the same time, he formed hand seals again, summoning 2 more shadow clones. In situations like this, it was best for the real body not to charge ahead. After all, the enemy was both cunning and ruthless, and there could be more traps waiting. Don't ask where Shu learned this. If he were in their shoes, he'd do exactly the same. Or even better. Even without enough explosive tags, he could have turned his own shadow clones into living bombs, leveling the whole place if he wanted. So, the 4 shadow clones advanced in 2 waves, covering each other as they hurled water orbs, moving forward with the discipline of a tactical squad. Their efficiency was remarkable. Wherever they passed, the flames were driven back, and the clones even managed to rescue several guests along the way. As panicked guests stumbled out, Shu stood with arms crossed, his expression calm and somewhat cold, the forehead protector on his brow gleaming with resolve. Yet, even with such composure, 2 of the clones were caught off guard and smashed into smoke by sudden bursts of fiery clubs. Another clone on the 2nd floor disappeared, but only because it ran out of chakra. There weren't many guests left on the 2nd floor anyway. Wartime was hardly good for the innkeeper's business. At last, after a tense rescue that cost him 3 shadow clones, the final clone arrived at the room where Nanoyu and Kumi should be, deepest at the end of the corridor, and beckoned for Shu to come over. Shu still hesitated. Most of the guests who could escape had already left, so there was no one left to witness his heroics. Besides, risking his own neck, just 4 Root operatives hardly seemed worth it. Miss Kumi was certainly admirable, but his own life was far too valuable to gamble lightly. He signaled for the shadow clone to handle it, but the clone simply shrugged, indicating it was out of his hands. With a sigh, Shu steeled himself and rushed forward, gritting his teeth as he created 2 more shadow clones, restoring his numbers and his sense of security. By now, the corridor was nearly swallowed by mist. Shu dashed into the room where his clone was waiting, and when he took in the scene, he immediately understood why his clone had insisted on his presence. Nanoyu was badly injured. Beyond her hair, the burns she'd suffered were more than 3 times as serious as what she got during Minato's incident. And even then, these were her mildest wounds. She must have done something at the last moment. Both her arms were gravely wounded, with her left arm already broken and hastily splinted by Kumi with clothing and a stick. Her abdomen was wrapped in Kumi's shirt, blood still oozing from the wound beside her lay a kunai stained with blood. It looked like she'd just been stabbed in the stomach. Shu glanced over at the now lightly dressed Kumi. She wore nothing but the ninja's signature mesh undershirt, which, judging by her figure, was likely a 32C, and a pair of ninja shorts that showed off her long, fair legs. But those legs were injured, and the sight pricked Shu's heart with concern. He shot a look at his shadow clone and silently gave it a thumbs up. As expected, no one understood him better than his own clone. After all those days of hard training in medical ninjutsu, wasn't this the perfect moment to put to use? "Let me handle this, Sister Kumi," he said brightly. "Don't worry. The disaster outside has already been taken care of. Kakashi and Obito have gone after the culprits. We're safe now." 3 minutes later, Shu, accompanied by his army of shadow clones, carried the gravely injured Nono and the visibly conflicted Kumi downstairs, each clone working in pairs. The sense of doubled achievement was hard to miss. From a distance, he could already hear a commotion, people voicing complaints in agitated tones. Shu focused his gaze and saw that the Konoha police force had arrived, blocking the doorway and refusing to let anyone out. An Uchiha clansman was trying with obvious strain to explain the situation. "Don't act rashly. There may be enemy spies hiding among you. All you outsiders will need to be questioned by the Konoha police force before you're allowed to leave. Until our superiors arrive, everyone is to stay right here." The Uchiha's voice was cold and commanding, radiating an unmistakable air of ruthlessness and authority. Behind him, local Konoha villagers pointed and whispered, while frightened travelers protested insistently. Yet the Uchiha stood unmoved, one hand resting on his ninja tool pouch, giving Shu the distinct feeling that he might activate his Sharingan at any moment. Just then, someone in the crowd finally noticed Shu coming down the stairs. "Look, it's that brave young ninja," someone shouted, and in an instant every eye turned to Shu. At that moment, he and his clones were carrying injured beauties in their arms, each of them showing traces of battle and exhaustion. A dramatic contrast to the stern Uchiha at the door. "Are you hurt, young man? That's the strength of a Konoha ninja. The difference is astounding." Thank you, young man." They were all Konoha ninja, yet the difference in treatment was stark. Shu stepped forward from among his clones, glanced at the Uchiha, and for a second felt a pang of sympathy. But then he cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. "Everyone, the danger has passed. Please cooperate with our police force. Ninjas, rest assured, Konoha will compensate you for any losses. There's nowhere safe to go right now, and you might be taken hostage by spies still hiding among us if you venture out. Trust me, the Konoha police force will keep everyone safe." Shu didn't have the best impression of the Uchiha, and originally he'd planned to show him up a little, but after a moment's thought, he decided to do the opposite, to lend his support instead. Obito would be facing off against Uchiha Roo in just a few days. Shu wanted to go watch the fight and cheer him on, but he was also worried that those Uchiha who held grudges against them might lose control and start attacking people. So now, by saying a few nice words and helping to ease the public's anger, he was treating it as a kind of insurance. It would also have a positive impact on Obito's future prospects within the Uchiha clan. Most importantly, the war was growing fiercer by the day, and Konoha was feeling the pressure more and more. In the future, the Uchiha clan would inevitably be sent to the battlefield. Yes, Itachi would be born soon, and at 4 years old he'd already appear on the front lines. Wasn't far off. Shu thought that if he set the stage now, maybe when the time came, he could legally get his hands on a Sharingan. After all, when Kakashi got his Sharingan, he basically became the standard unit of chakra measurement, but Shu wouldn't have that issue. Not only would he be fine, he could even pull a Danzo and collect a whole armful, and it probably wouldn't be a problem. A longing stirred in Shu's heart. If he really could get a Sharingan, the problem of chakra fusion would be solved in no time. Brilliant. This witch was no ordinary woman. The explosion at the inn was massive, and Konoha's armed forces arrived on the scene in no time. What surprised Ingshu, though, was that the first to arrive weren't the Foundation or the ANBU, but the Uchiha from the Konoha police force. It was as if the city police had beaten the SWAT to the punch. Ingshu didn't know whether to give the Uchiha a thumbs up or light incense for them. The Uchiha truly lived up to their reputation as Konoha's demon blade. In short, they hadn't been suppressed enough. Serves them right, but it was worth noting that when the ANBU did show up, they didn't argue with the Uchiha. And it seemed the Uchiha didn't harbor much animosity toward the ANBU either. After handing over the scene, they withdrew and began evacuating the civilians. Only then did the ANBU take over the inn, escorting the guests out. One by one, these guests were all outsiders, ordinary people, and when faced with these masked shinobi from Konoha, they didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The injured Inoue was sent to Konoha Hospital, but Kumi chose to stay behind. Soon, only Ingshu, Kumi, the innkeeper, and 5 or 6 ANBU remained in the shop. Please hand over the guest information. One of the ANBU said, also try to recall any movements of people before the explosion. As for your losses, someone will handle them. The ANBU's attitude was much more pleasant upon hearing that someone would take responsibility. For his losses, the innkeeper, who had almost had a stroke mere seconds ago, instantly sprang back to life, becoming remarkably cooperative. Ingshu, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, couldn't help but sigh when he heard that there were 5 people on the casualty list. He'd more or less expected that number. After all, he'd managed to save everyone in the inn himself. In this battle between spies, it seemed Kirigakure had gained the upper hand. I have no idea where Meitarumi has run off to. This part never showed up in the original story. Who knows if this will trigger some kind of butterfly effect. Then again, it probably doesn't matter. Obito is ready to make some big moves, and with that, there shouldn't be any more bloody mist in Kirigakure, with a slight arch of his eyebrow. Aishu realized that, by this calculation, Kirigakure was walking away with a huge win that left a faint sense of imbalance in his heart. No, he couldn't let this go. He had to find a way to get something back from Kirigakure. After all, raising Obito had taken a lot of effort. Little Aishu, are you worried about your 2 friends? Just as Aishu's thoughts began to wander, Kumi's voice rang out. Aishu turned to look and found Kumi standing before him, still the same Kumi as always. The familiar smile, the familiar voice even. The way she called his name hadn't changed, and yet she suddenly felt like a stranger. The nurse had transformed into a seductive spy, her gaze playful and provocative. If the old Kumi had been the big sister next door, the current Kumi was the elegant woman. Pulling up in a luxury car outside the house, her whole aura had leveled up. Aishu, usually unshakable, suddenly remembered something. That's right, Kakashi and Obito had been gone for ages. He would have forgotten if Kumi hadn't mentioned it. They'd been gone so long. Could something have happened? Are you 2 all right? If you're not seriously hurt, I'm going to have to ask you to come with us. At that moment, a member of the ANBU approached and addressed them both, his tone hovering between a request and an order. Aisha was about to say something, but Kumi suddenly stood up. I'm a member of the Foundation, codename Juan. I'm currently on assignment. You can confirm my identity with Elder Danzo, but I'm sorry, I only report to Elder Danzo. Aisha simply watched Kumi, not saying a word, until she snuck a quick wink in his direction. Only then did he put on a look of surprise. All right, but until your Foundation colleagues arrive, please stay where you are and don't wander off. Unexpectedly, this ANBU seemed rather accommodating. Maybe he'd just been recruited from the Foundation and wasn't used to the job yet. Or perhaps he still had some lingering affection for his old organization. Or maybe it was Kumi's looks. Or maybe he even knew her personally. Whatever the reason, he didn't press her further. After Kumi finished identifying herself, the ANBU turned to Aishu, saying nothing, but somehow saying everything. Can I wait a little longer before I go? Aishu raised his hand. I want to wait for my teammates to return. They went after the spy. No. Even if you wait for them, you'll all need to come with us to the ANBU headquarters. You can wait for them there. As expected, the ANBU's tone turned cold. This obvious double standard left Aishu a bit disgruntled. His face fell in a heartbeat. He'd just bravely saved so many people, and the villagers had all praised him. Was this how heroes were treated around here? Unexpectedly, at that moment, Kumi, who had been standing quietly to the side, suddenly spoke up. She bent down slightly, leaning her weight right onto Aishu's head, making him bear the full brunt of it. Are you sure about this? His teammate is none other than Lord Whitefang's son. You know, she said. Aishu felt the pressure. He hadn't realized just how strong Kumi was. She certainly didn't look it, and to his surprise, even after revealing her own roots, Kumi was still willing to speak up on his behalf. This made Aishu start to ponder her motives. On the surface, by exposing herself, Kumi had essentially protected Nanoyu, but now that she was speaking up for him, things were far less straightforward. If this Umbu member wasn't part of the route, Then being subjected to a superior's pressure would irk anyone. Aisha couldn't tell whether this umbu resented White Fang, but he was fairly sure this guy wouldn't be pleased with a handsome, young upstart like himself. Who knew what foolish thing he might do next? Aisha's mind gradually cleared. What a cunning woman! By twisting things around, she was practically pushing him right into the arms of Root. I'll just go wait in the umbu quarters then senpai, Aisha replied, countering her move with a move of his own. With tears in his eyes, he resolved to lock away memories of his once-beloved older sister. Kakashi hates bothering Uncle White Fang more than anything. Senpai, I'll go with you, resolutely. Aishu broke free from Kumi's hold and strode purposefully toward the door. His steps radiated a sense of uprightness and self-sacrifice. Both the umbu member and Kumi were momentarily stunned by Aisha's actions. The female spy's lips curled into a sly smile, her eyes alight with interest as if she just spotted new prey. But just then, two figures burst back into the room, panting for breath. It was Kakashi returning empty-handed from a chase. Kakashi paused, taking in the scene, but quickly cut to the chase. Aisha, those guys aren't ordinary. There must be more of them lurking around, he panted, clearly exhausted from the pursuit. Don't rush. Catch your breath and tell us slowly. Aishu reassured him, gesturing for Kakashi to take his time. At that moment, Obito also rushed. Back in. Hey, Kakashi, you heartless. Whoa. No one knew what had happened between the two, but Obito was so busy complaining about Kakashi that he failed to notice the raised threshold. He tripped and landed face first on the floor. In a spectacular fall, knocking over a vase by the entrance as he went, the crash was loud, and the vase shattered instantly. A true feat of hard-headedness. The shop owner turned at the commotion and immediately let out a wail of distress. That vase was brand new. 3,000 Ryo? Oh, my poor vase. At that moment, just as Aishu was about to help Obito to his feet, his expression suddenly grew odd. The tone of the shopkeeper's lament sounded so strangely familiar. Why did it remind him of something? He made up his mind. It was time to find a new place to stay with lingering doubts. Aishu and his companions followed the umbu member and left the scene. On the road, Kakashi and Obito bickered endlessly. Obito exclaimed, "Do you know what this is? The Sharingan, the Sharingan. Man, you just don't believe what I saw. What exactly do you want from me?" Kakashi shot back. Then why didn't you catch up to them? Obito retorted, like you caught them yourself. Kakashi replied, no, I didn't. I don't have the Sharingan. If I did, I would've. Caught them already, wouldn't I? Ingshu interjected, exasperated. Enough, you two. Obito, getting riled up, snapped, fine, here. Take my eye. Go get them for me, go on. Kakashi, equally riled, shot back. It's too late now, they've vanished without a trace. Besides, your eye's about as good as blind. Even a stray dog wouldn't want it. Obito, with his single tomo spinning, cursed, damn it. Kakashi, you bastard, draw your sword. Right now, immediately. Kakashi unsheathed his blade, not backing down. I'm not scared of you. Loser has to crawl home. Silence fell between them, thick with tension. Ingshu, finally at his wit's end, had to play his trump card. The teacher's wife is coming. Obito and Kakashi instantly froze, their bravado evaporating, their faces drooping in panic in the hidden leaf. There's a fierce lady who can stop even the most stubborn child from crying at night. Ingshu could more or less guess what had happened. To Kakashi and Obito, the two had followed the shopkeeper's directions, and relying on their familiarity with the village, had actually managed to catch up. But that's when things got complicated. Obito spotted the father and daughter to the east, while Kakashi saw the same. Figures straight ahead, both saw only their backs, quickly swallowed by the bustling crowd. Obito trusted his own judgment, and Kakashi trusted his, so they split up, each pursuing their own quarry, but the result was the same. Both lost their targets just as quickly. Obito even narrowly dodged a thrown shuriken. Kakashi had a suspicion. If the enemy had accomplices, it was no wonder they couldn't catch up. But Obito refused to accept it, convinced he'd been on the right track. If only Kakashi had followed him, they could have caught the culprits in no time. That's what they were arguing about. After Ingshu's scare tactic, the two sulked in silence, neither willing to speak to the other as they walked on. The NBU escort, on the other hand, remained calm and silent, as if he had earplugs in and was oblivious to their squabble. But as Ingshu replayed the events in his mind, he couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right, especially the pained groan from the shopkeeper, which left him itching with curiosity. Did you notice anything, Ingshu? Kakashi was the first to pick up on his unease and asked quietly. Nothing, Ingshu replied, gesturing subtly at the ANBU ahead. Kakashi immediately understood. That's the situation, Lord Hokage, Uncle White Fang at the Hokage's office. Things didn't go as Ingshu had imagined. Instead of being thrown into some dark holding cell for a harsh interrogation, the three of them were ushered directly to the Hokage's office. What's more, to Ingshu's surprise, and to Kakashi's delight as a devoted son, White Fang himself was there. You did very well, littling Shu. On behalf of those you saved, Grandpa Hokage thanks you, Hiruzen Tsurutobi said warmly. And as for little Kakashi and little Obito, even though you didn't catch the culprits, you managed to narrow down the area for our search, so there's no need to blame yourselves. You've both done an excellent job. Once Grandpa Hokage is finished dealing with this matter, he'll reward all of you, together with last time's Cloud Ninja incident. This is what we're supposed to do. The three members of Team 7 replied in unison. White Fang stood by smiling and nodding. Leave the rest to the adults, kids. You've worked hard enough. Go home and get some rest. With that, Team 7 finally took their leave, but the moment they were out of sight, the expressions on Hiruzen and White Fang grew grave. Can you deduce what their goal is? Hiruzen asked, his voice low and serious. White Fang shook his head. It's hard to say for sure, but whoever they are, their rank in Kirigikure won't be low. Several of the Miss operatives we were watching in the open made their move at the same time, and a few shadowy agents we couldn't catch before have also surfaced. Looks like we've hooked a big fish. White Fang's eyes were cold and sharp. Don't be fooled by Ing Shu's calm report. Using water style and shadow clones to clear a path, saving people while putting out fires. It all sounded so simple, but the dangers were real. The madness of the Mist spies, the devastation they brought to Konoha, and the shocking number of casualties. Even just hearing the report had White Fang breaking into a cold sweat for the three young ones. If any one of them had made a single wrong move, White Fang dared not imagine it, nor did he want to. What mattered now was to drag these people out into the light, root them out, every last one. A big fish. Hiruzen muttered, deep in thought. Then his presence seemed to swell, his voice rising with authority. The higher their rank, the more damage they can do to Konoha. White Fang, I'm giving you half a day. The Umbu are at your full disposal, including my own personal guards, whatever it takes. Find out what they're after, then eliminate them. I'd rather forego the intelligence in their heads than see our children put in harm's way. The war was at a critical stage. The fronts against Iwagakure and Kimogakure were in chaos. Minato and a host of elite shinobi were about to be deployed. The slightest disturbance could send shockwaves throughout the village. At a time like this, anyone who dared to stir up trouble in Konoha was courting certain death. Looks like we won't be having Uncle White Fang's grilled fish tonight. Ing Shu sighed, with the 35,000 Rio rewards slipping through their fingers. Team 7 disbanded on the spot, wandering aimlessly through the streets for now. Ing Shu pushed aside the jumble of worries in his mind. The incident stirred up by the mist was in fact good news for White Fang. The public's attention had definitely shifted elsewhere. There was no doubt about that. Ing Shu had been fretting over how to salvage White Fang's reputation, but now there was no need. If White Fang's reputation could be perfectly restored, perhaps his popularity would rise again. He might even have a shot at becoming Hokage. Even if that seems impossible, still it's better than being treated like a rat scurrying through the streets. If you want grilled fish, I can make some too. Kakashi was clearly in a good mood, though curiosity lingered in his eyes. By the way, Aishu, didn't you say you'd found something? So what is it exactly? Aisha hadn't really planned to get involved. After all, what did this have to do with him? Would catching a spy earn him even half a coin as a reward? Actually, it just might. Aisha paused, thinking. He couldn't be completely certain it was Terumi Mei, but the two of them had done something that for a while made all of Konoha forget their scorn for White Fang. If he could catch her. Well, his demands weren't high, just enough for a B-rank mission reward. That's not asking too much, right? He'd long wanted to move out of his current place. Damn it, why did he have to carry all his belongings with him every day? Wasn't it because of those two gaping holes in his room that could never be sealed? They were almost symmetrical, so not only did the wind whistle through at night, but Aisha never felt safe sleeping there. If Danzo ever wanted to break things off for real, Root wouldn't even need a knock. Wouldn't he just wake up one day to find his kidneys gone? My discovery is actually this. Aisha didn't hesitate any longer, his expression turning grave as he spoke. He'd made up his mind. 350,000 Rio, gone, but it didn't matter. He'd go all in and get himself a new place. Have you ever noticed something? Under the bright, open sky, with the sun shining and the world wide awake. You've done well, Ran. Root-based Kumi. No, Ran now had already switched into the Root uniform and gear. The new outfit covered much of her striking figure, but she was still hard to ignore. With a soft thud, a scroll landed before her, and Danzo's voice followed. The Shrine Maiden is seriously injured and will be unable to participate in any operations for the time being. Even when she recovers, she'll return to a dormant state. This is her unfinished mission. From now on, you'll take over. Kumi unrolled the scroll, her beautiful eyes widening in surprise. The Shrine Maiden had always been her idol. Root's ace spy, legendary for countless successful missions and unmatched mastery of disguise. They'd worked together for so long that even knowing her real identity, Kumi sometimes couldn't tell which persona was truly hers. For someone like that, the mission must be anything but simple. But as she read the scroll, saw the single objective, the familiar name, the familiar face, and the glowing evaluation, Kumi was stunned. At any cost. Have him willingly join Root. Was this for real? A mere kid? And at any cost. How far were they willing to go? Once you complete this task, you'll be able to head to the sand front line and avenge your parents. Danzo's voice drifted over light as a feather. Jume was momentarily stunned by these words, but in the next instant her beautiful eyes blazed with hatred. Yes, sir. Aishu, do you think we've been spotted? I'm honestly not so sure about this. Idiot. If you don't know, just keep quiet. Kakashi, say that again if you dare. Enough both of you. Look, if that guy's just a regular person, there's no way he'd notice us. But if he's not, then there's no way we wouldn't be caught. Got it? Aisha patiently explained, not wanting the two to start bickering again. Indeed, the three of them were tailing and keeping watch over the very person Aisha suspected, a certain innkeeper possibly serving as a Kirigakure spy. Along the streets of Konoha, the two shared a striking similarity, both in their heavy, greasy middle-aged builds and, oddly enough, even in the way they groaned. It might sound far-fetched, but with Minato still missing and not daring to seek out Kushina for training, the trio figured they had nothing better to do. Might as well give it a try. If they got lucky, they could strike it rich with one move. If not, well, at least it was good practice. So they continued trailing him. The innkeeper moved ahead at an unhurried pace, seemingly none the wiser, making it effortless to keep up. Yet the easier it seemed, the less confident the three of them felt. Especially Aishu, his earlier miraculous tracking feats, as if he had a third eye, were only possible because, well, he did have a third eye. Infiltrating Konoha, transformation techniques were useless, and no matter how clever the disguise, it was hard to fool the Byakugan. Besides, since Mei Terumi was still a child, heavy makeup and disguise only made things more obvious. When she showed her real face, Aishu nearly recognized her on the spot. But now, things were different. His third eye was out of commission, and he would have to rely on himself for the rest. Watching the innkeeper stroll along as if nothing were amiss, Aisha couldn't help but think that letting a bit of breeze through the room in summer wasn't such a bad idea after all. Just then the trio noticed the innkeeper suddenly glancing furtively around. Alarmed, they quickly looked up at the sky, pretending not to notice. When they looked back, the innkeeper had picked up his pace, his legs spinning like tiny motors, his flabby body jiggling as he hurried off. Don't tell me you actually guessed right. Aishu, you're amazing, Abito exclaimed in astonishment. Even he could see the innkeeper was up to something. It's too early to say for sure. Let's keep moving, Aishu replied, his composure intact. Who knows, maybe the innkeeper was just chasing after a long-lost feeling of first love. The innkeeper pressed ahead, with Team 7 hot on his heels. Eventually, he arrived at the entrance of a pleasure district, his face lighting up with anticipation as he rubbed his hands together, then dove inside without a backward glance. Ah, damn it! Aishu cursed his own bad luck, staring at the tavern entrance, where a sign clearly stated that minors were not allowed inside. The three boys, who together barely added up to adulthood, found themselves in a dilemma. What should we do? Kakashi and Abito both turned to look at Aishu. Aishu furrowed his brow as well, considering whether he should transform into Minato's appearance and sneak inside. But just as Aisha hesitated, a hurried figure flashed past the edge of his vision. The person wasn't tall, but moved quickly. More importantly, they wore a hood and kept their body well hidden, exuding an air of mystery. Aishu quickly turned to look but couldn't catch a glimpse of the stranger's face. However, he did spot a lock of brown hair. After them, Aishu hesitated for barely 2 seconds before making up his mind. Those 2 seconds were both the hallmark of a cautious schemer and a sign of his concern about falling for an enemy diversion. Yet when Aishu recalled the handful of signal flares in his pouch, he immediately felt reassured. After all, this was Konoha, in broad daylight under the clear sky. Was there really any need to fear an enemy ambush? The three of them dashed forward in a blur. The mysterious figure instantly sensed the pursuit and began to quicken their pace. It was afternoon, the sun shining high in the sky. There weren't many people on the residential streets, so both sides dispensed with pretense. Leaping from step to step, what began as a tale soon turned into an outright chase as they raced through the streets. A sunlit park soon appeared in their field of vision. Under the scorching sun, the large park seemed almost deserted. But at the far end, the park connected to a dense stretch of forest. Without stopping, the mysterious figure plunged straight into the trees. Aishu's eyebrows shot up. At this point, Even a fool could see the other party was luring them into the woods. There was definitely an ambush waiting inside. We'll chase up to here. Even if they make it through the forest, they won't get far. Ever the tactician skidded to a halt. Kakashi and Obito stopped as well. The three exchanged glances. Kakashi shrugged. He's right. The forest is vast, and the deeper you go, the more dangerous it gets. Even if someone makes it through by luck, the moment they touch the barrier, they'll be exposed. That's settled in. Aisha rummaged in his ninja pouch and tossed 2 signal flares to Obito. What for? Obito asked, puzzled. Call for backup and have them surround the area. Kakashi shook his head. Honestly, with a brain like yours, I can't imagine how you get along with your clan. Watch out. Kakashi's pupils shrank. In one swift motion, he shoved Obito aside, drew his short blade, and knocked away a shuriken that had been hurled at Aishu. A sharp metallic clang rang through the air, and then suddenly, crack, 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 with a trademark villain's slow, deliberate clapping, a plump figure emerged from the depths of the forest. Wasn't this the innkeeper who was supposed to be back in the entertainment district? Standing right beside him was a little girl with chestnut hair. None other than the one suspected to be Yusue, the young girl who resembled Terumi Mei. Not a bad reaction. As expected of White Fong's son, the innkeeper said with a sly grin, with you as hostages, I'm sure the hidden leaf will be forced to tread carefully. Don't you agree, young hero Aishu? 3 against 2. Where do you get your courage from, I wonder? Don't forget, this is the hidden leaf. Obito, who hadn't been mentioned, let out a cold, derisive snort on the spot. Without hesitation, he crushed 2 flare signals in his hands, sending plumes of thick red smoke surging high into the sky. At that moment, Obito felt like he was finally the main character. Surrender now. The hidden leaf treats its prisoners well, especially little girls. Of course, if you feel like resisting, you're welcome to try, he declared. Just watch me, Kakashi. Why are you pulling me? Obito hated being interrupted, especially by Kakashi, right in the middle of showing off. Just as he turned to argue, his eyes caught sight of shadows swiftly approaching from all directions. Reinforcements this fast. At first, Obito could hardly believe it, but as he saw the fierce expressions on those faces, none of them wearing leaf headbands, his certainty wavered. What the heck? Could it be that their only option was to defect to the hidden mist? With 2 signal arrows, Obito had summoned a horde of ninja, none of whom were from the hidden leaf. About 20 in total, they appeared from all directions, closing in and surrounding the trio. Aishu's mind raced at lightning speed, running frantic calculations, but there was only one conclusion. Danger, danger, danger. The enemies before them weren't just ninja, they were spies, experts at mind games. None of Aishu's usual crafty tactics would work, and he might even end up angering these ruthless types. For there to be so many spies hidden right in the leaf, it was almost unbelievable to these seasoned operatives dealing with 3 underage kids. Was like wielding a legendary sword to slice a chick. Overkill to the extreme. Not even worth leaving an egg behind, looks like. I really wasn't cut out to be a spy after all. I should just focus on studying ninjutsu. Aishu sighed inwardly again and again. This time, he'd really let recklessness cloud his judgment. A summer breeze should have been enough to clear his head. Aishu raised both hands in surrender, his face full of resignation. You win. A surrender, please, just don't kill me. Thank you. Seeing Aisha give in, Kakashi raised an eyebrow and followed suit, tossing his blade to the ground and lifting his hands. And me too. My father is White Fang. The entire ENBU answers to him. So if you could spare me as well, I'd really appreciate it. Thanks. For a swordsman, doing this was a deep humiliation, but his father had once said, if you throw away your weapon to protect your comrades, that's a different matter entirely. Kakashi was perfectly clear in his heart. The enemy might seem to have the upper hand, but reinforcements from the leaf would arrive soon. At this moment, the ones who were truly anxious were this bunch in front of him. In such a situation, the best choice was to keep the enemy steady, not provoke them, and wait for them to reveal their own weakness. As for the knife he dropped on the ground, he'd just get a new 1-inch. It wasn't worth worrying about. Obito was in a bind. For the proud genius of the Uchiha clan to raise his hands and surrender was not an easy thing. Still, for the sake of Aishu and Kakashi, he'd swallow his pride. Just this once, I don't think I need to say much. You recognize this, right? Uchiha, the strongest clan in the leaf. Anyway, just don't kill me. You know what would happen if you did. Humph. Obito stubbornly raised an imaginary white flag, only to be promptly kicked to the ground with a sharp thud. Ow. He groaned. The teamwork of Team 7 wasn't just limited to combat. Even their surrender was perfectly coordinated. And so, with that, all members of Team 7 officially gave themselves up. I knew I was right about you. Young shinobi of the leaf, came a voice. I thought you might try to stall for time with some clever trick. But this is good. Dealing with smart people always puts one in a pleasant mood. It was the innkeeper who spoke, but his voice had changed. Now it was the voice of Aishu's former benefactor Mizusa. This didn't really surprise Aishu. After all, in his mind, these two were already marked as spies from the Hidden Mist. But then again, if you thought about it carefully, forget it, he decided. Espionage wasn't his specialty. As a member of the Senju clan, his path lay in direct confrontation. Right now, survival was the priority. Just then, a short, skinny ninja spy came over. He had a sharp face with a monkey-like expression, giving off a distinctly shifty vibe. Yet Aishu somehow found him familiar. Among the travelers he'd rescued today, wasn't there someone just like this? Incredible. The spy pulled out a rope and tied up all three of their hands with a standard binding technique for ninja, making it impossible for them to form hand signs. Hiss, could you be a bit gentler, sir? I won't resist. Aishu winced in pain. If you want, I can even forget what your face looks like. Enough with the nonsense, snapped the sharp-faced ninja, his voice just as piercing as his features. Once they were tied up, someone else came over immediately to blindfold them with a piece of black cloth. Aishu frowned but quickly composed himself, and just before his world faded to darkness, the last thing he saw was the innkeeper's ambiguous, half-smiling expression. This left Aishu puzzled. Was the innkeeper they had been following actually a fake? The shimmering water of Hizumi Marsh was right before his eyes, yet before Aishu had time to ponder, a cold blade suddenly pressed against the back of his neck, sending a chill down his spine. Kid, this knife of mine is very sharp. If anything happens along the way, you'd better tell me first. Otherwise, you might just lose your head. Of course, whether I can actually hear you or not is another matter. Ha ha ha! A spy who seemed more than a little unhinged laughed wildly, and the others around him joined in with silent, mocking grins. All right, Aishu replied crisply, cooperating without resistance. His resigned, almost indifferent attitude instantly silenced the laughter around him. Though his head was covered and he couldn't see, Aishu could sense that many eyes were fixed on him at that moment. I've told you before, this isn't your average brat. Your scare tactics are wasted on him, Hawk Demon. Right now, he's probably calculating how to cooperate with Konoha's shinobi to wipe us all out. Hizumi's voice paused, then grew heavier. Everyone, the truly dangerous part of this battle is only just beginning, whether or not we accomplish. Our mission will depend on what happens next. Yes, sir. The spy's laughter faded into silence, except for the deranged one behind Aishu. Their responses, too, seemed to carry an unsettling weight. Aishu could hear each of their voices, yet they sounded as if they came from a single person in this moment. Complex emotions churned in Aishu's heart. Since arriving in this world, he'd been through dozens upon dozens of battles, if you took away his scheduled duels with the Uchiha, the physical training at the Ninja Academy, and his sparring sessions with Kakashi and Obito. Only 4 real battles remained. First, there was Minato, regardless of the outcome. Second, the Red Pepper, who nearly beat him to death. Only 2 could truly be called victories. The time he outsmarted that Cloud Ninja, and the night he took down 9 members of the Root. He'd won those with his wits, his mastery of hydrogen release, and the overwhelming force of his great water dragon bullet. Yet, in front of these spies, none of it seemed to matter. To infiltrate Konoha and pull off an ambush right under its nose required an extraordinary level of skill and professionalism. Aishu hadn't even managed to uncover Hizumi's true identity, let alone match wits with this group of undercover experts who live for deception. Am I really going to have to surrender? Aishu murmured inwardly, already able to guess how things might play out. Kakashi would surely be fine. No matter how bold the Mist were, they'd never dare provoke White Fang. Kakashi might not even be taken out of Konoha. Obito would probably be safe too, a 6-year-old prodigy who'd awakened his Sharingan. The Uchiha would never allow the Mist to take him. The Mist wouldn't even dare touch his eyes. In some ways, the Uchiha clan's fearsome reputation surpassed even that of White Fang. They weren't the type to meekly accept having their clan members' eyes taken. They certainly wouldn't just draw a mark on their forehead and call it a day. Was born with the blood of the Thousand Hands clan. By all accounts, he should have had a boundless future, filled with promise and light. The problem was, except for the old man, no one even knew about it. The Mist's goal was to retreat, and they naturally needed a bargaining chip in hand. If nothing went wrong, Sunshu Eiju was that chip. It could only be him, a member of the Sunshu clan who lived in a rented room and couldn't even bear to spend money fixing the walls. I just wonder if life will be any better once I get to the Hidden Mist. The housing prices there, and Obito. He's probably going to be crushed, isn't he, Sai? The thought left a bitter taste in Eiju's heart. To think a transmigrator could end up like this. How humiliating. Just then, as Eiju walked in the darkness, guided by the cold blade pressed against the back of his neck, his foot suddenly struck something hard. He staggered, nearly losing his balance. Alarmed, he couldn't help but shout, "Watch out, brother!" A string of silent curses ran through his mind. He wasn't even the hidden mist yet, so he hoped the guy holding the blade wouldn't lose his nerve now. But in the next instant, look at you getting all worked up. Stay down. That familiar voice, aged but powerful, laced with biting sarcasm that couldn't quite mask its concern, caught Eiju off guard. Then, elation surged through him. Surrender to the likes of the hidden mist? Dream on, as if no one had anyone watching their back. He'd rather die than bow his head, you old coot. Eiju had always prided himself on being a cautious person. Sure, he'd gotten a bit reckless this time, and almost ended up sold into slavery. But all things considered, he believed he was bold yet prudent. If he were truly reckless, there'd be no way he could be rescued now, right? So really, everything had happened for a reason. Surrender was just a smokescreen, a tactic, nothing more, Earth-style, Earth Dragon technique. With a chant in his signature old-school tone, the old man unleashed his jutsu. Sprawled on the ground, Eiju felt the earth tremble. Beneath him, as if something massive were bursting out from below. Whatever it was, it must have been huge. The rumble of its movements sounded like an army stampeding across the field. Then piercing screams tore through the air, mingling with heavy thuds and the sickening crunch of bones breaking. Eiju couldn't make out exactly what was happening. He had no idea how strong the old man truly was, but it must have been impressive. Even so, these spies were tough. None of them begged for mercy. Eiju's curiosity got the better of him. He wanted to unleash his chakra and free his hands to witness the old man's rampage firsthand. But just as he began to stir his chakra, he sensed someone approaching. He instantly stilled, letting the chakra subside, choosing to wait and see. A moment later, someone hauled him up. He felt a chill against his neck, the unmistakable sensation of a kunai sharp and cold. Well, he supposed he could afford to bide his time a little longer. Ingshu stood obediently, but in truth he was anything but calm. He feigned fear, arching his body backward, trying to mimic the posture of someone being held hostage. Hey, big brother, don't tremble. Look, I surrendered right away. I don't even know that old man. His plan had succeeded, but something about it felt odd. His captor couldn't be very tall for his neck. Had run into the top of their head. Then don't move around so much, a clear, slightly nervous girl's voice rang out behind him. Ingshu's eyebrows shot up. Oh, so it's a brand new home paid in full. What a surprise. Just then, it seemed the old man had finished his business as well. The ground stopped shuddering, the screams faded away, and the only sounds Ingshu could hear were the rapid heartbeat of the girl behind him and the old man's heavy, labored breathing. Did he tire himself out? Ingshu felt a pang of unease. He knew the old man was fierce, yet had never seen him exert himself to the fullest. These mist spies might not be a match for him, but the old man's greatest enemy was himself. His age, time, is a butcher's knife, who can keep their hair black forever. Ingshu gave a silent sigh. Well then, I'll take it from here. Only Terumi Mei is left now. Those tales of the twin bloodline Mizukage are for another day, right? Now the stage belongs to Senju's own. Ingshu's hand started to move restlessly, chakra gathering. He couldn't form seals, but he wasn't some counterfeit ninja. Who needs hand seals if you're the real deal? But at that moment, sir, a cautious, almost tiptoeing voice sounded. Nishimizuwa's. It made Ingshu tense up at once. Why is this guy still here? Ingshu was confident in his hearing. Since third grade, he'd never lost a single point in English listening tests. Especially now, with his sight and hearing suppressed, his ears were sharper than ever. He could almost make out Terumi Mei's heartbeat. And yet Nishimizuwa, a living person standing right behind him, had gone completely unnoticed. Your Earth-style technique is truly astonishing, sir, but now your chakra must be running low, isn't it? The old man said nothing, but his heavy breathing spoke volumes. Ingshu felt the girl next to him shift, and then, without him noticing a thing, Nishimizuwa's voice came from right in front of him. Our request is simple. We just want to leave Konoha, but if you insist on keeping us here, then I'll have no choice but to take this kid with us to the grave, sir. I'd like to propose a deal, if I can guarantee. Go take the kid and leave. Don't ever let me see you again. The old man's voice rang out, utterly devoid of emotion. Ingshu was listening intently, so much so that he didn't react right away. Wait, was this old geezer toying with him? Ingshu was stunned. At the same time, he could feel the heart rate of the young girl behind him. Suddenly calm, and not just hers. The man ahead, Nishimizuwa, also seemed visibly shaken. Clearly the old man's shocking words had rattled them both. This was the first time Ingshu noticed Nishimizuwa's movements, and that level of spycraft was truly terrifying. What's wrong? Do you still want to challenge me? The old man continued. Come on. I'll even let you have both hands. Ingshu was at a loss for words. What on earth was this wily old man planning? He certainly didn't believe the elder really intended to let him off the hook. Unless the old man was truly unwell, You go first. Nichimizuwa's voice came, resolute and commanding. The girl behind Ingshu, Terumi Mei, said. Nothing. After a brief pause, she lowered the kunai from his throat to her waist. Move, and don't try anything funny. At this moment, Ingshu's mind raced. He could conjure up 2 orbs of chakra in a second. 1 for each of his captors. It was just enough. The only hitch was he didn't know exactly where Nichimizuwa was. After that earlier shock, Nichimizuwa had slipped back into ghost mode, leaving Ingshu with nothing but a gamble. But Ingshu quickly thought of a more reliable plan. He'd execute a stylish backflip to land behind Terumi, Mei snatch her kunai in a flash, and swap the roles of hunter and prey in a single dramatic reversal. Wouldn't that be satisfying? No sooner thought than done. Ingshu began to gather his chakra, grinning inwardly. Time to show them a little something. But then, girl, watch out for that kid's hands. He can use jutsu without hand signs. You'd better slap an explosive tag on him. The old man's voice cut in. What? The girl was clearly startled, but followed instructions anyway. Just as Ingshu was about to make his move, he felt something being stuck to his back. His first instinct was to curse aloud, but the old man seemed to have anticipated that too, tossing in another helpful tip. And watch his mouth. He keeps a blade in there. Better gag him while you're at it. Ha! They really weren't giving him even a sliver of chance. You old fox, this is too much. Wait, there's nothing in my MMPH. He's slandering me. MMPH. 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 Ingshu's protests were soon thoroughly muffled. MMPH. 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 Ingshu, let's make a deal. And so Ingshu's journey as a hostage continued. Compared to 10 minutes ago, he now had what? Felt like a handkerchief stuffed in his mouth, and several explosive tags stuck to his back. The old man arrived. Yet it was as if he hadn't come at all. Ingshu had no idea what tricks this old man was up to, but one thing was certain. Right now, he could only rely on himself. Kakashi and Obito aren't here. I didn't see either of them during that fight, just now. No idea where they've gone. What matters most now is figuring out a way to get out of here. Ingshu mulled over his options, growing more frustrated with each thought. If it weren't for the old man's meddling, he would have pulled off an epic counterattack just now. That would have been a sight to behold. I really didn't expect that out of the 3 of you, you'd be the one hiding the deepest, guided by Terumi. Ingshu walked forward with his eyes closed. Just then, Mizusawa's voice rang out again. Ingshu didn't even bother responding. He couldn't care less. Hiding the deepest? Please, if I told you the truth, you'd be scared out of your wits in no time. It's just a shame. I'm afraid I won't be able to uncover your secret myself. Mizusawa sighed. Ingshu noticed Terumi, who was walking beside him, shudder slightly. Too bad his hand were sealed with explosive tags. Otherwise he would have seized that split second to strike back. But in the very next moment, a sudden swish, daylight flooded back as the black hood covering Ingshu's head was yanked off. He squinted instinctively against the glare of the sun. As his eyes adjusted, the face before him was not the same as before. It was someone else entirely. The original patron Mizusawa stood there. Mizusa. Or perhaps it was Mei Kinjiro, regarded Ingshu with keen interest. Their eyes met, and suddenly Mei Kinjiro nodded in approval. You've got the eyes for it. You'd make fine spy material. Huh. Ingshu blinked innocently, feigning utter cluelessness as spy. Sorry, but you'd be better off deleting me from your list. I'm not cut out for that. Next time I see you guys, I'll just keep my distance, or better yet, open fire right away. You must have a lot of questions, right? Forgive me. I nearly forgot about our elder's little joke. Mei Kinjiro chuckled, and seeing the confusion on both Ingshu's and Terumi's faces, promptly removed the handkerchief that had been stuffed in Ingshu's mouth. Ingshu's brows knit together slowly. Mizusawa's antics left him genuinely baffled, so he ventured a suggestion. How about untying my hands too? They're kind of numb. Ha, interesting, Mei Kinjiro replied with a smile, shaking his head. Not impossible, but not just yet. Let's walk and talk, shall we? This way, please. With his sight restored, Ingshu no longer needed guidance. Terumi now stood behind him as the 3 of them set out. Again, the surrounding forest was thick with trees. Having been blindfolded before, Ingshu's sense of direction was muddled, judging by their departure time and pace. He guessed they were probably near the edge of Konoha, likely already outside of the village's barrier. Let me introduce myself. My real name is Kinjiro, but I can't tell you my family name. That's just how things work in our line of business. My name is Aishu. I don't have a family name. Aishu once again introduced himself. He sounded resigned, but in truth he was calculating their position. Once outside the Konoha barrier, the barrier squad could instantly pinpoint their location and heading. But this Kinjiro fellow was sly. Kakashi and Obito weren't traveling with them. Aisha figured he must have sent more than one group to mislead the barrier squad. Otherwise, Konoha's reinforcements would have arrived by now, and he wouldn't have been left to. Ugh! Just the thought of it made his blood boil. Aisha cursed under his breath again, but then noticed that the air had grown quiet. He glanced over at Kinjiro and saw an odd look on the man's face, almost as if he were someone who'd just discovered he'd been betrayed, and the person who betrayed him was standing right across from him. Yes, that was exactly the feeling, I suppose so. Kinjiro murmured, then gave a soft chuckle and shook his head. Aisha, I want to make a deal with you, a deal? Aisha looked puzzled, and the same confusion echoed in his mind. Was this another trick? Yes, a deal. A fair one, Kinjiro stopped walking. Gentle sunlight filtered through the dense trees, casting a soft glow on him. I'll tell you the whole truth. Why I came to Konoha, and why I fled in such a hurry, but you'll have to agree to one request of mine. Trust me. This deal will be well worth your while. Hokage-sama, the barrier squad reports that Lord White Fang has already caught up to one group. Uchiha Obito has been rescued. The other 4 enemy groups within our surveillance should be completely wiped out by nightfall. An ANBU operative delivered the update. Hiruzen Tsurutobi exhaled a plume of smoke, his gaze on the sun dipping toward the horizon. The earlier tension and fury had faded, replaced by calm resolve. What about Minato? He's been out there for some time now. Still no word. The group Minato-sensei is after isn't within our monitored area, Hokage-sama. The barrier squad can't provide real-time updates. The ANBU answered swiftly, then send out another squad. Deploy all our embedded MIS-spies in Konoha as well. We can't afford to hold back now. Hiruzen spoke with composure. Before night falls, I want to see those 3 children back, yes. Sir, the ANBU replied, and withdrew. At that moment, another ANBU operative entered the room. Lord Hokage, an S-rank letter from Elder Danzo of the Root Division. S-rank? Hiruzen. Sarutobi's eyes froze for a moment. Bring it here, quickly. A minute later, bang! Hiruzen Sarutobi tore the letter in his hands into shreds, his eyes blazing with fury. That bastard. That wretched bastard. The Umbu beside him bowed their heads in silence. No one dared disturb the Hokage at this moment. The lion may be aging, but his majesty remained unshaken. Yet, anger is fleeting. No matter how fierce, it always subsides. What's done is done. Hiruzen Sarutobi could only sigh in the end. So be it. At the Root headquarters, do you understand the consequences of what you're about to do? Whether you succeed or fail, your fate is sealed. You won't find a good end, Naniu. From the shadows, Danzo stared straight at the blazing sun above, and even his voice seemed to gain a trace of warmth. Kneeling behind him was Nanu, who was officially reported as grievously injured. I only ask, my lord, that you keep your word. Once this mission is over, never use my identity again. If I'm still alive by then, that is. Nanoyu kept that last thought to herself, but her reply was resolute. For a Root ninja, there is no such thing as a mission's end. There's only one way to pass on a mission, when the operative dies or is sent on another task, one that is virtually a death sentence. Nanoyu chose the latter, a path barely different from death itself. Speed was of the essence, believe it or not. Those exploding tags were never planted by us. The sunset was bloody red, and the blazing sun was about to dip below the horizon. The forest was growing dark, and nocturnal creatures began to stir. A wildcat crouched in the branches, silently watching the 3 figures about to step into the night. I only trapped her with the water prison jutsu, and then activated the highest level emergency protocol, sending people to cover the child's escape. As for myself, I stayed behind in the inn to coordinate. When you left, the innkeeper you saw was me all along. Thinking back now, we must have been targeted before we even entered Konoha. There was someone manipulating me from the very start. Meijin Jiro spoke with a mix of truth and ambiguity. Aisha didn't believe a single word of it. Nanu and Lady Kumi, both of them, even the mysterious Kumi, were injured and carried away by him. I see. Aisha mused, turning his gaze to Terumi Mei beside him. Before, it was only a suspicion, but now he was sure. This was the future Mizukage with both Kekkei Genkai. So what about that place next? The one minors aren't allowed in? Was that you too? Aishu asked, feigning a hint of curiosity, the way you'd politely keep an old lady company in conversation. That's my man, the one responsible for leading you here. The reason we let you tail us for so long was to give all the hidden MIS-spies enough time to prepare for evacuation. Mizusawa answered quickly, his face and eyes perfectly under control. After all, someone like Shu, who graduated from some clown school in micro-expression analysis, couldn't read a thing, but that didn't stop him from not believing a single word. All the hidden MIS spies evacuated? Impossible. Not to mention, that real innkeeper probably couldn't keep up anymore. Shu had already made up his mind. If he managed to get back to Konoha, the first thing he'd do would be to report that walking 500,000 Ryo. Oh. Shu played along, wearing a thoughtful look. In truth, he was compressing his chakra. There was an explosive tag behind him, most likely in a semi-activated state. Sure, a Rasengan could snap the rope in it. instant, but the tag would probably go off just as fast. Shu had come up with a plan. As soon as he broke free from the rope, he'd whip off his shirt in one swift motion, shedding his skin like a golden cicada. The process had to be both cautious and lightning fast, so he gave himself a safety window. 1.5 seconds, the explosive tag didn't need anywhere near that long to detonate. This was just the time he needed for his escape trick. He'd already worked it out. A small water sphere in his left hand, a Rasengan in his right. If luck was on his side, he might even be able to snuff out the tag altogether. The real trick was figuring out how to split the attention of the two in front of him, Kinjiro's. Strength was a mystery, but definitely not weak. As for Mei Terumi, she'd been standing behind him this whole time, barely saying a word. Youth wasted in idleness leads to regrets down the road. Served her right. Why doesn't she come try flirting with me at least? Just then, Kinjiro let out a soft chuckle, making Shu a little uneasy. But Kinjiro didn't say anything more. He simply picked up where he left off, continuing to unveil his so-called truth. To you, everything I say probably sounds like a lie. I don't expect you to believe me. After all, you and I are the same. You doubt everything. A born spy, Shu. Now that was a bit insulting. At the same moment, a piercing sound rang out across the sky. Shu's eyebrows shot up. Wasn't that the signature screech of signal flare? But Kinjiro froze in his tracks, cocking his head to pinpoint the direction. After 3 seconds, his expression shifted, complex and unreadable, as I thought. Kinjiro murmured. Shu caught the weight in his voice. Nervousness, tension, and a sense of resignation, as though he'd seen it coming all along. But Shu stuck to his defensive mindset. Don't think, don't guess, and you can't be tricked. Kinjiro didn't move forward. He glanced at Mei Terumi, first flashing a smile at her that Shu couldn't decipher. Forgive me, my lady. It's time to say goodbye. Shu's eyebrows shot up, but the very next second, wait. With a sudden delicate shout from Mei Terumi, Kinjiro swiftly formed a hand seal with one hand. Whoosh! All Aishu felt was a gust of wind as Kinjiro vanished from in front of him and reappeared behind his back. A perfect chance? Aishu didn't hesitate. In his left hand, he conjured a small water sphere, in his right a Rasengan. Meanwhile, his mind was filled with visions of a spacious apartment, piles of cash, and the inviting figures of Kurinai, Tsunade, Samui, Kuratsuchi Konan, and even Kagaya, all freshly bathed and waiting for him. What he needed was a buff to help him shed his jacket even faster. In the blink of an eye, the Rasengan tore through the ropes, binding his hands. Aishu controlled the sphere with the back of his hand. At the same time, the little water sphere exploded on the spot. Aishu felt a sharp pain in his back. Had the power of his water sphere increased? He'd have to study that later. For now, he had to get rid of his jacket. In a flash, Aishu slipped out of his coat like a cicada shedding its shell, tossing it behind him. He quickly formed another hand seal, and with his substitution jutsu appeared atop a nearby tree. But he wasn't finished yet. From beneath his arms, he pulled out 2 notorious trickster smoke bombs, both already giving off a distinct aroma. He was well prepared. Even though his ninja tools pouch had been confiscated, his secret stash was still intact. Mr. Kinjiro, you're under suspicion of vandalism, orchestrating terrorist attacks, child trafficking, and malicious assault. In short, I'm notifying you as a genin of the Hidden Leaf Village. You're under arrest. Mr. Kinjiro, Aishu had held back all this time for exactly this moment. At that instant, Kinjiro was holding the bewildered Mei Terumi, his expression one of shock, as if he were witnessing a prodigy at work, especially when he saw the 2 smoke bombs in Aishu's hands. Kid, you think those are explosive tags, or what? What Kinjiro didn't know was that in the hands of a true trickster, a single smoke bomb was worth more than 10 explosive tags, unless you paid cash. But Aishu was equally unaware that Kinjiro wasn't just a high-ranking Kirigakure spy. He was also a special jonin. So you're not interested in talking things out? Fine by me. Kinjiro formed a hand seal with one hand. Aishu, without missing a beat, sandwiched the smoke bombs between his fingers and rapidly formed hand seals. 2 shadow clones appeared instantly, but Kinjiro was using shadow clone jutsu as well. Just as Aisha thought he'd found a kindred spirit, Kinjiro's real body lunged at him. We'll talk as we fight. I'd like to see for myself just how. Kinjiro's words trailed off, his voice fading into silence. But Aishu's eyes narrowed in concentration. At this distance, even without sound, he could read Kinjiro's lips and understand his intent. At the same time, he seemed to hear the rare, solemn voice of that old man echoing in his mind. You must never reveal your true identity. It will do you no good, especially those outsider ninja. If anyone finds out, no matter what, take him down. Whatever you do, don't let him live to see the next sunrise. Smash them. Version 2.0. This concerned the Senju, so no matter what, this battle was inevitable. Aishu understood this, and so did his shadow clone at his side. Without hesitation, both of them each popped a pill and charged at Kinjiro, while Aishu's hands began to form seals. It was the water bullet jutsu. To be honest, Aishu didn't like using water style in front of a hidden miss ninja, but now he had no choice but to go on the offensive. If he let the enemy seize the initiative, he might not be able to withstand it. He couldn't help but miss Kakashi's trusty earth style, hound wall, water style, water bullet jutsu. A barrage of water bullets came thundering at Terumi Kinjiro, but that wasn't all. At some point, a classic ninja smoke bomb burst at Aishu's feet, shrouding his form in thick smoke just as the water bullets began their assault. Once again, Aishu slipped into his trademark stealth mode, but this time he didn't stay hidden for long. The water bullet barrage had Kinjiro temporarily suppressed, but Aishu's true target was that clone, if I'm not mistaken, the young lady you mentioned must have quite the status, right? Aishu began his verbal assault, to have the entire hidden miss spies in the Leaf Village cover her retreat. Now that's quite the operation, but doesn't that pretty much tell me who you people are? As Aishu spoke, his second wave of attack was already prepared. Am I right, Terumi-san? Aishu didn't say Terumi Mei's name out loud. He considered it only fair, given how Kinjiro had silenced him earlier, but the effect was the same as calling her out directly. The smoke bomb seemed to have masked Aishu's attack, but Terumi Kinjiro had already caught on. He was about to turn back and support his clone, yet Aishu's shout made Kinjiro freeze for a full second. How did this brat know? Just from the words young lady, but this was the clan head's daughter's first time leaving the village for field training. Had the hidden miss entire spy network already sprung so many leaks, just as Aishu had been startled by Kinjiro's lip movements after being silenced. Now Kinjiro's mind was racing with questions. The difference, though, was that Aishu instinctively recalled his old man's advice and slipped swiftly into a combat mindset, while Kinjiro's head was so full of worries he couldn't stop them from racing even in the heat of battle. For that 1 second, Kinjiro's state of mind was as if he'd been caught in a genjutsu. Though it was only a brief moment for Aishu, it was enough. When a man needs to act fast, he must be faster. Lightning style. Thunder burst. Lighting flickered through the smoke, but instead of striking, it held back, crackling and waiting for its moment. Kinjiro Terumi finally snapped back to his senses. He thought to himself, that was close. This kid is really cunning. At the same time, he picked up his speed, heading straight for Mei Terumi. But just as he was about to move, the last wisps of smoke began to dissipate. A flaw in the Six's arsenal, he mused. Those smoke bombs lose quality after being stashed too long with sweat. As the haze faded, figures gradually emerged. One after another, silhouettes took shape. The Sixth and his shadow clones were already in position. Kinjiro's pupils constricted in surprise and curiosity. The Sixths had arranged themselves in 3 neat, staggered rows, 11 in total. The first row knelt half-crouched, arms raised high, crackling with lightning. This was the lightning release squad. The second row stood just behind, each holding a swirling miniature water sphere in their hands. The final row was forming hand seals. It could be the real 1-inch, or maybe not. With the 6 strategies, who could ever be sure? At last, just as Kinjiro reached Mei's side and his own shadow clones began weaving defensive hand signs. Crush these bastards for me, someone among the 6 shouted. Without hesitation, the second row's water sphere squad hurled their orbs at the targets with all their might. The lightning squad in the front didn't sit idle either. Bolts of electricity arced, striking the water spheres mid-flight. Instead of disrupting their trajectory, the lightning only boosted their momentum. Lightning release fused with water release, but this time there was no electrolysis. 10 shadow clones, 15 jutsu in play. If he added yang release, the 6th would be completely spent. There's no time. Move! In the nick of time, Kinjiro roared, his hands flying through a sequence of hand seals. Water style. Water barrier, judging by the simplicity of the seals. This wasn't an advanced water technique. The 6th remembered a scroll hidden beneath the trash bin next to the toilet at home. It recorded a B-rank jutsu water style, water formation wall, which was probably far stronger than this water barrier. A flash of disdain crossed the 6th's eyes. Didn't you want to see what I could do? Then watch closely. The water wall did rise in time, and it was fairly large. On the surface, it looked like it could block everything, but the instant the lightning-charged water spheres struck the wall, a deafening splash, crackling energy. Each water sphere exploded upon impact, flattening into whirling vortices. Lightning surged through, and in a single instant, the wall was shattered to pieces, but it wasn't over yet. 2 or 3 more spheres late to the assault soared in just as the wall collapsed. One of them struck Kinjiro directly, electricity surging through his body, making his limbs weak and his nerves tingle with an odd sense of pleasure. The gates were flung wide open. Water splashed, laced with powerful currents. Kinjiro crumpled to the ground, racked with spasms, utterly defeated. The rest wasn't wasted either. It smashed into the ground, catching Mei Jinjiro's shadow clone in the blast. The clone dissipated on the spot, unwillingly vanishing into a puff of white smoke, while the Mei he was carrying collapsed to the ground as well. One after another, the shadow clones of the old six phalanx began to disappear with a series of soft pops, until only the real Aishu remained. He was in fact the very last one standing. Who would have guessed? It was a bit awkward, really. Aishu had planned to make another row of clones, but the old fear of running out of firepower crept up on him. As all 10 shadow clones vanished at once, a wave of exhaustion washed over Aishu. Though he did regain a sliver of chakra, he looked down at the fallen Mei Jinjiro and Mei both twitching on the ground from time to time. Instinctively, Aishu reached for his thigh, only to find nothing there. He'd almost forgotten that his ninja tool pouch had been left behind. This put him in a difficult spot. If he didn't finish them off now, he might miss his chance. If either of them recovered, he was running dangerously low on chakra, and things could quickly turn against him. But what if they were just faking it, waiting for him to get close for a counterattack? It would be mortifying to fall for such a trick after making it this far by being so cautious. Aishu's eyes darted around, searching for an answer. Suddenly, his brows shot up with inspiration. He jogged back and forth, and soon his arms were full of small stones. "Mr. Jinjiro," Aishu called out, testing the waters. Then he hurled a pebble, aiming squarely at Jinjiro's most sensitive spot. He didn't hold back. If pain could wake the man, Aisha wanted to make sure he wouldn't be able to fight back right away. But Jinjiro didn't react at all. Was his pain tolerance really that impressive? Or had he simply been stunned senseless by the shock? Aishu continued to toss stones as he walked, quickly closing the distance to Mei. He didn't bother being gentle. His foot pressed down firmly on Mei's vulnerable spot, making sure to suppress any chance of resistance. Even after he'd secured Mei, Jinjiro showed no signs of movement. Aishu's eyebrows arched again in satisfaction. This round, it seemed, was his victory. But just then, a sharp whistle cut through the air, followed by a cascade of crackling bursts, fireworks screeching across the sky. Aisha looked up in the direction of the sound, and sure enough caught a glimpse of tiny sparks flaring in the distance. At the same time, Aishu's ears perked up. He could hear the unmistakable rustle of footsteps approaching. Not just 1 or 2 inch, but quite a few, and none of them were trying to keep quiet. Aisha let out a sigh of relief. It seemed backup had arrived, but then, was the enemy of my enemy's enemy still my enemy? There's someone up ahead. Wait, those are the adults. Damn. Why are the adults here? Weren't they supposed to have retreated by now? Stay alert. The Konoha scum can't be far. We can't just rush forward anymore. Damn it. Those guys are catching up. Kenji, you've still got some chakra left. Take the adults and go. Tell Seiko that I loved her. If we're leaving together. You can tell Seiko yourself. Then let's fight it out with those Konoha scum. At worst, White Fong-sun can die with us. Fight. It's over. Hiding among the branches above a group of Kirigakure spies, Ingshu didn't even dare to breathe. In this moment, he was immensely grateful. His instinct had saved him once again. If he'd been even a second slower transforming, he'd be done for. But honestly, things weren't much better now. He was hanging upside down from a tree branch, just hoping to take a quick peek from afar, and yet trouble had arrived so quickly. In his panic, he had no choice but to use the transformation jutsu, an essential trick in any trickster's toolkit, even easier for him than the water bullet technique. But after the recent fight, his chakra was running dangerously low. The enemy was on such high alert that, thankfully, they hadn't noticed him yet. Still, if he had to keep this up for another 10 or 20 minutes, Ingshu figured he'd be a goner. Silently, he inhaled and exhaled, doing his best to maintain balance as he craned his neck to look down. There, sprawled on the ground like a lifeless fish, was a figure whose height and build matched. Combined with the Kirigakure spy's words, there was little doubt. If he was right, that must be Kakashi. As luck would have it, Kakashi lay directly below him. If Ingshu lost his grip now, at least he'd have someone to cushion his fall. And then whoosh, crackling, whoosh, at the same time. Those damn Konoha brats. Are we the only ones left? Damn it, has the boss still not woken up? 2 signal rockets shot skyward in quick succession. At first, Ingshu assumed these were just Umbu marking their positions. But now, things didn't seem so simple. So are these the only enemies left? I guess Obito has been rescued. Ingshu's eyebrows lifted. This was probably the only good news he'd heard all day. Thinking back, what a thrill ride it had been. He thought he was just a spectator in a spy drama. But before he'd finished enjoying the show, he found himself caught right in the middle of it. Truly awkward. Ingshu glanced at Kenjiro, lying lifelessly on the ground. Kenjiro, the so-called bodybuilder. Suddenly, he recalled something this guy had said earlier. From the moment we entered Konoha, someone has had their eyes on us. There's someone who's been using me all along. On principle, Ingshu wouldn't have believed a single word, but in this moment, something about it didn't sit right. Is it just a coincidence? He instinctively asked himself. recalling how TV dramas always played out, yet all day long he hadn't run into a single real coincidence. Even the innkeeper's dramatic "oh no" had turned out to be one of Kinjiro's traps. No wonder ninja are sometimes called close combat mages. Ingshu thought these spies were the real deal, true masters of the ninja arts. With their psychological tricks and sly insinuations, they were as shadowy as could be. Ingshu's breathing grew faster and more ragged. Even though his chakra was barely holding up, his calves were nearly at their limit. Fortunately, just at that moment, "They're here," a Miss Spy shouted, tense and grim, as if a great enemy had arrived. Instantly, everyone braced themselves for battle. Ingshu felt a surge of relief. Surely, the enemy of your enemy can't still be your enemy, right? Besides, they just said they were from Konoha. There's no way this could turn into a double cross, could it? Shapes flitted into view one after another, their faces blank, concealed behind masks. The ANBU, hanging in the tree, Ingshu could barely contain his excitement. His calves no longer ached, and his chakra seemed to have recovered. Somewhat, but in the next instant, "Leave the White Fang's son, move out." The leader's command was swift and cold, the hallmark of the ANBU. No hesitation. No sentimentality, only ruthless efficiency. Yet a single detail left Ingshu confused, even uneasy. Why does the leader's voice and hairstyle? Why do they remind me of Nanoyu? Shouldn't she be in the hospital? Ingshu remembered just how badly Nanoyu was hurt. A broken arm, a stab wound to the abdomen. Even with a ninja's resilience and medical ninjutsu, 2 weeks rest was the minimum for recovery. If she was already back on her feet this quickly. For reasons he couldn't explain, Ingshu recalled what Terumi Kinjiro had said. "From the moment you entered Konoha, you've been used. Nanoyu Danzo Kakashi?" Wait, what? A chilling thought crept into Ingshu's mind. Could it be? This whole operation was targeting White Fang all along. Ping, 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 bang, 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 bang. A flurry of blows and jutsu erupted. Below, the Miss Spies fought fiercely, holding out for a full 2 minutes. But there's a gap between ordinary ninja and close combat. Assassins like the ENBU, Root swiftly took control of the battlefield soon. Not a single enemy could stand. Ironically, the ones who'd already been knocked out, Terumi Kinjiro and Terumi Mei, escaped further harm. As one missed ninja fell, he collapsed over Terumi Mei, shielding her from a blast of fire release. Kakashi didn't struggle either. He was out cold, presumably knocked unconscious. Don't retrieve the bodies yet. Begin prepping as planned. No, forget it. He's already here. Nanoyu was just about to give orders. One of the Root members even raising a signal flare. When everything stopped, with the words "he's here," the entire unit snapped back in a full alert, ready for anything. In the very same spot, 2 opposing factions had made almost identical moves. It really is a double cross. Ingshu clung to his perch, fighting through exhaustion, swallowing hard as he watched the unfolding scene. And then the enemy of their enemy's enemy arrived. That figure moved with astonishing speed. From a distance, Aishu could not see the person at all, yet it felt as if a sharp blade was streaking toward them, pressing down with overwhelming force before the man even arrived. All of the Root operatives were on high alert, fully prepared for confrontation. Meanwhile, Nanoyu had already made her way to Kakashi's side. She yanked off his hood, then his mask, verifying his identity. With a kunai pressed firmly against Kakashi's throat, she was taking no chances. Finally, the figure arrived. He wore a mask, though it seemed more ceremonial than functional. The long sword on his shoulder remained sheathed, but a shock of white hair, his towering frame, and the razor-sharp aura he gave off left no doubt as to who he was. This was Konoha's ENBU commander, the White Fang, Tsukumo Hataki. At the sight of a kunai held to his son's neck, both Root, the White Fang, and Nanoyu tensed. In that instant, the White Fang understood everything. He removed his mask and tossed it carelessly to the ground. Spreading his hands, he appeared to show he posed no immediate threat. But the pressure he exerted was so immense that even Aishu, who was merely spectating, felt a chill run down his spine. "What is it you want?" the White Fang inquired calmly, his gaze piercing, a faint smile playing at his lips, a display of unshakable strength. "This is your son, Lord White Fang," Nanoyu replied in a deep, steady voice, perched in the tree. Aishu's heart was pounding as he looked for a chance to escape like a crow taking flight. But as he watched the scene unfold, understanding finally dawned on him, piecing everything together. From the moment Team 7 received their assignment to Nanoyu's sudden appearance, the explosion at the ANBU's involvement, the Mist Village spy scheme to capture the trio, and now this standoff. It all became clear. The role of the Mist in this web of espionage, perhaps their sole purpose, was to seize Kakashi and use him as a bargaining chip. only for the blade to ultimately turn toward the White Fang himself. This can't be. Aisha could hardly believe it. He realized he had been naive, or perhaps he had underestimated something crucial. In the original story, the death of the White Fang was merely glossed over with no details. Given just the image of a fallen figure, a bloodied sword, and Kakashi struck as if by lightning, his world reduced to black and white. But beneath that simple outcome, there must have been a torrent of hidden currents, far more complicated than it seemed. Aishu had once thought the White Fang had already recovered, but he'd overlooked the reason for his sorrow. Now, the answer was before him. Even with Aishu's intervention, the White Fang's spirit remained hounded by demons. Someone had placed a blade at the White Fang's throat. And yet, what is it you hope to achieve? The White Fang's voice was devoid of emotion, his eyes growing colder, his presence intensifying once again like a sword poised above everyone's head. As a true warrior, he could maintain absolute composure no matter the threat. But as a father, when his son's life is threatened, anything he does can be forgiven. At this moment, the White Fang of the Leaf Village could barely restrain his murderous intent. Yet for the members of Root, this meant nothing at all. Their inhuman training had made them numb, even to the most basic instincts of the body. In the eyes of Root, death was simply a price to pay for the success of a mission. You've already endangered the stability of the leaf, Lord White Fang. Nanoyu's kunai moved a fraction closer to Kakashi, but even so she felt no sense of security at all. Despite that, she forced herself to press on. Elder Danzo is willing to offer you a dignified end, as a reward for your years of service to the leaf, she said. A cold, disdainful glint flashed in White Fang's eyes, making his contempt for those words all too clear. Meanwhile, hanging from the tree, Aishu's tense expression was slowly twisting into something odd. He knew Nanoyu, at least by reputation, though he hadn't interacted with her much. After today's journey with Yagura, he'd gained a new understanding of the art of being a spy. Language itself was a delicate craft. Even a seasoned trickster like himself had been fooled by a simple, "Oh really?" which spoke volumes about how spies could manipulate the human heart. But right now, well, Aisha didn't doubt that her words came from Danzo. Such ruthlessness was just Danzo's style. But if Nanuyu's true goal was to complete her mission as a spy, this wasn't how she should be handling things. Threatening White Fang was one thing, but deliberately provoking him was quite another. At the very least, shouldn't she try to talk about Kakashi? Even if it was a threat, she could still mention something positive, like promising Kakashi a survivor's pension if White Fang died. Or maybe a tax-free 3-bedroom apartment, free parking, wedding gifts courtesy of the Leaf, tuition paid for by the village. But Nanoy didn't mention Kakashi at all. Not even in passing. Even Aishu, a rookie spy himself, couldn't bear to watch. Yet a new thought suddenly sprang to Aisha's mind. Is it possible that Nanoyu actually wants to enrage White Fang? Aisha's eyebrows shot up. That would make sense. Nanu, a future orphanage director, would never lay a finger on a boy just 5 years old like Kakashi, and yet she was going out of her way to provoke White Fang. Was she trying to get herself killed? Was she desperate? Oh no. Maybe she really is. Aisha was genuinely startled by his own conclusion, but while his mind was racing, he realized that White Fang's cold yet furious nerves had finally snapped. He was no longer standing still. The White Fang's blade was unsheathed. A sharp, chilling sound sliced through the air. Aishu's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had ever seen White Fang strike. There was no warning, no agonized scream from the Root operative. He didn't even see when White Fang made his move. By the time Aisha realized what had happened, he saw that man clutching his throat, crumpled on the ground, his whole body convulsing, clearly beyond saving. And then one after another muffled grunts sounded through the air as more Root operatives collapsed in rapid succession. In a blink of an eye, only a single one remained standing before Nanu. So what are you hesitating for? White Fang's voice cut through the air like a demon returning from the underworld, cold, wild, laced with scorn and contempt. His kunai hovered just a finger's width from Kakashi's throat, but in White Fang's eyes, the distance between himself and Nanoy was even less than that. Hurry! Do it! The last Root agent bellowed, but no sooner had he spoken than a flash of white light swept across his neck. Blood erupted. His head flew free from his shoulders. Nanoyu saw a broad-shouldered figure suddenly appear before her. She couldn't see his face from her angle, only the short blade in his hand, still dripping with fresh blood. Brilliant! Aishu's heart raced with fiery excitement at White Fang's ruthless display. Even though it was a bit gruesome, it was far more exhilarating than the tragic suicide he remembered from the original story. Drawing his sword to save his son was far nobler than falling to despair. The White Fang of now was no longer that man mocked for his fragile heart. He had learned to fight back, to point his blade at those who truly deserved it. Aishu's Root Rebellion plan had just gained a powerful ally, a seasoned champion to lead the charge. And then, wait, what? The little hook Aishu had been dangling from on the tree suddenly lost its grip. He fell. Careful. The fall was brief. His mind went blank. But when he came to his senses, there was still half his own height between his feet and the ground. White Fang had caught him. Aishu also noticed that Nanoyu had instinctively reached out to catch him too, though at that moment, White Fang's short blade was pressed against her throat. Leave the leaf, you are already dead. With that, White Fang sheathed his blade, hoisted Aishu in one hand, and Kakashi in the other, and strode away with effortless confidence. Nanoyu was left staring at the kunai, now split perfectly in 2-inch, unable to recover from the shock. It was time for White Fang to rise again. Atop the Hokage rock, Aishu gazed out over the brightly lit village. Kakashi was beside him, his breathing calm and steady, while White Fang stood tall, letting the wind whip around him. Quite an unforgettable day, isn't it? White Fang broke the silence, his tone surprisingly relaxed. Yeah, you could say it was intense. Aishu's answer was numb, perhaps from exhaustion, or maybe the adrenaline and hormones had finally faded. The heat of battle was gone. A little more experience is always a good thing. White Fang said quietly, "You saw it all, didn't you?" White Fang's words shifted direction so abruptly that Aishu was caught off guard. He turned his head, only to see White Fang gazing at the distant Hokage tower. The building, too, was aglow with lights, and vaguely, one could make out an old man still working late into the night. "You must have a lot of questions, but don't quite know where to begin, do you?" White Fang spoke again. "That's about right," Aishu replied. He wanted to say that in truth he already knew everything, but he couldn't, because he was someone who preferred to keep a low profile. Yet, thinking about it more carefully, was it really true that, with his God's eye view, he knew everything? Not necessarily. He saw the outcomes, yes, but the struggles and bonds between people, those weren't something that could be captured. Even in over 700 episodes, perhaps, that was the true allure of this world. At that moment, White Fang turned his head to glance at Aishu, and when Aishu met his gaze, he looked down at Kakashi lying on the ground. Kakashi was sleeping soundly, thanks to a mixture of medicine and jinjutsu, but his body and spirit were unharmed. He could look forward to pleasant dreams tonight. Kakashi is fortunate to have friends like you. That's his greatest treasure, White Fang said with a sincere smile. This sudden praise made Aishu raise his eyebrows. "Isn't that the truth?" he replied, letting himself enjoy the moment. After all, one should take pride when it's deserved. Aishu prided himself on a solid 9 years of compulsory education, but he knew humility had its time and place. In a moment like this, pretending to be modest would just be false. White Fang chuckled. I thought, well, never mind, Aishu, you're a clever kid. There are some things I need to tell you. You can try to understand, but whatever you do, don't. I can pretend I saw nothing at all. Tomorrow morning, it'll be a brand new day," Aishu interrupted, answering promptly. "If you need me to, Uncle White Fang, I can even vouch that Nono, that Root Kunoichi, and the others from Root were all killed by those scoundrels from Kirigakure." As for whatever she said, Aishu shrugged, spreading his hands. It was all lies anyway. I'll just forget it. White Fang's expression turned to one of astonishment. He'd always thought highly of this boy, but now it seemed, had he underestimated Aishu's intelligence all along? When White Fang didn't respond for a while, Aishu simply flopped down on the ground, propped his head with his hands, and stared up at the sky. "Well, if that's all, I'll get some sleep then." "Good night, Uncle." White Fang opened his mouth, but no words came out. Aishu rolled over, and soon his breathing settled into a gentle, steady rhythm. But just as White Fang began to wonder if Aishu really could fall asleep in a single instant out of exhaustion. "Uncle, have you ever thought about what would have happened if you hadn't run into Nanoyu today?" White Fang's brow furrowed at the question. It was a sharp one. Even though things had turned out well for now, Aishu felt that some insurance was still needed. "Aishu, what are you trying to say?" White Fang asked. "I'm saying you nearly got us killed today, Uncle." Aishu rolled over again, settling into a languid, almost seductive pose on his side, propping his head up with one hand, but his eyes were utterly serious. So serious that White Fang had no choice but to pay him full attention. Somehow, White Fang sensed that his and Kakashi's fate was about to change. Whatever the boy was about to say would be important. He braced himself. "What do you mean, White?" Fang asked. "They were coming for us, Uncle." Aishu said. "Today it was Kirigakure, but tomorrow it could be Sunagakure, Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and one of these days, if someone really makes up their mind, they might even come for us themselves, unless—" Aishu paused for effect, but in White Fang's mind he already knew how that sentence would end, unless he gave in to what those people wanted. The thought made him scoff inwardly. He had trained with a blade since he was 3-inch, stood on the battlefield by 9, the name of the white fang of Konoha echoing throughout the ninja world. And yet, in the end, he of all people had become an obstacle, just as that root. Kunoichi, with a trace of conscience, had said. He had become a factor disturbing the peace of Konoha. What a bitter irony. Unless what? White Fang asked, though he already knew the answer in his heart. Unless you strike first, Uncle Aishu said, propping his head up with one hand and shrugging with the other, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. White Fan was taken aback by his words. Before I met Kakashi Obito, and I used to get into fights with the Uchiha nearly every day. Even now, Obito has another fight coming up in a few days. Back then, the Uchiha thought we were easy targets, so they picked on us constantly. But Obito and I decided we'd rather take a beating than not fight back. And now, White Fan couldn't help but ask. He'd heard stories about Aishu and Obito's antics, especially the time things got so out of hand that even Orochimaru had witnessed it. I already told you. Now we still fight. The Uchiha might be short on everything else, but they're never short on the guts to get beat up. It's just that now they don't dare go too far anymore. There was that one time Obito, and I almost blew someone up during a fight. So now, if the Uchiha want to fight us, they can only do it under adult supervision, using a formal challenge as an excuse. I think it's the same for you, Uncle. It's not that they're not afraid of you. It's that they're not afraid enough. With that, Aishu rolled over again, putting an end to the conversation. He had already said more than enough. That's just the way White Fang was, decisive and ruthless on the battlefield, yet meek and hesitant at home. Why can't you stand up for yourself? I hope after tonight, White Fang will change, bowing for mere grain, or ending his own life out of worry for his beloved son. May he do neither. May the world know peace, with no more war or betrayal. Staring at Shu, who once again seemed to be drifting off to sleep, White Fang was silent for a long time, still afraid. Not enough yet. He murmured softly. He lifted his head to gaze at the sky. The moon hung alone, bright but cold, against a backdrop of scattered stars. Its solitude was both peaceful and chilling. Then his eyes turned to the Hokage's office, ablaze with light. Under those lamps, the old man seemed perhaps to be watching him too. White Fang no longer looked away. His eyes grew sharper, more resolute. Yes, the White Fang's name could strike fear into enemies. So why was it worthless among his own? That made no sense. That wasn't fair. White Fang's figure vanished, choosing not to report the battle at the Hokage's office, but instead to take the two boys straight home. Report? Surely, you know better than I do. Perhaps even Shu himself hadn't realized. When a father who would end his own life for his son turns to darkness, maybe it's not such a terrible thing after all. His words not only changed White Fang's fate, they also changed his very nature. And perhaps that's not a bad outcome either. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Fire style, Great Fire Dragon Jutsu. 5 days later at noon, on training ground number 1 of the Uchiha clan, two young boys clashed with fierce enthusiasm. The Great Fire Dragon had the upper hand. The surrounding Uchiha watched with mixed expressions, surprise, indifference, and everything in between. As the taller boy's chakra gave out, Obito only fought harder, his Great Fire Dragon seeming to come alive, surging forward to shatter the Great Fireball in one go. The match was not officially decided, but the victor was clear. Tisuke? Shu, did you see those guys? They left before the match was over. Must be in a hurry to get home. Huh, said Kakashi, who hadn't seen his father in 5 days. Shu chuckled lightly. People like that are never going to amount to much. They won't stick around to congratulate the winner after the match. But you can bet Uchiha Ruahua is in for a scolding when he gets home. Still, you have to admit, Obito has really improved. The two spoke in voices neither too loud nor too soft. Quite a few Uchiha nearby shot them odd looks. Some even tried to glare daggers at them as they left, but the pair met their gazes fearlessly. After all, Team 7 had already danced with death 3 times. They were no strangers to living on the edge. The most recent attack from the Hidden Mist, before that the Cloud Ninja, and even earlier, the relentless pursuit by that fiery redhead. With all these trials and challenges, Team 7 has grown incredibly strong. You think this is my limit? At that moment, Obito, who had seized an overwhelming advantage, suddenly shouted out with all his might. The remaining Uchiha on the field looked at him with approval, as if Obito's audacious attitude was exactly to their taste. After all, that's simply the Uchiha way. Your ninjutsu is stuck at the first level. 1 grand fireball is enough to drain you dry, but Obito's hands flashed through the hand signs, and in that instant the scarlet brilliance of his Sharingan finally burst forth. Aishu and Kakashi remained perfectly calm. Show off. He just loves putting on display. But in the very next second, Fire Style, Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito won. He crushed Uchiha Ruahua with absolute superiority, and did it in the flashiest way imaginable. Just 2 months ago, he'd been beaten black and blue, leaving Miss Kumi distressed for days and earning him a stern scolding. 2 months later, Miss Kumi had become a root operative, but Obito had turned his opponent into a swollen mess. If it hadn't been for the timely intervention of the Uchiha Jonin, Ruah, who would have ended up as roast pig's head at the crucial moment, using the Sharingan elevated his chakra control to a whole new level. Others might think Obito is a perfectionist, refusing to settle for a simple win, always hungry for a challenge to satisfy his genius. But Aisha knew the truth. This guy was just showing off, plain and simple. Of course, he also wanted to save chakra for his finishing moves, Sharingan Plus. Dragon Flame Bomb burned through a lot. After all, don't be fooled by how easily Obito won. His tactics were actually quite impressive. After the match, he received unanimous praise from the current Uchiha clan head and several elders. As for Aishu and Kakashi, they quietly slipped away from the Uchiha compound. No mystery there. They've been a bit too cocky cheering for Obito. In broad daylight they didn't care, but at night? That was another story. Sometimes the best thing to do after showing off is to leave quickly. Not shameful at all, just infuriating for the opposition. I'm heading back to continue my training. Dad's coming home tomorrow to check my swordsmanship, Kakashi said as he took his leave. Minato had been busy these days, but Team 7's training hadn't slackened. Don't forget your lightning style, if you really want to surpass your father. Swordsmanship alone won't be enough, Aishu reminded him. Kakashi waved without turning his head. Yeah, oh, heroic, Aishu. Aishu watched him go lost in thought and silent for a long time. The events of that day were still vivid in his mind. Although several days had passed, it all felt like it happened in the blink of an eye. But there was no doubt, both Kakashi and Obito had grown much stronger. Obito, especially, had avenged himself on those who once humiliated him, erasing every trace of disgrace and repaying it with interest. Kakashi, too, had found his own path of training. White Fang had finally decided to pass on all his swordsmanship to Kakashi, and, at the same time, Kakashi began experimenting with the fusion of lightning release and the Hitaki sword technique. Aisha wasn't sure whether, because of this, Chidori or Raikiri would be born ahead of time, but what he did know was that White Fang had definitely regained his former spirit. The recent respect and praise for the name White Fang in the Hidden Leaf Village was the best proof of this. In the past, White Fang was criticized by all for a failed mission, but now White Fang was the one who split the mist and protected the leaf. Aisha didn't know exactly what had happened in those 5 days, but it was clear that White Fang had changed. Allah, have to work twice as hard to. Aisha muttered to himself. Ever since that day, after Give Me Smash 2.0 version, he felt as if he had finally found his direction, the second stage of the hydrogen release, rapid chakra fusion. Looked like it would soon bear fruit. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be these next few days. Aisha walked in the direction of home. It was still that same remote but peaceful rented room. After everything he'd been through, greed and indulgence, beautiful dreams and brushes with disaster, Aisha had come to terms with it all. Though the house was humble, virtue made a home. The place had good light and ventilation, and most importantly, with White Fang's resurgence and Anu's fake death, even Root didn't dare to trouble him now. Perhaps this outcome wasn't so bad after all. Aishu arrived at his doorstep, but just as he was about to open the door and enter, a voice suddenly rang out behind him. Well, you look lively. Didn't scramble your brains in that last fight, did you? Aha! The voice was brash and gloating, the very definition of an old rascal. Aisha's face darkened, and without a word, he stepped into the house. This stubborn old man. Now he was truly annoyed, but your elders will always be your elders. The moment Aishu slammed the door in a fit of pique, the old man had already slipped into his home. Actually, he didn't even bother with the door and came in through the 2 big windows instead. What do you want? Aishu asked, his face still stormy. You're not welcome here, out. Oh. The old man didn't seem the least bit offended. In fact, he seemed even more excited. Big temper for someone with such little skill. What's wrong? Is your pride wounded? Weren't you always so brave before? Get out. Aisha ordered coldly, all emotion gone. This old man's twisted sense of humor was truly outrageous. Although on second thought, Aisha figured he probably hadn't been in any real danger that day. The old man had most likely been nearby, keeping an eye on him, but that only made it more infuriating. Wasn't this just treating him like a monkey for amusement? If only the old man had a granddaughter or something, wouldn't he believe he'd charm her for the rest of her life? But at that moment, kid, do you realize you made a fatal mistake? The old man's expression and tone suddenly grew serious. Now that someone knows your identity. I've already told you what you should do, huh? Who told? Ingshu turned his head, ready for a fight, but froze in surprise. The old man had vanished from the room without a trace. Ingshu's expression became strange. Hit and run. That's not the old man style at all. But just then, a knock sounded at the door. Ingshu-kun, are you home? A sweet voice called out, prompting Ingshu's eyebrows to arch. He knew this voice well. Whether it was a theme song or an educational film, It never failed to appear, but his expression quickly turned stern again. The reason was simple. He was all too familiar with the owner of this voice. 3 times a day for 5 days straight, she'd been stationed at his door, never missing a beat. It was none other than the notorious femme fatale from the Foundation. Kumi, please, let's not get carried away imagining things. To this day, Ingshu still didn't know what exactly had happened that night. The old man went on a rampage, and after that somehow Shursui Kamizuki learned of his true identity. The Senju clan's bloodline limit didn't have any obvious distinguishing features. You had to watch carefully and patiently until you finally realized these people have inhuman stamina. Then, and only then, did it all make sense. Oh, he's a Senju. Could the old man have done it on purpose? A trial, perhaps? Ingshu's expression was peculiar as he opened the door. Before him stood a pair of fair, shapely legs. Kumi was holding 2 lunchboxes. She'd come to deliver lunch. Her Foundation identity was already an open secret. But Kumi's case seemed different from the others. She didn't have to wear that cold, expressionless mask on her missions. Instead, she sported a forehead protector, switched to shorts and a t-shirt, and let her wavy hair down. Compared to before, she was now even more lively and approachable. It was less like a nurse turning into a spy, and more like a nurse transforming into a flight attendant. Of course, Ingshu had no inappropriate thoughts toward this big sister, who was a full 10 years his senior. He'd been taught better, and he was still growing. His spear would be needed for greater things. My, it's as hot as ever today. But look, I brought you something special. Kumi chirped. She pulled a long, slender object from the lunch bag, and Ingshu's eyes widened in alarm. Was she really using this to test an officer's mettle? Tada! An ice pop, but you have to finish your lunch first, or it'll be bad for your stomach. Here, your ramen. No, that's for you. Thank you, Kumine. Ingshu didn't protest. He accepted what came his way. He'd already warned Kakashi and Obito. If he ever disappeared, they must seek out Red Pepper and White Fang and tear the Foundation down to its roots. Let's eat, Ingshu murmured, picking up his chopsticks. After all, refusing a free meal would just be foolish. He slurped his noodles contentedly. Just then, there came another knock at the door. Jin and Ingshu. The Hokage requests your presence. The knocking on the door was heavy, but not quite at the level of pounding. The visitor's voice was cold as ice. Ingshu had barely taken a couple of bites when he looked at Gyomei, who was lost in her own world, savoring her popsicle, then glanced back at the bowl of ramen in his hands. Well, there's no help for it, he muttered, picking up his bowl and heading to the door. After all, he couldn't let good food go to waste. Oh, hello, senior. From the Umbu, Ingshu greeted politely, then slurped up a mouthful of noodles. Eat up, the Umbu said, his tone still frosty. When you're done, come with me. Ingshu, still slurping his noodles, didn't catch every word, but he got the gist. All right, senior. I'll be done in a flash. He was surprised by this consideration from the Umbu. Could it be that White Fang was starting to act like a bossy captain now? How amusing. Lost in his own musings, Ingshu began to wolf down his ramen, but behind him, Gyomei's expression had grown grave. She stared intently at the Umbu, or rather glared at him. Most surprisingly, the Umbu actually averted his eyes, unwilling to meet Gyomei's gaze. Of course, Ingshu, absorbed in his meal, noticed none of this. He was nearly finished, just a sip of broth left. Suddenly, Gyomei darted over, blocking his way. She snatched up his bowl, taking the last mouthful of soup for herself, then stuffed 2 popsicles down the back of his collar. Oh, so refreshing. Ingshu hurriedly pulled the popsicles out, only to see Gyomei's concerned face. One for the road, one for after you arrive, all right? Huh. Ingshu was puzzled, but nodded anyway. The Umbu snorted. Let's go. The two of them set off at once. On the way, Ingshu tried to hand a popsicle to the Umbu. He was afraid eating both would upset his stomach, but the Umbu refused. You keep them. You might need them soon. Now Ingshu was truly baffled. He inspected the popsicles. Nothing strange about them. Was it him who was odd? Or was everyone else puzzled? Ingshu followed the Umbu to a large building. It wasn't far from Konoha Hospital, just 3 intersections and a forest park away. The building stood right inside the park, taking up a third of its area. They entered through the back door. Prepare yourself, the Umbu said suddenly. If it gets to be too much, just hold the popsicle in your mouth. It'll help you calm down. Ingshu nodded. He had a rough idea what that meant. The two wove their way through a maze of corridors, past layer after layer of security, and crossed countless iron doors. It was worth noting the place was nicely decorated and quite new, as if it had been built only recently. At last, the Umbu stopped in front of a room. He glanced at Ingshu, who was nibbling on a popsicle, then gestured toward the door. Go in. All right, the door swung open, and before even stepping inside, Ingshu was hit by a pungent stench. It was a complex odor, but the metallic tang of blood stood out most, mingled with the acrid smell of bodily waste. Ingshu pinched his nose in resignation. took a bite of his popsicle and let it melt in his mouth, deciding to abandon the rest here. Even the air felt filthy. He walked inside. The lighting was dim, steeped in deep crimson hues, and as Shu glanced around, he realized the walls seemed to be stained red with blood. A person was hanging in the middle of the room. Their hair fell in wild disarray, their entire body a mangled mess of blood and torn flesh. Suddenly a phrase flashed through Shu's mind. "Do you believe I'll skin you alive, you bastard?" Even the idea of being flayed seemed less gruesome than what stood before him. Much less. In fact, just then a familiar slurping sound echoed from the corner. The abruptness of it almost broke Shu's composure. He whipped his head around, only to see a bald, burly man hunched over scarfing down ramen with gusto. Slurp. Shu quickly sucked on the ice in his mouth, steadying himself. The ramen that man was eating smelled exactly like the one Kumi had bought for him. It was hard not to imagine himself in that scene. "So why am I here?" Shu asked, his voice muffled by his pinched nose. "He asked for you by name, and the Hokage approved it," replied the bald man, blowing on his noodles. "Hurry up before I finish eating. You have about 3 HM. Shu and the man locked eyes, each finding the other oddly familiar. "Wait. You're that warm-hearted uncle, and you're the brave boy who stood up for justice." This burly man was none other than the uncle they'd run into the day he and Obito had rushed Minato to the hospital after the explosion. That day he and Minato. "That's enough, let's not talk about old times, so we meet again, kid. I never expected—" "Wait, he asked for you by name." The bald man's face was full of surprise. "What did you do, brave boy?" "That guy's a Miss Spy who kidnapped kids. He's dangerous." Suddenly a thought struck the bald man. He smacked his forehead, staring at Shu in shock. "No way. I guess so." Shu had no idea what the man was thinking, but he nodded anyway. What could he do? He really was just that talented. Then Shu turned a complicated gaze on the battered figure before him. Now he knew who this person was. "My rules are my rules, Mr. Kenjiro." "You've lost weight," Shu said with a sigh. Since they were acquaintances, the bald uncle quietly slipped out, leaving the two alone. Staring at the mangled Kenjiro before him, Shu was overwhelmed by a flood of emotions. A faint, broken laugh escaped Kenjiro's lips. "So you came?" Shu-kun. Terumi. Kenjiro's voice was weak and broken, his words faltering, but his meaning was still clear. Aisha remained silent. He wanted to ask why he'd been summoned, but decided against it. "Do you still remember our deal?" Kenjiro struggled to say, "I remember, but it seems like neither of us can fulfill it anymore. The fact that I'm here to visit you is already giving you a great deal of respect." Aisha replied quickly. He wasn't sure why. Perhaps he simply didn't want Kenjiro to suffer more than he already had. The outcome was settled. Though they stood on opposite sides, there was still respect between warriors. Kenjiro let out a faint laugh, a hint of grace shining through even now. But that composure came at a price. A spasm racked his lungs, and he coughed for a long while. The blood at the corner of his mouth, barely dried, was now stained again with fresh flecks. Aishu simply waited. Now at last he understood why the old man had called for him today, but cough, cough. "You already know the truth, don't you?" Kenjiro finally regained a bit of strength. In his voice, Aishu heard a touch of pleading. Aishu understood. After all, this concerned Terumi May. "Do you think I truly could have known?" Aishu sighed. He did in fact know everything. Root had used the hidden mist, forcing them to kidnap Kakashi to drive White Fan to suicide. If Root had been just a bit more ruthless, perhaps they would have succeeded. In that scenario, Aishu could think of 100 ways to make White Fan give in. Tiger bench, chilly water, explosive tags on sensitive places, cough. All of it meticulously crafted by Root, all under Danzo's control. But the problem was, now that he knew, what difference did it make? He still had to act ignorant in front of Kumi. Even though the investigation had come so close as to nearly move in with them, he didn't dare do anything reckless. And as for their so-called deal, "Don't worry, I only wanted to confirm that you still remembered." Nothing more. Kenjiro seemed to have regained some strength. Aishu sensed that this might be a fleeting surge, a final glimmer before death. This man, he doesn't have long left, Aishu thought. Sure enough, Kenjiro managed to lift his head ever so slightly. Barely a centimeter, but it took all the strength he had left. Only then did Aishu notice Kenjiro had just one eye remaining. Yet even so, it still shone with clarity. "Don't look at me like that, Aishu-kun. I've long been prepared for this day." Kenjiro's tone was light, almost casual, but given his condition, it felt strangely out of place. "They tried to use secret arts to pull something from my mind, but they failed. And that was the price I paid in our new deal." Aishu frowned. He knew exactly what Kenjiro meant. His own Senju clan heritage, this was already starting to sound like a threat. In fact, with just this bit of conversation, if someone with an agenda overheard, it would be enough to drag him into a dark room for questioning. But Aishu didn't seem the least bit flustered. After all, he had powerful backing. Still, if this transaction went any further, things could quickly turn sour. How do you know this isn't a price you'll have to pay, Mr. Terumi Kenjiro? Aishu spread his hands in mock helplessness, but his right hand came together in a knife hand gesture, silently warning, I could end you in a heartbeat. You bastard. Yet Kenjiro Terumi didn't respond. He just stared at Aishu in silence, his battered face twisted in a half-smile, half-grimace that sent chills down the spine. Aishu had seen his share of horror movies. He silently muttered bakamaka for courage and stared right back, refusing to back down. A deal? Not a chance. What? You've already paid? Sorry, I got the money. But my rules are my rules. In that case, I'll take my leave, Mr. Kenjiro. I wish you swift release from your burdens. Aishu didn't linger. He turned to go at once. Kenjiro Terumi made no move to stop him. The door swung open, and though the air outside was far from fresh, it still invigorated Aishu, making him take a couple of deep breaths. The bald uncle was nowhere to be seen. Instead, the same ANBU agent from the beginning awaited him. Can I go now, senpai? Aishu asked. Of course, the ANBU shrugged. Even through the mask, Aishu had the odd feeling the man was smiling. Lunatic, Aishu thought to himself, only now realizing the oddness of that parting scene. Without dwelling, he set off down the path he'd memorized on his way in, but he'd only gone a few steps when the ANBU's voice stopped him again. But you can't go home just yet. Aishu the Genin, the Hokage is waiting for you. You have a new mission, Aishu. Hokage-sama, isn't this a bit much? Aishu still needs to train. Minato looked torn as he faced the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who simply puffed calmly on his pipe. There's nothing to be done, Minato. But it won't be for long. He'll just be unable to leave the village for half a year or so. It shouldn't interfere too much, Sarutobi replied, his tone tinged with helplessness, as if the order hadn't come from him in the first place. Half a year. Minato's face fell. Staying in the village is fine. I'm just worried. Knock, knock, knock. Grandpa Hokage. I'm here, called Aishu's bright, innocent, and exceedingly polite voice from outside. Sarutobi's face instantly bloomed into a smile as radiant as a chrysanthemum. Come in, little Aishu. Okay. Ingshu walked in, and the first thing he saw was Mizumon sporting a crew cut and a face full of melancholy. Hello, teacher, he greeted. Long time no seeing, Shivan. Mizumon forced a smile as he replied. To be honest, since their last mission, Team 7 really hadn't gathered in quite a while. After all, that mission was pretty complicated, little Ingshu. I'm here, Ingshu answered. But as he looked at Hiruzen Sarutobi's kindly smile, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. You've been working really hard lately. Didn't Grandpa promise you a reward? Well, now it's time for Grandpa to make good on that promise. So, tell me, what would you like? Ninjutsu, or maybe some living expenses? I'm open to anything. Ingshu's smile grew brighter and brighter, but inside, he was grumbling to himself. Seriously? Is this some ploy to trick little Red Riding Hood into opening the door? Even the big bad wolf would do a better job than you. Really? Grandpa Hokage, you're not joking, right? Ingshu asked, trying to sound earnest. Of course, I'm the Hokage. Have I ever lied to anyone? Hiruzen thumped his chest in assurance. Ingshu's eyes sparkled with excitement, but inwardly, he began to weigh his options. He didn't really need any more ninjutsu for now. The stack of scrolls the old man gave him was still hidden beneath the trash can in his bathroom. Forbidden techniques? He didn't dare learn those, let alone use them. And it's not like they just give them out anyway. Ingshu stole a glance at Hiruzen Sarutobi's expression, trying to gauge the generosity hidden behind that grandfatherly smile. Then, well, I'd like to move into a big new house. Is that okay, Grandpa Hokage? She was the adopted daughter of the daimyo of the Land of Water. How could anyone not be impressed? The moment these words left Ingshu's mouth, Hiruzen's smile froze on his face, and even Mizumon's expression twisted into something odd. Ingshu felt a chill inside. Had he gone too far? But he really didn't want to keep living in that place anymore. It was summer now, and he could comfort himself by saying it was well ventilated and full of sunlight. But come winter, what then? Was he really supposed to spend his own money to fix the place up? He'd rather die than do that. Besides, there were 2 giant holes in the house now. It wasn't safe at all. Sure, today Kumi had knocked before coming in, bringing him food and drinks. But he still remembered that morning when he woke up to find that enchantress just lying there. Ingshu was a man, and a man's soul. Well, there are some things he wasn't sure he'd be able to resist for very long, but his body was still that of a boy. So for the sake of his future happiness, for the sake of little Ingshu's healthy development, he felt that now that he had hope, he had to put his moving plan into action as soon as possible. This was even more important than developing the hydrogen release technique. After all, it was about his future wife, or maybe even wives, and their happiness. Ingshu tried to bargain a bit more. If the big house is out of the question, a small house would do. Really? The main thing is the wall at my place is broken. If it really doesn't work out, Hokage Grandpa, maybe you could give me some money to fix it. That would be fine too. Ingshu's voice grew quieter and quieter as he tried to play on their sympathy. In his mind, a story began to take shape. A tale called The Little Match Boy, Summer, watching other kids beneath intact walls licking popsicles, winter, watching other kids still under those solid walls just standing there, and him, sigh, all he could do was strike a match. Abito chimed in, I could do that too, but just then knock knock knock, a firm rapping sounded on the door. Hiruzen. Sarutobi gestured for the visitor to enter. Ingshu didn't bother to look back, assuming it was an ANBU member coming to report, but Sarutobi glanced at him again, his expression growing more serious. Little Ingshu, when Grandpa says something, he means it if you want. A big house. Well, it's not impossible. Huh. Ingshu's eyes lit up this time with genuine excitement, but as expected there was a catch. Sarutobi drew out the word, and Ingshu noticed a figure approaching him, a bit short. Since when did the AMBU start? Recruiting kids. Ingshu shot a quick glance, and then, what the? Ingshu jumped in surprise. Wasn't this his new house right here? Wait a second. He hurriedly turned to look at Minato, only to see Minato covering his face with his hand. As a teacher, all he could do was watch his student leap into the fire. He was too embarrassed to face anyone now. At last, Sarutobi continued after his long. But, let me introduce you. This is a noble from the land of water, the adopted daughter of the daimyo. It's a special time now, and she cannot return to the land of water for the moment. So, for now, I'm assigning you this task, the advance payment for this mission is the big house you wanted, and every month, you'll also receive a generous living allowance. As Sarutobi spoke, he beckoned toward the door. Come in, Juan. Ingshu was completely stunned. He knew she was the eldest daughter of the Terumi clan, but then, why hesitate? Cash in. Wait. Adopted daughter of the daimyo. What's going on? And wait. Responsible for her, Sarutobi's words carried so much meaning. Ingshu's head was spinning. At the same time, a strong sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Sure enough, the next moment, Kumi appeared, dressed in short-sleeved top and hot pants. Hokage-sama. Kumi greeted respectfully, then naturally stepped to Ingshu's side, conveniently positioning herself right between him and Mei Terumi. These are the ninjas transferred from Root. They're here to take care of your daily needs. You two should be quite familiar with them by now. This concerns the relationship between our two nations. Ingshu, don't let Grandpa down. In that moment, the light in Ingshu's eyes faded away. Sir, we've found the target. She's currently in the land of fire. Should we proceed with elimination? Inside Root's headquarters, the reply came. Maintain surveillance. If she truly wants to leave, you wouldn't have found her this quickly. Shimura Danzo's voice was devoid of emotion. At that moment, another Root member arrived. Lord Danzo, the identity has been confirmed. He's from the Terumi clan of Kirigakure, codename Submerge. He's the chief commander of Kirigakure's infiltration plan against Konoha, the Terumi clan. Danzo paused in thought. Have you gotten the information out of his head? We're still working on it. There are too many mental restrictions in place. It's draining, and we'll need more time. The report finished, the Root member vanished without a trace. Almost simultaneously, another Root operative hurried in, 3 different Root agents, handling 3 unrelated matters, all answering only to Shimura Danzo. That was the nature of Root. Everyone had their own duties in peacetime, but sometimes a single personnel shift could set off a storm, their fates colliding. Beneath the surface, sir, the operative Luan has successfully infiltrated the target group. There are 6 members in total. Should we replace them? Not for now. Understood. The Root member was about to leave when Shimura Danzo tossed him a scroll. Starting today, Root will enter a semi-silent mode. All internal investigations are to be suspended. Avoid the Umbu as much as possible. This will continue until Tsukumo Hatake leaves Konoha. Yes, sir. Wow, what a huge house, with a face as blank as a zombie's. Ingshu gazed at the mansion before him in awe. To call a mansion was no exaggeration. It resembled a 2-story bungalow, easily 200 square meters, with a spacious courtyard out front, perhaps 50 square meters or so. If it were just a day ago. No. Even an hour ago, if Ingshu had known this house would soon be as he might have thought he'd already reached the pinnacle of life. He was only 6, had nearly 4,000 ryo in his pocket, and now a house this big. Why bother being a ninja at all? But now, you go pick whichever room you like. I need to head home and pack my things. Ingshu turned to the daimyo's adopted daughter from the land of water beside him, his face expressionless. Impressive. Only now did Ingshu realize how limited his own perspective had been. Konoha must have known Terumi Mei's true identity all along. After all, he was the one who provided that intel, but now not. Only is Mei Terumi perfectly fine. She's even been transformed overnight into the adopted daughter of the daimyo of the land of water. How extraordinary. Who knows if Konoha really doesn't care about the money, or if they have some other motive. So this is why these bastards keep making my life difficult. Animals, all of them. On his way home to pack his things, Shu's heart was weighed down with negativity. Things hadn't been so bad before. In his rented room, there was only Kumi. She'd show up 3 times a day, but never more than that. But now, 1 room, 3 people, and 2 vixens clinging to him. He was truly at his wit's end. Shu's happy life before the sun had set that afternoon. Shu had already packed up his belongings, just 1 woven sack, filled with his bedding and a pillow. Fashioned from an adult's coat, 2 scrolls. Lightning style, little bulb, and water style. Little water ball, 3 bowls for plates, 5 pairs of chopsticks, 6. In short, altogether, not even 10 things. Even most drifters might fare better than him. Not that Shu was ever one to care much for creature comforts. At least, that's how he felt. Until he saw Mei Terumi directing a crowd of people hauling in beds, vanities, and bundles of new clothes into the rooms. Unbelievable. She really is treating this place like her own home. Muttering under his breath, Shu returned to his bare, empty room. Yet the moment he stepped inside, his mood instantly brightened. There was nothing at all, but that made it feel incredibly spacious. Larger, in fact, than the combined size of all his previous rooms. To put it plainly, those 2 holes he used to live in were more like big windows, whereas here at best they could be called vents. It took Shu just 2 minutes to move in, if he could even call it that. All he had to do was lay out his bedding. The pots, bowls, and utensils could be set down anywhere. He and Mei Terumi each had rooms on the 2nd floor positioned at opposite ends of the hallway, with another room in between. As Shu arrived, he saw the middle room was already furnished. Oh well, at least she's not sleeping in my room, he consoled himself. Then, with the scroll the old man had given him and all his money tucked safely away, he headed downstairs. These were his most precious possessions. He used to hide them in the bathroom, but now he didn't dare. The 1st floor was spacious too, with a living room, kitchen, and dining area all together, though there wasn't much furniture. Shu had no plans to buy any, nor could he afford it. If he could, he'd clear out the whole place just to use it for daily training, but with 2 others living upstairs, he decided it was better to practice outdoors, even going to Kakashi's house if he had to. Shu was about to go out. He needed some peace and quiet, but just as he reached the door, a fragrant breeze swept in, blocking his way. Little Shu, heading out. Kumi's hands were as restless as ever. Yeah, Shu's face was expressionless. I'm hungry, going to eat. I knew it, don't go out. Let Big Sis make you some noodles to eat. Shu was just about to politely decline, planning to use the excuse that White Fang had invited him to dinner at the Hitaki household. He didn't believe Kumi would dare stop him, but right then, Terumi Mei came downstairs. She completely ignored Kumi and walked straight up to Shu. Take me to buy daily necessities. The little girl's voice was cool and distant. It reminded Shu of his classmate, Yuzuki Yugao, a tough kendo girl, if he hadn't read the original story. Shu would have thought Terumi Mei would grow up to be just like her. They say a girl changes a lot as she grows up, but also that it's hard to change one's true nature. So the question is, which is the real Terumi Mei? But seeing her like this now, Shu could understand. In a foreign land living under someone else's roof, who could truly feel happy? Shu started to refuse again, intending to say that White Fang was going to teach him swordsmanship, and then take him out to dinner. He might not be able to handle these 2 troublesome girls, but surely White Fang could. Then let's all go together, little sister. I just ran out of my own supplies too. Shu, are you 2 even talking about the same thing? Terumi Mei is only 6 years old. She's way too young for this. Shu silently bet with himself that Terumi Mei would definitely ignore Kumi. After all, Kumi was announced as an umbu by Hiruzen Sarutobi himself. So is the very first day in his new home already forcing him to make choices? Should he accompany the cool and aloof Terumi Mei to buy daily necessities, or join the fiery Kumi for whatever she's making, or just eat? But Shu was destined for disappointment. The little girl suddenly gave a tiny smile, then reached out and took Kumi's hand. Okay, Kumine. Shu was stunned, frozen in place. And just like that, the indescribable days of Shu's new life began. At first, Shu definitely wasn't used to it. The house was huge with a strong feminine presence and barely any masculine energy. He wanted to signal Abido and Kakashi for help, but both refused. Kakashi was at least reliable in his own way. He explained that his father often didn't come home at night, so he had to watch the house, but Shu was welcome to stay over if he wanted. A gentle rejection, but Abido's reason was outrageous. When he heard about Shu's predicament, he burst out laughing. He even bragged that while Shu was being distracted by pretty girls, he himself was making great strides under the clan leader's guidance. Before long, he'd be the strongest member of Team 7. Shu replied with a raising hand. Jokes aside, after some time, Shu realized that adjusting wasn't as hard as he'd thought. Terumi may spend her days reading, occasionally training in the courtyard, and sometimes sparring with Kumi. The two of them got along remarkably well, far better than Ingshu had expected, close enough to even go to the bathhouse together. Of course, they'd invited Ingshu to join them, but each time he politely declined, saying, "I'm used to cold showers." The two of them had no choice but to live like sisters. But as Ingshu watched this unfold, she only sneered inwardly. If they truly were a pair of sisters, then they were sisters made of plastic. One was a little spy, the other a female agent. Let them tear each other apart. Let them scheme as they please. As for me, I won't bother with any of it. I'll quietly focus on refining my secret moves. Because Ingshu's companionship of Terumi Mei was in itself a long-term mission, Team 7, by all rights, wasn't supposed to take on any additional tasks. Yet Hiruzen Sarutobi made an exception, allowing them to take on the simplest D-rank missions in their daily routine, easy and stress-free, with just enough reward money to get by. At first, Minato was worried, fearing it would delay Team 7's training and growth, but his worries proved unnecessary. Sakumo personally guided Kakashi. Fugako took charge of Obito's Uchiha's secret arts. As for Ingshu, Minato truly was a remarkable teacher, even though his own missions kept him busy. After all, aside from leading Team 7, he was still one of Konoha's elite Jonin, and now, during wartime, he occasionally had to undertake high-risk A-rank or even S-rank assignments. He did everything he could for Ingshu, the only member of Team 7 who came from an ordinary civilian background. He helped Ingshu study water nature chakra transformation. And even when he traveled far for missions, he would entrust Kushina to help out. Team 7's responses to this were surprisingly unanimous. Kakashi, my dad's teaching me swordsmanship. Obito, my clan leader's showing me Uchiha secret techniques. Ingshu, my name is Ingshu. So, in the end, Kushina's little classroom often had only one student. Ingshu. At first, Ingshu wanted to refuse. "Take it easy on me, ma'am. I'm only 6, I'm still a kid." But gradually, Ingshu discovered, even though she always ended up battered and bruised, her training yielded remarkable results. After all, facing Kushina meant she could give it her all, fighting as if her life depended on it. Of course, it was nearly impossible to hurt Kushina. Even with her hydrogen release, Ingshu figured she wouldn't stand a chance. Kushina was simply too strong. The one advantage Ingshu had, her chakra reserves, seemed pitiful in comparison. With such a formidable opponent, how could Ingshu not make rapid progress? Time passed. Just like that, in the relentless grind within Team 7. Tick, tick, tick. The days slipped away. 411 days later, a year and a month and a half passed. June 4th, 10 p.m. On the streets of Konoha, Team 7 had just finished a D-rank mission, helping a wealthy lady find her missing pet, including time for meals. The whole thing took 12 hours. The reward, 10,000 ryo each. "Hey Ingshu, the Chunin exams are coming up soon. Do you think you'll be ready?" Obito asked disdainfully. "How would I know? Honestly, I doubt it." Ingshu replied helplessly. The ready or not they referred to had nothing to do with a boy's readiness, but rather a girl's. To be precise, whether a certain girl was up to the task. Terumi Mei's return to the land of water had been postponed yet again, although Hiruzen Sarutobi's explanation was still rather vague. It wasn't exactly a lie. Aishu had caught wind of some recent news. The eldest son of the Hyuga clan's grand elder, named Hyuga, by only 16 years old, had one of his eyes gouged out on the battlefield. Of course, even if this hadn't happened, Mei Terumi would probably still be stuck here. Even with Hiruzen Sarutobi's approval, Danzo Shimura was still around. And even if by some miracle Danzo agreed, the Hyuga clan wouldn't be happy either. After all, the war at the front lines was still raging, and the Hyuga clan was the Mist Army's main opponent. As for how the Hyuga clan ended up losing it seemed that, apart from the main family, there were actually some members who didn't have the Cagebird seal. That part, Aishu simply couldn't figure out. He sighed. "If things really don't work out, maybe the two of us should just..." Obito started a joke. Aishu were brothers, but suddenly he yelped. A blast of water shot towards him, thick and fast. "She's not kidding around?" Obito cursed under his breath. But his body reacted on instinct. He bent backward, barely dodging the attack. Behind him, an innocent tree was left with a gaping, bowl-sized hole. Obito swallowed nervously. Beside him, Kakashi blinked, pretending not to notice, though his heart was pounding. Aishu had gotten even stronger. "Again, what were you trying to say, Obito?" Aishu blew on his fingers nonchalantly. "In nothing. I just meant, we're brothers, so for the Chunin exams, we have to pass together." "Definitely." Obito, still shaken, flashed a fawning grin. Aishu had gotten stronger again. The three of them headed their separate ways, each returning home. Well, to be fair, the three of them together couldn't even make up one mother, but at least Aishu had 2 shell maidens waiting for him at home. The moment he stepped through the door, the delicious aroma of food greeted him. The two shell maidens called out in unison. "You're back." "Yep." Aisha darted to the dining table. Tonight's dinner was a feast, 5 dishes, and a soup. There's nothing better, Aisha thought, than coming home after a long, tiring day to a warm meal and hot water already. He had to admit he was getting used to this life. "Have some more soup, it'll help you." "Grow taller," Kumi said warmly, ladling a bowl for him. "Thanks," Aisha murmured, taking a sip, glancing at Meiterumi, who was a head and a half shorter than him. He said, "This is really good. You should have some more too." To be honest, even Aisha could hardly believe it. After his 7th birthday, when he measured himself, he found he was already 144 centimeters tall. With that height, no one would bat an eye if. He claimed to be 10. Kakashi and Obito were considered tall for their age, but even so, they stood at 120 and 121 centimeters respectively. As adults, their heights would be about the same. One at 181 centimeters, the other at 182. Ingshu figured that not only would he be taller than the other 2-inch, but he might even break the height record in Konoha, surpassing Jiraiya's 191.2 centimeters. "All right, mate," Terumi also ladled herself a bowl, then immediately gave Kumi a thumbs up. "This is delicious." Kumi just smiled, saying nothing. The dinner table felt warm and cozy. When they stepped outside, people would say the three of them were siblings. Dining out together even got them a discount after dinner following a shower. Ingshu changed into the cartoon pajamas Kumi had bought for him and got ready to end what had been a fairly fulfilling day. At the same time, he had to think about how to ask Minato or Tsukumo for help. Maybe they could put in a word so he could at least pass the Chunin exams. If all else failed, he was prepared to go to Pepper. He'd even planned his speech. "No matter what, I'm your student if I walk out the door." "Still a genin. Isn't that embarrassing for me? Isn't that a loss of face for you as my teacher's wife?" "Yes, that's the way to go." With this in mind, Ingshu was ready to go to sleep, but suddenly the bell at his door jingled. The moment he closed his eyes, Ingshu snapped to full alert. He quickly checked his clothes, sprang up in a single motion, sat up straight, and greeted in a deep voice, "Good evening." "Kumi." Ingshu had indeed gotten used to having 2 conch girls at home, but this hadn't dulled his willpower in the slightest. He treated this as a kind of training, a way to temper his spirit, strengthen his resolve, and hone his self-control. Besides, it could even boost testosterone production, essential for any man. After such training, workouts would be even more effective, and it might even promote development in certain areas. Last time, Team 7 had compared themselves in the bathhouse, and the result was quite the surprise for Ingshu. Kakashi, who could outpace an acorn, turned out to be the smallest in the group. Back then, Obito, who ranked second, offered some comfort. "You're still young. You'll grow." Ingshu had almost burst out laughing on the spot. At the same time, he silently mourned for Obito in the original timeline. "What a pity." Sigh. "Every time I come into your room, you tense up like this," Kumi teased with a sly smile. "Tell me, are you hiding something from me?" Ingshu felt a bit at a loss for words. At the same time, a thought crossed his mind. Meiterumi and Kumi hanging out together. Could it be? Never mind, women's business. He didn't need to understand. "Is there something you need, Kumi?" Ingshu asked politely. "So heartless. I make you dinner every day. Can I just come see you for no reason?" Kumi said, already sitting cross-legged beside him, fresh from the shower and smelling sweet. She propped her hand between her thigh and chin. Ingshu instinctively looked up at the ceiling, but the corner of his eye still caught a glimpse. 36C. 2 sizes bigger. Don't be fooled by Kumi's high-level flirting. She was only 17 this year, truly in the bloom of youth. People in the ninja world always seem mature beyond their years. When Ino was 15 or 16-inch, she seemed even more flirtatious than Kumi. "I just ate too much, so I want to go to bed early. Maybe if I'm lucky, I can savor the meal again in my dreams," Aisha replied calmly. That set off a string of clear, bell-like laughter from Kumi. Aisha couldn't help but glance over, silently marveling. She really wasn't wearing anything, and was so lively too. "All right, on to serious business." Kumi finally got back to normal, her expression growing stern, though that teasing smile still lingered. "Okay, haven't you noticed that Mei-chan's been acting strange lately?" "She probably won't be able to leave for a while," Kumi said. Aisha raised an eyebrow at that. He quickly analyzed Kumi's intentions for telling him this. In fact, even when the Hyuga clan lost their eyes, it was accidentally Kumi who let the news slip to him. I'm powerless too," Aishu replied quickly, keeping his tone serious. "I'm a ninja. If the war doesn't end sooner or later, I'll have to go to the front lines. Her having to stay put for now for both her and me might not be a bad thing." That answer was textbook righteous, and Aishu was quite pleased with himself. But Kumi's face darkened. "You idiot." Aishu was confused. He thought his answer was flawless. "I'm telling you to go comfort Mei-chan, not You get it now? As she spoke, Kumi vigorously ruffled Aishu's hair, turning his long, straight black locks, sleeker than even the Hyuga clans, into a wild bird's nest in an instant. After a round of Kumi's guidance, Aishu had no choice but to do as she said, so he found himself standing outside Terumi Mei's room. The last time he'd been here, it was to catch a mouse, though he hadn't managed to find it at all. Knock, knock, knock. Aishu rapped on the door. Are you asleep, Mei? A strange sound came from inside the room. Aishu frowned, almost ready to burst in, but considering that after Mei left, this door would technically be his, and he'd have to pay for the repairs, he hesitated. 3 minutes later, the door finally opened a crack. There stood Mei, her cheeks flushed red, blocking the entrance. Aishu's frown deepened. Are you not feeling well? He asked with concern. Thanks to his height, even though Mei tried to block the view, Aishu could still get a general sense of the room. No one else was there. The decor was all pink and girlish, but what was up with all those crumpled balls of tissue? How odd. Did his offhand remark become reality? The next morning, Aishu woke up earlier than usual, skillfully avoiding Mei's morning greeting. Mainly, he was afraid her cold might be contagious. Even if the chances were slim, a young girl lost in her worries catching a cold and a runny nose. It's normal, right? However, there was another reason why Shu got up so early. Minato had said he would make an announcement today, a surprise for the three of them. That's why their meeting time had been moved from 8 to 7:30. Shu was already an early riser, and today he woke even earlier. He arrived at 6 o'clock without even eating breakfast. So, Shu began rolling little balls in his hands. And yes, he was really making chakra, orbs. One hand conjured a small sphere of water, while both hands crackled with lightning. Rubbing his palms together, the little water sphere bubbled and fizzed inside. This process went on for a full 3 minutes. The small orb swelled into a large balloon, growing noticeably bigger. Not bad. The chakra compression is getting more and more precise. Shu raised his brows with satisfaction. With a soft pop, the large balloon vanished into thin air. Don't underestimate that balloon. It might look similar to what he made a year ago, but in reality, well, it was about the same. But here's the important part. Shu hadn't formed a single hand sign from start to finish. This move was called the spiral hydrogen balloon, and its real difficulty lay not in its appearance, but in the compression and transformation of chakra. Just finding a way to manage that had taken Shu more than half a year. Now, Shu began weaving hand signs, wind style, chaotic, gale technique. It was a straightforward wind-style jutsu, clearing the volatile gases from the air. At the same time, it was the perfect answer to a year's worth of hard training. After mastering the spiral hydrogen balloon, he had finally grasped the transformation of chakras. Nature, frankly, wasn't such a big deal. Shu's chakra was highly attuned to water, so much so that it overshadowed his sense for the other elements. When Minato taught the three of them about chakra nature transformation, Shu realized something surprising. His affinity for lightning chakra was nearly as high as Kakashi's. That sparked a bold idea in his mind. Maybe the first one to develop Chidori wasn't Kakashi after all, but himself. After seeing Naruto's story in the future, the idea was good, and he really did manage to work out the form transformation of lightning chakra, combining it with the Rasengan. The second stage of hydrogen release officially set sail. He even found the key to transition between lightning and water chakra, which opened the door to manipulating other chakra natures. As well, yes, he could now use fire style. He was now free to ignite at will. A round of applause for that. He still wasn't very proficient, though, and aside from lightning and water style, the other natures ate up a lot of chakra, especially earth style. That's also why Shu hadn't reported this to that grumpy old man just yet. The wind jutsu lasted for a bit. Shu waited a little longer. Over the past year, his progress had been about more than just this. Water style remained the foundation of all his improvements, whether it was chakra nature transformation, form transformation, or the second stage of hydrogen release. All of it depended on his mastery of water. And in the midst of all these experiments and tinkering, Shu had even stumbled upon a whole new discovery. After making sure the hydrogen in the area had dispersed, Aishu finally began his water release training on the new continent. He raised 2 fingers, pointing them steadily at a large tree not far away. That tree was already riddled with holes and scars today. Aishu intended to put it out of its misery, a kind of farewell. At his fingertips, a tiny sphere of water began to spin furiously. Over the past year, if there was one area where Aishu had made the most progress, it was in his control over chakra and the growth of his reserves. Even the old man was astonished by this. When they last met, the old man had apologized for making things difficult for Aishu and admitted the truth. Aishu's talent was above average. Even in the golden age of the Senju clan at the time, Aishu hadn't given it much thought. That cranky old man rarely apologized, so the fact that he did made Aishu worry about all sorts of unpleasant possibilities. But when Aishu later discovered that the savings he'd been putting aside as a dowry for half a year had vanished, he felt a sense of utter ruin. To hell with it all. Aishu's eyes grew sharp and focused. As Kushina would say, a ninja's fighting spirit is all about presence. It might not matter much for other ninja, but for those descended from sages like them, it truly made a difference. Water release. Spiral water blade. The spinning sphere of water transformed into a whirling stream, shooting straight out and striking the heart of the battered tree with perfect precision. With a thunderous crash, the tree finally gave way and toppled over. Aisha glanced around, saw that no one was watching, and strode away with casual confidence. Water release. Spiral water blade. This was Aisha's new technique, blending the shape transformation of water nature chakra with the principles of both the Rasengan and water release. Hard vortex water blade. Tobarama's hard vortex water blade shares a key similarity with the Rasengan. Both use rotation to boost kinetic energy. The Rasengan excels at destruction, while the hard vortex water blade specializes in penetration. Combined, they form the spiral water blade, a true armor-piercing round among water release jutsu. It's somewhat akin to the Hozuki clan's secret water gun technique. Yet Aishu's original intent was to use it as the prototype for the final step of the second stage of his hydrogen release. Merge, fire, ignite. Aishu had achieved it all. At 7:05, Kakashi arrived early, bringing steam buns for Aishu. At 7:10, Obito showed up. With that, Team 7 was all present, except for their teacher Minato, who was nowhere to be seen. The three of them waited for 5 minutes. At 7:15. I guess Sensei isn't coming, said Kakashi, shrugging, completely familiar with Minato's habits. Normally, Minato would arrive 15 minutes early without fail. Even if he was going to be absent, he'd let them know in advance. But today, maybe it has something to do with the surprise he mentioned, Aishu suggested. Although they'd gathered this morning, it was probably not for a mission. They had just completed one the day before. After all, Hiruzen Sarutobi granted Team 7 permission to go on missions, but there was one condition. They couldn't take assignments back-to-back. Mei Terumi's situation remained the team's main focus, with Aisha bearing most of the responsibility. Yikes, Obito sucked in a sharp breath, his face uneasy. The surprise isn't what I think it is it? Don't jinx us. Aisha quickly come off. Training under that legendary figure for a year had brought him great progress, but it also left him with plenty of trauma, especially now that his regenerative abilities were showing. Kushina's punches had only grown heavier. Obito immediately fell silent, a look of pure dread on his face, but it was already too late. In the distance, a striking figure with flowing red hair strode toward them, her posture brimming with confidence. She wore the Konoha forehead protector, and instead of her usual beloved long dress, she was now sporting Konoha's green flak jacket, a rare sight on her. The jacket lent her an even fiercer aura, embodying the strength of a woman who could rival any man. Her red hair danced in the wind, and she looked every bit the picture of effortless might. For the trio of young ninja, their hearts collectively sank to rock bottom. She's even got the flak jacket and headband on. There's no way she's going easy on us this time. Inside the Hokage's office. They're here. Minato, come take a look. Hiruzen Sarutobi rubbed his hands together with excitement, his demeanor anything but serious, though whether there was a whiff of mischief about him was anyone's guess. Minato, standing beside him, was visibly tense. This fight would determine whether the three youngsters qualified to participate in the Chunin exams. Of course he was nervous. Second War Firecracker, Part 1. Though the firecracker still wore a smile on her face with every step she took forward. Team 7 took another step back. The feeling was all too familiar, like dreading in school, stealing money from home to buy explosive tags to blow up the place, and finally getting caught red-handed. Kushina's punches were no joke. They hurt like hell and could genuinely leave you seeing stars. Aishu, what do we do? Obito stammered, panic in his voice. You didn't do anything to make her mad lately, did you? As if. Aisha refused to take the blame. I've been working my butt off and doing great, okay? But you too. He pointed at Kakashi and Obito. Every time she fills in as our teacher, you both find excuses to skip. That's just plain disrespectful. With that, he dumped the blame squarely onto Kakashi and Obito. Meanwhile, the firecracker was drawing ever closer. So, if we apologize now, do you think there's still time? Obito grasped at straws. It's too late, Kakashi replied, resigned to their fate. The three glanced behind them. They'd already backed up to the training grounds wall. There was nowhere left to run. Where are you three up to? Is it too hot for you? Kushina, now standing before the trio, eyed them with a hint of disapproval. She looked at the boys huddled in the shade and wagged a finger at them. The most important thing for a ninja is endurance, especially during training, you understand? In front of the crystal ball, Hiruzen Sarutobi spluttered a mouthful of hot tea in surprise. Minato, really, even Kushina would. Ha ha! The old man burst into a fit of unrestrained laughter. All Minato could do was grit his teeth and help clean up the table. Kushina. She really cares about the kids, Lord Third. Minato's words held a trace of protectiveness for his wife. But even more so, he was feeling guilty. If only Team 7's legs weren't shaking so much, Minato might have dared to sound a bit more confident. Ah! The shrewd, experienced Hiruzen immediately realized his own lapse in decorum, quickly composed himself, and changed the subject. By the way, Minato, do you really think the three of them can last 10 minutes against Kushina? At those words, Minato, who was still tidying up, couldn't help but make a strange face. Lasting 10 minutes against Kushina was an entirely different ordeal from holding out 5 minutes against him during the graduation test. But what choice did they have? They were simply too young, so young that no one felt safe letting them become Chunin, nor could anyone bring themselves to send them on missions meant for Chunin and let them face those risks. Perhaps this was why the Third had never allowed them to take on missions above C rank. Yet, despite these doubts, Minato finally nodded. I believe in them, Lord Third. They may be young, but the resolve to grow stronger has nothing to do with age. They'll give it their all. A bright, confident smile spread across Minato's face. Hiruzen fell silent, quietly watching the three children in the crystal ball. He picked up his pipe and let the smoke curl around him. All right, don't be nervous. Just hold on for 10 minutes and you'll be fine. Kushina smiled in her own eyes. In order to inspire the kids, I even put on this horribly ugly vest. I really am a good teacher in Team 7's eyes. You're heartless, you're ruthless, you're unreasonable. You monster, stay away from us. See, can we not do this? I think I'm catching a cold, and my stomach hurts. Obito raised his hand weakly. Aishu and Kakashi shot Obito a glare in perfect unison. Don't waste all the excuses at once, for crying out loud. Kushina's brows knit together, and all three of them felt a chill run down their spine. So, Obito, does that mean you don't want to take the Chunin exams? You know, if you just hold out for 10 minutes, you can sign up? Are you sure? What? This news was so surprising that it took all three of them, including Aishu, a full 3 seconds to process it. Delight was written all over their faces. They couldn't hide it even if they tried. So this was the surprise Minato mentioned. That means everything's fine. Like hell it is. Aishu cursed inwardly. The Chunin exam. And now we still have to register. Whose idea was it to make fighting the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki for 10 minutes part of the Chunin exam registration? Are we still calling this a Chunin exam? 30. No, even 300 Chunin wouldn't be able to hold back that little Spitfire when she gets going. Well, you'd better prepare yourselves. Don't worry, I'll go easy on you. That is, as long as you don't try to run away. Kushina blinked playfully, then subtly pointed up at the sky. And finally, with her hands behind her back, she skipped away, humming a cheerful little tune. Ahem. Hiruzen Sarutobi cleared his throat, glancing at Minato, whose face was full of embarrassment. Pretend I didn't see anything. So what do we do? Should we risk it? The 7 squad's pre-battle meeting began, and Aishu was practically itching to start. After a year of training, he'd built up a bit of resistance. How are we supposed to risk it? Kakashi asked, equally eager to give a shot. After all, this was the Chunin exam. We just go for it, of course. Obito was fired up, but quickly glanced over at Kushina and lowered his voice to a whisper. Take a beating to become a Chunin. Think about it, a pay raise, guys. Then let's do it. Aishu made the call, his eyes shining with determination. Honestly, after all this time, getting beaten up, I've actually come up with some tactics. Tailor-made for dealing with our sensei's wife. I've even got a name for it. The Integrated Multi-Tiered Assault, Land, Sea, and Air, but I'll need your full cooperation. 10 minutes later, the 7th squad finally stepped out from the shadow and into the sunlight. Maybe it was the warmth of the sun giving them strength, or maybe it was having a plan that steadied their nerves. Either way, though, they were still tense. At least their knees weren't shaking anymore. Now, that's more like it. If you're ready, let's get started, Kushina said, getting into the spirit. She cracked her knuckles, the sound echoing ominously. The courage the three had managed to muster almost vanished right then and there. But they held firm, especially Obito, the core of their plan, who bravely took the first step forward. I'm awesome. I'm awesome. I'm awesome. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Obito muttered under his breath, stacking psychological buffs on himself one after another. Snap. In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi gave his prized possession a couple of taps, looking puzzled. Has it broken from lack of use? Crystal ball. Off. Restart. When the image flickered back to life, Obito was already charging forward. Prepare to meet your doom. The second Great War's Little Pepper, middle stage. Everything felt so familiar. Obito charged ahead, leading the way without a hint of hesitation. It seemed as if last year's tragedy was about to play out all over again, but times had changed. People change, and people grow. Over the past year, under the personal guidance of the Uchiha clan leader, Obito's abilities had advanced by leaps and bounds. Obito was naturally talented. When he turned to the dark side, his strength tripled. But if your foundation isn't solid, no amount of darkness can make up for it. And Obito wasn't the only one who had grown. Kunai Little Pepper had made remarkable progress as well. Even now, there was still a book titled How to Be a Qualified Teacher on her bedside table, which she studied diligently day and night, gaining a wealth of experience. Besides, today Kunai had come intending to go easy on the kids. Nothing would make her happier than seeing all 3 members of Team 7 become Chunin. So, bang, ouch, Obito was down. Kunai stared in utter bewilderment at Obito's collapsed figure. She was certain she'd held back her strength. How could this have happened? It just didn't make sense. And it wasn't just Kunai who was stunned, even a master and his disciple watching from the crystal ball were both at a loss for words. Was this a rerun? Obito, a heart-wrenching cry echoed from inside the crystal ball. Kakashi and Aishu, one on the left and one on the right, charged forward just as they had a year ago. Kakashi was still a step ahead of Aishu, but this time, unlike last year, he didn't have a short sword in hand. Instead, he skipped a step entirely and unleashed a flurry of shuriken. Shuriken whistled through the air, and Kunai felt a wave of déjà vu. Guilt-ridden, she instinctively stepped back, wanting to give Aishu space as he rushed in to save Obito. One had to admit, as their teacher's wife, Kunai truly worried herself sick over these kids. But just then, everything changed. Suddenly Obito, who had been lying motionless, snapped his eyes open, a sharp gleam flashing within them. He tossed several smoke bombs in quick succession, then with nimble hands formed seals summoning shadow clones one after another. Now's our chance. Charge, came Aishu's thunderous roar as he raced ahead, even faster than before. Ping, 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 ping. The clash of metal rang out from within the smoke. With little Pepper's skills, she could have dealt with those. Kunai with her eyes closed. Obito's feint had put Kunai on high alert. Any thought of going easy had flown out the window. Kunai hated deceit, especially after what Obito had just pulled. Her heart ached with disappointment. Kids, I promise you'll last a full 10 minutes. Not a second less. At that moment, the red-hot Pepper was about to make her entrance. The sound of footsteps grew ever closer, and Kunai's brows drew tight. With concentration, they're coming. Kunai put away her kunai and raised her iron fists. If this had been before, Team 7 might have already bolted 2 kilometers away by now, but this time, Earth-style, 4-pillar earth wall. Accompanied by a calm voice, the earth trembled ever so slightly, for earthen walls sprang up in perfect formation, rising simultaneously around little Chili Pepper. What the? In front of the crystal ball, Hiruzen Sarutobi was startled, whipping his gaze toward Minato. When did this child? It must have been about a month ago, though I'm not exactly sure. Minato scratched his head, his smile tinged with embarrassment. This wasn't false modesty. Minato was speaking the plain truth. The little one's extraordinary talent often left him, the teacher, at a loss. Indeed, the ninjutsu looked intricate, even boasting a 5-character name, but in truth, it was just 4 earth-style walls forming a circle. With a bit more chakra, anyone could do it. There wasn't much technical difficulty to it. If Kakashi used this move, at best it might earn a nod of approval. Not exactly worthy of standing ovation, but here's the key point. This ninjutsu came from Aishu, and those earth walls didn't have the signature dog head. Not even 8 years old, and already mastering chakra nature transformation. Hiruzen Sarutobi murmured, stunned for a long moment. Right now, he couldn't help but think of another of his students, Orochimaru, equally brilliant, yet with a completely different temperament. If one set aside innate gifts, Aishu's unconventional thinking bore a hint of Jiraiya as well. Hiruzen's eyebrows rose in surprise, blending the strengths of both while avoiding their flaws. This child truly has something special. The scene within the crystal ball continued to unfold. Team 7's tactics pressed on. Kakashi and Aishu switched positions as they ran. Earth-style, quagmire of the Yellow Springs, Kakashi shouted, but instead of attacking, he leapt high into the air, plunging straight into the midst of the smoke. Meanwhile, Aishu planted his hands firmly onto the ground. Instantly, the earth beneath the smoke softened, turning into a swamp, a muddy torrent surging beneath the surface. But once again, this earth-style jutsu was Aishu's doing. Little Aishu, are you ready? This time, you'll find your sweet words won't work on me. Kushina had fallen for their feint. Though their maneuver wasn't a game-changer for her overall, it did make a difference. This version of Kakashi had a father who was alive, but ominous changes loomed. His father's approach to parenting had shifted from hands-off to something more like half of the Hyuga strictness. Clang. At the very moment Kakashi was about to burst from the smoke, his short sword finally flashed from its sheath, though merely in imitation, it faintly echoed the legendary white fang. Came Little Chili Pepper's bewildered voice from within the smoke. If only she'd brought some kunai, even. With chakra strengthening her hands, she couldn't hope to match a blade, but that wasn't even the worst of it. The ground was now soft and filthy, and staying put would soon leave her trapped. On top of that, Kakashi's attack came from above, while all around her stood Aishu's earthen walls. This really was child's play. Kushina's lips curled into a sly smile, her tiny fists brimmed with precise chakra. With a twist of her body, she unleashed a mighty punch, instantly closing the distance. Boom! Kushina smashed through the wall with brute force, dodging the attack in one seamless motion. A swift whoosh followed. Kakashi's strike missed, but his eyes shone with excitement. She dodged. She actually dodged. My sword, Lady Kushina, evaded it. Don't blame Kakashi for being intimidated. One can hardly forget how this fiery woman once crushed a shuriken with her bare hands. More importantly, this was all part of their strategy. Everyone's so lively. That puts my mind at ease, Kushina said with a gentle smile, though behind her, her long red hair began to float and sway ominously. She'd been made to feel sad for a moment, and now her shoes were dirty too. Humph, you two haven't attended class lately, and now you think you're tough? Little Sakura at least is polite. That's more like it. Meanwhile, in front of the crystal ball, Minato swallowed hard. He was a bit on edge and snuck a glance at the third Hokage, only to find the old man looking even more unsettled. Who could blame him? Kushina's red-hot habanero mode was truly terrifying. Minato glanced at the clock on the wall. 8 minutes left. Hang in there. Survive, kids. Taking a deep breath, Minato activated his own chakra, readying himself. He might have to spend a day in bed after all this, but it was the least he could do for his students. No one dared provoke Kushina when she was angry. Not even the Hokage. Minato braced himself for action, prepared to fulfill his duty as a teacher and rush to their aid if needed. But just then, inside the crystal ball, Obito, now's your chance. Sakura's battle cry rang out with confidence and vigor, full of spirit. Most remarkably, her voice seemed to come from all around. 8 Sakuras burst out from the surroundings. Each Sakura formed hand signs, brows furrowed in fierce determination, their faces tense, as if preparing for a decisive battle. Or perhaps struggling with something less heroic. Just then Obito, who'd been motionless since his earlier zombie act, finally made his move. A small hand emerged from the ground beneath Kushina's feet, grabbing her ankle. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu, Obito's voice was tinged with embarrassment, for he couldn't budge her at all. He'd meant this move for Kakashi, but its debut was a failure. Yet just as everyone, including the bigwigs watching through the screen, thought, Obito had botched it again. His little hand dissolved into a puff of white smoke. At that moment, another figure burst from the earth 5 meters behind Kushina, leaping into the air, crimson eyes blazing brilliantly. All around, the Sakuras finished weaving their jutsu, and Kakashi, whose first attempt had missed, now completed his own hand signs, lightning crackling in his grasp. This was no Chidori, nor the famed lightning blade, just a solid, unpretentious Barank lightning-style jutsu, meant to be combined with water style for the perfect tactical synergy. As for the water style, it came from all directions. 8 clones of Aishu converging at once. Water style, surging water wave, 8 voices shouted in unison, each Aishu surrounded by a swirling current. The moment these currents appeared, they linked together, forming a massive ring of water that instantly encircled Kushina. Streams of water rose from the ring, and powered by Kakashi's lightning style, surged straight at Kushina. But that wasn't the end. In the center position, Obito leapt into the air, his hands forming the familiar seals. Wasn't this the Fire Dragon? Flame Bullet, the very jutsu he'd mastered a year ago from the ninjutsu professor. In 1 year, Obito's Sharingan might have shown little visible progress, still just a single tomo, but his chakra control and his mastery of ninjutsu had improved by leaps and bounds. Lightning style, lightning burst, fire style, Fire Dragon, Flame Bullet, 3 jutsu, 3-way synergy, attacking from above, below, and all sides, sealing off every possible escape, bombarding Kushina relentlessly from every direction. Aishu's eyes burned with excitement. This was his strategy, and it was just a toned-down version. He was already nearing the final stage of Hydrogen Style's second phase, and even without the reaction that was its essence, this combination jutsu was still shockingly powerful. Oh no, in front of the crystal ball, Minato's face changed. He began forming hand seals, ready to lock onto a teleportation mark. But Hiruzen Sarutobi held him back. Minato, don't worry so much. That's Kushina you're talking about. At this level, it'll be easy for her to handle. Don't forget, she took less time to become an elite ninja than you did. Hiruzen appeared calm and unhurried, a picture of composure from every angle. Yet the faint tremor in the hand holding his pipe betrayed the storm raging in his heart. Such perfect teamwork, such astonishing talent, such a masterful combination. If only I gave them a bit of guidance. Hiruzen's heart was brimming with delight. Thank goodness I didn't agree to Danzo's proposal back then. Yet for all his musings and inner joy he failed to notice just how grave Minato's expression had become. Minato's hands never stopped forming seals. Lord Third, forgive me, but I'm not worried. About Kushina, have you forgotten why the Konoha interrogation department had to be renovated? Minato's smile was tinged with bitterness. Hiruzen's expression slowly went blank. Unpleasant memories surfaced. 3 years ago, a descendant from the land of whirlpools came to the village, but was labeled an enemy spy and locked up in the interrogation department. The little hothead Kushina heard the news thanks to the enemy's machinations and went straight over. Naturally, the ANBU wouldn't let her do as she pleased, and so conflict quickly broke out. At first, the ANBU even managed to subdue Kushina, so when Aisha went to find Minato Namikaze, he felt that the place looked quite new. The renovations had turned out pretty well. Anyway, hurry up, Minato, go. Those are all my treasures. Hiruzen urged frantically, but Minato put down his hands, wearing a wry smile, a look of helplessness, and even a hint of fear. It's too late, Lord Third. Hiruzen was taken aback. He quickly glanced at the crystal ball, only to see it had turned completely murky. He recognized the situation. Well, it wasn't that the crystal ball was broken, but rather that huge amounts of chakra were interfering with it. In other words, there was no signal. This is bad. Hiruzen finally blurted out what Minato had been worried about from the start. He hurriedly restarted the crystal ball, and the image soon returned. But when he saw what was happening, the seasoned ninjutsu instructor became unexpectedly calm. Forget it. Let's wait until she calms down before you go, Minato. Safety comes first. Once those 3 kids recover, have them attend the exam. No need to fill out the application. Just say it's on my orders. Hiruzen let out a long sigh. The children have it tough too. At that moment, the 3 Konoha genin, bound together by floating chains, were in the midst of a soul-searching confession. Madam, it wasn't my idea. It was Kakashi. Kakashi forced me to do it. I'm innocent. Obito, ever the loyal friend, Aishu recognized upon arriving in this world, was quick to save his own skin when it mattered most. What the Obito? That's too much. I've never wronged you. Madam, let me explain. Please let me explain. Thud. Kakashi bowed his proud head, possibly because the lump on his head had gotten too heavy. Madam, please, don't be angry. This is my fault. I shouldn't have been so eager to prove how much I've improved over the past year. But after all, you were the one who taught me. Aishu sighed again and again, looking utterly heartbroken, while Obito's expression slowly turned to one of awe. That's Aishu for you. No one can handle Madam's temper quite like he does. Of course, my mistakes go even further. When Kakashi and Obito were planning the strategy, I should have stopped them, but it's my fault, all my fault. Obito's face gradually froze. He even forgot the deadly glare, deadly as Amaterasu, that was aimed at him and couldn't remember how to argue back. Oh, tears. Thud. Obito was out for the count again. Aisha sighed once more in his heart. He hasn't even awakened his double tomo. Am I really holding back Obito's potential? Aishu wondered silently. But then again, when all was said and done, they had probably passed this test. Time had long since lost its meaning, if he still couldn't pass after a performance like this. Aisha would have to wonder if the 3rd Hokage hadn't been possessed by one of those big shots from the comment section. Chunin Battlefield. Madara Uchiha. Somehow, it felt as though he was drawing closer and closer to them. Kids say the darndest things. After all, it was 2:30 in the afternoon. 2 Aishus walked down the streets of the Uchiha district, one of them carrying Obito on his back. Kakashi had already been sent home by another of Aishu's shadow clones, but Aisha didn't feel comfortable letting a clone take Obito home. Truth be told, things were much better. Now, back when Obito had first awakened his Sharingan and made a name for himself, there had been quite a few people targeting them. After all, they had managed to blow the Grand Elder's grandson straight into the hospital, but over the span of a year, through Obito's relentless efforts, he had finally managed to prove himself. The title he so proudly gave himself, the Uchiha's #1 prodigy, was starting to sound less and less like an exaggeration. Of course, some of the credit had to go to Fugaku, the newly minted doting father. According to Obito's imperfect analysis, and with Aisha's own understanding, the Uchiha clan was now roughly split into 2 camps, the first led by Father Fugaku, and holding a clear advantage, was the clan head faction. They didn't care about bloodlines, only that you bore the Uchiha name. The other, led by the clan's grand elder, was the traditionalist faction, who believed there were levels within the Uchiha and seemed intent on borrowing a page from the Hyuga's book. In both public and private matters, Aishu supported Fugaku. In fact, he dared to predict very soon the traditionalists in the Uchiha clan would be a thing of the past, because soon the Uchiha would be heading to the battlefield. Following the directions he remembered, Aishu arrived at Obito's front door, only to find a little boy standing there. And you are? Aishu looked at the curly-haired boy in front of him with a perplexed expression, glancing back at the house behind him. This should be Obito's place, right? Don't tell me he moved without telling anyone. Aishu was baffled. He rarely visited Obito's house out in the outskirts of Konoha, mostly out of laziness. My name is Shursui, Uchiha Shursui. This is indeed Obito's house, the little boy replied, sniffing up his runny nose and pointing to Obito slung over the shadow clone's shoulder. Big brother Obito promised to teach me the fireball jutsu today. Aishu was stunned. Shursui, here to learn the fireball jutsu from Obito? He couldn't help but burst out laughing. He would never forget how the first time Obito tried to use the fireball jutsu, he failed so miserably he got beaten to a pulp. And now he wanted to be someone's teacher. The nerve! Aisha had every reason to suspect that Obito was trying to steer Shursui off course, just to cement his own status as the Uchiha's #1 prodigy. Big brother, you must be the teammate. Obito always talks about Maruko, right? Little Shursui asked, pointing again to Obito. What happened to Obito? Did he get hurt protecting you again? Aisha was floored. Battle alert, Maruko bro, why you're still protecting me? Aisha was completely baffled, and even his shadow clone behind him could hardly bear to listen any longer. If only he could just toss Obito to the ground and give him a good hard kick. What a pain. Kids say the darndest things. Kids say the darndest things. Aisha took a deep breath, steadying himself. He crouched down in front of little Shursui. Shursui, how old are you this year? I'm 4. Next year I'll be able to go to school. Already going to school. That's wonderful. Are you close with your big brother Obito? Yes. Obito takes really good care of me. Whenever he sees someone bullying me, he always helps me teach them a lesson. Aisha fell silent for a moment. Obito and Shursui's family backgrounds were actually pretty similar. In the original timeline, Obito was barely able to take care of himself, always scheming about how to chase girls. But in this timeline, not only had Obito's attitude become more positive, his upbringing was so much healthier. A remarkable change, really, Shursui. Can you tell me, has your big brother Obito ever told you about anyone else? For example, someone with white hair? Hokage-sama, the village rosters are complete. All participants are expected to arrive in Konoha within 3 days. Very good. You may go. Yes, sir. Hokage's office. After this morning's live broadcast, Hiruzen Tsurutobi's good mood was still lingering. Seizing the moment, he decided to deal with the most troublesome matters at hand. Tsunagakure, Yakura. Oh, a bloodline ninja. Hiruzen raised an eyebrow, a little surprised, but only a little. After all, these were times of war. Holding a Grand Chunin exam, welcoming participants from all over wasn't really realistic on the surface, but right now this was a special turning point in the war on all 4 fronts. The fighting had almost entirely ceased within the past month. Orochimaru had repeatedly repelled Sans invasions, earning great merit, and his intentions were obvious. He was clearly aiming to build his resume for the Hokage position. As for Tsunagakure, they'd been at a standstill for over half a month. The ANBU had even discovered that Tsunagakure had repeatedly requested peace talks, but Orochimaru had intercepted those every time. It seemed he wanted to rack up a few more achievements. The issue of casualties, though, was something Orochimaru seemed to be ignoring. Hiruzen didn't call him out on it. After all, Orochimaru was his own student. If possible, he hoped Orochimaru would come to his senses on his own. Kyomogi-kyurem. The youngest is already 14. Hiruzen chuckled softly, calm and collected. Iwagakure. Oh, Inoki, why don't you just send your Jonin over while you're at it? The battlefront between the Stone and Cloud villages is currently locked in a peculiar stalemate. Rather than joining forces, the two almost came to blows themselves. The reason is that the Cloud tried to travel by water, attempting to bypass the Stone and attack the Sand. If they succeeded, the Cloud's forces would be able to flank the Stone, and naturally Inoki could not allow such a thing to happen. This, in turn, gave the Leaf an opportunity to stabilize its own lines. Events like the Grand Chunin exams are usually a chance for each village to showcase its younger generation, and this is especially true for the host of the Leaf, but during wartime, the exams inevitably take on certain characteristics of war itself. All's fair in war, so to speak. This Chunin exam has become, in many ways, a microcosm of the larger conflict among the ninja world. The sand wishes for peace, so they have sent their precious bloodline ninja to demonstrate their sincerity, the stone. And Cloud, however, still crave battle. And so, they've shamelessly fielded participants who far exceed the level of genin. Hardly a fair competition. And as for the mist, Hiruzen Sarutobi's brows gradually furrowed as he scanned the list of participants, his gaze landing on a particular name. Sotarumi may have been directly entered as a genin candidate for the exam. The mist demand was an exchange, hostages including but not limited to captives taken on either side of the battlefield. Hiruzen understood exactly what the mist wanted, to trade the Byakugan for Terumi Mayit. Was a thorny dilemma. The Byakugan was of vital importance to the Hyuga clan. It could be destroyed but never allowed to fall into outside hands. Yet Terumi May was clearly worth far more than just that price. And yet if he refused, the Hyuga clan members serving on the front lines against the mist would surely feel abandoned. Just then a firm knocking echoed through the room. Hiruzen's first instinct was to think it must be his old comrade Danzo. Knowing his temperament, Danzo had probably already devised a stack of unexpected contingency plans, but in less than a second Hiruzen dismissed the thought. Danzo never knocked. And besides, Root had been strangely quiet for nearly a year now. No one knew what they were plotting in the shadows. Come in, Lord Third. It was a burly man who entered, radiating strength and authority. Every gesture, every glance carried the weight and presence of a true powerhouse. He stepped into the Hokage's office, neither relying on rank nor on alliances, yet his very bearing seemed to stand on equal footing with the lion that ruled this den. Only Danzo could usually manage that, but this man was not Danzo. He was none other than Tsukumo Hataki, the white fang of the leaf. This was exactly the effect Hiruzen wanted. Here is the list of participants for this Chunin exam. Tsukumo, this is a matter of great importance. After much deliberation, I've decided I want you to take charge. With that, Hiruzen slid the dossier toward the white fang, but Tsukumo made no move to accept it right away. I heard that Team 7 will also participate in this Chunin exam. Does the third Hokage have any plans for them? White Fang's voice was calm and unhurried, betraying no emotion, as usual. Hiruzen Sarutobi was rolling tobacco into his pipe. Upon hearing this, his hands paused for a moment. Then he struck a match and took a slow draw. It seems Kakashi has already told you. Indeed, this was also Minato's request. As he spoke, Sarutobi glanced at White Fang. Originally, I planned for them to sign up next year. Tsukumo, you're Kakashi's father, so this matter should be yours to decide. There's still time for me to notify Minato. In that instant, their gazes met. Sarutobi was like an old lion, majestic. His authority softened only slightly by age, yet still commanding respect. White Fang's eyes were sharp as blades, but his gaze was calm, as deep and still as a tranquil lake, showing neither joy nor sorrow, as if he had long since seen through the ways of the world. Once those eyes might have held reverence, respect, even admiration, but now, it's time they saw the harshness of the world for themselves. Lord Third. White Fang spoke slowly. As a father, I worry of course, but children must grow up. I can't control him his whole life, he said, the corners of his mouth lifting in a faint smile. I trust your judgment, Lord Third. Very well, Sarutobi replied. Understanding, the three young ones are working hard. I'll have someone keep an eye on them. After all, they're children of Konoha, the very future of our village. Then on Kakashi's behalf, I thank you, Lord Third. I'll begin making the necessary arrangements at once. I'll take my leave. Very well. With that, White Fan departed. Sarutobi looked at the untouched stack of documents on his desk and sat in silence for a long time. Doesn't want to be controlled. You two grew up under my watchful eye. June 5th, early morning, 6:15 a.m. At the breakfast table, the three members of the Aishu family were sharing a meal: steamed buns, fried dough sticks, millet porridge, and sunny-side-up eggs, a well-balanced spread. Eat some more, Kumi said, adding another egg to Aishu's plate as the head of the household, then asked seemingly offhand, Do you have a mission today? In that instant, Aishu's mind kicked in a high gear. What is she up to? Why is she asking this? What does she really want to know? Not sure yet. Aishu answered cautiously. Don't think Aishu spent the whole past year with his guard down. He's a ninja. After all, vigilance is a must. Well, if you don't have a mission, come home early, Kumi said with a gentle smile. And just like that, Aishu's guard melted away. Sure, Kumine at 6:30 in the morning, Aishu set out, heading for Training Ground 3. Yesterday he had used 2 Earth release techniques and felt quite satisfied with his progress, so he planned to find the old man and see if he could make another breakthrough before the Chunin exams. And after Aishu had left, you really should tell him. Mei-chan, if you don't, how will he ever know? Kumi said helplessly. Mei Terumi, on the other hand, remained calm. Perhaps it was just that girl's matured earlier he'll find out eventually, won't he? She replied softly, and besides, I'm not even sure if it's true this time. May lowered her eyes. If something goes wrong, it's safer to be cautious, so Kumi reached out and ruffled May's hair. The two of them were as close as real sisters. Meanwhile, after a brisk rush, Aishu arrived at his destination, the old man. He's probably still asleep, Aishu thought. Seeing that the place was deserted, he decided to start practicing on his own. His morning routine today focused on illusion techniques, Jinjutsu. By now, Team 7's combat style had become increasingly refined. Kakashi specialized in close combat, after all, with a half-darkened white fang for a father. He was almost bold enough to challenge the Hokage himself. Jinjutsu wasn't his thing, Obito was. Responsible for mid-to-close range battles. Thanks to his Sharingan, his dynamic vision and precise chakra control meant that no Uchiha could be ordinary. Occasionally, Obito would dabble in Jinjutsu. Aishu had reminded Obito more than once that Jinjutsu was a truly valuable skill. Obito did have a knack for it, but he insisted that it was a boring trick for the weak. He wanted fire release. He wanted to burn bright. What made Aishu uneasy was that Fugaku really hadn't taught Obito much Jinjutsu at all, so when it came to Jinjutsu, in Team 7, relying on Obito was a lost cause. Aishu's original intention in learning Jinjutsu was to strengthen his in-release abilities. With that, he would have mastery over wind, lightning, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang. A perfectly balanced set. Who wouldn't want to be flawless? And as someone who had crossed over into this world, he already had an innate advantage. His soul, or mental power, was exceptionally strong. By his own reckoning, if he'd started as a Uchiha, he might have awakened his Sharingan right away, and perhaps even opened it with 2 Tomo from the start. There were other benefits to learning Jinjutsu as well. For instance, Aishu's main weakness, close-quarters combat, could be made more forgiving. To be honest, Aishu found it rather embarrassing. Without ninjutsu, he couldn't even beat Kumi. On weekends, when Kumi and May wanted to go shopping, they'd sometimes try to drag Aishu along. Naturally, he'd decline, citing training as an excuse. Then Kumi would show off her formidable taijutsu, catching and pinning him until he had no choice but to surrender. Of course, once chakra came into play, even something as basic as a Rasengan, Aishu could turn the tables in an instant, seizing control without effort, but that was hardly a long-term solution. If only he could master illusion techniques. Not to mention killing someone with a single glare, but even just being able to create an opening with Jinjutsu in a head-on fight would be wonderful, just like that time with Yagura. Though it was a physical illusion, the outcome was still pretty good. That was exactly the effect Aisha wanted. It's a pity Kurenai Yuhi hasn't graduated yet. Otherwise, I could have tried to take a shortcut. Aishu muttered under his breath, then brought his hands together to form seals, 8 hand signs, a basic Surin Jinjutsu. The Mind Fox technique, it could make someone unknowingly wander in circles on the spot. And then, well, that was it. It was a rather useless jutsu. Too weak for the strong, too hard for the weak to learn. Its only redeeming quality was that it could affect multiple people at once. Good for bullying civilians, but up against any ninja with a bit of knowledge about breaking illusions, it would be shattered in seconds. He exhaled softly. The sequence of seals and activation ended quickly. Without anything to test it on, he didn't know if it worked, but Aishu felt rather pleased with himself. Yet before he could bask in his own satisfaction, wham! A fist the size of a sandbag crashed straight onto his forehead. Aishu's eyes watered from the pain, but his body moved on instinct. Don't get the wrong idea. It wasn't some expert taijutsu counterattack. Instead, poof! A classic smoke bomb, followed by substitution technique. When Aishu reappeared, he was already 8 meters away. His hands flew through another set of seals. He was ready to fight back with his best ninjutsu, water style. Hard vortex water blade. A spear-shaped stream of water formed instantly, but at that moment, Aishu finally saw the attacker's face clearly. Disheveled, unkempt, head thrown back as he sipped from a flask. Who else could it be but the scruffy old man? Relief washed over Aishu. That was close. If it had been Kushina, he'd have been in for a beating, but since it was just the old man, there was nothing to worry about. Aishu didn't even bother stopping the flow of chakra. He just waited to see the old man show off his earth style, but the old man's reaction was half a beat slow. The sight of Aishu weaving seals and unleashing ninjutsu seemed to stir some long-buried memories. Second brother, earth-style, 1,000-hand strength, the old man stomped a foot on the ground, and a surge of powerful chakra erupted. Aishu had no idea what the principle was. Was he sealing with his foot, or was this something like Tobarama's instant kill technique? The next moment, the earth trembled, and a peculiar structure shot up from the ground. A single upright finger, as if making a rude gesture. Aishu's hard vortex water blade struck it, but couldn't pierce it in the slightest. It was like a child peeing on. Aishu's expression darkened. He had to learn this move. What are you doing? The old man hadn't quite recovered his composure, but his mouth was already running. And it was the same familiar tone as ever. You think you're all that now, that you've reached the ceiling in every other area, so you've started dabbling in jinjutsu? What's the use of that thing, huh? Tell me. Go on, give it your best shot. Try your illusions on me. Put me to sleep. Come on. Useless until you... The old man's tirade suddenly halted, his gaze turning colder. Until you've mastered what you're supposed to, don't even think about touching those. Tricks fit only for weaklings. If I catch you at it again, I'll turn you into a tree in an instant. The last time the old man lost his temper like this. Well, it was the last time. Shu didn't have much to say in response. Jinjutsu. It was a mysterious thing. At the very top, you had sure sway. Uchiha, with his Kodoame Tsukumi, still dormant. As for himself, with no Sharingan, and not belonging to a clan like the Kurama with their Jinjutsu bloodline, his limits were probably about as far as Kurenai Yuhi. Honestly, there was no point in pouring blood, sweat, and tears into something like that. At this, the old man seemed to have cooled down a bit. So have you mastered chakra nature transformation yet? Yeah, Shu replied with a grunt. How many have you got down? Let me tell you, if you want to learn my earth release techniques, it's not so earth style. Yomi Numa. Shu was ready. He pressed both hands to the ground, and instantly the earth beneath the old man turned to a muddy quagmire. Oh, the old man raised an eyebrow, unconcerned as the mud stained his feet, a glimmer of interest in his eyes. So you really did learn it? But at this level? He let out a strange laugh and stamped his foot again. In the next moment, the ground beneath him seemed to come alive, rolling and surging toward Shu. What the? Shu's eyes went wide. Only one thought flashed through his mind. Earth-style grand flood, the way the ground moved. The old man was wielding earth release techniques as if they were water release, but it only lasted a moment. Everything snapped back to normal. The old man was still himself, and the ground was just ground again, so normal that Shu wondered if he'd fallen into a jinjutsu. Jinjutsu is all smoke and mirrors, but my earth release is the real deal. Well, won't learn it. If you do, then call me. I want to... By the time Shu finished his training and headed home, night had already fallen. His stomach growled loudly with hunger. But what he'd gained today was truly worthwhile. The old man hadn't taught him any earth release ninjutsu. According to him, anyone with a scroll, heck, even a dog, could learn ninjutsu. What Shu needed to learn was how to be a proper senju. What the old man taught him was said to be the foundation of the senju clan's strength, the starting point for all their taijutsu, and an advanced form of chakra refinement. Its formal name. Senju-style chakra manipulation technique, also known as the power of 1,000 hands. But Shu preferred another name. He knew it by monstrous strength. The Senju clan's extraordinarily long chakra reserves come from their formidable physical constitution. After all, chakra is an energy produced by cells similar to, but distinct from, the energy generated by mitochondria. But with such vast stores of chakra, the question becomes, how does one wield it, and how can it be harnessed to its fullest potential? The glory days of the forest Senju may be long past, but the clan has preserved a complete and sophisticated system to this day. For example, there's the Senju-style chakra refinement technique, or, as Aishu is currently learning, the Senju-style chakra control art, known as the power of 1,000 hands. At this moment, Aishu's body is exhausted, yet his eyes shine with excitement. He thinks to himself, so this is what it feels like to grow stronger. According to the old man, the greater one's talent, the more powerful the manifestation of the power of 1,000 hands will be, and Aishu knows full well, his talent is extraordinary. It won't be long. At the very least, that vixen Kumi. Haha. Aishu's heart races with anticipation. The day he can finally take charge is drawing near. Just as he arrives at the front gate, Aishu spots the two girls sparring in the courtyard. Mei Terumi is panting for breath, while Kumi's hair is plastered to her forehead with sweat. Such a scene is rare. Aishu quietly laments not having come home sooner, but he still greets them politely. Good evening. Is there any dinner left? We saved some for you. Just heat it up yourself, Kumi replies unusually in a normal tone. Aishu raises an eyebrow and dashes inside. He's truly starving. No sooner does he step through the door than he hears the girls' voices behind him. You holding up, Mei? I'm fine, Kumine. Let's keep going. All right, Aishu is a little curious, but he doesn't dwell on it. He warms up his food and devours it, then heads upstairs for a hot shower before returning to his room to continue his training. According to the old man, he wouldn't truly be qualified to learn the Great Earth Art until his power of 1,000 hands reaches the required level. Great Earth Art. That's quite a name. Aisha mutters to himself. Still, he understands. The old man might be exaggerating, but he's certainly not just boasting. When it comes to the strongest water release users, the first person Aisha thinks of isn't any of the Mizukage from the Hidden Mist, but rather Tobirama Senju, the sea-conquering ninja. And when he thinks of Tobirama, it's not the flying thunder god technique that comes to mind first, but his elder brother Hashirama, and that colossal 998-armed Buddha. To put it plainly, the Senju clan's Kekkei Jinkai, their fundamentally enhanced physical might destined them to stand above the rest. Even in the days when Madara and Hashirama, two reincarnations of the Sage's sons, canceled each other out, Tobirama was still able to defeat Izuna. For the old man, a survivor from that era, to call his Earth release the Great Earth Art seems perfectly reasonable, but that wasn't what truly excited Aishu. Thousand Hands chakra manipulation. Honestly, it feels just as good as the chakra control boost from a Sharingan, doesn't it? Aishu finally voiced what was in his heart, water style, earth style. Their names certainly sounded tempting, yet Aishu had no illusions of combining the two to create wood style and bring peace to the world. That was a dangerous fantasy, and his cheat wasn't at the level of Sage of Six Paths divine intervention. Having inherited the bloodline of the Senju clan was already more than enough for him. What Aishu truly wanted was his own invention, a fusion ninjutsu, ninja art, hydrogen release, mixing hydrogen and oxygen with the power of electrical currents from water, and then using it to bring about a new kind of balance to the shinobi world. This was his real goal. His cheat wasn't some mystical power, but the hard-won knowledge. From 9 years of compulsory education and the receding hairline of his 9th-grade chemistry teacher, Aisha had a feeling, once he mastered the secrets of superhuman strength, he'd reached the second phase of hydrogen release. Ignition at will and rapid reaction. At that point, there wouldn't be any technical barriers left in his way. Was this really just a genin exam candidate? 3 days later, at 6:30 in the morning, Aishu slipped on his shoes as Kumi handed him his lunchbox. Do your best, future Chunin, Aishu. Thank you, Kumine. Aisha glanced at the oversized lunchbox, feeling he probably wouldn't need it. The Chunin exams, weren't they just a formality? The written test should only take an hour. A quick stroll through the forest of death that same morning, snatch a scroll, and clear the round. Then the game's over. After that, it would be a month until the one-on-one, and so on. Battles. It wasn't that Aishu was arrogant or overconfident, but he felt the 7th squad's Chunin slot was already as good as his. After all, if he failed, Kushina would lose a lot of face. I'm off, Aishu said, bidding farewell as he set out. After he left, Mei Terumi, who had been pretending not to care, hurried upstairs, changed quickly, and came down. She wore a white cropped jacket, matching shorts like Kumi's, and a summer mesh top also like Kumi's. Her thigh, for the first time in a while, was strapped with a ninja tool pouch. This is for you, Mei-chan. Kumi handed her a pink lunchbox, not much smaller than Aishu's. I'm off then, sis. Mei flashed a heart sign with her fingers, beaming as she bent to put on her shoes. But suddenly, Kumi's voice turned wistful. Honestly, I really hate to see you go, Mei-chan. Mei hesitated for a moment, then said, I'm heading out, Kumine. She picked up her lunch, turned back with a bright smile, and at last the two sisters said their goodbyes. But the moment Mei turned away, Kumi's face and gaze turned cold. Inform Lord Danzo. The targets have departed. Kiri seems to have prepared their reception. Whoosh! A figure appeared, wearing a hound mask adorned with blue-green patterns, and knelt on one knee at the door. Is there a marker? Here, Kumi tossed over a small vial, inside of which was an unknown powdery substance. Track the scent, but don't alert the target, Kumi instructed. Understood. At 7:20, Team 7 had fully assembled in the first Chunin exam hall. Minato handed out the application forms to the three of them. It was worth noting that the signature section bore the Hokage's official seal in the name of the Hokage. They were about to step into the Chunin exam hall. All the paperwork is ready. Go on, and kids, good luck. Minato gave them a thumbs up, his warm smile as bright and gentle as the first ray of morning sunlight. Don't worry, sensei, Aishu replied, brimming with confidence. Beside him, Obito was practically overflowing with bravado. Sensei, don't go too far. We'll be back before you know it. Typical Obito, always showing off. Minato only smiled and waved them off. Then I'll be waiting for good news. And so, Team 7 entered the examination hall. No sooner had they stepped inside than they felt several unfriendly gazes fixed on them from afar, eyes looking down on them from above. These were Cloud Village shinobi, all wearing the same headbands, matching vests and long pants, each carrying a long sword. Their physiques were solid and muscular, with an average height of about 173 centimeters. What the heck? Are these actually genin exam candidates? Obito grumbled, clearly displeased. Kakashi shook his head and motioned to another side of the room. There's an even bigger one over there. Aishu and Obito looked over, only to see a man standing at 5.5 feet tall, about 183 centimeters, dressed conservatively with a simple, honest face. He was a Stone Village shinobi. Geez. Don't they have any shame? Aisha commented dryly. He rarely left Konoha, dedicating himself solely to training. He had no idea how the great ninja war was progressing, but he understood the underlying purpose of these joint Chunin exams all too well. Each village flaunting their muscle, showcasing their young talents, trying to intimidate the others. No wonder their own qualification for the Chunin exam required them to last 10 minutes under the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Aisha swept his gaze over the other Konoha candidates in the room. Most of them were no longer young. In fact, they were all clearly older than the three of them. Aisha noted that the majority seemed to be at least 15 years old. In the original timeline of Bido's Chunin exam had been fairly standard, but back then Bido was just 12, as were most of the other candidates. It's really competitive this year, Aisha thought to himself. Luckily, he hadn't tried to show off in front of Kumi before leaving, and he was also grateful Kumi had packed enough food. These past few days he'd been shuttling between home and the training grounds, out early and back late, and hadn't even noticed so many candidates from other villages had arrived in Konoha. But that's not so bad, he mused. By chance he'd learned monster strength from the old man, and was seeing remarkable results. Now was the perfect time to put those skills to the test. When it comes to the art of scheming, no one can hold a candle to me, with my 1,000 hands and boundless cunning. Hey, you kids from the Leaf Village, what are you staring at? Just as Aisha was basking in his own pride, a rough, gruff voice rang out. The tone was unfriendly. If you ignored the words, you'd almost think it was some brawny grown man picking a fight. But when Team 7 turned toward the source, wasn't it the same 3 Cloud Ninja candidates they'd spotted earlier? Why would the Leaf send a bunch of pipsqueaks like you two? The Chunin exams? Run out of real ninja? Get over here. Let me see if you've even grown all your hair yet. One of the Cloud Ninja curled his finger, beckoning them over, then pointed at the ground. His eyes glinted with disdain, his gesture openly provocative. He was every bit as arrogant as his voice. His shout was so loud, almost every candidate nearby turned to watch. Curiously, not a single Leaf Village examiner was anywhere to be seen. Aisha noticed that there had been a Leaf ninja in a green vest not far off at their 3 o'clock. But the moment the commotion started, that ninja vanished. Who knew if he'd gone to get help? Or just slipped away on purpose? Damn it. Abito was already rolling up his sleeves. As the soul of Team 7-inch, how could he possibly swallow this insult? Go on, bark at me one more time, and see what happens. Abito strode right toward the 3 Cloud Ninja, drawing the attention of every candidate in the area. Kakashi and Aishu exchanged a glance. Aisha shrugged. No big deal. Oh, got a little body but a big attitude. Looks like someone needs to be taught a lesson. The Cloud Ninja swaggered forward to meet Abito. But just as they closed to within a meter, Abito struck first. A flash of crimson flickered through his eyes, and the Cloud Ninja instantly jolted, clearly caught in a Jinjutsu. Aishu's eyebrows shot up. So he wasn't the only one who'd been sharpening his skills these past 3 days. The next moment, smack, Abito leapt up and landed a resounding slap on the Cloud Ninja's face, the crisp sound echoing through the silent crowd. You! The Cloud Ninja, snapped out of the Jinjutsu by the sting of that slap, felt his face burning with rage, but before the frenzy could ignite in his eyes, Abito hit him with another Sharingan Jinjutsu. Smack, another leaping blow. Abito's palm delivered a swift 2-hit combo. The Cloud Ninja's 2 companions finally realized something was wrong. Without a word, they drew their long swords. You little brat, you don't move. Go on, try moving and see what happens. The first warning came from Kakashi, who had already pressed his imitation white fan blade to one Cloud Ninja's throat. He was a bit short, but the short sword made up for it. Just the right height. The second threat came from Aishu. He was tall enough, though he held no blade, yet the Cloud Ninja before him looked even more terrified. The hand that tried to draw his sword was pinned down by Aishu's iron grip. A surge of brute strength, as if his wrist might be shattered at any moment. A different Chunin written exam. Smack, smack, smack. For once Abito was basking in glory. But leaping up to hit someone was never a good look, so he wrapped it up with a few quick slaps, then finished with a leap and a double kick, sending the Cloud Ninja flying far into the distance. Only then did Kakashi and Aishu pull back, flanking Abito on either side like 2 guardian deities. This time, Abito truly stole the spotlight. But then again, that's the age-old tradition of Team 7. When it's time to take a beating, Abito's the first to step up. When it's time to show off, Abito's also at the front of the line, taking the hardest hits and putting on the grandest act. That's Abito's way of the ninja. How was that? Did it feel good? Aisha whispered quietly. Not bad, Abito replied with a calm face. If they're all at this level, I don't see much of a problem. Now, I bet they all think I'm some kind of Jinjutsu specialist. Kakashi spoke up at just the right moment. Still, we shouldn't let our guard down. I have a feeling that big guy from Awadikir over there is going to be the real problem. Anyone who thought Obito was just a show-off would be sorely mistaken. Showmanship is an art in itself. If you can pull it off well enough to gauge the enemy's strength and even throw them off the scent, that takes real skill, you little brat. The Cloud Ninja, who just received a flurry of Obito's slaps, finally came to his senses, his temper now fully loaded and ready to explode. Yet when Obito's eyes flashed crimson again, the Cloud Ninja instinctively took a step back, clearly wary. A ripple of mocking laughter spread through the crowd. Even such a small gesture could leave a stinging mark. Just then the Konoha exam proctors, who had been conspicuously absent until now, finally arrived. What's going on here? Are you here to take the exam or to cause trouble? Get inside now. If you're late, your qualification will be revoked on the spot. A few green-vested proctors appeared, and by pure coincidence, they stepped right between Team 7 and the Cloud team, separating them. Aisha raised an eyebrow, and Team 7 strode into the exam hall with the air of victors. As they passed the trio of Cloud Ninja, they all raised their middle fingers in perfect unison. Better hope we don't run into you in next round, or we'll turn you into trees in no time. Obito threatened, his words dripping with a villain's flair. The phrase sounded strangely familiar to Aishu, while Kakashi was left a bit confused. Trees. What trees? Aishu. The faces of the Cloud Ninja turned ashen, but the Konoha exam proctors pretended not to notice. After all, these were their own people. 9:30 a.m., the examinees took their seats one after another as the test was about to begin. By a twist of fate, Team 7 and the 3 Cloud Ninja ended up in the same exam room, and fate had one more surprise in store. The proctor in charge was an old acquaintance of Aishu's. It was that same burly, bald man who loved ramen, though no one knew exactly what his relationship was with their classmate, Marino Abiki. The assessment will last 1 hour. The burly, bald man grinned, bearing a row of teeth in a so-called friendly smile that could easily make a child cry. During the assessment, you are not allowed to leave your seat. Not even if an explosive tag goes off right in front of you. If you so much as move your butt, you'll be considered to have failed the test. Each person only has one chance to turn in their paper. Anyone caught cheating will be immediately disqualified from the assessment. As soon as the bald man finished making the announcement, test papers were distributed one by one to all the examinees. The rules of the assessment weren't much different from what Aisha remembered about the Chunin exams Naruto once went through, though these seemed even more hardcore, but the content of the test was another matter. There were no so-called impossible questions, only basic theoretical knowledge. Could it be that the real focus of the assessment lies elsewhere? Aisha wondered too, himself, but he didn't dwell on it. He picked up his pen and dove into the questions, although he'd only attended half a semester's worth of classes. His reputation as a top student was no joke. Not to brag, but even the star pupil Kakashi couldn't match his solid grasp of theory. With these questions, passing was a sure thing. As agreed, Aisha didn't write his name on the test paper. He wrote quickly and confidently. He needed to hand this paper to Obito and then write another one for himself. After all, everyone had a duty to look after children with special needs. Barely 10 minutes had passed since the assessment began when Aisha figured out what this test was really about. Watch out! The bald man suddenly shouted. With a sharp sound, a kunai with an explosive tag attached landed squarely on a Konoha examinee's desk. The tag sizzled ominously, burning closer and closer to detonation. The Konoha candidate panicked, but thankfully the fuse hadn't reached the explosion point yet. He quickly got hold of himself, snatched up the kunai, and prepared to throw it away. At that moment, the bald man had already swung the door open for him, gesturing outside with a sweeping arm, as if saying, "Please go ahead." The examinee didn't hesitate for a second. Without a word, he hurled the kunai out the door. A swift, seamless motion, all done in less than 2 seconds. No wonder he was considered Konoha elite. The very next instant, boom! The explosion echoed, not deafening but loud enough to set everyone's hearts racing. A Sunagakure candidate sitting next to the Konoha examinee was immediately displeased. He'd come all this way just to take a test and nearly got caught in an explosion. You people are just... Who said you could talk? Before he could finish, the bald man shot him a glare fierce enough to freeze the air. In that moment, the infamous interrogation room ramen butcher had arrived, and his presence was simply overwhelming for the young candidate. I suspect you're trying to signal your teammates with secret codes. Now, your whole squad is disqualified. Get out of my sight, right now, immediately. The moment the words were spoken, a few Konoha ninja in green vests appeared. Their faces were expressionless, and they escorted the 3 people away without a word. This scene left all the candidates in the exam hall utterly stunned. But it wasn't over yet. The burly, bald examiner pointed to the Konoha ninja from earlier. "You've passed You may turn in your exam early and leave. The Konoha candidate was still confused. But what about my exam paper? Burn it, eat it, do whatever you like. Just report to the next exam room. The burly man's reply came with a friendly smile, softening even the scar on his face. Ingshu suddenly understood. So this was the real test all along. So what was the true purpose? Was it about reaction speed? Or simply about scaring the candidates? Silently, Ingshu pushed aside the swapped exam paper he had already finished, moving it out of sight. Then he looked at the burly examiner with eager anticipation, as if his expression was saying, "Come on, pick me. I'm ready to be blown up." In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Tsurutobi watched the crystal ball's image of Team 7's three little ones, a satisfied puff of smoke escaping his lips. See, Danzo, even without joining your route, they can become fine shinobi, can't they? Standing in front of the Hokage's desk was none other than Danzo Shimura, half mummified as usual. Compared to Hiruzen, Danzo appeared much more serious, his expression stern and his eyes sharp. "I'm keeping a close watch on all the visitors from Kirigakure," Danzo said. "If the Byakugan shows any signs of activity, I'll know immediately. So, when you plan to send White Fang to the front lines?" Hiruzen froze, caught off guard. What's the connection between those two things? "For my route, it matters," Danzo replied coldly. When the sixth returned to his rightful place. "This past year, White Fang has stopped recruiting people from Root. On top of that, he's found all sorts of reasons to take over more than 80% of Root's missions. If you keep indulging him like this, Hiruzen, there'll be no reason for Root to exist. I'm ready to take Root to the front lines myself, to make our final contribution to Konoha." Danzo spoke slowly, the scene reminiscent of the Team 7 three-man tug-of-war from a year earlier. No, this time it was even grimmer. Back then, it was just complaining about a shortage of people. Now he was talking about outright disbandment, about burning up their last bit of usefulness. Hiruzen's expression turned strange. "What? Are you scheming now, Danzo?" Hiruzen's gaze grew suspicious. "What are you really after?" "The situation with Root, if no one else understood it." Hiruzen certainly did. Just as Danzo knew the ins and outs of the Umbu, Hiruzen was just as clear about Root's affairs. "Are your missions really being stolen? You've dumped all the tasks on the ANBU. It's true that the ANBU haven't had any new recruits from the Foundation this past year, but that's only because you stopped sending people over, and you've secretly recruited quite a few on your own. White Fang has indeed cut off most contact with the Foundation, but the ANBU's casualty rate has gone up a lot, while the Foundation hasn't lost many members. In fact, your numbers are growing, and yet you're still trying to play the victim. I'm not half as well off as you. If you transfer White Fang away, or let me go to the front lines, that's all I ask." Danzo spoke coolly, making it clear he wasn't offering any room for negotiation. Hiruzen Tsurutobi pondered for a moment. He wanted to say things are tricky with the Wagakure and Kimogakure. How about you go take a look? But after all these years, they were old comrades, and both had grown older. Danzo was no longer the brash young man who'd once boasted he could pee 3 feet into the wind. "White Fang can't leave for now. I just put him in charge of the entire Chunin exam process," Hiruzen said earnestly. "I can wait a few more days," Shimura, Danzo replied, not budging an inch. "After the Chunin exams, I'll even personally see him off." Hiruzen was left speechless. Danzo was being stubborn to the core today, completely unyielding. But with the conversation at this point, if he backed down now, Danzo would probably turn hostile on the spot. Hiruzen rubbed his brow and let out a frustrated puff of smoke before finally waving his hand. "We'll talk about it after the Chunin exams are over." All he could do now was stall for time. 11:25 a.m. The candidates who passed the first exam gathered in an open area at the edge of forest. Under the blazing sun, all the shady spots had been claimed by the exam proctors. Meanwhile, the candidates were required to finish every last bit of their bento lunches. Aishu dug into the enormous bento Kumi had given him, even though the box looked bigger than his own head. The Senju clan's digestion was legendary. Aishu devoured it with gusto, wolfing down mouthful after mouthful, proof that a hearty appetite can be a blessing. 11:35 a.m. The candidates were given only 10 minutes to eat before the second exam was announced. No one explained the rules. Each team received a single scroll, which contained the instructions inside. It was more or less as Aishu remembered. Collect the Heaven, Earth, and Man scrolls, then reach the tower to pass. The number of scrolls matched the number of teams, so it was up to the candidates to figure out the odds themselves. The moment they stepped into the forest, Aishu glanced at the distant tower, the goal for those who gathered all the scrolls, then at the dense woods surrounding them. He felt as if he'd returned to a place that truly belonged to him. "Hey guys, did everyone bring enough supplies?" Aisha whispered. "Following your advice, I brought 10 smoke bombs and 50 explosive tags, though they're all the cheap kind. My dad wouldn't let me take the expensive ones, Kakashi said, pulling out equipment from various spots on his body. He didn't have many kunai or shuriken, but he had plenty of sneaky tools. Don't ask how Kakashi managed to sneak in so much gear under the examiner's noses. Just chalk it up to my dad is white fan. Just kidding. Actually, Kakashi simply brought as much as he could, and for this exam, no one really cared what you carried in. So long as he didn't bring forbidden jutsu scrolls. Obito also produced his stash, 15 smoke bombs and a handful of kunai and shuriken. That should be plenty. Aisha took out his own 5 smoke bombs, 5 explosive tags, and a single kunai. Leftovers from his last visit to Kakashi's house, where he'd mooched some supplies. Well, what do you know? They now had a total of 30 smoke bombs and a whopping 56 explosive tags among them. Aishu had never fought such a well-supplied battle before. He even thought that at this rate, even Kushina. No, better not get carried away. Confidence is good, but wishful thinking is dangerous. So what's the plan? After they finished distributing gear, Kakashi asked, I think we can afford to take some risks, Aishu suggested. The essence of this exam is still about snatching scrolls. There are probably a lot of teams like us. It's too early to go ambush at the finish line, but we could definitely try to lure out our opponents. You mean, set out some bait and let others fight over it? Kakashi, worthy of being White Fang's son, understood at once. Obito, on the other hand, didn't get it right away. He was mostly confused why whenever someone mentioned bait did these two immediately turn to look at him. 10 minutes later, on a narrow, winding path leading to the central tower, a spiky-haired boy crept forward, glancing over his shoulder. Every few steps, looking suspicious and highly alert. Every now and then he'd dive into the bushes or suddenly shout, come out. I see you, but his route was odd. Once he got a certain distance from the central tower, he'd stop, double back, circle to another good spot, and start again. He repeated this over and over, looping back and forth. It didn't take long before he was noticed. There's a lone Konoha ninja, judging by the outfit. He's an Uchiha. Captain, should we? Asked a young, slightly excited Sand Shinobi, maybe 10 years old. Their captain was a girl of about the same age with dark green hair and striking orange locks framing her face. A bit unconventional with a cool dominant air. She was none other than Yi Tsong, the bloodline ninja of the sand. The trap's too obvious. Let's wait and watch, Yi Tsong replied, displaying a level of observation and decision-making rare for someone her age. Let's see which clueless fools will take the bait. Oh, here they come. A spark of excitement lit up Yi Tsong's striking eyes, making her look wild and untamed. The two lackeys beside her nodded repeatedly, clearly caught up in her anticipation. Sure enough, on the far side of the spiky-haired boy's path, a group of disgruntled ninja poked their heads out. Maybe they'd seen through his clumsy act, or maybe for reasons unknown, they simply chose to ignore it. Either way, the moment they spotted him, one member of the squad leapt out. A disgrace from a year ago. Let's settle it today. Uchiha Bito. Such a despicable water style. Uchiha Ho could never forget that day. That loser, that stain on the family name. The one who sullied Uchiha honor by siding with commoners in battle one-on-one. He had used Rohou's own specialty, fire style, and defeated him. That humiliation. Worse yet, the disgrace had awakened the Sharingan in the process. That lowly outcast, the shame of the Uchihas, had awakened the Sharingan before he did. It was something Roho simply could not accept. He had spent the last year in relentless training, rarely leaving the house, sweating and suffering, his wounds waking him night after night. All of it just for this day. Now staring at the spiky-haired boy before him, Rohuo felt as if a volcano was about to erupt in his chest. He couldn't let it go. He couldn't swallow his rage. All he wanted was to pin Obito to the ground and make him pay. Didn't expect to see you here. Perfect. Today we'll finally settle who's stronger and who survives. Roho's eyes blazed crimson as he gripped his kunai and shot forward like the wind. He didn't wait for Obito's reply, nor did he care about his teammates behind him. He charged straight at Obito. Yes, ever since that fight, ever since the second time he'd woken up in a hospital because of Obito, Uchiha Ohuo had finally awakened his bloodline. The single Tomo in his Sharingan was both his hatred and his shame. Now it was also his weapon for revenge. W8. Roho, can we talk this out? Don't come any closer. Obito's first instinct upon seeing Roho was to stumble back a step, panic written all over his face, as if he'd just been caught doing something terrible. Too late for fear now. Roho was in no mood to show mercy. Everything, every bit of humiliation. You'll pay it all back today. Roho pressed in closer, his expression growing more twisted by the second. Tremble in fear, drown in regret. I won't give you any chance. Today you die. There was no denying it. Roho had made real progress over the past year, just from the speed of his charge. He was nearly catching up to Kakashi. Of course, Kakashi would never be foolish enough to rush in so blindly. The kunai was now just a finger's width from Obito. Rohuo could already picture Obito's blood spraying through the air, but just at that moment Obito suddenly stumbled as if he had tripped narrowly, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. At the same time, hidden in the grass, an ever-scheming figure had already finished weaving his hand seals. Ingshu narrowed one. I shaped his hand like a pistol, and a sphere of water gathered at his fingertip. With a sharp crack, a water-release, armor-piercing round shot out, hitting Uchiha squarely in the thigh. Ugh. Uchiha lost his balance and crashed to the ground. Awaiting him was Obito, already bent low, hands ready with his own seals. A year ago, Ingshu told me, when dealing with someone like you can't hold back. As Uchiha Rohuo fell, his eyes slowly filled with fear. So, fire release. Great fireball. A searing wave of flame engulfed Rohuo in an instant. In a ninja battle, victory and defeat are decided in the blink of an eye. How brutal. They're this ruthless. Even to their own comrades. Not far off, hidden in the shadows, a young ninja from the sand-hidden squad gasped at the scene. I've long heard of the Uchiha clan's reputation, but seeing it today, their strength truly has a reason. Yi Tsung murmured in awe, yet in the very next second her expression shifted. With a shove and a kick, she sent her two subordinates fleeing, then spun around, kunai drawn. Clang. A kunai collided with a cheap knockoff short sword. The metallic ring echoing out. Yi Tsung faced a pair of emotionless fish-like eyes set in a shock of white hair. This white-haired kid looked to be about the same age as the spiky-haired one. Far too young. And both wore Konoha headbands, so they found us after all. Looks like we really were the bait. Yi Tsung gauged her opponent's strength. Definitely just a kid, fast, stealthy, but nowhere near her equal in power. She pressed her attack and sent the white-haired brat tumbling back. The kid, however, didn't linger. Using the momentum, he withdrew swiftly and cleanly, not wasting a single motion. Yi Tsung sneered. Came all this way, and now wants a run? She began weaving hand seals. Her ninjutsu would catch up to him long before he could escape. But at that very moment, again, with a sharp crack, another water-release, armor-piercing round shot toward her. Yi Tsung's expression shifted as she spun, barely managing to deflect it with her kunai, but the force behind the attack was astonishing. That was water release. The shock reverberated through Yi Tsung's hand. What a devious jutsu! Looking into the distance, she saw a figure emerging from the grass, long straight black hair, taller than the two boys from before, with a striking serious face. Handsome. Even there was nothing about him that matched the underhanded jutsu, just performed. A water release user. Probably the leader of this brat squad. Can't underestimate him. Yi Tsung reminded herself to stay at least basically alert. Just the basics for now. Her inherited bloodline ability had always made her look down on water-style ninjas, especially those from the hidden mist. This side's yours, Obito. I'll go deal with the big fish over there. Aisha shot a glance at Obito. Then at the unconscious Uchiha Wakabi lying on the ground, he decided to let Obito choose how to handle things himself. If Obito could take that step on his own, certain reclusive elders might be so furious they'd end up smashing their teacups. All right, I got it, Obito replied with a wave of his hand. He gave Uchiha Wakabi a nudge with his foot, his eyes gleaming blood red, then turned his gaze on Wakabi's two companions. Hand over the scrolls. We're from the same village. I'd rather not go overboard. Aisha thought to himself, sorry to interrupt. Better check out that big fish instead. Oh, she looks a bit unconventional. Interesting. Interesting. With a few body flicker steps, Aishu appeared before the sand-hidden squad. Sizing up a girl about his own height, he raised an eyebrow. Her distinctive hair color immediately reminded him of that tragic hero from the sand. Yi Tsung, the woman whose corpse was worth dozens of kunai. What stuck with Aishu, though, wasn't Yi Tsung's fate, but her Kekiai Genkai. Scorch release, a bloodline of searing heat, akin to his own hydrogen style, but hers was a true Kekiai Genkai, while his current hydrogen style was really more of a ninjutsu technique. A proper name would be hydrogen style technique, or more formally, ninjutsu. Yang water alternating current hydrogen-oxygen combustion technique. The hydrogen-oxygen mix generated by this technique was similar in nature to the altered chakra product of fire style. Ash pile burning. At present, his hydrogen style had reached the end of its second stage. He'd achieved both free ignition and rapid reaction. It was just a matter of practice now. Strictly speaking, though, it wasn't a bloodline limit, and the hydrogen-oxygen mix was merely a byproduct of altered chakra, not hydrogen-style chakra. Aishu had never intended to push it toward Kekiai Genkai territory anyway. His next step was to blend wind style into the hydrogen style, broadening its range and destructive power. After all, what use was an explosion with a 10-kilometer blast radius if the effective attack range was only 50 meters? He wasn't about to invent a hydrogen bomb. He was a humanities major, after all, but achieving mutually assured destruction, that he could give a try. As for the difference between the thermonuclear reaction from nuclear fusion and the heat released by a hydrogen-oxygen explosion, well, if he didn't say anything, who would know the difference? Yitsong turned in place, her team on high alert. Hello, Aishu greeted her politely, activating his passive skill. Minato's gentle smile. Yitsong's brows arched slightly. Handsome. Wait, what am I thinking? He's the enemy. She quickly raised her arm, kunai, at the ready. Her two teammates rushed her back, facing away from her to keep an eye on Kakashi in the other direction, alert and prepared. What do you want? Yitsong demanded in a low, serious voice. Ingshu cast a glance at Obito. Not far away. Everything had been arranged. Obito had settled matters. Though, in the end, he hadn't taken that final step. Still, it hadn't been fruitless. Obito pointed to the ground, signaling that he'd secured the Earth Scroll. With the human scroll the Seventh Squad had brought along, all that was left, perhaps, was Yitsong herself to clear the trial. Ingshu decided there was no need to pretend anymore. Meeting his fate, so hand it over, be proactive. I'm not a fan of too much foreplay. A man should always be ready to act, spear in hand. You two are overestimating yourselves. Yitsong was never known for her good temper. She might show a gentler side to her own people, but she dealt with enemies with nothing but force. You two, take down that white-haired one in the back. Quickly. Yitsong barked out the order, her figure already darting toward Ingshu. Her kunai aimed straight at his upper body. Ingshu calmly formed a Rasengan in his hand, switching his passive skill at the same time. Kushina's smile effect, ready to smash you into the ground at a moment's notice. His taijutsu was average, at least compared to his other talents, but he was, after all, someone who could go toe-to-toe with Jumi for 300 rounds, taking down Yitsong. Child's play. The Rasengan met the kunai with pinpoint precision. The surge of chakra was so immense, it almost shattered the blade. Yitsong felt a tremendous force crash into her, her pupils contracting, her face tensing with strain. She quickly adjusted her posture, spinning into a sweeping airborne kick aimed at Ingshu's face. This kick was a masterstroke, using the momentum of her spin to add extra torque if it landed. I admire your courage, Miss Sand Shinobi, Ingshu said, catching her ankle with one hand. The sheer force brought back memories of the day Kushina had gripped his shoulder. So this is what overwhelming strength feels like. So this is what it's like to trample the weak. What a rush. But don't forget, this is Konoha, Ingshu declared, putting on a show of bravado. Behind him, Obito gave a big thumbs up, shouting his approval. But Yitsong wasn't done yet. One foot was caught, but she still had her other leg, and both hands free for hand seals. You're too cocky. She snapped, her body twisting 90 degrees, seemingly winding up for a mighty axe kick. But in truth, her hands had already finished the seals, wind style. Wind blade. With a shout, she spat several blades of wind from her mouth. Combined with the reach of her legs, the attack reminded Ingshu of a certain man who once used his crotch to withstand Saitama's punch. The move was unexpected, and at such close range, almost impossible to dodge. Victory seemed within Yitsong's grasp, but who was? Ingshu, he was in a league of his own. She was still too green. Chakra surged madly in his arm, strength seemingly endless, gripping Yitsong's ankle. He spun her around on the spot like a human pinwheel. Yitsong's wind blades lost their accuracy in an instant. Caught firmly by Aishu just like a tiny boat tossed about on the sea. Utterly powerless to resist. Captain, big sister Yitsong, the two young ninja from the Sand Village, finally noticed what was happening on this side. They tried to rush to her aid, but then Kakashi's voice rang out. Are you sure you want to go over there? Kakashi, who had spent a year honing his sword skills, said calmly. Then, ping bang, two sharp sounds followed one after another, and the two sand ninja were taken down before they could even fight back. Meanwhile, Yitsong. Aishu spun around wildly, once then again and again in dizzying circles. Suddenly, he came to a halt. Before Yitsong could even react, he struck her with a perfectly placed chopping blow, guaranteed to knock anyone out. Yitsong was down for the count. In just the blink of an eye, Team 7 had defeated two entire teams, including Obito's opponents. The whole thing had taken less than 5 minutes from start to finish. Kakashi, well practiced, quickly searched the fallen sand ninja for equipment, while Aishu rummaged through Yitsong's belongings. Soon his expression turned rather peculiar. There weren't too many explosive tags, smoke bombs, or flash grenades. Just the usual amount one might expect. The real surprise was the mission scroll. On it, the character for heaven was boldly written. At this point, they had gathered all three scrolls, heaven, earth, and man. Luck was clearly on their side. This was the Chunin exam, always this easy. Obito frowned. Was it really over just like that? I have to agree, it does feel a bit too simple, Kakashi responded, nodding. It's like these guys are just fresh academy graduates. Aisha didn't reply. Instead, he glanced at Yitsong, who was still seeing stars. She had clearly underestimated her opponents. She hadn't even used her scorch release. Completely disoriented by all that spinning, she was out of the fight before she could react. It was a shame he hadn't gotten to see her renowned sound and technique in action before the battle ended. Truly awkward. HM, if you're not satisfied, we could always play a little longer. Aishu raised an eyebrow, shrugged, and said, the Sand Village is just weak. Maybe the other ninja villages will put up more of a fight. Let's go hide at the finish point, someone suggested. With a carefree attitude, Team 7 set off toward the central tower. First they'd faced Uchiha Wakabi. Then Yitsong's dizzying defeat. The battles ended so quickly, and their victories came so easily, it was hard for them to feel any real sense of danger. After all, their last opponent was that little Pepper herself. However, less than 20 minutes after Team 7 had left, the shadows of a three-man squad suddenly flickered into the clearing. All wore the forehead protectors of the hidden waterfall village. They looked about 9 years old, but their faces were as cold and expressionless as machines. If Aishu had still been here, perhaps he might have. Well, honestly, he probably wouldn't have recognized them. But he had seen them before just 1 year ago in that little grove at the scene of Root's second round of interviews. Yes, these youths were none other than members of the Root organization. Over the course of a year, while Aishu was growing, Root was constantly in action. All of these young men had already become full members and were now carrying out missions. One of them sniffed the air, then closed his eyes to savor the scent, finally turning to look in a particular direction. Throughout this process, his two teammates remained on high alert, motionless as statues. The scent is heading toward the center. The intel might be off, the youth said coldly, his voice devoid of emotion. As mechanical as a machine, pursue, another youth ordered succinctly, without a moment's hesitation. The other two complied. The trio blurred into motion, darting through the forest like fleeting shadows, and vanished swiftly from sight. From start to finish they never spared each other a glance, exchanged no unnecessary words, nor wasted a single second. Their professionalism was impeccable. If they were taken down, Team 7 would have new prey once again. Their target was a stocky, honest-looking man from a Wagakure, who was busy setting something up, but despite his burly, guileless appearance, his actions were anything but kind-hearted. A chain of explosive tag traps, a pendulum trap with a massive boulder ready to smash down. The man even used Earth-style to hollow out part of the mountainside. Any unlucky soul passing by would be crushed to pulp. This sight made Aishu glance at Obito. In the original timeline, Obito had supposedly been hit by something like this, which knocked some sense into him and set him on a path to spend 18 years as Madara's pawn. Yet at this moment, Obito looked utterly unimpressed. Is that it? He snorted. I can't imagine what kind of idiot would actually get killed by such a pathetic trap. Honestly, wait, Aishu, why are you looking at me? Obito's face brimmed with confidence. Do I look like someone who'd fall for that? Not at all. You're sharp as a whip. Exactly. Aishu, you're being very honest today. Team 7 remained perfectly still, continuing to observe the Wagakure group as they prepared to ambush anyone who approached with. Less than an hour before the assessment began, these Wagakure candidates had clearly planned in advance to set their ambush right at the finish line. Who will be the first poor soul to stumble into their trap? Aishu found himself both curious and excited. It was a feeling not unlike stumbling upon a camper in a battle royale game. Someone who'd been hiding all day, while you danced right over their head. And so the three of them danced like this for quite a while. About 10 minutes passed. Finally, the unlucky contestant appeared. Well. Aishu immediately recognized the newcomers, raising his eyebrows in interest. Now this is getting fun. Obito recognized them too, and shot Aishu a mischievous grin. Want to bet? I'll wager a bowl of supreme ramen that they'll definitely fall for the trap. Oh, please, you. Aishu started to retort, then paused. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, something suddenly clicked in his mind, and his eyebrows shot up. All right, I'll take that bet. Count me in two. Kakashi, standing nearby, was also intrigued. Wagakure and Kimogakure are sworn enemies. They just clashed not long ago. Sunagakure and Kirigakure might be eager to negotiate peace, but that's got nothing to do with us. I have a feeling there's no way this doesn't end in a fight. In Kakashi's view, this was a free bowl of ramen just waiting to be claimed. Everyone in the shinobi world knew that relations between IWA and Kyumo were terrible, especially during times of war. His father would sometimes fill him in on the situation at the front lines. To Kakashi, this was a sure bet. There was bound to be a fight, and an exciting one at that. It might not be worth much, but it sure was satisfying, and so the wager was set. Obito and Kakashi both bet on Kimogakure, certain that a Wagakure would end up tricking them before they even knew what hit them. But Aishu, he had a nagging feeling things wouldn't be quite so simple. Judging by their age, both villages had sent older candidates. Clearly, they'd come prepared, which meant they were here to stir up trouble. At its core, these Chunin exams were just a way for each village to show off its strength. As the host, Konoha had countless ways to flex. The examiners, the format, and so on. In Aishu's opinion, they wouldn't even need to try that hard. A simple evening stroll through Konoha's bustling streets would be more than enough. The prosperity of the village spoke for itself. No matter how much the other villages tried to show off, this was Konoha's turf. The moment the others stepped outside at night, they'd be exposed for what they really were, pretenders in the spotlight. The leaders of the other villages surely understood this too, otherwise there wouldn't be this unofficial alliance of 4 villages ganging up against one. Besides, at worst, it was just 2 bowls of ramen. He hadn't even said when he'd pay up. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of the 3 friends, the group from Kumogakure finally walked into the trap set by Wagakure. All 3 of them sharpened their focus, anticipation mounting now that there was a prize on the line. But then something happened that left Obito and Kakashi utterly dumbfounded. Don't go any further. A big, burly Wagakure ninja suddenly leaped out with a wide, goofy grin, blocking the path of the 3 Kumogakure candidates. Hey, what took you guys so long? We've been waiting forever. Ran into a bunch of those Konoha jerks on the way. Anyway, how about you? Any luck on your end? Nope, not yet. Anybody thirsty? I've got water and some ration pills, plum-flavored. To Obito and Kakashi stare in disbelief. What is going on? Their minds spun with confusion. Was this for real? With behavior like this, did they even deserve those shinobi headbands? Come on, start fighting. Already, 2 bowls of supreme ramen, to be paid within a week after the exam ends. The victorious Aishu felt a flicker of delight in his heart, but in truth, the passionate alliance brewing between the Stone and Cloud villages was anything but good news. Aishu, should we still wait? Kakashi was the first to regain his composure after losing his bet. After all, that was just pocket money for him. Aishu hesitated, still undecided, but Obito beside him couldn't hold back any longer. We can't just leave. Aishu, are we really going to stand by and watch them set people up like this? Obito's voice was urgent. Look at those traps. Seriously, is that even human? Can you stand for this, Aishu? Obito was visibly agitated. A whole bowl of ramen was on the line. What a loss. Aishu was speechless. If the Stone and Cloud ninjas weren't acting like people, then what were they doing now? But just then, holy crap, Aisha suddenly cried out. A kunai strung with explosive tags came whistling out of nowhere and landed right between the 3 of them. Scatter! In perfect sync, Team 7 dove in different directions. The blast rang out immediately, followed by a barrage of smoke bombs. The tables had turned. Those who planned to ambush others found themselves ambushed instead. Aishu rolled twice through the air and landed beside a boulder, quickly springing to his feet. He glanced down at the Stone and Cloud ninja below, and, just as he expected, several of them had already charged over at the sound. Without hesitation, Aishu flashed through hand signs, drawing on his chakra with a surge. Kakashi, get moving. Leave the ones down below to me. Obito, find those sneaky bastards and cut them down. Aishu barked out orders as his hands blurred through a rapid sequence of seals. It wasn't his best technique, the hardware water blade, but his control was nothing to scoff at. Reducing 44 hand signs to just 11 was proof enough. Water style, water dragon bullet. Even in the dry terrain, Aishu forced a water dragon from his mouth, but he wasn't finished to truly cover the area with firepower. One water technique wasn't enough. Aishu's hands flashed through more signs. 3 shadow clones appeared. Emerging from the thinning smoke, Aishu raised both arms, a wildly compressed orb of water forming in his hands, with shadow clones on either side ready with lightning style. In seconds, the water orb swelled dangerously. Wasting no time, Aishu hurled it down at their foes below. At the same time, another shadow clone dug into Aishu's pouch, pulling out kunai and explosive tags. This was the current state of the hydrogen-style technique. It could be deployed quickly, with reaction time depending on output, and at close to mid-range, it could even be ignited by a fire-style jutsu. If Aishu felt like it, he could keep it going all day, but at long range, his lack of experience with fire-style became an awkward limitation. Not that the reach of his fire jutsu was the main problem. What really worried Aishu was the blast radius after unleashing the hydrogen style. It wasn't that it was too small. It was that it was far too large, the kind that would even drag himself into the blast. At this moment, Aishu had just hurled 2 giant balloons into the air and immediately brought his hands together to form a seal, earth-style, multiple earth flow walls. Earth walls rose one after another in rapid succession. In the very next instant, boom! The principle of energy conservation was shattered by a roaring blaze. The explosion thundered through the sky, shaking the entire forest to its roots. Hiding behind the earthen barricade, Aishu wanted nothing more than to turn away with effortless cool. After all, a real man never looks back at the explosion, but he couldn't resist the urge to sneak a glance Strictly speaking, this was the first time in a whole year that he was seriously testing his hydrogen release technique. This was the fruit of his painstaking effort. Only when the heat wave had subsided did Aishu dare to poke his head out. In that moment, he felt like a mischievous child sneaking firecrackers into someone else's house during the new year. Except, these firecrackers might have been a bit too much. Everywhere he looked, the ground was scorched black, as if a meteorite had crashed down. From the heavens, blackened debris floated in the air, remnants of flowers, grass, and trees ravaged by heat and shock waves. Aishu remembered scenes he'd seen on television, the aftermath of forest fires, the devastation left by grenades and war films. Turns out, what they showed on TV wasn't a lie after all. For a moment, Aishu thought he could smell gunpowder in the air. Or no, was that the scent of roasted meat? Slightly burnt, that was when Aishu realized he hadn't been throwing firecrackers. He'd unleashed a full-scale bombardment. Following the aroma, he finally spotted several figures amidst the charred earth. Aishu narrowed his eyes. Energy is always conserved. Chakra can make energy manifest. But in essence, it can't break the law of conservation of energy. The hydrogen release technique he just used, if you broke it down, was 2 blasts of lightning release, plus 1 of water release, and a single explosive tag. Used correctly, that was more than enough to take down 6 ninjas. The energy released might seem to add up to more than the sum of its parts, but in truth, it was just a more efficient use. The total never changed. Yet, Aisha couldn't help but wonder. The water created from chakra, once decomposed into hydrogen and oxygen, a byproduct of altered chakra, was it really equivalent to the energy you'd get from electrolyzing ordinary water? He had never considered this before, having crossed into this world. Perhaps he could find the truths from his previous life's world here, but physics itself wasn't guaranteed to be the same. Looks like I'll have to tinker with this when I get back, Aisha muttered under his breath, then turned and dashed away. The commotion on his side was enormous. But at this moment, Obito and Kakashi had no time to spare a glance. Their enemies were bearing down with ferocious force. Kakashi and Obito fought as they retreated, both feeling a sense of frustration. The enemy didn't strike them as overwhelmingly powerful, not in the truest sense of the word. They knew what true strength was from their fathers and clan leaders. That kind of power was invincible, absolute, a mountain that could never be scaled. But the trouble lay with the 3 people before them. If it were a one-on-one fight, both Kakashi and Obito were confident they could defeat any of them, thoroughly overpowering them, rubbing their faces in the dirt again and again. Yet when the 3 of them worked together, combining ninjutsu and taijutsu, long blades and kunai, they could even separate their defense from their offense, coordinating seamlessly. Kakashi and Obito's attacks were always blocked by their combined efforts, and any opening left during their assault would force the 2 to retreat in frustration. Fire style, damn it. There was a sharp clang as Obito was forced to raise his kunai to block. This was already the 3rd time his ninjutsu had been interrupted, which was infuriating. But suddenly, water style, that familiar voice rang out, and both Kakashi and Obito immediately vanished in a puff of smoke. Dodging away, machine gun. The 5 of Aisha's fingers spread open, and at the tip of each a small sphere of chakra gathered. As soon as Kakashi and Obito leapt aside, a barrage erupted, rapid and relentless. Water style. Spiral water blade machine gun. The 3 Takigakure examinees who had given Kakashi and Obito such a headache reacted with remarkable speed in the face of this withering assault, and Aisha knew their style all too well there. Hand signs were perfectly synchronized, their movements uniform, their hands bracing against the ground as one. Earth style, multi-layered earth flow. Wall, is this the Takigakure clone of resentment technique, or something? Aisha couldn't help but recall a certain unfriendly night a year ago. That night, after he'd unleashed his great water dragon bullet and had a stroke of inspiration, he developed the spiral mini water sphere the very next day. There had also been 3 other youths that night, whose expertly executed earth style almost ruined his moment to show off. But after all, this time, the trio hadn't improved all that much. The stream of armor-piercing water bullets hammered the earth walls. The first barrier was pulverized in an instant. The second held out just a bit longer, barely 2 seconds more. In the blink of an eye, the barrage reached the 3rd wall. While Obito and Kakashi had already flanked around to the rear, Kakashi's eyes were icy, his movements swift and fierce as if he were about to take on all 3 at once. But suddenly he feinted, flipping backward in a somersault, landing and holding his position. The 3 opponents were just about to react when a low, muffled voice sounded behind them. Turn to ash. Fire style. Grand fireball. A wave of flame engulfed all 3. counting the 6 Aishu had just dispatched plus the Cloud and Stone squads that Team 7 had taken out. Before, Team 7's record was nothing short of astounding. It was a pity Aishu didn't have a system. Otherwise, he could almost hear, ding. That's exhilarating. With a flash, Aishu appeared before the 3 youths. He checked for breath and pulse. As expected, according to the ironclad rule of the Grand Fireball never killing anyone, the trio were only badly burned and unconscious. Aishu searched through their belongings, but aside from weapons and scrolls, there was nothing else. After a moment's hesitation, he pried open one of their mouths and checked the tongue of one of the young men. The barrier above confirmed Aishu's suspicions, just as I thought. Aishu murmured, "What is it, Aishu?" Kakashi leaned in curiously. "It's nothing, Aishu," replied, slowly lifting his head with a smile that clearly betrayed his excitement. "Guys, it seems someone's got their eyes on us." Itsong and Uchiha Ryoho were merely appetizers. In Aishu's eyes, these 2 squads didn't even count as part of the real test. They were just practice dummies sent to be defeated. But now the supposedly sworn enemies, the Iwagakure and Kimogakure teams, had joined forces. Even the Root Division had gotten involved. Now, things were getting truly interesting. While White Fang was doing his best, Aishu, as captain of the anti-Root squad, couldn't afford to fall behind. "Whoa, Aishu, was all this you're doing?" Obito, ever the curious one, darted over to where Aishu had just caused quite a commotion. Right after dealing with the 3 Root kids, his face was a picture of shock, but suddenly, amidst the charred debris, he spotted a figure emerging. Wasn't that the eldest son from Iwagakure, the very one who'd cost him a bowl of supreme ramen? "Damn, he's making a run for it," Obito shouted at the top of his lungs. "After him!" Aishu didn't hesitate for a second, sprinting forward. Obito was already ahead, giving chase, just as Koyano kept his eyes shut, remaining utterly still as he slowed his breathing to the bare minimum. That way, he could avoid inhaling too much sand and stay underground a little longer. Konoha is terrifying. Good thing I reacted quickly, Justice thought to himself, while also keeping an ear out for any sound above. That jutsu was terrifying. Justice had once witnessed the demolition squad in action, but even that paled in comparison to this technique. Had he not grabbed hold of those muscle-bound, brainless Kimogakure shinobi right away, he would have ended up just like them. Pity about his 2 companions, though. There was nothing he could do for them. After all, the muscles he'd been born with were more a liability than anything in a situation like this. If he hadn't tried to hide, he would have only made himself a bigger target. And even if he tried to shield his allies, there was no guarantee they'd survive. Oh, these muscles are such a burden. If only I had a physique like the 3rd Hokage's. Justice lamented inwardly. In his mind, a true ninja should be more like Lord Third, small in stature, mighty in power. Smaller hands and feet meant less energy spent, and hand signs could be made quicker and more efficiently, with chakra flowing freely. You could even float in the air. Those Kimogakure types who obsessed over muscle should have been sumo wrestlers instead. Ninjas needed ninjutsu and strategy, not brute strength. Maybe they've all left by now. Justice's heart rate sped up just a little. His shadow clone hadn't been caught yet, but judging by the time, it had already been out there for 5 minutes. They're all so young. They probably haven't realized I never left, have they? In terms of intelligence, Ono Masayoshi was quite confident in himself. Otherwise, the village wouldn't have entrusted him with such an important mission. Making him a leader, right? He had a surface now. First, he needed air. Second, the burns he'd suffered just before burrowing underground were starting to become a real problem if left untreated. Forming hand seals, he gathered his chakra, and the sand-like soil around him began to push him upward. Earth-style, subterranean voyage technique. Ono Masayoshi's head broke through the surface. Just as expected, there wasn't a soul in sight. Those 3 brats must have chased after his shadow clone. In the end, they were still kids, just lacking experience. Ono Masayoshi let out a long breath of relief. Then he sucked in a cold breath through his teeth. Hiss, damn, that hurts. He twisted around, trying to get a look at the state of his own backside. The ground around him was scorched black, and his own rear end felt like it had been fried to a crisp. Just then, need a medical ninja, healing technique, 50,000 Ryo per session. A ghostly voice drifted up behind Ono Masayoshi. The burly man, a solid 5'5", was so startled his expression twisted in terror. Instinctively, he spun and swung a fist behind him. Scared me half to death. Well, you could go to hell then, but Ono Masayoshi's giant fist-sized punch was stopped mid-air by a hand half its size. At the same time, his gaze met a pair of scarlet eyes. Sleep, 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 sleep. Obito's hands flew through a string of seals as he chanted under his breath, activating the Sharingan's Jinjutsu. Ono Masayoshi's expression went slack, his body swaying as if he'd collapse at any moment. But suddenly, for reasons unknown, a fierce gleam flashed in his eyes, and he shouted, "I can't die." amazingly. Without even disrupting his chakra, he broke free from illusion through sheer willpower. Thud, the next second, Aisha moved in time to physically knock him out, chopping down on Ono Masayoshi's neck with a swift practice strike. With a dull thump, the unsavory, burly man finally collapsed to the ground. Is that jinjutsu of yours any good at all? Aisha couldn't help but tease as he glanced disdainfully at the man sprawled at his feet, pulling that trick in front of him. Please. Back when he ran with Kakashi and the others, this guy hadn't even been around yet. It was like waving a toy sword in front of Guan Yu. Who do you think you are? TCH, Obito grumbled in frustration, giving Ono Masayoshi's prone body a disgruntled kick. I knew it. This guy's trouble. Truth was he'd only recently started secretly practicing that jinjutsu, mainly to prepare for Kakashi, but it seemed he still hadn't mastered it yet. All right, leave a few explosive tags, and let's change locations. We can't stay here any longer. Ingshu interrupted the furious Obito, his own expression growing grave. This guy isn't simple. He's definitely hiding something. We don't know anything yet, so let's not rush to pass the test. I agree. Kakashi raised his hand in support. This exam isn't straightforward. After all, as the son of White Fan, Kakashi's instincts were sharp enough to sense trouble. Meanwhile, on the other side, summoning technique, beside a small river, a young Kirigakure ninja bit his fingertip-formed hand seals and pressed his hands to the ground. Instantly, a spirit fish, sleek and sharp as a barracuda, appeared in the water. I'm counting on you, Maid Harumi said, retrieving a carefully hidden scroll and handing it to the young ninja. He took the scroll, slipped it into the mouth of the spirit fish, then quickly formed another set of seals. With a puff of white smoke, the spirit fish vanished beneath the surface. Thank you for your efforts, Lady May. As long as the intelligence gets out, everything will have been worth it, Maid Harumi replied calmly, though she was only 6 or 7 inch. Her face bore maturity far beyond her years. The young Kirigakure ninja could barely hide his excitement. The clan head has already convinced Mizukichi. Soon, Lady May, you'll be able to return home to the village. But Maid Harumi waved her hand dismissively. That's not your concern. Get ready. Though passing the test isn't our true goal, we still have to put on a convincing show. A hostage far from home, watched at all times. A cruel fate for such a young girl, yet cruelty often forges growth. Fortunately, this particular cruelty was not fatal, and there was a fool, awkward as he seemed, whose presence lent her strength to keep going. Maid Harumi glanced at the distant tower. That person. You must have left already, right? I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Think of this as our farewell. Who knows when or where we'll meet again, or whether we'll be enemies when we do. Until then, take care. Smack. Little Inoki? Why not call yourself Big Inoki? Ingshu's eyes blazed with anger as his palm landed in me. My name's just Xiaoyi. Inoki at the end, came the terrified reply. Smack. Who the hell names themselves Xiaoyi? Trying to fool me, huh? Want me to chop off your little buddy and feed it to you? Another slap. Ingshu's face twisted with rage. Bound and stripped, Xiao Yijingyi squeezed his knees together in terror. It dawned on him that there were fates worse than death. My name is Justice, Xiao Yijingyi. This is really my name. I swear. Please believe me. You have to believe me. Ingshu, Kakashi, you better not slander me. Ingshu always thought ninjas should be like Mei Kinjiro. Skin practically peeled off, yet still standing tall and unbroken at the time. He thought to himself, if he ever got captured, he would just surrender right away. Konoha, he'd already given up on that. The Senju clan, long gone. A wise man knows to adapt. If he could lay low, bide his time, and grow stronger in secret, wouldn't that make him a true hero? Even Itachi. Well, Itachi had done the same, hadn't he? But after meeting Masayoshi Ono, he realized he'd been overthinking it. Ninja, after all, are still human, each with their own story and nature. Human complexity is a profound subject for every person unafraid of death. There's another terrified of it. Masayoshi Ono was definitely the latter type. Those 3 root youths, they'd never get anything out of them, not even if they weren't bound by the cursed tongue eradication seal. The 3 of them would probably die before saying a word, but Masayoshi Ono was different. My mission was just to ambush the hidden mist examinees. I swear I had no intention of targeting Konoha. Big bro, please, you have to believe me. I just glanced up for a second, and then you did that to me. I didn't even have time to do anything. Please don't blow up my privates. Please. This 6-foot-tall man was bawling uncontrollably, completely falling apart. Aisha hadn't even used any real force. And yet Ono was already confessing everything in a panic. The whole scene was painful to watch. Really now? Aisha narrowed his eyes, not quite convinced. Ambushing the hidden mist? Was that really necessary? Could it be a ploy to redirect the mist aggression toward Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone away from Konoha? Was that even possible? Aisha, Kakashi called. and the two of them stepped aside. While Obito took over the interrogation, he pulled out a kunai, licked the blade with a twisted grin, and stalked toward Masayoshi Ono. "What is it?" Aishu asked. "Do you remember what we heard before about the Hyuga's Byakugan being lost on the battlefield?" Kakashi's face was grave. Aishu nodded, just as serious. "You think it's connected to the Byakugan? It's not the Byakugan, Aishu?" Kakashi glanced back at Masayoshi Ono. "I think this is about your girlfriend." Materumi, what the... Since when do I have a girlfriend? Don't slander me. You jerk. Aishu almost lost his composure, but didn't dwell on it for long. Materumi. Are you saying Hidden Cloud and Hidden Stone are after her? Kakashi nodded, and Aishu's frown deepened. It actually wasn't hard to understand. Hidden Mist had the Hyuga's Byakugan, and Konoha had the heiress of the Terumi clan. In theory, if Konoha took a small loss in exchange for the Byakugan, it would be reasonable enough, a win-win, since the Byakugan was so valuable to the Hyuga. But in the eyes of other villages, this was still just a deal between the Hidden Mist and Konoha, a transaction between two rival factions. Anyone in that position would be tempted to stir up trouble. In truth, Aishu had already sensed that something might go awry, but the real question was, what tricks did Root and Danzo have up their sleeves this time? Why couldn't they just handle the deal as agreed? What did any of this have to do with Senju Aishu? Was it because he'd steadfastly kept himself out of their reach for the past year, making Danzo lose hope in recruiting him? If he couldn't have him, would Danzo rather destroy him? Just burn it all down out of spite? If that's really the case. Kakashi, we can't just stand by and watch. Aishu's voice grew deep and resolute. Whether or not that guy was lying, the alliance just now was certainly real. For the sake of Konoha, we need to put these people in their place and dampen their arrogance. A slow, mischievous grin crept onto Aishu's lips. He found a peculiar joy in playing the agent of chaos. Yet the unusually long silence from Kakashi left Aishu feeling a bit unsettled. Turning to look, he caught Kakashi with a faint, ambiguous smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "What is it?" "Nothing." Kakashi raised his eyebrows slightly. "Don't worry, Materumi will be just fine." "Elder Danzo, this is..." Within the Hyuga compound, the future clan head, Hayashi Hyuga, wore a puzzled expression as he unrolled the scroll brought unexpectedly by Danzo. In an instant, Hayashi could no longer hide his shock. So those bastards never intended to go through with the exchange from the start. Hayashi's jaw clenched and his voice trembled with anger, while Danzo, sitting across from him, remained perfectly composed and unmoved. "The Byakugan is a matter of great importance," Danzo began slowly. "Both the third Hokage, and I take it very seriously. Yet perhaps we've all underestimated the cunning of Kirigakure. They not only refuse to exchange, but have even devised a plan to use the Chunin exams as cover to spirit the hostage away, if they succeed." Hayashi's youth showed. He couldn't keep his emotions in check under such provocation. Danzo's few words had already rattled the future clan leader. They certainly have some nerve. Hayashi's usually refined features twisted with rage. "Letting them leave with our hostage. They must think nothing of Konoha's strongest clan." Had Fugako Uchiha heard this, he might have responded with a scornful laugh, but Danzo, for his part, was quietly delighted. "Look at that, so much more useful than the Uchiha," he thought. "One calls themselves Konoha's strongest, the other claims the title of the most powerful in the ninja world. Who truly comes out on top is up for debate, but in terms of reliability, the Hyuga outclass the Uchiha by far. The Chunin exams are of great significance. Hayashi, we must not act rashly." Shimura Danzo's voice suddenly softened a little, or rather, ever since he'd seen Hayashi Hyuga, his tone had been this way. There was something reminiscent of Hiruzen Tobi in it. "This matter requires careful deliberation. Rest assured, both I and the third Hokage take this very seriously. We will not stand idly by when it comes to the Byakugan." Upon hearing this, Hayashi Hyuga, who had just been startled, immediately lit up with joy. "Please, Elder, grant us your guidance." Danzo nodded visibly pleased. "The Mist is acting so brazenly simply because Konoha is fighting on multiple fronts and cannot strike back hard on the front lines. With more than a month left before the Chunin exams, we still have enough time to put pressure on the Hidden Mist. A month may not be a long time, but it's not short either. To utterly defeat the Mist on the battlefield may be unlikely, but if we can take down a few key individuals." 10 minutes later, Hayashi Hyuga respectfully saw Danzo off. As he departed, Hayashi did not forget to express his gratitude once more. The Hyuga clan had lost a Byakugan, and all of Konoha was watching them become the butt of a joke. Lord Danzo's timely assistance felt deeply moving. Once Danzo had left, Hayashi immediately gathered his subordinates. "Let's go to the Hokage's office. We must ask the Hokage to give the order. Eliminate the 7 ninja swordsmen." the chaos was about. To begin, in the Forest of Death, Aishu carefully severed a length of wire with his kunai, then collected the attached explosive tag. Impressive. These guys really went all out for a Chunin exam. To see such high-grade explosive tags is something else. Isn't that the truth? Kakashi, who was dismantling another explosive tag nearby, agreed. Because of his father, the explosive tags Kakashi carried were the most basic kind. Their power was average, but more than sufficient for the exam. After all, at its core, an explosive tag is just like sealing a fire-style jutsu within a talisman. There are good ones and bad ones. Kakashi's were the budget version, but the ones they were dismantling now were nearly top of the line. A single tag cost as much as 50 of Kakashi's, maybe not 10 times the power, but at least close. Aisha couldn't bear to waste such valuable tags, but this in turn proved they were heading in the right direction. We're still a ways from the tower. They must be trying to block the missed candidate's path forward. After collecting all the explosive tags, Aishu analyzed the situation. At that moment, faint sound from afar instantly put Team 7 on high alert. Aishu immediately used the transformation jutsu to become a clump of grass right where he stood. Kakashi and Obito each leapt into the trees, blending perfectly into the dense branches and leaves. Just as they'd anticipated, not long after, a sizable squad approached from the distance. Moving in an imposing formation, each member moved with utmost caution, occasionally testing the empty spaces ahead with throwing knives, their vigilance unmistakable. Witnessing this, Aisha couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. At the same time, he craved those throwing knives, silently marking the locations of all their valuables. Opportunity always favors the prepared. Sometimes, it's the smallest details that determine success or failure. But Aishu quickly abandoned thoughts of getting rich. He finally caught sight of the newcomers' identities. All wore the Mist Village forehead protectors, advancing in a tight professional escort formation. The person at the center was so well guarded that Aisha couldn't make out their face at all. But up in the tree, Kakashi and Obito saw everything clearly. The two exchanged glances, then turned to Aishu in unison, trying to communicate through their eyes. Your wife's here. Aishu. Their expressions seemed to say. Just then, as Obito and Kakashi wrestled with how to get the message across, fate took a sudden turn. Someone's there, one of the mist examinees shouted, his voice steady and commanding. Too mature for a child, certainly past puberty. Aishu instinctively readied his chakra, thinking he'd been discovered. But in the very next instant, Earth-style, rising earth spears, a new voice rang out, even deeper and more seasoned. Aisha guessed the speaker had to be at least 18. At that age, Naruto was nearly married. Is this really a Chunin exam? Aisha muttered, inwardly suppressing his chakra. Clearly, Team 7 weren't the only ones targeting this squad. They're from the Stone Village. Protect the VIP, someone shouted. The ground erupted with razor-sharp stone spikes, impaling one mist ninja instantly. Blood gushing from several wounds, the body left gruesomely hanging aloft. The remaining mist ninja reacted at once, retreating rather than fighting. Caution embodied, but as they pulled back, another ambush awaited them in the shadows. Target confirmed. Capture the brown-haired girl. Dead or alive, it doesn't matter. A voice bark. Battle erupted in an instant, and not far from Team 7's hiding place. Aishu's heart raced. It was clear. Stone and Cloud Ninja had set a trap for the mist, and Team 7 had been pilfering traps right under their noses. Unless all these shinobi were blind, there was only one explanation. With a rush of air, shurikens sliced through the silence toward their position. Aishu immediately canceled his transformation jutsu and dropped the smoke bomb hands. Weaving signs, Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. As the smoke billowed out, the enemies throwing knives found nothing but empty air. One of the attackers charged in, a burly figure wielding a lightning-charged broadsword. A Cloud Ninja, no doubt. The blade was raised, poised to strike the ground. But at that very moment, watch my leaf-strong whirlwind. Ingshu, who harbored a secret dream of mastering the 8 trigrams formation, suddenly appeared from behind the hidden Cloud Ninja. With a swift kick, he sent the enemy flying, finally fulfilling his long-held wish. At the same time, Obito and Kakashi each drove back their own opponents and landed by Ingshu's side. Another one from the hidden cloud. Just how many of them are taking this exam? Obito scoffed, the thrill of using his Sharingan to immobilize his enemies before beating them up written all over his face. If I'm not wrong, the candidates from the Mist Cloud and Stone Villages should all be here now. Ingshu analyzed, glancing at the battlefield not far away. There's 6 Stone Ninja, 3 Cloud Ninja, and 9 from the Mist were locked in combat. The Mist, wary of their precarious position, had clearly gathered everyone together at the first sign of trouble. Counting those in front of them, and those already defeated, Ingshu judged that except for the Leaf, each village had at most 3 squads participating in the exam. After all, these people were clearly not your average genin. If they brought any more, what kind of test would this even be? I finally get it now. Why we had to survive 10 minutes under Lady Sensei's hand before we could even enter the Chunin exam, Kakashi said quietly, his voice low and serious. Don't overthink it. Ingshu's gaze grew complicated as he looked at a certain figure in the distance. I'll leave this side to you two. End it quickly. A year ago, when Team 7 faced the Hidden Cloud Ninja, it had taken every ounce of strength in which they had 3-on-1 to barely scrape a victory. Obito had even shed more than a few tears over it. But now, everything was different. Confronting the Cloud, Team 7 didn't feel even the slightest bit of pressure. After all, who wouldn't feel confident with the princess of the Uzumaki clan and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki as their teacher? Obito tilted his head, eyes glowing with excitement. Let's do this, he shouted. Kakashi, silent as ever, raised his blade and pointed it toward the 3 Cloud Ninja in the distance. The tension in the air was electric. A clash was imminent. The two boys charged toward their towering opponents from the Cloud. While Ingshu quietly made his way toward another part of the field, his eyes were calm, his steps steady, not rushing, headlong, but with each stride his presence seemed to grow more imposing. Soon a stone candidate noticed him, cursing under his breath about the useless Cloud Ninja, before breaking away to intercept Ingshu. In response, Ingshu unleashed a 12-sign jutsu, water style, water dragon. Bullet! The stone ninja's face was full of disdain. Anyone good enough to join this special squad of candidates had no fear of water-style jutsu. Forming hand seals, he pressed his hands to the ground. Earth style, earth plate return. The ground surged, raising a massive pitch-black slab of stone, sturdy and thick. In the stone ninja's eyes, it was more than enough to block the water dragon. But the water dragon didn't attack him head-on. Guided by Ingshu's 1,000 hands chakra control, it arced around the stone slab, barreling straight toward the hidden Cloud Ninja at the edge of the battlefield. While the stone ninja was still reeling in surprise, Ingshu's voice suddenly rang out right in front of him. Even through the stone slab, he could hear everything clearly. Your ninjutsu is now mine. Earth release. Earth rising spear, please. Don't interrupt my moment of flair. Someone could die. Ingshu admitted there was a bit of showmanship in what he'd just done. The inspiration came from those root trainees. A combination of Earth-style wall and Earth rising spear for both offense and defense. That's the thing about Earth release. You can almost always make use of the terrain, but it's always making use of manipulating and altering, never truly owning. Unless your enemy literally spits out an Earth release jutsu, Ingshu figured he could keep up this act indefinitely. Of course, the opponent would have to change. Suddenly, a long earthen spear shot up from the stone slab, skewering the Iwagakure examinee straight through. Ingshu vaulted high, landing atop the slab with arms folded across his chest, radiating arrogance. With skills like that, you dare take the Chunin exams in Konoha? Are you out of your mind? His cocky words paired with that earlier water dragon bullet, and the Iwagakure ninja still dangling from the stone beneath him. Ingshu's presence at this moment was overwhelming. Mei Terumi's eyes widened in shock. She recognized him. His name was Ingshu, a commoner genin from Konoha. Normally, he was frugal and hardworking, always up early and back late for training. Honest and upright, too, his teacher once remarked. He's a steady, reliable person. But today, looking at Ingshu's confident, almost arrogant posture, Mei could hardly believe her eyes. This wasn't like him, could it be? Her heart began to race, thumping rapidly as thoughts she couldn't quite catch flitted through her mind. Chong, help me deal with that Konoha brat first. One Iwagakure ninja made a snap decision and charged at Ingshu with another companion. Ingshu noticed the look in their eyes, more anxious than vengeful, as if they weren't truly angry about a teammate's death. Such a superficial sense of teamwork. No wonder someone like Masayoshi Oya exists in their ranks. Raising an eyebrow, Ingshu appeared calm and unmoved, but his mind was already racing through possible strategies. There was no need for close combat. His monstrous strength was satisfying. But what if the enemy had mastered taijutsu? Better to use ninjutsu. Against them, against earth release users, wind release was pointless, but lightning release could work. Still, his water release piercing shot wasn't bad either, or even hydrogen release. A versatile option, though Ingshu didn't want to waste chakra. Besides, that earlier move, turning earth against earth, had been so satisfying that Ingshu wanted to savor it a bit more. So after some deliberation, he decided to practice his earth release a little longer. After all, he had memorized countless ninjutsu in his mind. A ninja who had mastered chakra and nature transformation in all elements had the luxury to act on a whim. The two Iwagakure ninja drew even closer, kunai glinting in their hands. Clearly, they planned to settle things with taijutsu. Ingshu's mood soured at the thought, as Iwagakure shinobi, could they not show a little professional integrity? Fine, fine. Then allow me to show you something impressive. Forgive me if I embarrass myself. Thousand hands technique. Ingshu leaped high into the air, channeling his immense strength as if he was about to smash the ground. Not to imitate Tsunade, but to build up power. He wasn't all that confident in a taijutsu showdown, but he absolutely couldn't lose on presence. Behold, my superstar-shattering fist, Ingshu shouted with a dramatic flair, and to his surprise, it worked quite well, the two. Iwagakure shinobi immediately tensed up, as if facing a formidable foe. His signature move, "Your ninjutsu now belongs to me," had already given him quite the reputation as a powerhouse. But just as Ingshu was about to come crashing down, wind style, great breakthrough, fire style, fire dragon, bullet, combination jutsu, raging gale fire dragon bullet, Ingshu poised to unleash his super star-shattering fist was completely thrown off. What on earth? This was clearly aimed straight at him. He had no time to worry about looking cool now. With lightning speed, his hands flew through a series of seals. If it was a ninjutsu clash, he had nothing to fear. Water style, water formation wall, Ingshu forcefully spewed a torrent of water, forming a sturdy ring of water walls around himself. The barrier was thick and solid. He poured all his chakra into it. The fused wind and fire jutsu was powerful, its flames amplified and sharpened by the wind. Yet, it couldn't break through his defense. Even as Ingshu landed, the water wall only grew thicker, not thinner. Thanks to his abundant chakra, he managed to douse the combined jutsu entirely, attacking me by surprise. Huh, you scoundrels, Ingshu bellowed, keeping the chakra flowing as his hands blurred through seals once more. Water style, water dragon bullet. Drawing from the water wall, a water dragon quickly formed and burst out, lunging directly at his ambushers. But he wasn't done yet. Having his big moment interrupted had infuriated Ingshu. He'd been so close to showing off. Damn it. If even Obito could put on a show, why couldn't he? Water style, water iron cannon. Ingshu unleashed another jutsu. Water style, water barrage. 3 jutsu in rapid succession. The water dragon targeted the distant sneak attacker. The water cannon blasted the closer Iwagakure shinobi, and the water bullets blanketed the entire battlefield with indiscriminate fire. After all, Kirigakure shinobi excelled at water style. It was the Iwagakure and Kumogakure shinobi who'd suffer most. After unleashing this barrage, Ingshu had spent just over 30% of his chakra. He glanced around. One of the nearest Iwagakure lay motionless on the ground, while the other panted heavily behind a half-raised earth wall. The skirmish nearby had ground to a halt, with everyone gasping for breath. The water barrage suppressive power was clearly effective, and then there were those who had interrupted his grand entrance. The ones who ambushed him. Damn it. So they've finally shown themselves. Those 4 stood together completely unharmed. They hadn't dodged or scrambled. They were calm, and the ground bore no sign of earth-style jutsu. They used wind style. No, water and wind style together. Ingshu quickly deduced. The trees surrounding them bore fresh cuts, their surfaces damp with water. Apart from someone who shares his extraordinary intellect and striking looks, who could possibly develop a high-pressure vortex water sphere? Only those with mastery over wind release and water release could pull off such a feat. Another damn combination jutsu. Ingshu narrowed his eyes. These guys had really stepped up their game over the past year. Although they wore different clothes and sported forehead protectors for various shinobi villages, Ingshu recognized them. Instantly, they were root, youthful assassins at that moment. Whoosh whoosh. Kakashi and Obito arrived, both panting for breath, their gazes somber as they watched those young root operatives from a distance. It's them again. They slaughtered the cloud shinobi. Pretty ruthless, Obito muttered. Obito was injured. The wound on his arm was deep, blood streaming down in rivulets. Kakashi looked battered as well, his mask torn at one corner, though thankfully he had no visible wounds and could still move freely. There were 9 root youths in all. Can you hold on, Obito? Ingshu glanced at Obito's wound. It wasn't something his healing jutsu could fix in a flash. It was about time. No problem at all. Obito managed a grimace through the pain, but his spirit was undaunted. Ingshu frowned, then formed hand seals. 2 shadow clones appeared at his side and began tending to Obito's injury. Meanwhile, the situation on the battlefield shifted. The Iwagakure and Kumogakure shinobi were gathering their wounded, but only 5 of them were still able to fight. Ingshu was confident he could handle them all in just under 30 seconds. The battered survivors from Kirigakure drifted toward Ingshu's position. They were old acquaintances by now, though only a handful remained. 2 young Miss Shinobi and Mei Terumi herself. So far, Mei hadn't had a chance to show her strength, and Ingshu was still unsure of her true capabilities. Neither of those with Kekkei Genkai had revealed their powers either. Kakashi's. About time, Ingshu judged the situation, exchanged a look with the shadow clone healing Obito, then spoke to Kakashi in a low voice. Kakashi stiffened at the words, hands forming seals as he asked, "Are you sure?" Ingshu nodded. Obito's wound wasn't fatal, but it would hinder him in the fight, and it wouldn't heal in just a few minutes. The real concern was Kakashi. He could move freely, but as a close-range fighter, facing these root youths, who had probably studied not just his, but even his father's combat style inside out, would be a serious challenge. Obito was in much the same position. Root had focused its research on White Fang for now, but ever since its inception, it had never stopped studying. The Uchiha, the strength of a shinobi village, didn't lie in how many super strong individuals it had. That was the era of Hashirama, Konoha's ability to remain the leading village wasn't just thanks to the ninjutsu professor and his 3 students, nor was it solely due to the White Fang. Those were just what the world saw. Even White Fang could be sacrificed to prove his worth, but losing him alone wouldn't be enough to leave Konoha truly crippled. In the end, it always comes down to these cultivated ninjas, the pillars of strength, the ANBU root, the killing machines. Losing a few doesn't matter. The will of fire can produce new ones in an instant, and so can the will of roots. Just look at these root trainees. Compared to a year ago, what concerns Aisha more than their increased strength is their sheer number and their age. The youngest among them might be only 6 or 7 years old. This might mean their potential gets drained early, but it also ensures loyalty and immediate battle readiness. Danzo and Root. There's far more to them than meets the eye. Aisha knows this all too well, and so he endured humiliation, bided his time, and grew stronger for a year. Under Kumi's watchful gaze, now at this very moment, as a member of Team 7, the vanguard against Root, he is also the last pride of the all-rounder Senju on this path of resistance. And now, it's almost time. Truly, the moment has come. I'm low on chakra, I think. I can manage 3-inch, Kakashi said. 3? Aisha's expression turned odd. I thought you could only pull off 2 at most. I told you, I'm not that weak. Kakashi replied, exasperated, but still let out a breath, and turned to Obito. You ready? Not quite. Obito muttered, then sighed. 2 is my limit. 2 is enough. Leave the last one to me, Aishu said, and with that 2 of the medical shadow clones vanished. Throughout this exchange, Meitarumi and the 2 mist youths listened, but not a word made any sense to them. Meanwhile, the 9 root trainees steadily closed in. They hadn't overlooked Iwagakure and Kumigakure's presence. 3 broke off to deal with them, leaving 2 squads to face Team 7 and the Mist team. The 6 advanced in a tight formation, 2 in front, 2 in the middle, 2 behind, forming a perfect triangle. Their pace was unhurried. They held an overwhelming advantage, yet still moved with mechanical cold precision. Then, suddenly, agonized screams echoed. A Kumogakure strongman was taken down by the root trainees in seconds. A bloody shadow fell over the battle about to erupt. Still, the 6 root trainees continued their slow, relentless advance. Meitarumi's heart pounded. She noticed her 2 companions' hands trembling slightly on their blades. It wasn't fear, but the fact that their chakra was nearly spent. Meitarumi glanced again at that guy. He stared unwaveringly at the enemy ahead, showing only his determined profile. For the first time, Mei realized his features bore a faint resemblance to her long-absent father. But before Mei could dwell on the thought, then let's go all out. Let's show them what we're made of, comrades. With a thunderous roar, Ingshu stamped into a horse stance, forming hand seals as chakra surged through him. At the same time, he triggered his skill, Crimson Peppers. Flowing hair. During the skill's activation, his aura soared by 888%. Are they going all out? This thought echoed instantly in Meitarumi's mind. She wasn't alone. The root youths also froze in place, their eyes sharp as vultures poised to strike, just as everyone braced for Ingshu, Obito, and Kakashi to unleash something earth-shattering. The next second arrived. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The smoke bombs they threw spiraled around the battlefield, 3 times over, blanketing everything in a dense, swirling mist. A physical mist concealment jutsu. Meitarumi's eyes widened, but soon she felt a small hand grasped tightly in hers. Not a spark of electricity, just a sharp pinch of. With a thunderous roar, Ingshu planted his feet in a solid horse stance. He clasped his hands together, channeling chakra, and, at the same time, activated his skill, Crimson Pepper's flowing locks. While this technique was active, his aura surged by an astounding 888%. They're ready to risk it all, aren't they? This single thought flashed through Meitarumi's mind. She wasn't the only one. Those root youths halted as well, their eyes sharp and predatory, poised like vultures. ready to strike just as it seemed Shu Obito and Kakashi were about to unleash something earth-shattering the next instant. Pop! 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 The trio hurled smoke bombs that wound their way around the battlefield 3 times over in the blink of an eye. The entire field was shrouded in thick smoke, a physical mist concealment jutsu. Meiterumi's eyes widened in shock, but she quickly realized that a hand had seized hers. Not a gentle, tingling touch, but a firm grip that actually hurt a little. Hurry! Shu pulled Mei Terumi, and it bolted through the smoke. Lady Mei, 2 Mistyus tried to block their way, but Kakashi and Obito intercepted them. If you want them to make it out alive, I suggest you start using your heads, Kakashi said darkly, under the angry stares of the 2 Miss Shinobi. Kakashi and Obito transformed themselves using the body transformation jutsu, taking on the appearance of Meiterumi and Shu. Though notably not holding hands, the 2 Miss Shinobi understood instantly. Thank you, they said, and immediately followed suit, creating 2 more Meiterumi and Shu doppelgangers. Just like that, the 6 of them split into 3 directions, dashing away at top speed. Wind style, came a cold, icy voice from within the smoke belonging to one of the root youths. Don't waste time. They've escaped. Pursue them, another root youth barked. Inside the swirling smoke, the 6 disguised figures scattered, while 3 more outside the smoke screen set off in pursuit as well. But just then, a voice drifted softly from the haze. Excuse me, which way to heaven? BZT. The root youths abruptly stopped, 2 stepped back from moved forward, all hands flying into seals, but not to attack. Instead, they pressed their palms to the ground, preparing Earth-style defenses. Their caution was justified. After all, their thorough investigation of Team 7 had taught them not to underestimate these opponents. Water style, Supreme Water Dragon Bomb. Lightning style, Supreme Thunder Dragon Bomb. Fire style, Fire. Fire Dragon Bomb, combined ninjutsu, ninja art, nuclear incendiary bomb. A Fei made his entrance. No Kekkei Genkai, no influential connections or family background, no hot tub at home. Then check out the hydrogen style. Technique, easy to use, incredibly powerful, and environmentally friendly. The perfect pick for the everyday ninja. From Senju's owning Shu, explosions thunder behind them, one after another. This time, Shu truly embodied the saying, a real man never looks back at the blast. Clutching Meiterumi's hand tightly, he sprinted toward the central tower. The 2 of them ran in silence, as if they were strangers bound by fate alone. Meiterumi's heart was heavy, burdened with thoughts she could not share. Shu was troubled too, lost in thought about what had become of this world. A single Chunin exam, and all for a mere disguise, had forced him to carve out a bloody path. Yet in truth, none of this was hard to understand. The hidden mist wanted to strike a deal with the leaf, while the hidden cloud and hidden stone were scheming to snatch the prize for themselves, ready to betray and backstab. The hidden sand was just tagging along, hoping for peace talks. This so-called Chunin exam was nothing less than a microcosm of war. Did anyone really believe everyone would just smile and trade forehead protectors? That would be hopelessly naive. And then Danzo intervened, targeting Meiterumi with indiscriminate attacks, ruthless methods, mysterious motives. That was Danzo through and through. Shu realized that his very presence was bound to shake the shinobi world of this timeline in some way. But even so, the impact was outrageous. He was just a little genin, not even 7 years old, and yet he had triggered the involvement of all 5 great villages. This had escalated into a matter of international, no inter-village affairs. A strange excitement welled up in Shu's heart. Who would have thought a simple Chunin exam would draw out so many major players? And in the chaos, the whole plan had blown up in everyone's faces. Team 7 hadn't just crushed the schemes of the villains. They'd shattered their henchmen too. He had to admit, it felt pretty satisfying. A man, after all, had to walk the path of resistance. Shu's heart brimmed with secret delight. But just then, I'm sorry, Meiterumi, standing beside him, suddenly spoke. At first, Shu thought it was just the wind. I shouldn't have dragged you into this. Mei spoke again, her voice calm and measured, as if reciting a passage from a book. It's nothing. Shu maintained a poker face on the outside, but inside he was filled with unease. What was going on? Judging by her tone, could Meiterumi actually be the mastermind behind all this? He was supposed to be the protagonist, wasn't he? Shu's good mood quickly soured. Glancing at the girl next to him, he made a decision a second later. Time for a little performance. Everyone has to make their own choices. I don't blame you. After all, your choice was already within my calculations. Don't you think it's a bit of a coincidence that I happen to be by your side right now? It was in fact a bit too coincidental. This had been nagging at Shu for a while. The forest of death wasn't exactly small, but he just happened to stumble upon a pricey explosive. Tag trap, That very spot turned out to be the ambush site for the hidden cloud and hidden stone, and, as luck would have it, the hidden mist showed up there too. Everything about this. Angshu paused, a sudden realization sending a chill down his spine. So much so that he completely missed the shift in Meiterumi's expression. Meanwhile, in a far corner of the forest of death, a pale, human-like creature suddenly burst from underground, startling two unsuspecting leaf genin out of their wits. This being looked almost human, with arms, legs, and a face. He even sported a shock of green hair. But his entire body was covered in barbs and strange markings by any measure. He was a monster. It was none other than White Zetsu, a fae. Hello there. A fae greeted the two Konoha genin with his usual easy familiarity. His greeting, however, was met with a sharp scream. And a thrown kunai? A monster! Die! A minute later, both Konoha genin lay motionless on the ground, their necks twisted by a fae. Crouching down, a fae gazed at his handiwork, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes, so they lost control of themselves. Sigh, I really wish I could know what that feels like. His voice even carried a trace of grievance. After this strange little outburst, a fae turned his attention to another unconscious figure, a coal-black lump. A Konoha youth. He wore the remnants of an Uchiha uniform, nearly burned away, but the Uchiha clan's iconic fan crest was still visible. It was none other than Uchiha Ruo. Uchiha? White Zetsu hesitated for a moment. The one Madara mentioned. This must be you, right? What an unlucky soul, a fae muttered with that. He opened up his body and swallowed Uchiha, baying whole. Then his form sank back into the earth and vanished without a trace. Aishu, Lady May, in the center tower of the Forest of Death, Obito finally caught sight of Aishu. At last, Team 7 was reunited. The two young mist ninja also saw the one they'd longed for. Meiterumi. Aisha let out a quiet sigh of relief. It seemed his worries had been for nothing. On second thought, even if this was a golden opportunity, they were still in Konoha. Even if Madara had his sights set on Obito, would he really dare to make a move here? Besides, given the current Obito, it was anyone's guess whether Madara would even bother with him. Who would Obito sacrifice for his Mangekyo anyway? Team 7 still wasn't ready to handle missions on their own, though this Chunin exam seemed dangerous. The real battlefield would be far more perilous. Aisha figured that letting them handle a few B-rank missions was already pushing it. Anything more advanced could wait until they were at least 12, with Minato nearby to watch over them, and a life free from one. Obito should be safe for now. Maybe he was just overthinking things, so what's our next move? Kakashi sidled up, glancing at Meiterumi's uneasy expression, all while maintaining his signature deadpan. What else? Let's get our little vest ready, Obito replied with a huff. Can't believe this exam was so easy. Got me all worked up over nothing, really. Even Meiterumi couldn't help but glance at Obito after that. Was this guy just incredibly carefree? Or was he simply not very bright? Well, he was, after all, the teammate of that person. Rumor had it he was an Uchiha prodigy. It really was. A bit too easy. As Kakashi spoke, he accidentally brushed against the wound Obito had hastily bandaged. Obito immediately let out a howl of pain. Ouch! Kakashi, you totally did that on purpose. Obito snapped, his face full of irritation, ready to challenge Kakashi to a duel right then and there, but with one arm out of commission, he didn't dare move recklessly. Kakashi, meanwhile, dodged left and right, teasing Obito and making him chase in circles. The two young mist ninja watched in utter confusion. So these are the guys who saved them. It was truly incredible. Aishu, however, was used to this chaos. He quietly took out 3 scrolls and gave a nod at once Kakashi and Obito stopped their horsing around. Let's go future Chunin, he said. With that, the house was empty. This Chunin exam had been a bloody affair. But after clearing the Forest of Death, Aishu, both a participant and a survivor, found the world outside surprisingly calm. The escorting ninja from each village kept a careful distance from one another. Unlike the examinees inside the forest, the IWA and Kyomo ninja didn't stick together at all times. It was as if something was being hidden, or perhaps there was a tacit understanding. When they find out what happened, they'll probably blow a fuse, Obito muttered under his breath. No doubt about it, Aisha replied. If you want to double-cross someone, you'd better be prepared to pay the price. This Chunin exam had been a microcosm of war, another battlefield in the uneasy armistice of the ongoing conflict. And on this battlefield, Konoha had emerged victorious. The next round's one-on-one was scheduled for a month later, but it seemed there wouldn't be many left to participate. The price. It feels like Root paid the highest price of all, Kakashi remarked. That made Aisha pause. He'd been so focused on dealing with Root. What was Danzo's true aim in all this? Was all that effort to sneak in ninja from minor villages just a ploy to wipe out elites from other villages? But if so, those were just cannon fodder. Their ages were already set. Maybe someone like Masayoshi Oya had potential, but the rest probably wouldn't survive long on the battlefield. Still, among the sand ninja, who were just along for the ride, there was Yukura, the one he defeated by spinning her around. As a bloodline ninja, she might still have some value in Danzo's eyes. HM? Sensei Minato must have already left, Obito said, scratching his head sheepishly. Too bad. I was hoping to mooch a meal off him. His goofy demeanor reminded Aishu of a young Obito, or rather of Naruto. The two really were alike. Well, I'll head home, then Kakashi said with a wave. See you tomorrow. Let's consider that ramen I owe you on hold for now, Obito. As if you didn't lose. Obito shot back with a look of disdain, but like Kakashi, he said his goodbyes to Aishu and headed off. I'll head back to Ingshu. Ha! I made a promise to someone. After the second round of the exam, I have to tell him the results right away. Hearing this, Ingshu's expression became a little odd. Him, not her. The Japanese pronunciation is different. Could it be Obito? But then thinking it over, Ingshu figured that the him Obito was talking about was probably his little fan Shursui after all. Alright, go on, Uchiha's #1 genius. Ingshu let out a quiet sigh of relief, then waved. Goodbye. Obito shot off in a flash, clearly not bothered much by his arm injury. And now Ingshu was left alone, yet he didn't feel the slightest bit of loneliness or gloom. In fact, he found the peace and quiet rather refreshing. He didn't linger either, but quietly set off for home. Step by step, the forest of death wasn't too far from his place. But Ingshu was a little tired. He kept a steady pace, and before half an hour had passed, he was home. The door was closed. Ingshu pulled out his key and unlocked it. Inside, there was no meal waiting for him, nor the familiar voices calling out a greeting. Mei Terumi had put on the hidden mist forehead protector. She no longer lived here. And Kumi. Ingshu glanced around. Everything looked the same as usual, but if nothing unexpected had happened, Kumi had likely moved out as. Well, after all, she was a member of Root, the covert ops. The only reason she'd stayed was because of Mei Terumi. Ingshu fixed himself a simple meal, eggs, ham, and tomatoes tossed with noodles. Quick and satisfying. After eating his fill, he let out a hearty burp and quietly went upstairs. Passing by Kumi's room, Ingshu noticed the door was open, and the room inside was empty. She really left, huh? Ingshu raised an eyebrow. Then in a flash, his figure darted straight to his own room. First he checked his drawer. The strand of hair was still there untouched, just as he'd left it. So it hadn't been opened. There wasn't anything valuable inside. Just a decoy, but it would at least serve as an early warning. Next, Ingshu headed to the bedside, opened up his pillow layer after layer. And when he saw the 30,000 ryo of carefully rolled up savings inside, he finally relaxed. This is safe too, thank goodness. He let out a sigh of relief. He'd lived through hard times before. He couldn't help but be cautious. And then, Ingshu made his way to his private bathroom, closed the door, took a deep breath, moved the trash bin aside, pried up a floor tile, and dug into the earth with a kunai. A minute later, a tightly wrapped little box appeared. It was only then that Ingshu truly felt at ease. He opened the box. Inside was a scroll. The basic Senju clan ninjutsu that the old man had given him. He'd been practicing for so long and had only managed to master just over half. In addition to the scroll, there were also several explosive tags, a handful of kunai and shuriken, and a few smoke bombs inside. It really had the vibe of a secret agent's arsenal, all prepared for emergencies. I have to start working hard this next month, Ingshu murmured to himself. He planned to use the coming month not only to master the power of 1,000 hands, but also to memorize every single ninjutsu technique he had. The hand seals the flow of chakra, the process by which each technique formed. He would commit it all to memory first, then gradually hone his proficiency. Perhaps, as someone from a liberal arts background, he wasn't outstanding in physical skills, but when it came to memory, this was his final stronghold of dignity. If you don't work hard while you're young, you'll only regret it when you're old, the old man had once told him that while mastering chakra nature transformation allowed one to use all elemental ninjutsu, it didn't mean you had to master every single one. Focusing on one or two specializations was actually the best approach. Yet Ingshu still believed that in a world as unpredictable as this, it never hurt to have more tricks up your sleeve. Just look at Hiruzen Sarutobi, who despite not having any Kekiai Genkai, could wield thousands of ninjutsu and had honed all 5 nature transformations secret techniques, taijutsu, and jinjutsu, to a remarkable degree. People called him the weakest Hokage, but in Ingshu's eyes this was the absolute pinnacle anyone could reach without cheating. Hiruzen's true strength lay in his profound understanding of chakra and ninjutsu. What held him back was simply age, chakra reserves, and stamina. As for the first thing, Shu figured he could manage, and if he couldn't now, at least he had enough time ahead to accumulate it. As for the second, Shu felt he had a clear advantage there. And most crucially, Shu possessed something Hiruzen never had, not even at the brink of death. A trump card, his ultimate move. Just look at the first and second Hokage. One could unleash 1,000 hands, pressing the entire shinobi world into submission. The other was hailed as the fastest water-release ninja in all the land. Hiruzen might have had a wide array of skills, but compared to them, he still wore the mantle of a commoner, even if he was called the professor of ninjutsu and had trained legends like the Sannin. Still, he fell a bit short of his predecessors. Truly, the Senju clan is the most suited for the role of Hokage. Shu raised an eyebrow. He had no interest in becoming Hokage himself. That was a fool's pursuit, but there was a certain spiky-haired someone who did. Shu couldn't help feeling a flicker of anticipation. If Obito, that blockhead, ever became Hokage, then what would become of Konoha in the future? The Shadow Clone multiplicative training method. Shu set his training plan into motion, with Kumi and Meitarumi gone from the house. He could finally let loose a bit. Of course, by let loose, he didn't mean lounging around the house without pants on. That would just be debauchery. What he meant was the freedom to use shadow clones for training. In the past, Shu rarely used shadow clones for his own practice. It was too conspicuous, and his training subjects were numerous and complex, requiring a clear and focused mind. But things were different now. All Aisha wanted was to memorize ninjutsu, while also training his monstrous strength, a task that wasn't difficult as long as he followed a set method. Besides, he was the only one left in his family, so he could afford to be a little reckless without much consequence. On the very first day, the usually cautious Aishu summoned 10 shadow clones in a single stretch. 10 Aishus trained at once, divided into 2 groups, with each clone memorizing a different ninjutsu and mastering the chakra flow and the requirement for casting a group. Be focusing together on honing the technique of thousand-hand strength. This dramatically improved efficiency, and the results were spectacular. That night, however, Aishu felt utterly drained, completely hollowed out. The experience and memories of 10 people all crashed into his mind at once. Fortunately, Aishu had the powerful buff of a transmigrator's soul, otherwise he might have died on the spot from the overload. Feeling a bit frustrated at not having the protagonist's fate, Aishu thought of Naruto, who could conjure hundreds of shadow clones to brawl. Without a second thought, Aisha blamed it on his age. After all, Naruto only learned the multiple shadow clone jutsu at the age of 12. And he had the 9 tails inside him as a built-in babysitter. So on the second day, Aishu played it safer and only summoned 8 clones. But when the training ended, he was still too weak to stand the exhaustion, so overwhelming it could make a tough man weep. On the third day, having learned his lesson, Aishu summoned just 4 shadow clones. He also drafted a detailed training schedule. Each Aishu would train for no more than 4 hours at a time, while the original sole task was to rest and refine chakra. By the end of the day, Aishu felt refreshed and energetic with noticeable improvement. He soon discovered another trick. If a shadow clone summoned more shadow clones, let's call them Shadow Clones 2.0, the backlash from their dispelling could be absorbed or even digested by the clone itself. With this insight, Aishu planned to increase the number of clones and devised an even more meticulous regimen. Through constant experimentation, Aisha managed to develop a scientific approach to shadow clone training. He called this plan the Shadow Method. In full, the little genius shadow clone split and multiply training technique. Here's how it worked. Using 80% of his chakra, the original Aishu would create 2 shadow clones. Each clone would then create more clones, and so on, doubling each time. 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16, and so forth, nesting one inside the next. From the original down, every alternating generation of clones would rest and focus only on gathering chakra, while the last generation would train. When these final clones disappeared, the headache and fatigue would be absorbed by the previous generation, not the original. The advantage was clear. Each clone only had to bear the feedback from 2 clones at most, and the odd-numbered generations of rest provided a buffer, greatly reducing the shock of the information dumped. This layered, methodical approach made for highly efficient and scientific training. Aishu's original self just needed to replenish shadow clones at the end of each cycle, making this method remarkably stable, with the Shadow Method accelerating his training. Shu's theoretical knowledge was advancing at a remarkable pace, and his mastery of the Thousand Hands technique was developing just as quickly. Beyond that, the torrent of information brought him a wealth of inspiration. For instance, a budget version of the Flying Thunder God. Minato's Flying Thunder God technique required a large number of specially crafted kunai marked with the Flying Thunder God formula as carriers during close combat. He would flash across the battlefield, looking effortlessly cool. In a similar vein, Ingshu thought of the substitution jutsu. Suppose he used the marked objects required for substitution jutsu in place of the special kunai for the flying thunder god technique. Before a fight, he could prepare a pile of wooden stumps for substitution, toss them around, and then use the substitution jutsu to blink from place to place. In theory, could this low-budget flying thunder god actually work? And there was so much more, like his speculations about Kekkai Jinkai bloodline limits. It was known that combining lightning chakra with water chakra resulted in storm release, while lightning release plus yang-infused water release created a hydrogen-oxygen mixture. So then was it possible that storm release combined with yang release would yield a different result? It was established that ice release was the fusion of wind and water chakra, and that ice itself was the product of water's unique expansion and contraction between 0 and 4 degrees Celsius. That begged the question, where did the heat go? What was the initial temperature of the water when any ninja performed water release? Was the heat loss a crucial part of forming ice release? Was the emergence of Kekkai Jinkai related to something beyond chakra, perhaps to the human body's physiological functions? Was it possible, he wondered, that these bloodline limits, supposedly the result of fusing two types of chakra, were in truth just a particular ratio of chakra blended subtly with the body's own abilities? The more Ingshu trained, the more he marveled at the mysteries of chakra. He began to understand just a little why Orochimaru was so obsessed. Ordinary people might seek pleasure in the physical world, while those a bit stronger would look for fulfillment of the mind. War and peace seemed like opposites, but at their core, they belonged to the same realm. Both were driven by human needs, both guiding humanity toward either evolution or destruction. Yet when someone glimpsed the deeper layers of existence, their desires paradoxically became simpler. Explore, discover, uncover the wonders of this world. Just as Orochimaru would in the future, so too did Senju Ingshu now, and so time slipped by in the blink of an eye. Before he knew it, more than 20 days had passed. Aside from sleeping and pondering the meaning of life, Ingshu still had to go out, buy groceries, and cook his meals. Perhaps that was what set him apart from Orochimaru, a man untouched by earthly concerns, wholly devoted to the pursuit of immortality and power. While Ingshu rode his bike to the bar, scrimped when needed, splurged when he could, still carrying a hint of commonness. On this day, Ingshu was cooking a meal. He fancied braised chicken with rice. Suddenly, a sharp knock resounded at the door, forcing him to set down his kitchen knife and leave the freshly plucked chicken behind. He washed his hands, preparing to answer the door. Ingshu was washing his hands when the knocking at the door started up again, quickly followed by Dato's urgent voice. Bang, bang, bang. Bang! Ingshu, are you home? Something terrible has happened. Coming. Ingshu opened the door to find Dato standing there breathless, with Kakashi behind him, looking equally serious and just as out of breath. What's going on? Ingshu asked, eyeing them with suspicion. It was broad daylight. Surely Madara wouldn't dare to come to Konoha to snatch anyone. As Ingshu was lost in his suspicions, Dato finally spoke up. Ingshu, it's bad news, Sister Kumi. Sister Kumi attacked a sand ninja candidate. You know, the girl you knocked out cold? She didn't manage to kill her, and now she's been arrested. She's being held at Uncle White Fang's place right now, the hidden talents of Team 7. Kumi had been caught. She attacked a sand ninja. That must be Yet Song, and then got herself captured. What kind of absurd situation was this? So, does Minato-sensei know about this? Ingshu hesitated for a moment, thinking it wise to involve an adult. If something went wrong, the first step was always to find someone in charge. Come to think of it, he'd only seen Minato twice recently. Since it was exam season, there were no missions. Everyone was busy with their own training, and Minato seemed tied up with other matters, so they hadn't had any pre-exam special training. Minato-sensei isn't in the village, Kakashi replied, shaking his head. That mission from last week. He still hasn't come back. Ingshu hesitated. Something about this just didn't add up. Kumi attacking Yetsong. Unless Danzo was behind it, he couldn't think of any other explanation. So, what was Danzo up to, and why did it have to do with him? Ingshu's mind spun rapidly. Kumi being caught. It was probably all a ploy aimed at him. He could almost picture Danzo's smug face. If you won't join Root, I'll have Kumi executed in no time. But really, could one Kumi truly threaten Senju Ingshu? That would be underestimating him. Sure, Kumi was beautiful, kind, and had legs as white as snow, but at best, Ingshu would only count her as a passing acquaintance. But that wasn't what preoccupied him. If he made the cold-blooded choice to ignore this, would Danzo appreciate him even more? To be honest, it was entirely possible. Ingshu's expression shifted. This was a checkmate. He immediately turned to Kakashi and Dato, putting on a serious face. Don't panic. We need to, Dato. Let go of me. Stop dawdling. If we wait any longer, it really might be too late. Dato grabbed Ingshu's arm and took off running. Let go of me. Dato, we can talk this out. Let me go. I said, let go of me, Ingshu. still tried to struggle, but right now he was in his weak period from not eating. Normally, skipping a few meals wouldn't matter, but there were dozens of shadow clones in his room that all needed feeding. Abito, listen to me, I am MPH. Ingshu tried to escape, but it was too late. The shadow clone training method was scientific and efficient, but also rather fragile. It's highly recommended to use it far, far away from Abito. Without any buffer, dozens of shadow clones vanished in rapid succession. Ingshu's vision went dark like someone with low blood sugar and anemia who'd been crouching for an hour, then suddenly stood up, and then, hey Ingshu, what happened to you? Abito saw Ingshu suddenly flop over like a dead fish and almost jumped out his skin. He shook Ingshu hard. Don't scare me, Ingshu. Wake up. Come on, Ingshu. Honestly, if they weren't in Konoha, Abito might have awakened his Sharingan on the spot. Don't panic. Kakashi walked over calmly. He checked Ingshu's breathing, felt his forehead, and finally declared with a straight face. It looks like he got too panicked, plus he's exhausted. He just couldn't hold on. He sighed. He and Sister Kome are really close, I guess. Well, he even made it sound convincing. Abito was still a bit flustered. So what do we do now? Let's go. Find Sensei's wife first. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, then suddenly remembered what Ingshu had told him a year ago. If something ever happens at my place, don't hesitate. Tell your dad right away. Then go get Minato Sensei and his wife. Remember, you must bring Sensei's wife. Right now, even though Ingshu was technically fine, he'd fainted from sheer worry. If something happened to Kame, it was as good as something happening to Ingshu himself. But Minato Sensei was away, and his own father, so their only choice was to find their dear Sensei's wife. Abito and Kakashi exchanged a glance. Two strategists, perfectly in sync. Come on, let's go find her. Ding dong. There's a difference between mansions and real mansions. Ingshu's place counted as a mansion, but it was a fake one. No doorbell. Compared to where Kushina lived, it didn't even come close. Kushina owned a whole bustling commercial street. In Konoha, a legacy from Uzumaki Mido, the first Hokage's wife, her home. Well, let's just say it was worth at least 10 of Ingshu's houses. When the doorbell rang, Kushina, wearing an apron, a kitchen knife in her left hand, a kunai in her right, and reeking of blood, opened the door with a nudge of her foot. Well, hey, you're here. What noses you have. How did you know I was about to make fried chicken? Seeing the three boys, Kushina's face broke into a radiant smile. Kushina's fried chicken recipe is simple. Buy a chicken, chop it up, and fry it. But as Kakashi and Abito looked at Kushina's apron, now stained crimson with fresh blood, they couldn't help but feel a wave of panic. In fact, they had completely forgotten why they'd come in the first place. If a stranger happened upon the scene right now, seeing Kushina with both a kitchen knife and a kunai in hand, it wouldn't be a stretch to think they'd stumbled upon a crime scene. But it was Kushina who noticed the unconscious Aishu first. Her expression instantly turned grave. Who did this? The red-hot habanero was about to erupt. Whoever dared harm her beloved disciple was in for a world of pain. Ma'am, something terrible has happened. Abito stammered, finally managing to blurt something out. It's Sister Kumi. Something's happened to her. Kakashi quickly added. Kumi. Kushina narrowed her eyes. The name sounded familiar, but she just couldn't recall exactly who it was. 10 minutes later, after Kakashi and Abito finally managed to explain the tangled situation, Kushina turned on her heels and headed straight upstairs, leaving behind only a single word. Wait for me. At that moment, Aishu finally came to the fog lifting from his mind. There's a reason why the multi-shadow clone jutsu is forbidden. If it weren't for Aishu's resilience, things could have gone very wrong indeed. Even so, his head felt like it had exploded, and he was dizzy beyond belief. Water. Aishu opened his eyes. The room was vaguely familiar. He'd been here before, but couldn't quite remember when. Soon enough, he saw two pairs of worried eyes, and while 1.5 faces, it's warm. Drink up, Aishu. Feeling any better? Abito asked, face full of concern. Aishu gulped down the water, and only then did he start to feel human again. He glanced around, rebooting his foggy brain. This is Ma'am's house. How did we? Aishu was still a little dazed. Don't worry, Aishu. With Ma'am here, and Kakashi's dad as well. Sister Kumi will be fine. Abito tried to reassure him. At that, Kakashi's gaze flickered a little uneasy. After all, it was his own father who had caught Kumi. Hearing all this only made Aishu feel dizzy. Wait a second. How did Kushina get involved in all this, if things kept going this way? Just as Aishu was lost in thought, a striking figure suddenly appeared. It was Kushina, now wearing the leaf forehead protector and the village's flak jacket. Her vibrant red hair, tied neatly into a high ponytail. She had a huge scroll slung across her back and a hefty bag in hand, marching down the stairs with unstoppable energy. With a heavy thud, she dropped the bag in front of the three boys. The clattering inside made it clear it was full of metal tools. Throwing stars, perhaps? With a sweep of her hand, Kushina declared, "Grab your gear and follow me." At this moment, in the eyes of the three young members of Team 7, Kushina looked truly impressive. A domineering Jinchuriki, a humble Hokage. Kushina's wealth surpassed anything Ei-ju had ever imagined. Ei-ju had to admit it when he saw that massive bundle of explosive tags, ninja tools, and mysterious scrolls. His spirit soared. He even felt a sudden urge to just give up trying so hard. Ei-ju used to think that the Hitaki family's warehouse was already the height of extravagance. All those big and small chests, each one filled with fortune, but Kushina had only tossed down a single bag. Yet the way she did it, the grandeur of that gesture, wasn't at all like him and Kakashi taking out a meager handful at a time, as if they were scraping together pocket money. It was different, completely different. Take as much as you want. Better yet, take it all. If it's not enough, there's more upstairs. Every move Kushina made radiated the aura of someone who was fabulously wealthy. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, and her infectious enthusiasm reminded Ei-ju of a certain twin-tailed girl. Yes, the cute one wielding a machine gun and shouldering a rocket launcher. So, are we really going out to stir up some trouble? Ei-ju muttered under his breath. He hesitated, but Obito had already started gearing up without a second thought. Clever Obito went straight for the explosive tags, even emptying out his own ninja tool pouch and tossing aside all the useless trinkets just to make room for more tags. Kakashi seemed a bit uncertain, but after a moment of thought, he made his choice. He trusted his father's judgment. Surely his dad had made that decision because he had no other choice. Maybe, just maybe, this was the key to turning things around. If Ei-ju could think of Danzo, then Kakashi was certainly reminded of the Root Division as well. And the whole scene left Ei-ju feeling a little baffled and a little anxious. What on earth did these two say to Kushina? If this turns into a huge mess, what are we going to do later? Kumi sighing inwardly, but with hands that never stopped. Ei-ju crammed in whatever he could. When there was no space left, he simply picked up the whole big bag. Under Kushina's approving gaze, Ei-ju nodded. Sensei's wife, I'm ready, let's head out. Kushina beamed with satisfaction. Excellent. That's the spirit you need to protect those who matter to you. So what? Ei-ju's heart skipped a beat. Was this all just a test of courage? He really hoped she wasn't about to ask him a hand over the explosive tags. Those were now all his. So where are we headed? Kushina asked with a smile. 5 minutes later, a fully armed squad was marching down the streets of Konoha. At the front strode a striking red-haired woman, a giant scroll strapped to her back, her steps bold and her eyes alight with excitement. 3 young boys trail behind, their clothes bulging with mysterious items. One of them, a black-haired kid, even had a level 3 backpack strapped to his shoulders. To an outsider, it might have seemed as if they were about to embark on some top-secret mission, or had just returned from one, but anyone who knew the truth would have felt a flicker of panic at this very moment. Hurry! Stop them now! Quickly move! In the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi shouted in a rush, so flustered that he didn't even notice his teacup tipping over warm tea soaking the official documents on his desk. Kushina Uzumaki never left the Hidden Leaf Village, and she rarely took part in any battles, but when she did step in, the situation was always at least S rank from the very start. Yes, sir. An AMBU operative accepted the order and vanished instantly, but he'd barely made it a few steps before Hiruzen called him back in a panic. Don't go. Absolutely. Do not go. Do not provoke her. Do not make her angry. Hiruzen bellowed once more. The last time they'd upset Kushina, the entire Leaf Village interrogation department had to be remodeled from top to bottom. And the worst part was, no one could do a thing about her. Pay compensation. Money was the last thing Kushina lacked. When she'd come to Konoha from the land of whirlpools, she'd brought along a fortune. And just the inheritance from her great-grandmother, the wife of the first Hokage, would be enough to rebuild the entire village from scratch. That's no exaggeration. If anything, it's an understatement. Kushina had no concept of money. She simply deposited it all with the Hokage's office. When it came to compensation, it was nothing more than Konoha wiping a negligible sum from its debt to her. Detain her? Interrogate her? Punish her? Impossible. Kushina was after all the nine-tails Jinchuriki, and she had an aunt too. Another force to be reckoned with. They couldn't lay a finger on her, nor raise their voices. In fact, they usually had to treat her with utmost care. Such was the relationship between the strong-willed Jinchuriki and the ever-anxious Hokage. Yes, Lord Hokage, the ANBU operative replied, helplessly forced to return. By now, 5 more ANBU had materialized behind him. The number of ANBU on standby in the Hokage's office was always beyond imagination. There aren't enough of you, Hiruzen said. Thinking quickly, here's what we'll do. Notify Tsukumo. First, find out what Kushina's intentions are, he issued orders with. The decisiveness of a lion awakened, reminiscent of his days commanding the front lines in youth. Yes, sir. 3 ANBU vanished, leaving 3 more behind. Go and fetch Danzo, move quickly, and try to keep him from running into Tsukumo, Hiruzen instructed, his urgency clear. Go. Yes, sir. Another 3 ANBU disappeared, and in an instant, Hiruzen Sarutobi was left alone. In his office, with only the crystal ball on his desk for company, at that moment the Hokage could not hide the unease on his face, with anxious eyes fixed on the crystal ball. She muttered under her breath, please, let nothing go wrong, let nothing go wrong, just don't let anything go wrong. Are you sure this is the place? When they returned to the park, Kushina stood with her arms crossed, her face full of disdain. This is it. The one to answer her was unexpectedly Kakashi. Most of the people Dad catches end up here. I've seen it myself. Welcome Kakashi to the Trap by Dad chat group. Beside them, Aishu was utterly dumbfounded. It was only then that he remembered, wait, was White Fang really the one who caught them? If that's the case, this whole situation just got a whole lot more interesting. White Fang isn't who he used to be. Now he's in full super dad mode, fighting for his son's future, capturing Kumi. No matter how you look at it, it feels like he's squaring off against Danzo himself. But right now, there's no time to worry about any of that, as long as he sticks with Kushina, at least he won't be starving half the week. Kushina hesitated for a moment. I remember there's a barrier here. If we trigger it, things could get troublesome. The people inside might escape. Last time, I nearly let them slip away. You almost let them get away. What exactly did you do last time? Aisha swallowed hard, suddenly feeling a twinge of regret. No forget. Regrets. Just go for it. He's been here so long now, already tangled with the Uchiha, even blown up the Chunin exams. What's left to be afraid of? If he backed down now, he'd be letting down the whole Senju name. Sensei, let the 3 of us scout ahead. Don't worry, we're super tough. Aisha volunteered eagerly, but Kushina just shook her head. Give me 1 minute. I'll set up a barrier first. Relax, there's no way. They're getting away. Kushina flashed a confident smile, radiating the aura of a true powerhouse. Missing Minato one ordinary day in. Konoha. Konoha has its own sealing experts. Red hair, small fists, broad daylight. She retrieves a scroll and forms shadow clones. The 3 little ones behind her gaze on in awe, while the burly men of the interrogation unit in front of her dare not utter a word for. Shadow clones take position at the 4 corners of the interrogation unit, forming hand seals. Suddenly, for voices ring out in unison. 4 violet flames formation. Sunlight gleams on the rising violet barrier, sealing every gap from east to west, north to south. Not even the sky or the earth is an escape. A couple of birds try to fly through, only to hit the shimmering barrier and fall lifeless. The men of the interrogation unit turn pale as ghosts, their bodies thin and trembling. The 3 little ones clap and cheer. Sensei truly is invincible. Go on and I'll hold off anyone else outside. Just do what you need to do. If anything gets broken, I'll pay for it. If you run into trouble, use my name. If they don't respect it, just pull back. In short, be bold and go for it. I'll always have your back. Kushina pumped her fist in the air, giving the kids all the encouragement they needed. Team 7 adjusted their forehead protectors, eyes filled with determination. Please don't worry, ma'am. We promise we won't let you down. Go on. I believe in you. Kushina gave them a thumbs up. With a spirited cheer, a gap opened in the violet barrier. Aisha charged. In first, Kakashi right on his heels. Obito couldn't resist glancing back to flex his bicep, nearly bumping into someone in the process. Just like that, Team 7 headed toward the 4 Violet Flames formation. Meanwhile, the Umbu forces finally arrived. There were 16 of them, all elite members of the Umbu. Their gear was uniform, black masks, dark clothing, and short blades, evoking an unmistakable image of the White Fang. Yet the White Fang himself was nowhere to be seen. 16 Umbu formed a full squad, usually deployed for prolonged cleansing operations or extremely difficult S-rank missions. They were killing machines in their own right, but the fiery lady regarded them with nothing but disdain, alone with only a single scroll in her hand. She stood there quietly, her gaze full of provocation locked onto the Umbu leader, as though daring him. Come at me if you can, Lady Kushina. What are you doing? The leader finally spoke, his tone exceedingly polite. With a hint of humility, I overate today and have too much chakra to burn off. Is that a problem? Kushina replied casually, not sparing his dignity in the least, but this. The Umbu glanced nervously at the purple barrier that pierced the sky, his face hidden under the mask, likely twisted with worry. How about you spar with me? Or would you all rather come at me together? Kushina pressed, taking a decisive step forward. It was a small step for Kushina, but for the Umbu, and for a certain someone in front of the crystal ball, it felt like a giant leap. Please calm down, calm down. The Umbu leader immediately retreated, the 16 of them snapping into a defensive formation. Yet, their hands only hovered over their blades, as though drawing them would awaken some kind of monster. It's over in front of the crystal ball. Hiruzen Sarutobi let out a heavy sigh. This time, it really was over. Kushina had come fully prepared. Hiruzen had a rough idea of what was written on that scroll. It was similar to the Book of Seals, but unique to the Uzumaki clan. The scroll was filled with trigger-based forbidden techniques, all requiring the unique chakra of her bloodline. Every kind of seal imaginable. If Kushina unleashed the full power of that scroll, even if the hidden cloud brought the 8 tails with them, she could seal it away. Within minutes, that was Kushina. That was the princess of the Uzumaki clan. That was the fearsome, red-hot habanero of the leaf. Yet another day spent missing Minato. Someone. Hiruzen exhaled a plume of smoke. Utterly defeated, an Umbu appeared instantly. It was one of those previously sent to look for the White Fang. Hokage-sama, has White Fang set out yet? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked. 5 minutes ago, Lord White Fang already departed. Gem? And Danzo. Just then, a figure from the Umbu appeared suddenly. It was the same one who had gone earlier to summon Shimura Danzo. Hokage-sama, White Fang is currently at the Foundation confronting Lord Danzo. Do we provide support? With a dull thud, Sarutobi Hiruzen's smoking pipe slipped from his fingers and hit the floor. Team 7 crossed the threshold and the barrier, weaving through flowers, grass, and trees. But when they arrived in front of the interrogation department's doors, one side radiating warmth, the other reeking of blood, they were met not by Umbu, who would rather die than surrender, but by a row of burly men trembling with fear. Aishu even spotted an old acquaintance, the bald man who loved ramen, the brawny one who had thrown explosive tags during the exam. Now that same butcher of the interrogation department was standing at the door, visibly shaking, arms folded across his stomach, looking as meek as could be. The others were no better. Not a single one seemed inclined to resist. If anything, they looked ready to surrender on the spot. The sight left Team 7 in a bind, unsure whether to advance or retreat. What are we supposed to do now? Obito, who usually charged and head first, was at a loss. He was the kind who only responded to toughness, not softness. These men looked tough, but right now they seemed as soft as jelly donuts. Maybe they're lying in ambush inside. Aishu swallowed, nervously, clearly out of his depth. Was Kushina's reputation really this terrifying? This? He glanced up at the sky, where sunlight had dimmed under the 4 violet flames formation, casting a shadow over the Konoha interrogation department. In that moment, Aishu seemed to understand. So this is what it means to be a true opposition player. In any case, don't let your guard down. Get ready. Aishu dropped his large pack and quickly formed hand seals, summoning 2 shadow clones. The instant they appeared, they dove into the bag and started pulling out explosive tags, sticking them all over themselves. Obito and Kakashi exchanged a look and quickly made their own shadow clones following suit. This flurry of activity made the burly men by the door twitch nervously. The big ones, they could handle something as serious as the 4 violet flames formation. They'd taken their share of beatings before, but the little ones were even more outrageous. Plastering themselves with explosive tags? Were they planning a suicide charge or what? They didn't even have a grudge against each other. Truly, birds of a feather flocked together. No wonder they were all on the same team. Team 7's preparations ended with the flourish of a smoke bomb. Don't be scared, came Kushina's voice from outside the barrier, loud and indignant. If you get desperate, just throw the explosive tags inside. They're not fools, you know. If you throw things at them, they'll dodge. Don't worry. Well done. That's the way. Goodness. Why didn't I think of that before? As the smoke cleared, Team 7 had become Team 777. 3 Aishu's, 3 Kakashi's, 3 Obitos, each of them plastered with explosive tags. No one could tell who was the real one and who was just a shadow clone. Kushina couldn't help but cheer again and again at the sight. No wonder these were her proud disciples, personally trained by her own hand, brave and clever, just as they should be. Meanwhile, as Team 7 crept forward with utmost caution, feeling as if they were treading on thin ice on their way to the Konoha interrogation department. At that same moment, in Konoha's root base, Tsukumo Hatake stood alone, sword in hand, atop a raised platform. Standing before him, about to set out for the Hokage's office, was Danzo Shimura. Behind them, both the ANBU and root operatives melted into the shadows, hidden from sight. If Aisha were here, he would probably be checking to see if the wood release boy was among them. This scene was strikingly similar to the time the 3rd Hokage came looking for Yamato. The ANBU captain showing up here all of a sudden with so many people. You really gave this old man quite a shock, Tsukumo, Danzo said, his tone as calm as still water. Facing the white fang without a hint of nervousness on his face, it's not as sudden as it seems, elder. Danzo, Tsukumo crossed his arms over his chest, his tall and broad-shouldered frame, standing at a full 6 feet, looking down on Danzo, who was a slight 5'7" and a little stooped. His gaze came from above, his presence utterly commanding. Oh, Danzo's single. I narrowed, slightly. Then he simply waited in silence for Tsukumo to continue. The visitor meant no goodwill, but this was the root. This was Konoha. The advantage was always his root operative, codename Juan, at 11:33 this morning, unilaterally attacked a Sand Village candidate during the current Chunin exams. The operation failed, and the individual has now been apprehended by the ANBU. Tsukumo paused for a couple of seconds, his sharp eyes boring straight into Danzo. Was this your order, Elder Danzo? It was a simple question, yes or no. Nothing could be more straightforward, yet Danzo did not answer. The answer itself, or rather Tsukumo's real intention, was never about that. What Danzo couldn't figure out was, he simply couldn't see through Tsukumo's purpose, nor could he guess what was on his mind. And if it was? And if it wasn't? What difference does it make? Danzo replied blandly. Behind him, the root operatives had already assumed combat stances, hands on their blades. A wave of killing intent locked onto Tsukumo, but at the same time, a matching aura of menace targeted Root in return. The air grew suddenly cold, the tension between the two sides perfectly matched. Root held the home field advantage, but Tsukumo had brought plenty of ANBU with him, and they looked even more ferocious. If it wasn't on your orders, Lord Danzo. Then Juan is an enemy agent, attempting to sabotage the peace between Sand and Leaf. A faint smile appeared at the corners of White Fang's mouth. As he spoke slowly, Danzo's gaze turned instantly cold. So what you're suggesting is, if her actions were carried out under my orders, then I am a spy from an enemy village too. With a series of metallic rings, swords that had tasted the blood of countless foes were drawn from their sheaths. In a flash, both sides stepped from the shadows, and the platform above grew crowded with people. Tension so thick, it seemed a battle could break out at any moment. Danzo's expression remained outwardly calm and unruffled, but his eyes were as cold and predatory as a hawk, yet the hand gripping his cane tightened ever so slightly. Standing before him, White Fang was in the prime of his life, brimming with spirit, a veteran hardened by the battlefield and baptized in enemy blood. The name White Fang echoed throughout the shinobi world. Danzo asked himself honestly, 20 years ago perhaps, even he had not possessed such presence as this young man before him. And what concerned him even more was the astonishing transformation White Fang had undergone in the past year. The Umbu were under the direct command of the Hokage. The Root Division was also under the Hokage, but answered to Danzo alone. A year ago, White Fang's role as Umbu commander had been little more than a personal bodyguard to the Hokage. But now, under his leadership, Umbu's reputation soared with each day, and the organization was beginning to show signs of serving not just the Hokage, but White Fang himself. They answered to the Hokage, but White Fang was becoming their true center. Elder Danzo, of course. You're not a spy from the enemy village. White Fang raised a hand, and instantly, the Umbu behind him sheathed their swords. Yet their sharp eyes remained locked on their targets. Danzo responded by tapping his cane lightly on the ground. Behind him, his root shinobi did the same, countering the Umbu's stares with their own. But just then, in a blur, White Fang appeared directly before Danzo. The space between them reduced to no more than the width of 2 fingers. The move was so sudden that root operatives had no time to react, and the Umbu hadn't moved either. White Fang's gaze swept coldly over the root shinobi, the killing intent in his eyes so chilling that not a single one dared step forward. His voice drifted softly, almost haunting, into Danzo's ear. There was one of your own on that mission. He sabotaged the operation, forcing me to bear the blame as a criminal. I was prepared to swallow the humiliation, but then you turned your blade toward my son, leaving me no choice but to comply. But tell me, Elder Danzo, what made you so certain I would endure it forever, never becoming the very kind of man you fear most? My enemies fear me as they would tiger. So why in your eyes am I just some fool to be toyed with at will? White Fang's voice was like that of a demon cloaked in human skin, baring his fangs at last. His gaze was as sharp and deadly as the short blade at his back, still sheathed, yet carrying the threat of sudden, invisible death. Not a soul in Root dared to move. It wasn't until White Fang's hand gently rested on Danzo's shoulder that everyone from Root finally snapped out of their stupor, as if waking from a dream. Let go of the elder. Get away from him, you bastard. What the hell are you trying to do? The root members drew their blades, but none dared to advance. It wasn't fear of White Fang himself that held them back, but the fear that he might harm Danzo, so they shouted and cursed in desperation. Compared to Root, the members of the Umbu were far more composed. They drew their swords as well, but didn't take a single step forward, maintaining a vigilant silence. They trusted their captain. The Umbu were not afraid of death. What they feared was dying, without reason or clarity. And their captain, the White Fang, was a man who would leave the village in the dead of night, risking everything just to rescue a wounded comrade. I have no idea what you're talking about. Boy, if you leave now, I can pretend none of this ever happened. At this point, Danzo had grown calm instead. Years ago, his teacher had sacrificed himself, and Hiruzen Sarutobi had taken up the mantle in a time of crisis. Many in the village resented seeing someone so young inherit the title of Hokage. Danzo had killed before, and not just enemies, but plenty of his own people from the Leaf as well, threats, and even assassination. Attempts from fellow villagers were nothing new to him. Root had only become what it was today by growing through bloodshed. One man and a single blade would never sway Danzo's resolve. What did the mighty Senju count for? Time would prove everything, I thought. You'd threaten me with Kakashi, Elder Danzo. White Fang retreated a step, calm and unfazed. The distance between him and Danzo widened, and their gazes locked once more. White Fang still stood above, looking down. If that were the case before I killed those so-called 7 ninja swordsmen, I'd first have to figure out how to wipe out Root. Danzo refused to yield an inch. His voice was cold as steel. You're welcome to try. Their eyes met, neither bothering to conceal their killing intent anymore, or perhaps they never had, merely refraining from outright confrontation until now. At last, White Fang raised his hand, and together with the Umbu behind him, vanished without a trace. Only then did the Root members dart behind Danzo, one of his most trusted aides, speaking in a low voice. Elder, should we inform the third Hokage? No need, Danzo replied flatly, cutting off the suggestion. Silence stretched between them for a long moment. At last he let out a slow breath, his gaze growing cold and sinister once more. I underestimated him. Or perhaps I underestimated the lengths he would go to protect his son. And what about Juan? Shall we organize a rescue, Elder? After all, the aide's words were abruptly cut short as Danzo's icy stare fell upon him. He dared not meet Danzo's eyes and could only bow his head in submission. Dropping to his knees, the other Root members followed suit, kneeling in unison. Danzo let out a cold snort. Wait for the right moment. When it comes, erase her. Juan has already betrayed us. The era no longer belongs to us, old friend. Hello. So, is it this way? I'm sorry, I can't say. Oh, well, thank you. This brief exchange took place inside the Konoha interrogation unit, between a squad covered head to toe in explosive tags and the internal interrogation staff. The ninja's I can't say was punctuated by emphatic gestures of his hands. Following his lead, Team 7 found themselves standing before a door. A sign hung above it, boldly inscribed, Interrogation Room Number 3. I should notice something odd. The sign was just a centimeter thicker than the others. Curiosity got the better of him, so he reached out and touched it. Only then did he realize 2 signs had been stacked together. The one beneath read, in large letters, Lounge. Aishu was utterly speechless. From the moment they'd entered, they hadn't encountered any resistance, not even a single proper scolding. At first he'd thought it was because of Kushina's reputation, but now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. Aishu, I think something's fishy here. We'd better be careful. All 3 versions of Toby the Hidden Dragons wore grave expressions. Each produced an explosive tag, clearly ready to blast the door open. But before Toby could act, Aishu kicked the door wide open with a bang. The sudden move startled all 3 Tobys. Inside, the scene finally came into view. There, a woman in a fitted combat suit sat reading, her figure accentuated perfectly. Noticing Aishu's entrance, she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and greeted him with a gentle smile. You're here, Kumi said warmly. Are you all right? Aishu replied, his face a mask of stoicism. Now that Kumi was right in front of him, Aishu felt no joy, only a strange sense of apathy. It was like discovering your favorite website had been blocked, leaving you with only a single worn-out instructional video for a whole month. The passion was gone, his heart was calm. And still, the beginning was already the end. Looking back, from the moment Toby and Kakashi had suddenly appeared announcing that Kumi had been captured, to Kushina boldly handing over a giant bag of explosive tags and ninja tools, leading them straight to the interrogation unit, and now, at last, meeting the person at the center of it all. Aisha felt like nothing more than a minor background character, never experiencing the thrill of the journey. Just then, Lord White Fang is here. A sudden shout rang out from somewhere all at once. People began pouring out of every room in the interrogation unit. They ignored Team 7, standing by the lounge door, rushing en masse toward the exit. Hurry, hurry, with Lord White Fang here, we're saved. Now that Lord White Fang's arrived, the sky's finally clear. Hey, wait for me. It truly felt like one of those educational film stars visiting the countryside, surrounded by a crowd of burly men, all clamoring for autographs. The three kids were left a little bewildered, lost in the haze. Kakashi, is your father here? Obito asked, confused and unsure. Kakashi, still not quite registering what was happening, stared blankly at the entrance. If Konoha doesn't have a second White Fang, then it should be him. Then tell me. Obito swallowed hard. Do you think your dad could beat our teacher in a fight? He probably. By instinct, the instinct of a son, Kakashi wanted to boast that his father could win in a heartbeat. But as a ninja, and as someone who didn't like to lie, reason took over. He had once asked his father sensei's fists are so hard. Is there a way to counter that with our family's Hatake swordsmanship? His father had simply smiled and replied, of course, son, as long as you run fast enough, she'll never land a hit on you. I think we'd better go take a look, Kakashi said seriously. Obito nodded frantically, and the two of them hurriedly dispelled their shadow clones, not even bothering to pick up their explosive tags, and dashed outside. In an instant, only 3 speechless versions of Aishu remained at the door of the interrogation room, along with Kumi, who wore a knowing, half-smiling expression. Obito and Kakashi had run so fast that Aishu wondered if they were doing it on purpose. Leaving me here alone. This is a little awkward, you know, as Aishu wrestled with whether he should join the crowd outside. Kumi was far more direct. She rose gracefully, found Aishu's real body, leaned half her weight against him, and whispered softly in his ear. Let's go home. Aisha thought, I want to say each of us go our own way home. Do I even have a chance now? With Minato gone, we really have to count on the White Fang. No one else can handle this. Don't you agree, Danzo? In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage finally let out a sigh of relief as he watched the 4 purple flame formation being taken down in the crystal ball. He took a satisfied pull from his pipe, then glanced at Danzo, who wore his usual dour expression. He expected Danzo to complain, you spoil her too much, but to his surprise, Danzo didn't even bother to look at the crystal ball. The Chunin exams are about to end. The Cloud and Stone have already started a new wave of attacks. Mist is pressing in as well. Hiruzen, are you going to keep delaying what you promised me? Are you going to wait until the enemy is at our gates? Danzo went straight to the point, his sudden change of tone catching Hiruzen off guard. Something's not right with the old friend today. Let White Fang set out as soon as possible. Whether it's the hidden mist, the hidden cloud, or the hidden stone keeping him in Konoha. Well, that a bit of a waste, Hiruzen. Hiruzen Sarutobi narrowed his eyes. Years of deep friendship meant you knew my strengths and weaknesses, and I knew yours. Deep in Sarutobi's heart, a suspicion had already formed, yet his face betrayed nothing. He simply took a light drag from his pipe. I understand, Sarutobi replied, his tone indifferent and unhurried. Shimura Danzo gave a cold snort, turned, and strode toward the door, but just as he reached the threshold, he suddenly paused, as if something had just occurred to him, or perhaps as if he had simply remembered to mention it in passing. Route needs to expand. I require certain permissions to bring in more people. This isn't up for discussion. I've already gotten the elder's approval. With that, Danzo left without another word. He came in a rush, and left just as quickly, precisely confirming Sarutobi's suspicions. Watching his old comrade's departing figure, Sarutobi let out a soft chuckle and shook his head. White Fan, that boy, has he started to make you feel pressured? Danzo, the third Hokage, mused silently. In your eyes, perhaps White Fang is a thorn in your side, maybe even someone you think could rival the Uchiha. Yet all these years, your actions have repeatedly tested the limits of my patience. In the past, I couldn't let the Uchiha become a check on your ambitions, but now, Sakumo, that boy, was born honest and upright. How did things come to this? Old friend, it's time to wake up. This era no longer belongs to you or me. All we can do now is offer our final strength to Konoha. The rest, we must leave to the next generation. End of Volume 2.